Chapter 1 Meridians. Dreadful rascal. You must summon some spirit if you awaken without soul power. Shrek Academy will not accept you as a student. Flander gazed at the child before him, still in the throes of childhood, his words stern yet imbued with an unmistakable tenderness. Director, let us begin. The chubby-cheeked boy spoke earnestly, harboring a hint of trepidation regarding the imminent awakening of his martial soul. The boy, known as Gu-E, had traversed into this realm 6 years prior. There was nothing particularly extraordinary about his arrival upon awakening. He found himself lying in a forest, his body having reverted to that of an infant. It was then that Flander, passing by, took him into his care, and thus he had spent the past 6 years within the confines of Shrek Academy. Alas, he bore no exceptional abilities. The deity of transmigration had merely deposited him here, neglecting to bestow upon him any means of survival. Perhaps it was an oversight. Having lived a mundane existence for 6 years, the moment of destiny had finally arrived. Flander summoned forth his categorical martial soul, channeling his soul power into the 6 gemstones laid upon the ground, that a gentle luminescent barrier enveloped Gu-E, golden specks of light streaming into his being. Gu-E felt a peculiar energy coursing through his body, but before he could fully comprehend it, he heard Flander's serious voice instructing, "Extend your right hand." After a prolonged pause, the golden light receded, yet Flander observed no discernible change. Oh, martial soul? How could that be? Throughout the annals of Douluo Continent, countless individuals had undergone awakening without ever encountering a scenario devoid of a martial soul. There must be some error. "Do you feel anything, you insufferable brat?" Responding to Flander's inquiry, Gu-E retracted his hand and assured, "Rest easy, Director. I have awakened my martial soul." Awakened a martial soul? How could he not see it? Such a significant martial soul imprint had seemingly vanished. What on earth is going on, you wretched child? This matter is no jest. Flander, unusually grave, regarded the situation with utmost seriousness. A martial soul is a pivotal aspect of one's life. It must be flawless. Indeed, but my martial soul is neither an artifact nor a beast. Gu-E observed the radiating white light of his meridians within, confirming that his awakened martial soul was, in fact, his very essence, his meridians. His words left the illustrious Furid Katigel, the legendary soaring horn, utterly bewildered. Was there truly a martial soul that existed beyond the realms of artifact and beast? Forgive his ignorance. Clarify yourself. Noticing Flander's increasingly troubled expression, Gu-E gathered his thoughts and explained, "My martial soul is the meridians within my body. They do not belong to any object, nor to any beast, which is why I stated that it is neither an artifact nor a beast martial soul." Flander's countenance grew grave. He had never encountered such an outrageous concept of a martial soul. Meridians could indeed serve as a martial soul. Flander recalled Yu Zaigang. Perhaps he would possess insight into this matter. Let us set aside the discussion of martial souls for the moment and ascertain whether you possess any soul power. Flander no longer dwelled on the matter of martial souls without soul power. All endeavors would be in vain. Gu-E placed his hand upon the blue crystal orb held by Flander. Ever since awakening his innate martial soul, he had sensed the presence of soul power, albeit unaware of its magnitude. Moments later, Gu-E felt the soul power within him being drawn forth, surging wildly towards the crystal orb. There exists soul power. The tension that had gripped Flander's heart finally subsided. The presence of soul power signified the potential for cultivation, marking the transition from an ordinary individual. Once the energy within him was depleted, the orb glowed significantly. "6th level innate soul power," Flander exclaimed, a hint of surprise in his voice. A level of 6 is not insignificant. While it may not classify one as a genius, it indicates above-average talent. Few in the world are capable of awakening soul power, and even fewer surpass the 5th level. Now, there is no need to worry about this troublesome Gu-E gazed at the orb, now glowing brightly, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Just moments ago, he had entertained fantasies of awakening with full innate soul power, only to be met with a harsh dose of reality. He was not Tang San, who could train in the Xintian skill from a young age. The mere awakening of soul power was already a stroke of luck. Wait! Gu-E suddenly realized that his martial soul was, in fact, his meridians, not merely those of a specific part of his body, but those throughout his entire being. Perhaps he could forge his own internal cultivation method. "You little rascal, you've already perused the meditation technique in the study. Dedicate yourself to training and strive to reach level 10 as soon as possible," Flander said, collecting the gemstones and the blue crystal orb before hastily departing. Although Flander did not explicitly state his intentions, Gu-E, having lived with him for 6 years, understood he was off to uncover the origins of his martial soul. Sitting upon his bed, Gu Yi adeptly began to meditate. He had previously attempted to meditate early to see if it would enhance his internal soul power, but to no avail. However, this had honed his patience, proving to be not entirely without merit. After awakening his martial soul, Gu Yi could distinctly sense that the barrier between himself and the world had seemingly shattered, allowing him to perceive the soul power that permeated the surroundings. As his meditation commenced, strands of soul power coalesced through his meridians, gathering in his lower abdomen. An hour later, Gu Yi rose, stretching his stiff legs, and felt the meager increase in his soul power, thoroughly dissatisfied with the current pace of his cultivation. At this rate, it would likely take 4 to 5 months to rise a single level. Would it not then require 2 years to achieve level 10? After stretching his legs, Gu Yi settled back into a cross-leg position, preparing to explore the methods of internal cultivation. With his martial soul, being his meridians, they had become more resilient, allowing him to easily detect subtle changes within, which would be of tremendous aid in developing an internal cultivation technique that, if any difficulties arise, one may always choose to abandon the endeavor. Just this fact alone would surely incite envy among countless souls who have perished in the pursuit of crafting techniques. Certainly, he now dared not channel his soul power into any crucial meridians, for any mistake could render him beyond salvation. In his previous life, he had encountered various theories concerning meridians, which circulate in a perpetual cycle, known as the internal circulation. Blood flows from the heart to every corner of the body and returns, invigorating it. If blood follows such a principle, perhaps soul power should adhere to the same doctrine. Gu Yi commenced the operation of his soul power through the meridians, starting from his lower abdomen, traversing through his left hand and foot, then to his right hand and foot, before returning once more to his lower abdomen. Upon completing this circuit, Gu Yi discovered a slight increase in his soul power. This revelation brought him immense joy, as it signified the successful creation of an internal martial arts technique. Although this technique was exceedingly rudimentary, lacking any branches and merely a chaotic loop, its speed was perhaps even inferior to meditation. Nonetheless, this instilled in Gu Yi a sense of hope with the unique weapon spirit of the meridians. It was indeed possible to forge a cultivable internal martial art. Despite its current simplicity, he held firm belief that one day, the internal martial art he crafted would surpass the Xiantian Gong. Gu Yi possessed this confidence. Chapter 2. The Presentation of Martial Arts. As anticipated, after Flander departed, he meticulously scoured nearly all the tomes in his collection, yet found not a single word of wisdom. Even now, with his soul power elevated to the remarkable level of 75, he still fell short compared to the long-established noble families. His martial spirit had only been separated during the second fight, and records from this era were scarce likely only the martial spirit hall and the top 3 sects would possess. Any documentation at this moment, Gu Yi chose not to further cultivate his soul power, but rather to focus on physical training. The body is the foundation of revolution, and since his martial spirit relied heavily on the physical form, this was of utmost importance. His method of physical training was far from antiquated like Yu Xiaojiang's. He practiced weighted running as a former modern individual. Though not a professional fitness enthusiast, he possessed a modicum of exercise knowledge. He had long incorporated push-ups and sit-ups into his regimen, which had fortified his physique beyond that of the average child, though he could not rival Tang San, who possessed the Xiantian Gong. Following his martial spirit awakening, Gu Yi felt a significant enhancement in all his physical attributes, particularly his resilience. Training also required innate talent. Previously, he had displayed commendable physical aptitude, with strength increasing steadily, allowing for greater exertion. For instance, before awakening his martial spirit, his limit for push-ups was 50. Now, he effortlessly reached 200, and despite some muscle soreness, he could still manage another 100. This improvement was not solely in strength, but more crucially, in physical resilience. After exercising all parts of his body, there was no longer a need for the frequent massages he previously required, as the spirit energy within him effectively nourished his physique. Gu Yi settled onto the ground to practice the rudimentary internal skill he had recently developed. Having practiced for only a short while, the soreness and fatigue in his body began to dissipate, and his internal spirit energy showed a notable increase, allowing him to perceive a greater absorption of spirit energy than before. I never anticipated that engaging in extreme sports would enhance the rate of spirit energy absorption. It seems that I must continue to intensify this form of training in the future. Gu Yi made his way to the dining hall, which remained open despite him being the sole prospective student at Shrek Academy. However, the meal was rather subpar. After all, even though Flinder held the esteemed title of Soul Sage, he lacked a significant background and was not of noble birth, making it quite normal for him to experience financial constraints. Upon finishing his meal, Gu-Yi proceeded to Flinder's office. Perhaps to demonstrate the dean's erudition, the office housed an impressive collection of books. This was also his purpose for visiting reading. Over the years, he had nearly finished all the books here, covering topics such as local customs, imperial events, and soul beast information, rendering him quite knowledgeable. His current objective was to seek out the soul beast for his first soul ring. His martial soul was unprecedented, with no predecessors or successors, leaving him with little guidance on how to cultivate it. Thus, he could only embark on the search for the most suitable soul beast on his own. His martial soul, which utilized the human body itself, grew stronger with the importance of the body. Much like Hua Yuhao's spiritual martial soul, which connected not just to the eyes but to the brain as well. This connection allowed him to become the most formidable mind in the entire Douluo continent, and even after attaining divinity, his consciousness remained unparalleled in the divine realm. Of course, his meridian martial soul was equally powerful, if not more so. The meridians encompassed the entire human body, intricately connecting the brain to the toes, yet he found himself at a loss regarding the cultivation method. Nevertheless, there was no need for undue haste. He still had a considerable journey ahead before reaching level 10, allowing him ample time to explore. As time swiftly passed, spring faded into autumn, and 6 months had gone by in the blink of an eye. One early morning, before dawn, a child was seen running through Shrek Academy. His cherubic face was already glistening with sweat, indicating that he had been running for some time. His tousled hair clung to his forehead, giving him a somewhat disheveled appearance. Despite this, the child's breathing remained steady and rhythmic. This child was none other than our protagonist, Gu-Yi. Compared to 6 months ago, Gu-Yi had undergone a remarkable transformation. Not only had he grown significantly taller, but his baby fat had also diminished considerably. Perhaps influenced by spirit energy, even after 6 months of exposure to the elements, his skin remained exceptionally fair and smooth, resembling that of a lively young bee. The final lap came to an end. Gu-Yi wasted no time, settling down to cultivate his soul power. Within him, the soul energy traversed a specific route, absorbing the external soul power, and upon returning to his lower abdomen, the overall quantity increased slightly. "It seems it is time to hunt for souls," Gu-Yi remarked, standing up and gazing at the newly risen sun, brimming with vitality. Over the past 6 months, he had been relentlessly exploring the boundaries of his cultivation through his meridian martial soul. The originally rudimentary operational route had multiplied exponentially, significantly enhancing his cultivation speed. More importantly, he had successfully unblocked the Yangwei meridian among the 8 extraordinary meridians, which not only aligned harmoniously with his cultivation techniques, but also tremendously accelerated his progress, granting him an elevation in rank. It was precisely due to this that he was able to attain the 10th level in just 6 months. Notably, Tang San had only managed to unblock one of the 8 extraordinary meridians at the age of 13, underscoring the formidable challenge they posed. All of this was attributed to his unique meridian martial soul, which allowed him to master his own channels, thereby encompassing the 8 extraordinary meridians within. Furthermore, he had already devised a path forward. Extending his right hand, a sharp surge of soul power erupted from his ring finger, leaving a pit on the ground. Yet, he felt somewhat dissatisfied with the outcome. Not only did his finger's meridian ache, but the effect also fell short of his expectations. This represented the path he envisioned for himself: martial arts. 5 months prior, he had been contemplating how to cultivate his meridian martial soul. It was inconceivable to simply discard the meridians and declare, "Wrap around." The very thought was repulsive. Meridians lack offensive capability. Even the most formidable soul beasts would be of no use if attached to them. Since following the conventional wisdom of this world proved futile, he resolved to adopt a different perspective. While meridians held little utility in this world, they were of paramount importance in another realm, being the very lifeblood of martial practitioners. Thus, the notion that emerged in his mind became inescapable. If the meridians could not be directly transformed into combat power, then they required a converter. Martial arts. With a multitude of martial philosophies from his past life, arriving in this world imbued with extraordinary power, presenting them all would surely prove formidable. If Tang San could traverse the Douluo continent relying on the Tang sect's concealed weapons and martial arts, why could he not amalgamate the martial philosophies of Blue Star to dominate the Douluo continent as well? Thus, he arrived at his current state. He had replicated the soul power version of the Sword of 6 Meridians, specifically the Guanchong Sword, as he had only unblocked the Yangwei Meridian among the 8 extraordinary meridians. which corresponded precisely to the lesser yang, Sanja meridian. However, compared to the 6 meridians stored from his memories, he still had a long way to go. Chapter 3. The Hunt for Soul Rings. After taking a bath, Gu Yi sought out Flanders. "What brings you here today, my mischievous lad? I trust you have perused all the books in this collection?" Flander regarded his adopted son, Gu Yi, with a sense of satisfaction. Especially over the years, having immersed himself in countless tomes, he had cultivated a refined demeanor, which, coupled with his youthful exuberance, created a fascinating contradiction. Yet, it is often such contradictions that wield the most potent allure. "I've reached level 10. Take me to hunt for a soul ring." Gu Yi gazed up at Flander, who was seated, requiring him to tilt his head back. "Level 10. Impressive," Flander remarked with an encouraging smile, taking a sip of tea, only to have it spray forth in the next instant. Years of physical training allowed Gu Yi to nimbly evade the unexpected onslaught of tea. With a hint of disdain, he cast a glance, pondering the significance of achieving merely the 10th level. What was all the fuss about? At this age, one should exhibit a semblance of composure. "What did you say? 10th level? How is that even conceivable?" Flander, well aware of the arduous journey to reach the 6th level, knew that attaining the 10th level necessitated at least a year and a half of diligent training. It had been a mere 6 months. How could one possibly have advanced to the 10th level? Truly, if you doubt it, simply test it with the crystal ball, and the truth will be revealed. Flander considered this and realized that the crystal ball would indeed unveil the reality. He cast a penetrating look at Gu Yi, silently vowing that if he dared to deceive him, he would surely be treated to a meal of bamboo stir-fried meat. Moments later, Flander stared in disbelief at the radiant crystal ball in his hand, which astonishingly confirmed the 10th level. "You little rascal, you truly are an anomaly. Your martial spirit is peculiar, and your training speed is astoundingly rapid." This was Flander's first encounter with such an extraordinary phenomenon. Had Yu Xiaojiang been present, he would have undoubtedly begun his research by now. "Shall we take our leave? The sooner we depart, the sooner we shall return." Gu Yi remained entirely composed. "No. I have yet to fully comprehend your martial spirit. It is imperative that we refrain from adding any soul rings at this moment. I am currently devising a means to locate the master, who possesses a unique understanding of martial spirits and can undoubtedly offer constructive insights. Patience, my young friend. Simply continue your cultivation for the time being. Even without a breakthrough in rank, your soul power can still progress. Once we have successfully added the soul rings, your level will naturally experience a corresponding enhancement. This is a theory developed by the master, who is indeed remarkable." Flandra held his longtime friend in high regard, persistently extolling his virtues. Gu Yi observed his excitement and could not bring himself to shatter his enthusiasm. He did not require Yu Xiaojiang's guidance in cultivating his martial soul. Although Yu Xiaojiang possessed a wealth of knowledge, having witnessed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and the Spirit Hall, no one in this world understood his own martial soul better than he did. He had long ago determined his future path, focusing on enhancing the resilience and strength of his meridians. This would greatly aid him in his subsequent studies of martial arts and internal cultivation techniques. There was no need for the dean's assistance, as he had already conducted some research on his martial soul and did not require further instruction from others. Gu Yi resolutely declined the request that Flander had been patiently awaiting. He had no intention of lingering any longer. Although one could cultivate without breaking through to a higher realm, the progress would be significantly slower than before. There exists a discernible disparity in the cultivation speed between soul masters and soul warriors. If one has the opportunity to swiftly enhance their abilities, why wait? He was not inclined to suppress his level. While rank may not encompass everything, it remains a profoundly crucial aspect. A desperate counterattack was not his style. He preferred to dominate through sheer prowess. Why wait for someone to beat you to the brink of exhaustion before unleashing your potential? He was not ailing. Flander regarded the resolute little fellow before him and conceded, "Very well, since you have made your decision, let us set forth." He was well aware of this troublesome boy, who never undertook actions without thorough preparation. "Zhao Wujia, keep an eye on the academy. I shall take this rascal to hunt for souls and return in a few days." In a certain resting area within the academy, Zhao Wujia was somewhat taken aback by Flander's voice, realizing that Gu Yi had swiftly met the criteria for an additional soul ring. "So, what spirit beast do you intend to augment?" Flander inquired, as he summoned his martial spirit to soar above, holding Gu Yi in one hand. "The sky blue bamboo," Gu Yi replied. "I have researched it thoroughly. The resilience of the sky blue bamboo is extraordinary, and its life force is exceptionally robust, enabling my meridians to become more resilient and capable of withstanding greater soul power impacts. Flander, although unfamiliar with Gu Yi's martial spirit, was well acquainted with the sky blue bamboo. This spirit beast was not classified as rare. It was quite common, though certainly more elusive than blue silvergrass. Have you truly considered this? Even if the sky blue bamboo fortifies your so-called meridians, what valuable soul skills can you possibly gain? Flander gazed at Gu Yi with a hint of confusion. After all, he had trained his body since childhood and had become particularly devoted to physical conditioning over the past 6 months. Was it merely to acquire a feeble soul skill? Sort of, Gu Yi replied. Gu Yi did not provide an explanation. According to his plan, the enhancement of Tianqing bamboo's meridians was paramount. Should the plan falter and fail to replicate truly formidable martial arts, it would necessitate a strategic shift. Conversely, if successful, it would serve as a delightful surprise for Flanders. However, for the first spirit ring, Flanders did not escort him to the Stardoe forest. Instead, they journeyed to the soul-hunting forest. Flanders did not directly enter the soul-hunting forest, but chose to halt outside the quaint town. You little rascal, take a good look. This is the realm of spirit masters. Listening to various teams recruiting soul masters, Gu Yi felt a sense of novelty that was absent in Shrek. However, years of diligent study had significantly refined his temperament, preventing him from behaving like a child running amok. Instead, his eyes wandered left and right, taking in the surroundings. Halt, commanded the captain of the soldiers responsible for the inspection. Flander did not respond verbally. He merely revealed his soul rings, his expression remaining indifferent. Forgive us, esteemed soul sage, for our lack of discernment. The soldier captain hastily apologized, fully aware that they could not afford to offend such a powerful figure. Flander paid them no mind, not even glancing in their direction, and proceeded inside with Gu Yi. After they departed, a soldier behind the captain muttered, "Why would a soul sage come to such a humble place?" This remark provoked the captain to swiftly turn and kick the soldier, admonishing him not to drag others down with his foolishness. The affairs of the soul sage were beyond his comprehension. Soul masters enjoyed considerable privileges, and those of greater strength wielded even more. As they ventured further into the realm of soul beasts, caution was imperative. Flander offered this advice, but did not elaborate further. Without giving Gu Yi a chance for practical experience, he lifted him into the air. There was little value in training someone who had yet to become a soul master. It was best to first equip him with a soul ring. In the soul-hunting forest, Flander felt quite confident. Chapter 4. The first soul ring, the celestial bamboo. A common plant-type soul beast possesses distinct weaknesses. Not only is it immobile, but its habitat is also quite singular. Coupled with the enhanced vision provided by the cat-eagle martial spirit, it took Flander merely half an hour to locate a celestial bamboo. This celestial bamboo is not particularly powerful, making it quite suitable as your first soul ring, Flander remarked, gazing at the celestial bamboo not far away after they landed. Gu Yi cast a few glances, yet was even more convinced than Flander that this celestial bamboo was at least 500 years old. However, he refrained from elaborating, not to mention that his physique had long surpassed that of an ordinary beast soul master, coupled with the mastery of a unique meridian system and his self-developed internal techniques. These were the foundations of his strength. Were it not for the concern that the soul ring of a millennium-old soul beast might possess a qualitative enhancement, he might have even urged Flander to accompany him in search of such a creature. Although the theories posited by the master were fraught with significant errors and shortcomings, they still held merit. Let us proceed with this one. Upon receiving Gu Yi's response, Flander unleashed a wave of soul power that struck the celestial bamboo from a distance of several dozen meters, causing cracks to appear on its surface. Very well. Take this knife and go eliminate the celestial bamboo. Flander produced a short knife from seemingly nowhere. No need, teacher, just watch closely. Gu Yi stepped forward, extending his right hand towards the nearby Tianqing bamboo, unleashing a swift strike with the Guanchong sword. What he initially deemed an unimpressive weapon unexpectedly yielded astonishing results. With a single blow, it pierced through the bamboo, causing it to topple to the ground. Behind him, Flander's eyes widened in disbelief. What he witnessed was remarkable. Self-created soul skills. Indeed, aside from acquiring soul skills by absorbing soul rings at higher levels, there exist exceptionally gifted individuals capable of developing their own formidable techniques. Such skills are referred to as self-created soul skills. Today, he was witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon in a child scarcely 7 years old. It was utterly inconceivable. A yellow soul ring materialized above the fallen bamboo, and Flander, momentarily forgetting his astonishment, urgently shouted, "You little rascal, absorb that soul ring." Gui had perused a multitude of books and comprehended the intricacies of absorbing the soul ring. He deftly channeled his soul power to draw the yellow soul ring closer. As the ring entered his body, he felt an immense pressure. Without a moment's hesitation, he commenced the operation of his cultivation technique to absorb the soul ring. A surge of intensely scorching energy flooded into him, causing a palpable pain throughout his body. The searing energy enveloped him, and as he continued to cultivate, he gradually began to gain control over the energy coursing through him, allowing it to navigate within his body while simultaneously fortifying his meridians, rendering them more robust and resilient, an achievement he had never attained in his previous training. Slowly, Gui sensed something within him shatter. The previously insurmountable bottleneck had suddenly become unimpeded. Moreover, through this absorption, he discovered that his soul power could now penetrate even the most elusive and minuscule meridians. The soul power within his lower abdomen had grown denser and more substantial. Not only that, Gui felt as though his body had completely opened up. As if he was no longer separate from the cosmos, all 360 acupoints in his body seemed to breathe in unison. And the speed of his soul power circulation had markedly accelerated. Dimly, he also began to discern what his first soul skill would be. The system of soul masters was indeed peculiar, allowing one to grasp various powerful soul skills without the arduous training required in martial arts, making soul skills relatively simpler to master. However, his primary concern was not these revelations. Rather, it was the transformation of his meridians that assured him of his success. His meridians had become extraordinarily strong, enabling him to condense the sword of closure with ease, freeing him from the previous agony associated with his meridians. Rising to his feet, Gui realized that his absorption of the soul ring had not only led to profound internal changes, but also significant external transformations. He had grown taller, no longer needing to look up when seated beside Flinder. Furthermore, his body had become smoother and more refined, rivaling that of white jade. Success. "Let me witness your soul skill," Flinder said, his eagerness to discern Gui's abilities palpable. Should Gui's assumptions prove erroneous, it would be essential to mitigate any potential losses. The second soul ring could not be subjected to his whims. First soul skill, enhanced defense. A yellow soul ring ascended from beneath his feet, gleaming momentarily. Flinder, reminiscent of the moment he first awakened Gui's martial soul, observed with keen eyes, yet failed to perceive any discernible change. What is the function of this soul skill? Even with the discerning eyes of a soul sage, he could not ascertain its benefits. Indeed, this martial soul was exceedingly peculiar. Gui had not anticipated that the soul skill he acquired would be this one. He responded, "It enhances physical resilience by 100 and energy resistance by 150. Flinder furrowed his brow slightly. This soul skill indeed sounded impressive. Yet it was particularly beneficial for soul masters with robust physiques and beast martial souls. However, for Gui, the awakening of his martial soul had not significantly improved his physical attributes, and the martial soul manifestation could not augment his physical prowess either. In essence, the effect was rather negligible, rendering this soul skill somewhat ineffective. Gui observed the frown on Flander's face and felt quite satisfied with this soul skill, especially the enhancement of energy resistance, which enabled him to realize many of his ideas. By the way, I haven't yet inquired. Was the soul skill you just demonstrated one of your own creation? Flander finally recalled the matter of self-created soul skills. Dean, are you certain you wish for me to elucidate this here? Gui gestured subtly to his surroundings, as the earlier commotion had already attracted the attention of nearby soul beasts. Although Flander could easily dispatch these soul beasts, which were less than 1,000 years old, he deemed it unnecessary. Not only would it waste soul power, but it could also invite unnecessary trouble. "Let us return to the academy," he declared, once again seizing Gui with the ease of an eagle clutching its prey and soaring away. As they flew further from the increasingly distant forest, Gui found himself pleasantly surprised by the smoothness and swiftness of this soul-hunting expedition. Although the outcome had shifted slightly, it remained a fortuitous occurrence for him. Martial arts. Here I come, Gui thought. Meanwhile, on the western side of Shenghan village, a young lad stood atop a stool, preparing a meal. Accompanied by the sounds of snoring and the unpleasant scent of alcohol, the boy displayed no sign of resentment. For him, the precious bond of family was paramount. The act of cooking was trivial. As long as he existed, that sufficed. Anyone who dared to disrupt his family would meet a dire fate. With this thought, A flicker of murderous intent crossed the eyes of the young Tang San. Chapter 5. Pure Essence. Upon returning to the academy, Gu Yi had no intention of concealing his connection with Flander, nor did he hide the truth of his transmigration. Instead, he laid bare everything else. Thus, it was revealed that his enhancement of soul power was not through meditation, but rather by utilizing his meridians as conduits to absorb external soul energy. After a moment of silence, Flander cautiously inquired once more. Indeed, even the soul technique he had previously demonstrated was similarly executed, released through the operation of his meridians. As the person closest to him in this world, Gui held deep trust in Flander. With his presence, the future of Shrek Academy would undoubtedly differ, as he would never allow it to become an institution accessible only to the noble elite. A millennium hence, during the era of the Soul Masters, admission to Shrek Academy would require not only a requisite level of soul power, but also a letter of recommendation from the main city. It was a formidable challenge for a commoner to even meet the city lord, let alone secure such a letter. This vision of Shrek was one he could not abide. Even the current iteration of Shrek fell short of his ideals, particularly with the motto proclaiming, "Those who do not dare to stir trouble are mediocrities." This was the source of his greatest discomfort. In his eyes, a school should be a place of knowledge and education, not a haven for ruffians. This notion he could never accept. However, his current status was humble, his strength limited, rendering him unable to sway Flander's opinions. During this time, he had also discerned the timeline. It had been 4 years since the demise of the previous pope, King Sunji, and Tang San was now nearly 5 years old. This indicated that he had ample time to develop. At the very least, the future Shrek 7 monsters must not resemble their eventual forms. The flamboyant and reckless characters such as the lecherous phoenix, the licentious white tiger, the path of death Tang San, the threatening Ning Rongrong, and the willful Xiao Wu must not tarnish the integrity of Shrek Academy. The institution should embody the essence of academia. Among the Shrek 7, he held the deepest admiration for Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing. Oscar, a commoner, was a true innate soul power genius, the first auxiliary system titled Douluo of Douluo Continent, possessing a martial soul that surpassed even the 7 treasures glazed tower. Zhu Zhuqing, a young lady from a prominent family, constantly threatened by life's perils due to an arranged marriage, may not have possessed exceptional talent, yet through sheer determination, she ascended step by step to greatness. These two were undoubtedly the ones he esteemed the most. Arriving in this world, it was imperative to instigate certain changes, having come, seen, and transformed. Director, should you wish to learn, I shall compile my findings into a tome and present it to you when it is complete. Gu Yi is certainly not one to become complacent or harbor any narrow-minded views. The capabilities and thoughts of an individual are inherently limited. To hoard knowledge and remain stagnant, shunning progress, will inevitably lead to one's obsolescence in the face of advancing times. Much like the Tang sect a millennium hence, where hidden weapons faded into the vast annals of history with the advent of soul-guiding devices, collective efforts yield greater flames. Moreover, he intends to utilize these martial arts and techniques as educational materials for the future Shrek Academy, aiming to leave a profound impact on the world. As his thoughts expanded, Gu Yi felt a surge of passion welling up within him. In this lifetime, if one does not leave behind a mark or instigate some form of change, are they not rendered useless? Upon returning, Gu Yi finally had the opportunity to reflect upon his own transformations. His meridians, now embodying his martial spirit, hold paramount significance for his future endeavors. Even though there may not be immediate dangers, caution is imperative. His meridians have inherited the virtues of the celestial blue bamboo, resilience, and vitality. While these attributes may not seem as formidable as sheer strength or destructive power, it is precisely this quality that he values. Meridians do not require the superfluous might of various forces. Gu Yun practiced his cultivation technique several times, and not only did the time required to complete a full cycle of the meridian system decrease by half, but the soul energy he absorbed also increased to twice its previous amount. Moreover, his meridians were now capable of withstanding far greater forces. All of this was merely a result of absorbing a single soul ring. Following this breakthrough, Guiyun realized it was time to refine his cultivation method further. The intricate and previously dormant meridians should also be incorporated, as these pathways could not be overlooked. Even if they did not belong to the 12 main meridians or the 8 extraordinary vessels, their significance must not be underestimated. However, revising the technique would require thoughtful consideration. and the creation of martial arts demands continuous experimentation. Gu Yi ran his fingers through his dark hair, relieved that he was still young and his mind could accommodate the task at hand. However, before delving deeper, he deemed it prudent to transcribe the cultivation techniques, serving as a means of self-review and reinforcement. Understanding a technique is one thing. Imparting that knowledge is an entirely different endeavor. Grasping the intricacies of a cultivation method is no simple feat, and pinning it down poses an even greater challenge. On the first page of his manuscript, Gu Yi refrained from inscribing a single word. Instead, he meticulously outlined the human meridians in their entirety. Gu Yi boldly asserts that no one in this world possesses a deeper understanding of the meridians than he does. Even the time traveler Tang San cannot rival his knowledge. Fortunately, after years of diligent study and practice, his hands remained steady, enabling him to create illustrations with remarkable precision. He then embarked on elucidating the techniques and operational pathways from the very beginning. As the founder of this practice, he finds no difficulty in this endeavor. These pathways have been meticulously calculated by him from scratch, ensuring they are safe and harmless. Although the soul power he cultivates lacks extraordinary qualities, it is characterized by its purity, longevity, rapid recovery speed, and absence of rejection. It transcends the dichotomy of yin and yang and disregards attributes. They had originally returned in the afternoon. Thus, this creative endeavor spanned the entire night. During this process, Gu Yi discovered several perplexing issues that warranted improvement. While they did not hinder his cultivation, they still required clarification. After drawing the last page, Gu Yi set down his pen, exhaling deeply as he stretched his body. Gazing at the numerous pages before him, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment. This was the first mark he had left in this world, and even in death, this book would endure. Contemplating the blank cover, he decided against an ostentatious title, settling instead on the simple phrase Pure Yuan. However, recognizing the many areas for enhancement, he added the words initial creation at the end, signifying that there remains room for improvement. After Gu Yi placed the book on the table, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Given his current physical and mental state, he should not have felt fatigued after a night without sleep. However, a night filled with mental exertion certainly warranted exhaustion. Shortly after he drifted off, a figure entered the room. Flandre gazed at his weary foster son, moved by the sight. He was aware that the lights had burned throughout the night, which prompted his visit. As he prepared to leave, Flandre unexpectedly noticed a brand new book on the table, inscribed with the words Pure Yuan Gong, Initial Creation. He reached out to touch it, but withdrew his hand, subsequently departing the room. Chapter 6. The Recreation of Martial Arts. It was not until the following morning that Gu Yi awoke. He had slept for a full day and night, sufficiently restoring the mental energy he had expended. Gu Yi felt an overwhelming sense of comfort coursing through his body. After casually stretching, he decided to impart the Pure Yuan skill to Flandre. It was prudent to master this technique as early as possible. Regardless of his myriad thoughts, he required someone to safeguard him during his vulnerable moments. The emergence of martial arts would undoubtedly usher in unprecedented transformations within this world, especially as he intended to disseminate these martial principles far and wide. This ambition, however, was fraught with significant taboos, necessitating the presence of a protector. Flandre was his sole option at present, and indeed, the most suitable one. Although his cultivation level was not on par with a title Douluo as a soul sage, he possessed formidable strength among soul masters. Particularly after mastering internal skills, his power could be further augmented, making him more than capable of shielding Gu Yi through his weakest phases. Moreover, Flandre had nurtured him, a bond unparalleled by any other. Their relationship transcended that of mere father and son. Without the slightest hesitation, Gu Yi entrusted the Pure Yuan skill to Flandre. It was only after Gu Yi's consent that Flandre eagerly opened the Pure Yuan skill, instantly captivated by its innovative cultivation methods. As a soul sage, his control over soul power far surpassed Gu Yi's, and his mastery over his body was equally impressive. According to the records in the book, Flandre swiftly completed a cycle of the Pure Yuan skill. To his astonishment, as the soul power surged within him, he discovered a slight enhancement in his own abilities. Though it was but a minor increment, one must remember that he was a soul sage. The path to improvement was inherently more laborious than for a novice like Gu Yi. With a few more months of training, he felt confident he could ascend a level. Flandre was exhilarated. At his age, advancements in cultivation could only be achieved through the relentless passage of time. This technique offered him both shock and the potential for continued growth. However, such a precious skill must not be readily disseminated, should it be shared. It was imperative that recipients pledge their allegiance to their martial spirits, lest it be granted too lightly. Following his excitement, Flander felt a chill run down his spine. This was indeed a remarkable treasure, capable of altering the very landscape of the Soul Master community. Yet, such treasures are coveted by all. Their inherent value bears the risk of attracting envy and peril. Gui is not a mere child. Well, he may still be considered one. Yet he comprehends the intricacies of the situation. Especially now, this is no longer the tranquil society of his former life, basked in the glow of the red flag. Instead, it is a feudal society with clear class distinctions. It is solely due to the emergence of soul masters that this world has become distorted, affording ordinary individuals a chance to ascend. Dean, I grasp this point. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Gui had no desire to remain in this place. Exchanging glances with Flander, there were numerous matters that required his attention. The experiments in martial arts, the evolution of techniques, and the circulation of meridians. All these pursuits demanded ample time to cultivate. Flander, at a loss for how to instruct this extraordinary adopted son and pupil, could only allow him to develop on his own. The peculiarity of his martial spirit was unprecedented, rendering any form of guidance impossible. This left Flander with a sense of frustration, as he found himself unable to teach his own disciple. It was indeed a source of deep vexation. With this thought, Flander swiftly departed from the academy, his destination unknown. At this moment, Gui is diligently studying the functions of the meridians. To comprehend the phenomena without grasping their underlying principles is inadvisable. Which meridians belong to Yang? Which meridians are classified as Yin? Furthermore, which organs are associated with them? A martial art is birthed through classification and categorization. Its sole power does not exhibit any particular inclination. If one must identify a tendency, it would be toward life or vitality. This recent absorption of a soul ring revealed that the soul ring not only fortifies his physique, but also provides extraordinary refinement to his meridians, even aiding in the unblocking of the extraordinary meridians known as the 8 extraordinary vessels. Prior to the absorption, he had only opened the Yang Wei vessel among these 8. But following the absorption, the Yin Wei vessel is set to be unlocked as well. He intends to attempt the absorption of a Millennium Soul Ring next. However, based on this experience, it is evident that he still has some distance to cover before achieving that goal. His physical body must be significantly strengthened first. In the era of information explosion in his previous life, various martial arts and fantasy novels presented countless methods for enhancing the body, an overwhelming number indeed. Yet very few are truly applicable. Techniques, such as body tempering through lightning, seem utterly fantastical and impractical for him at this moment. Nevertheless, Gui has set his sights on another martial art, the Golden Bell Shield. It is not that he possesses mastery over this skill, but rather that its entry-level practice is remarkably simple. One merely needs to endure strikes. More precisely, it involves striking the body with wooden boards to integrate inner strength into the body, combined with medicinal baths to enhance the physical form. As the saying goes, bones that have been broken are often stronger than those that have not. As a descendant of traditional Chinese medicine in his previous life, he is privy to certain medicinal bath recipes that others may not know. Coupled with his years of study in herbalism, Gui is confident he can concoct an even more effective medicinal bath formula. Before embarking on this endeavor, he must also prepare adequately. Merely enduring blows will not suffice to cultivate the legendary Golden Bell Shield. Even if the term has become a commonplace reference in later generations, mastering it is undeniably complex and far from easy. Moreover, he lacks any martial arts manuals, relying solely on his own explorations. Creating a martial arts manuscript that rivals the Golden Bell Shield is certainly no trivial task. While soul power is not identical to inner strength, they do share similar characteristics. If not, why did Tang San, after 6 years of cultivating the Xiantian skill, possess inner strength sufficient to render him a being of innate full soul power? Soul power can also nourish the body, contributing to longevity. Titled Douluos can live for centuries, and peerless Douluos may even reach a millennium. If soul power did not possess such properties, how could it sustain the immortality of the flesh? With these thoughts in mind, Gui ventured into the woods behind the academy to procure several thick wooden boards, each wide enough to be held comfortably in hand. Each board boasts a thickness of 5 centimeters. Even though he is currently a soul master, his physical prowess surpasses that of an average adult. Nevertheless, Being struck by such hefty boards would undoubtedly be quite painful. With his materials prepared, he now requires a partner. He has already considered this assistant, Zhao Wujie, whose martial soul is the mighty Golden Bear, and who is also one of the instructors at Shrek Academy. Having him serve as the subject for the Golden Bell Shield practice presents only benefits, not drawbacks. Moreover, Gui is confident that he will agree. For should Gui master the Golden Bell Shield, it would also be advantageous for Zhao Wujie. The mighty Golden Bear is fundamentally rooted in defense and strength. Mastering the Golden Bell Shield, a technique renowned for its formidable defense, would further enhance his capabilities. It is an opportunity too good to pass up. Furthermore, Zhao Wujie, being a teacher at the academy, is naturally inclined to assist students in their training. Chapter 7. Experiment. Are you out of your mind? Asking me to strike you with this wooden plank? Zhao Wujie gazed at the diminutive figure before him, utterly unaware of such peculiar inclinations residing within him. Could it be that the recent hunting expedition had rattled his brain? After all, what sane individual would permit another to wield a thick wooden board for the purpose of striking? If not a matter of sanity, then what could it possibly be? Teacher, I am conducting an experiment to ascertain whether I can develop a unique soul technique. I kindly seek your assistance. Zhao Wujie broke into a grin. For he too had been feeling a bit restless lately. A fine target had presented itself for his practice, and he saw no reason to decline. Then you best brace yourself. Without further ado, he seized the wooden board, aiming it directly at Gui. Come on, teacher. At this juncture, he had no intention of retreating. His soul power was already coursing through his meridians. Although Zhao Wujie had consented to the endeavor, he refrained from exerting excessive force. After all, he was the teacher, and Gui was still the adopted son of Flender. It would be both inappropriate and illogical to strike with full force, lest Flender return and seek retribution. Even under careful control, the sound of the impact reverberated through the air. Bang! The wooden board made intimate contact with Gui's chest, the overwhelming force causing him to stumble back a few paces, leaving him momentarily breathless. Had it not been for the protective barrier of soul power he had summoned earlier, this strike could have very well resulted in a grievous injury. However, Gui felt no trace of soul energy merging with his body. The first attempt was unsuccessful. He would try again. Gui is not one to easily concede defeat. After regaining his composure, he once again positioned himself beneath the wooden plank. Zhao Wujie refrained from urging him to continue. Thus, they spent the entire afternoon amidst the sounds of impact. Pff, Gui knelt on the ground, expelling a mouthful of stagnant blood. Throughout the entire afternoon, there was not the slightest change. Not even a trace of spiritual energy was infused. Aside from its ability to invigorate his blood circulation and provide a protective effect, no permanent enhancement to his physical condition was discerned. Gui harbored doubts about the correctness of his thoughts. If it were indeed possible to integrate soul power into the physical body, leading to a transformation, surely someone would have discovered it long ago. After all, the existence of a limit on the years of soul ring cultivation for soul masters has persisted throughout the ages. Are you all right, young man? Zhao Wujie felt somewhat numbed. What kind of monster was this lad, possessing such remarkable physical resilience to endure for so long? If Flender were to return and witness this scene, he would undoubtedly engage in a confrontation with himself. Gui shook his head, dismissing the matter as mere trifling injuries. It sufficed to expel the congealed blood. I am grateful for your assistance, esteemed teacher. I shall take my leave now. Gui rose, not forgetting to greet Zhao Wujie before turning to leave. Zhao Wujie, left behind, gazed at the wooden planks beneath him, utterly perplexed as to what manner of self-created soul technique would necessitate self-mutilation for its cultivation. He simply could not comprehend it. After Gui returned to her room, she first placed the previously prepared medicinal pouch into the bathtub, utilizing the herbal bath to expedite the healing of her physical wounds. Simultaneously, she did not neglect to cultivate her internal power. Once the water had completely cooled, Gui emerged from the icy depths. Thanks to the synergy of the medicinal bath and her soul energy, her internal injuries had healed, and furthermore, her physique had strengthened slightly. Gui donned her attire and approached the table, lost in profound contemplation, pondering the source of the dilemma. There exists no heritage. All matters stem from mere imagination. The chasm between imagination and reality is self-evident and requires no further elaboration. Gui can only deduce from the knowledge at hand. Soul power can enhance physical qualities, enabling one to become swifter and stronger. Yet it cannot permanently augment the corporeal form. There must be a crucial aspect that has been overlooked. The following day, Gui once again sought out Zhao Wuji, but this time he employed a different approach. Last night, he immersed the wooden boards in a medicinal bath, imbuing them with healing properties. With no materials available, he decided to experiment gradually. Failure, after all, is the mother of success. Zhao Wuji regarded Gui's persistent efforts with confusion, unable to fathom his intentions. For the sake of an uncertain self-created soul technique, he was willing to endure bodily harm and endure excruciating pain to press on. Teacher, I implore you for assistance. Gui steadfastly gazed at Zhao Wuji. For this was his path, the path of martial arts. His determination to pursue this way would never waver. Zhao Wuji was not easily swayed by emotions, yet at this moment, an unexpected impulse to assist him in perfecting his self-created soul technique surged within him. Very well, I shall aid you. Upon accepting the wooden board, Zhao Wuji immediately sensed a difference. It felt heavier than the previous day and exuded a distinct medicinal aroma. Surely, this fragrance could only be achieved by soaking in a medicinal concoction overnight. Zhao Wuji, however, held little interest in such matters. His martial soul and character clearly indicated that he was not one inclined towards meticulousness or deep investigation. For half a month, Gui diligently brought the wooden board to Zhao Wuji each day, refusing to relent until he was beaten to the brink of bloodshed. Yet, aside from a notable increase in his resilience to punishment, there was no discernible progress. During this period, some misunderstandings arose. A few days prior, when Flander returned and beheld Gui being struck by Zhao Wuji with the wooden board, he became infuriated. How dare you bully Gui like this while I was away for just a few days? He shouted. Flander, having just flown back, did not even need to activate his martial soul anew. He swiftly launched himself toward Zhao Wuji. Although Zhao Wuji's strength and defense were formidable, he was somewhat cumbersome in speed. Before he could explain, he received a punch to the eye, leaving him with a shiner. Even with his martial soul activated, he found himself with a bruised visage. After an explanation, Flander realized he had made a grave error and hurriedly approached Zhao Wuji to apologize. Zhao Wuji wore a dark expression, offering no warmth in his demeanor. He had done his part as a good person, and he hoped this father-son dynamic would not trouble him again. Acknowledging his fault, Flander allowed Zhao Wuji to vent his frustrations. You rascal! How can you create a soul technique in such a manner? He remarked, turning his ire toward Gui as he observed Zhao Wuji, enveloped in a cloud of resentment. Gui was quite adept at reading the room, echoing the sentiments expressed around him. Thus, the matter was quickly brushed aside. Teacher Zhao Wuji, another student has come seeking your guidance. Zhao Wuji was genuinely fatigued, not in body, but in spirit. This lad truly seemed oblivious to pain. Following his usual practice, Zhao Wuji picked up the wooden board and struck it against Gui. Having endured such blows for a period of time, Gui had grown well acquainted with the force exerted. A few days prior, he had refrained from utilizing his soul power, focusing intently on the sensations coursing through his body. Though the board merely struck his skin, its impact resonated within his meridians, that is, his martial soul. Flander stood by the window, listening to the rhythmic thuds, his brow slightly furrowed in confusion. It was evident that he had yet to embrace this unique approach to soul technique. Had it not been for Gui's consistent cultivation, he would have intervened long ago. Contemplating this, Flander felt a twinge of satisfaction. Although his student and adopted son was not endowed with innate full soul power, his rate of advancement was accelerating remarkably. After absorbing his soul ring, he had already attained the rank of a level 12 soul master, and in a mere fortnight, he was on the brink of reaching level 13. Chapter 8. Oscar. Today, however, Gui experienced a distinctly different sensation. Yet, he was still unable to fully unravel this newfound feeling. The constriction around his neck was quite uncomfortable. As the board struck him repeatedly, Gui could feel his body reverberating, attentively sensing the shifts within the oscillations. Gui finally comprehended the reason behind her previous inability to integrate her spiritual energy into her corporeal form. A mere thought. Yet she felt an unwavering conviction in its validity, even before any validation had commenced. As another strike resonated, Gui astutely directed her spiritual energy to replicate the same vibrations. This time, however, the spiritual energy failed to meld with her flesh, and the earlier vibrations inflicted a dual blow upon her body, amplifying the damage. Despite the setback, Gui harbored no trace of despondency, for she sensed that the ultimate success was now within her grasp. The synchronization of the dual vibrations had not been achieved, leading to a slight miscalculation in her spiritual energy. Once more, Gui could not help but exclaim, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Although Zhao Wuji was unaware of the underlying circumstances, he continued to wield the wooden board with fervor. With each successive failure, Gui became increasingly convinced that her thoughts were not misguided. The vibrations of her body and the fluctuations of her soul power remained stubbornly discordant, failing to achieve perfect harmony. Gui halted Zhao Wuji, who was brandishing a wooden board. He had discovered the crux of the matter. The discrepancy between the body's vibrations and the soul power stemmed from the fact that these two forces were not entirely generated by him. No matter how adept Zhao Wuji was at controlling his strength, he could not achieve identical force, position, and angle with every strike. Such precision was beyond the capabilities of others. It was a feat only he could accomplish. Gui expressed his gratitude to the teacher for their hard work and hastily departed. From that moment, he would have to seek out the appropriate methods to accomplish everything on his own. Gui returned to his chamber, yearning for a harmonious resonance between his physical form and spiritual essence, a task far from simple. Repeated endeavors culminated in a series of failures, leaving him with a sense of madness. Despite his efforts, he could not align the vibrations of his body with that of his soul, always hindered by subtle discrepancies. These minute distinctions were the very cause of his incessant setbacks. At last, he recalled the nature of his martial soul, possessing an unparalleled advantage, his innate martial spirit. This was not merely an ordinary martial soul, it was one that interconnected throughout his entire being. If he could induce vibrations within his meridians, he might stimulate a corresponding tremor in his body. After several minutes, Gui opened his eyes to gaze upon his unaltered left thumb. Although there were no visible changes on the surface, nor significant internal transformations, he had succeeded in merging a wisp of soul power into his flesh, thereby augmenting his thumb-mesh strength ever so slightly. This was no mere illusion. He genuinely felt a newfound potency in that digit compared to the rest of his body. This time, he had truly triumphed. Even a minor advancement brought him immense joy, as it represented a creative breakthrough. It signified that he could strengthen his physique through this method, thereby extending the duration for absorbing soul rings and transcending his limits. In his exhilaration, Gui recognized the considerable distance he still needed to traverse before fully realizing this martial art. Complacency was not an option. He aspired to alter many aspects of his future, for without strength, nothing was achievable in this world. The prospect of failing to meet Flinder's enrollment criteria loomed large, casting doubt on his chances of entering Shrek Academy, let alone changing the course of future events. As days turned into weeks, and spring yielded to autumn, Gui had reached the age of 7. Today, Shrek Academy buzzed with activity, welcoming an additional little one into its fold. Gui gazed at the diminutive figure before him, a stark contrast to his own stature, and found it difficult to fathom that this child would one day ascend to become the first food system title Douluo on the continent. It was even more astonishing to consider that he could wield strength comparable to that of a battle soul master while serving as a support soul master. Such accomplishments were remarkable, and Oscar was undoubtedly one of the individuals he admired most within the entirety of Shrek Academy. Though Oscar was still quite young, his features were already strikingly apparent, with enchanting peach blossom eyes that captivated those around him and a delicate, youthful visage brimming with collagen. He was destined to grow into an exceptionally handsome young man. "I heard from the dean that you are a food system soul master," Gui remarked. Oscar, now just 6 years old, exhibited a personality that was naturally less extroverted than Gui's, yet he did not shy away to hide behind Vlad. "Indeed, my martial soul is a sausage. Would you care to try it?" Oscar inquired, piqued by Gui's words. "Certainly." Gui observed the young Oscar reciting the phrase "lousy has a root of large sausage." Although it felt somewhat peculiar, it did not have any significant impact. What does this truly signify? Gui slowly savored the sausage under Oscar's eager gaze. To be honest, it was quite delectable, though it lacked a touch of spice that would have enhanced its flavor even further. Moreover, the soul power and physical strength he had exhausted during his training had been restored. It was rather enjoyable. Flander nodded discreetly nearby. Such a temperament was precisely what he sought in future students of Shrek Academy. He certainly did not underestimate Gui's understanding of these matters. His collection included not only serious literature, but also more serious texts. As a soul master, particularly one with a beast martial spirit, it was entirely natural to possess certain desires. Gui had perused those texts extensively. This was a rare insight for Flander into Gui's less conventional interests. Oscar's soul skill was indeed somewhat off-putting, but merely so. Its efficacy was undeniable. In the struggle for survival, what did such matters amount to? When pushed to the brink, one often ceased to be wholly human. Flander had encountered those who were no longer quite human. Oscar, witnessing Gui genuinely embrace his soul skill, felt a surge of joy. It appeared their rapport was quite amicable. Henceforth, you shall guide him in familiarizing himself with the academy, you little rascal. Flander was pleased to have discovered this innate culinary genius with a full soul power, yet he was also somewhat disheartened. Initially, he had intended to take Gui as his disciple, but he felt ill-equipped to impart his teachings. A meridian martial spirit was unprecedented and unheard of. How could he teach such a unique talent? He was determined not to give up on finding a disciple to inherit his legacy. Children are inherently lively. And with Gui being a reincarnated adult, Oscar quickly developed a fondness for this slightly older peer, even feeling a tinge of admiration. That evening, Oscar ceased to pester Gui, allowing him time to delve into his own martial arts pursuits. After months of contemplation and study, he had created an entirely new body-tempering martial art. It was not akin to the golden bell shield he had previously envisioned, but rather reminiscent of the techniques found in traditional Chinese martial arts, such as the tiger and leopard thunder sound. By mimicking the sounds of a tiger, he generated vibrations within his body, which were controllable. To this point in his training, Gui had mastered the ability to regulate these vibrations within a precise range, allowing his soul power to meld seamlessly into his flesh. Compared to 6 months prior, Gui had not only bulked up, but had also grown taller, nearing a height of 1.4 meters. Thus, he felt justified in regarding Oscar as a little runt. Chapter 9. Tiger and Leopard Thunder Sound Now. Even without the use of soul power, Gui could defeat the version of himself that had just awakened his soul power, relying solely on his physical prowess. Gui, finding the task cumbersome, refrained from bestowing a new name upon this martial art, retaining the title of Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound. He meticulously documented it in his tome, also reflecting upon the flaws inherent in his own existence. Compared to 6 months prior, he had not only conceived the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound technique, but had also further refined his pure Yuan Gong, rendering it more intricate. The pathways through which his soul power flowed had multiplied significantly. However, the modified pure Yuan Gong could be mastered solely by Gui himself. After its creation, he had imparted this technique to Flander. Yet even with Flander's prowess as a soul sage, he could not accurately channel his soul power through the minute meridians. Only Gui, possessing a meridian martial soul, could precisely identify and navigate through all his delicate pathways, allowing him to channel his soul power effectively. Though soul power constituted his strength, an excess could inflict harm upon oneself. Human meridians are inherently fragile, and the smaller vessels within them are even more delicate, teetering on the brink of vulnerability. Were it not for his martial soul being meridian-based and enhanced by soul rings, Gui himself would not dare to proceed so boldly. The 2.0 version of pure Yuan Gong could only be comprehended by this peculiar individual. Over the past 6 months, his level had scarcely advanced. Averaging an elevation of 1 rank every 2 months, he had only reached level 16, with the goal of attaining level 20 still a distant dream. However, in a month's time, he would be able to devote himself entirely to enhancing his soul power. As the rank of a soul master approached its limits, further enhancement of physical strength necessitated a higher level of soul power. Lying in bed, his body occasionally stirred, emitting muffled sounds. The cold wind howled, though snow had yet to fall. In the absence of any warmth, Gui roused Oscar, who longed for a few more moments of slumber. As a support soul master, it was imperative to prioritize physical training. Despite his satisfaction with Oscar as a person, he did not directly transfer the pure Yuan Gong and the Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound techniques to him. Even Zhao Wujie had only mastered the pure Yuan Gong and Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound 3 months prior. Please, Igu, spare me. I am but a child, Oscar lamented, feeling utterly helpless, for it was the heart of winter, and who would not wish to linger in bed a little longer? Having experienced the biting cold wind infiltrating his blankets, he understood the chill all too well. As a soul master, one cannot indulge in sweet dreams. The primary role of a support soul master is not merely to assist teammates, but to safeguard oneself, ensuring that teammates need not worry for their safety. If you still do not wish to train, I shall not compel you. Continue your slumber. Having spoken, Gui dashed forward. This had become a routine for him, a habit well formed over time. Oscar, observing Gui's retreating figure, suddenly grasped something profound and clenched his fists to pursue. Upon sensing Oscar's approach, Gui flashed a faint smile, but maintained his pace. The contrast between Oscar, drenched in sweat, and the unyielding Gui was striking. To Oscar's astonishment, despite his own exhaustion, Gui appeared unaffected, even in his breathing. This disparity stirred a pang of melancholy within him. They were both children. Yet how vast was the chasm between them. From that moment on, Oscar had a new mission, to train alongside Gui. While spending the rest of his time studying the knowledge of soul masters with Xiao Xin, life settled into a tranquil rhythm once more. After 3 months of observation, Gui entrusted Oscar with the first version of the pure Yuan skill and the tiger leopard thunder sound, urging him to practice diligently. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Oscar felt as though he should prostrate himself in thanks. After such a lengthy study of soul master knowledge, he understood that meditation was the sole method of cultivation for soul masters. The same applied to enhancing one's physical form. Aside from physical training and medicinal baths, there were indeed methods of cultivation. The trust required to impart such a technique was immense. Gui remained rather indifferent. Had he not still been in the midst of his development, the release of pure Yuan power upon the world would have posed no issue whatsoever. He harbored no prejudices or biases. Moreover, with the presence of his meridian martial spirit, no individual could rival him. Everything was progressing favorably. Remarkably, within just 6 months, Gui, not yet 8 years of age, elevated his cultivation to level 20 and acquired another soul ring. This time, he opted for a Millennium Soul Ring. Flanders, at first, was adamant in his refusal, yet after Gui felled a massive tree with a single punch, he ceased his objections. As for the second soul ring, it was that of a Millennium Soul Gathering Turtle, a choice Gui made after careful consideration. The Soul Gathering Turtle is inherently rich in soul power and possesses a formidable resistance to foreign soul energies, with a soul pouch within its body for storing soul power. These attributes were precisely what he sought. Regardless of the extent to which he inherited its capabilities, it was indeed advantageous for him. The decision proved wise. Although he only inherited the resistance to foreign soul energies, he gained a second soul skill, Soul Power Recovery. This skill enabled him to instantly restore 60 of his soul power. His soul power level also ascended to 23. It is not surprising that a Millennium Soul skill would possess such an effect. Flanders merely felt a tinge of regret. Had Gui's martial spirit been of the highest beast variety, combined with this first and second soul skill, he could have achieved unparalleled dominance at his level. What a pity. Gui did not perceive any negativity. Indeed, it was yet another remarkable skill. This breakthrough brought forth numerous enhancements. The Yin-Wei vein among the 8 extraordinary meridians had been successfully unblocked, allowing an increased circulation of soul power through additional channels. The pure Yuan technique also warranted further refinement. In the realm of cultivation, continual improvement is the sole path to progress. With the elevation of strength, one's perspective inevitably shifts, particularly in the comprehension of the universe. The unimpeded flow of meridians deepened his connection with the world around him. Stagnation would only result in falling behind others, as exemplified by the Tang Secta Millennium hits. Upon returning to the academy, Gui's first action was to apply for admission to Shrek Academy. Previously, he had not been a student there, nor had Oscar. Both were temporarily residing within its confines, designated as prospective students. The initial 3 trials were traversed with ease. However, during the 4th trial, Zhao Wujie intervened, eager to ascertain the extent of this little rascal's growth. The technique of Tiger Leopard Thunder was something he had also learned from Gui, and he had since become even stronger. If one could endure for the duration of an incense stick under the enhancement of my 3rd soul skill, they would certainly pass the trial. At this moment, all the instructors had gathered, eager to witness Gui's performance. Every individual at Shrek Academy practiced the pure Yuan technique, yet only Flanders, Zhao Wujie, and Oscar had delved into the Tiger Leopard Thunder. Having received Gui's gift, their curiosity was piqued. Chapter 10. The Limits of Limits Before. Gui had never truly experienced the gravitational suppression of Zhao Wujie. It was not that he had overlooked such a powerful training artifact, but rather that he believed he was not yet worthy of wielding the gravitational force, fearing it might hinder rather than enhance his progress. The path of martial arts lies in the balance of tension and relaxation, advancing steadily and resolutely. Nonetheless, Gui would not linger too long. Upon mastering the current realm of the Tiger and Leopard Thunder sound, he would embark on the path of gravitational training. For now, however, such contemplations are trivial. It is time to confront Zhao Wujie's gravitational suppression. Come forth, I am prepared. Gui concentrated his energy in his dantian, and after the Yang and Yin meridians were successively opened, not only did his soul power increase significantly, but his physical prowess was also elevated beyond measure. Zhao Wujie summoned his martial soul, revealing a formidable phantom of a diamond bear behind him. with 7 soul rings floating around him in ascending order: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. With a mere thought, Zhao Wujia's 3rd soul ring shimmered. As the target of the attack, Gu Yi held the most authority in this matter. He felt the surrounding air become viscous, with the grass spinning under the immense pressure. His body felt extraordinarily heavy. Even after undergoing the rigorous training of the tiger leopard thunderous sound, he found his legs bending involuntarily. The tremendous weight left no part of him at ease. Zhao Wujia was somewhat astonished, realizing that even without exerting his full strength, he could easily bring an ordinary soul master to their knees. Yet, Gu Yi merely bent his knees and was gradually rising again. Acquainted with the oppressive weight, Gu Yi stood slowly. Knowing that this pressure was far from sufficient to break him, neither the teachers nor students could discern how much force Zhao Wujia had employed, as the gravity remained unyielding. As a stick of incense burned down, just as Zhao Wujia prepared to relieve the pressure, Gu Yi spoke up, requesting that the teacher intensify the gravitational suppression. Wishing to test his limits, Zhao Wujia, eager to observe Gu Yi's potential, did not refuse. The gravity that had not been lifted continued to increase, making Gu Yi's resistance increasingly arduous. Veins bulged and his complexion reddened. It was evident to everyone that Gu Yi was struggling. Zhao Wujia assessed his current power, realizing he could nearly crush a soul respect beneath his might. The fact that Gu Yi had managed to endure this much after just breaking through to the rank of Great Soul Master was already remarkable. Just when everyone assumed Gu Yi could no longer withstand the pressure, he suddenly regained his composure. Though his face remained flushed, the bulging veins began to subside. Clearly, Gu Yi was now more at ease than before. Had Zhao Wujia eased up? Zhao Wujia knew he had not. In fact, the gravity had intensified slightly. It dawned on him that this audacious young boy had not utilized his soul power at all. As the most accomplished cultivator present, Flanders detected the subtle fluctuations of soul power. Xiao Xian, Lu Qibin, Li Yusong, and others widened their eyes in astonishment. Indeed, from the beginning until now, they had failed to notice any fluctuations of soul power emanating from Gu Yi. The meridian martial soul possessed this unique advantage. Unless one actively revealed their soul power, it was challenging for others to perceive it. If Gu Yi had truly endured the entire ordeal solely through his physical strength, one could only ponder the extent of his physical capabilities. And this was merely a child of under 8 years old. Are we truly sharing the same childhood? Your childhood and mine seem to differ greatly. Zhao Wujia, too, imposed gravity upon him, eager to witness how long Gu Yi could endure. Level 31, Level 32. Level 33, one by one, the weight of gravity pressed down, causing Gu Yi's face to flush crimson, veins bulging, enduring even greater agony than before. This time, Gu Yi had genuinely reached his limit. His soul power and body were utterly depleted. At level 39, Zhao Wujia maintained the gravitational pressure at this level. Yet Gu Yi persisted. It was the extreme of extremes. Within him, soul power surged wildly, resisting the overwhelming pressure. It spun faster and faster until Gu Yi could no longer control its flow. His body instinctively fought back. This continued for several minutes until his internal soul power reached its zenith, and an immense force erupted from Gu Yi, enabling him to transcend his soul power level once more despite the gravitational burden. 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, revolved around him, almost ethereal in nature. He soared to level 24, having traversed a significant portion of the path toward becoming a great soul master. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Following this breakthrough, Gu Yi could no longer sustain himself and collapsed to the ground. This momentous advancement had utterly exhausted the potential he could summon. For the time being, he could only engage in diligent cultivation. The purple second ring, a millennium soul ring? Xiao Xian pointed in astonishment at the purple soul ring beside Gu Yi, rendered speechless. How could this be possible? My good lad, from this day forth, you are a student of Shrek Academy, Flinder declared, having rarely altered his address. Gu Yi's performance had truly astounded them all, and he cautioned the others not to disclose the matter of Gu Yi's millennium second ring for the time being. Xiao Xian and the others were momentarily taken aback, then nodded earnestly. Oscar, I leave him in your care. Take him back to rest, Flinder instructed. Understood, Dean, Oscar replied. Having trained alongside Gu Yi and practiced the tiger leopard thunder sound technique, Oscar's physique had undergone remarkable transformation, enabling him to effortlessly support Gu Yi as they moved together. Gu Yi did not refuse. He had long transcended the limits imposed by gravity, leaving him physically fatigued. Our Shrek Academy has indeed encountered a prodigy, and it is imperative that we provide him with proper guidance. I should be the one to teach him, Xiao Xin declared earnestly, recognizing Gu Yi's extraordinary talent, which is exceedingly rare. If I could become his mentor, it would be the most fortuitous outcome. Disagreement arose, as another voice noted that the combat styles between Gu Yi and Xiao Xin differed significantly. Thus, it would be better for me to take on the role of his instructor. Though they were all teachers at the academy, each harbored their own ambitions. Who among them would not wish to be the mentor of such a promising student? Just as the teachers were on the verge of an argument, Flender posed a few probing questions that quelled their disputes. Who among you knows anything about Gu Yi's martial soul? Who dares to claim that their comprehension of pure Yuan Gong surpasses his? His knowledge of martial souls likely rivals our own. Dean, we cannot simply abandon him. Lu Qibin interjected, unwilling to concede. There is no need for deliberate instruction. Let him develop freely. Our responsibility is merely to assist him when he strays from the right path. The realm of genius and monsters is not one we can teach. As Flender spoke these words, a hint of melancholy tinged his voice. More than anyone, he yearned to guide Gu Yi, yet he understood the limitations of his own abilities. He had recognized this truth long ago. Chapter 11. The Subtle Steps of the Wave. Gu Yi remained oblivious to the fact that this breakthrough was not merely a simple enhancement of soul power. Rather, the pure Yuan skill had begun to circulate within the intricate meridians of his body. The pathways of this practice had grown increasingly complex and cumbersome, resulting in an extended duration required for each session of cultivation. After a brief respite, Gu Yi embarked once more on his new plan. The pursuit of martial arts innovation must never cease. Presently, his physical training was fortified with the tiger-leopard thunder sound, his soul power was refined through the pure Yuan skill, and his offensive capabilities were enhanced by the soul power variant of the Six Meridians Divine Sword, yet he lacked a method for evasion. This was a crucial aspect of martial arts. Much like Tang San's Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, which initially served merely as a lightness skill, upon his arrival here, it transformed into a divine technique, bestowing upon Tang San an extraordinary ability to evade attacks in the early stages. Furthermore, one must ponder, if one possesses only strength without speed, is it not akin to a mere brute beast? Gu Yi harbored no desire to become that sort of person. While the notion of breaking through all barriers is indeed appealing, he recognized that he was not yet capable of such feats. Furthermore, as a self-proclaimed heir to the ancient culture of traditional Chinese medicine, he felt the obligation to maintain an air of elegance. Should his skills and lightness techniques be cultivated effectively, he would embody an ethereal grace akin to that of a celestial being, serving as a paragon of refined demeanor. Thus, the plum blossom stakes and sandbag formations came into being, an exquisite environment for practicing agility and evasion. Perched atop the 2-meter-high plum blossom stakes, Gu Yi experienced a thrill unlike any he had felt before. The height posed little risk of injury. At worst, he would emerge a bit disheveled. Yet, the sensation of being suspended in midair evoked the precariousness of walking a tightrope, where a single misstep could lead to a fall into the abyss. Gu Yi was not one to manipulate these stakes haphazardly. Even when Zhao Wuji and Oscar offered their assistance, he declined their help. Their lack of understanding of the I Ching and the significance of the 64 hexagrams rendered them unfit companions in this endeavor. Indeed, he aspired to create the most formidable lightness technique from Jin Yang's novels, the Lingbo Weibu. Having perused the I Ching and various other classical texts extensively, he was determined not to overlook this formidable skill. The principles of hexagrams came to him effortlessly, standing atop the plum blossom stakes. Gu Yi was unaware of the exact methods required to master the Lingbo Weibu. It was likely that even the venerable Jin Yong himself could not articulate them. Nevertheless, the underlying philosophy was where his learning would take root. Gu Yi made no alterations to the positions of the hexagrams, advancing step by step. His movements were deliberate, for despite his familiarity with the I Ching, he was unacquainted with its practical application. This was his first encounter with the plum blossom stakes. His slower pace, however, lent an air of steadiness to his approach. Meanwhile, Oscar, idly seated on the ground, observed Gu Yi's peculiar gait with curiosity. Could this truly conjure a soul technique? It seemed rather hasty. Upon completing the 64 steps, Gu Yi had not even engaged his soul power. Yet, this experience granted him a nascent sensation. It appeared that while the 64 steps concealed no secrets, they unfolded with remarkable ease. He resolved to attempt it once more. Gu Yi hastened his pace, even though it was merely his inaugural attempt on the plum blossom poles. With the agility of his physique and the enhancement of his meridians, he moved with the finesse of a seasoned expert, making not a single misstep. This sudden acceleration astonished Oscar, who had been languidly observing from the side. What had once been sluggish movements now became enigmatic and unpredictable, yet exhibited a certain calmness. Had he truly mastered the art of creating a soul technique so swiftly? Oscar struggled to fathom that the legendary self-created soul technique could be accomplished in such a brief span. In truth, while Gu Yi possessed commendable insight, he had not yet reached the level of inventing a version of the Lingbo Weibo from the Douluo continent in such a short time. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the book I Ching had never graced the realms of Douluo, and the intricacies of the 64 hexagrams were unknown, rendering his movements seemingly miraculous. To anyone versed in the I Ching, Gu Yi's next position would be all too apparent. However, it was likely only Tang San, another outsider like Gu Yi, who might grasp this understanding, though even he might remain oblivious. After all, in his previous life, Tang San had never ventured beyond the Tang sect, preoccupied instead with hidden weapons and concocting poisons. The I Ching appeared utterly unrelated to him. Nonetheless, Gu Yi found little satisfaction in this, for his technique was too easily decipherable. Once the 64 steps were completed, the underlying patterns of his movements would be revealed. This was not the true Lingbo Weibo. Over the span of several days, Gu Yi dedicated himself to the plum blossom poles, even setting aside his studies of the 6 meridians divine sword. He had now mastered the 64 steps to an extraordinary degree, his form resembling that of an ethereal being, as light as dust. To the untrained eye, it seemed as if a celestial entity graced the mortal realm, and clad in white, he appeared all the more graceful. Excluding Gu Yi's youthful visage, everything else was simply exquisite. After days of practice, he had seamlessly integrated soul power into his ever-evolving steps. His next objective was to adapt the 64 steps fluidly in any context. With each movement, even the most astute mathematician would find it impossible to predict his footwork. This task was undoubtedly the most arduous. He needed to internalize the I Ching, transforming it into an extension of himself. Achieving this mastery would signify the true culmination of the original Lingbo Weibo. Only when he could flawlessly execute it away from the plum blossom poles would he deem himself truly accomplished. As Gu Yi delved deeper into the path of martial arts, he showed no signs of pausing. The journey of refining his techniques was about to commence. While the pure Yuan skill was indeed a commendable cultivation method, it was far from the pinnacle of martial arts. Gu Yi would naturally not cultivate this technique to its ultimate form. It was merely a transitional practice. This explains why he chose the soul-gathering turtle as his second spirit ring, to enhance his resistance to foreign soul power. His ambitions have never been to pursue a tranquil cultivation. It is high time for him to embark on the creation of a genuine cultivation method. Time, for those who are earnest, is never cherished. It always seems to slip away, as if one were riding a horse that cannot keep pace. At the tender age of 9, Gu Yijio encountered a plump boy who had just entered the academy. Furthermore, Flender personally declared that should this boy manage to gain admission to Shrek Academy by the age of 12, he would take him as his disciple. This chubby lad was Ma Hongjun, whose martial soul was derived from a mutated avian, the evil fire phoenix. However, due to the incomplete nature of this mutation, his martial soul inherently possessed a wicked fire, which rendered him prone to lascivious tendencies, necessitating intimate encounters with women to achieve a sense of calm. Gu Yi gazed at the chubby boy, perplexed as to why the dean had brought him to her. Could this brat's martial soul be resolved? Over the past year, Gu Yi had demonstrated that her understanding and research of martial souls surpassed that of all her peers. It was precisely for this reason that Flander chose to bring Ma Hongjun here, seeking Gu Yi's insights. Aware of Ma Hongjun's issues, she listened intently to Flander's words, ready to make any necessary adjustments should circumstances change. Though she harbored some secret thoughts, she did not reveal them. Addressing Ma Hongjun, she instructed, "Do not resist. I need to examine your body." Ma Hongjun, looking up at Gu Yi, who towered over him, nodded gently. He felt an intense heat surging within him, as if he might explode, his blood boiling. Chapter 12. A terrifying plunge from the cliff. After a brief examination, Gu Yi fell into contemplation, refraining from immediately providing an answer. I need to ponder this further, but I can help suppress the malevolent fire within him for the time being. Flander was overjoyed. Had it not been for Gu Yi's remarkable contributions over the years, Ma Hongjun might have already succumbed to the brothel's allure. He was her designated disciple, and it would be a tremendous waste for him to squander his days in such a manner. Let us act swiftly, he urged. Gu Yi nodded and placed his hand on Ma Hongjun's shoulder. As the individual involved, Ma Hongjun immediately felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, a wave of frigid energy coursing through his body. Gu Yi's hand lingered on Ma Hongjun's body for several minutes, until the malevolent energy within him was temporarily subdued. Well, there should be no issues before absorbing the soul ring. I need to contemplate his condition thoroughly. Gu Yi addressed the dean. You must exert yourself more. He is. After all, your junior. Flinder was naturally taken aback, as he had not anticipated that Gu Yi had matured to such an extent. The chilling soul power he had sensed earlier was unmistakable, yet one aspect perplexed Flinder. Gu Yi's martial soul exhibited no inherent icy attributes, making the peculiar nature of his soul power all the more baffling. After Flinder departed, Gu Yi pondered over Ma Hongjun's situation. The malevolent fire was a side effect inherent to his martial soul, present within him since the day of its awakening. Even if the malevolent fire within him were temporarily suppressed, the unchanged martial soul would inevitably lead Ma Hongjun back into the throes of its influence, reducing him to a mere malevolent fire phoenix. Unless, like Tang San, he could provide Ma Hongjun with a coxcomb phoenix sunflower to help eradicate the malevolent fire and complete the mutation of his martial soul. However, at present, obtaining a coxcomb phoenix sunflower was beyond his reach, and Gu Yi did not perceive it as the optimal solution. Over the years, in addition to studying meridians, he had delved deeply into the martial souls of this world. Martial souls were extraordinary entities, undeniably as intricate as the human circulatory system. Should Ma Hongjun's martial soul undergo complete mutation, it would transform into a soaring fire phoenix, the king of all birds. Although the malevolent fire phoenix was an incomplete product of mutation, it had given rise to the additional malevolent flame. This flame was no trivial matter. It could not only leave the young Ma Hongjun in awe, but also prevent him from exhausting his vitality. Such effects transcended mere side effects. If such a power were to be bestowed upon an emperor, it would likely induce dreams of grandeur. In truth, Gu Yi had long contemplated Ma Hongjun's predicament and had even devised a unique technique. When Flinder brought Ma Hongjun, Gu Yi refrained from revealing it, not out of reluctance to share, but rather to test his resolve and willpower. This technique demanded immense mental fortitude to operate. Failure to maintain focus could result in severe burns or even death. Moreover, it was a technique he had painstakingly created, and he was reluctant to see it fall into unworthy hands. In the original narrative, it was precisely due to his lack of diligence and the squandering of his innate talent that he was unable to attain the divine status of the fire god, leading to a life of solitude and lamentation. Dean, who was that person just now? Merely placing a hand on my shoulder made the heat dissipate completely. Ma Hongjun inquired curiously. This was the most relaxed he had felt since his martial soul awakening. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's question, Flinder gazed skyward and uttered words that would forever resonate in Ma Hongjun's memory. He is the most formidable genius in history, a monster the likes of which I have never encountered. He will undoubtedly lead Shrek to uncharted territories. The following day, Gu Yi found Ma Hongjun, who was diligently honing his skills. He was not endowed with innate full soul power, but possessed an innate level 9 soul power. If you wish to address the issues concerning your martial soul, follow me. Gu Yi left a parting remark before turning to depart. Ma Hongjun hastily rose to follow, the dean's words echoing incessantly in his mind. Before long, Gu Yi and Ma Hongjun ascended a mountain. It seems you have commenced your practice of the pure origin technique? Ma Hongjun eagerly nodded. His martial spirit had been awakened by Flinder, and with a background free of influence. Flinder had not imparted meditation to him, but rather a method of cultivation he had never before encountered. Considering the nature of your martial spirit, I have devised a strategy that involves two distinct approaches. First, the absorption of soul rings. Henceforth, your soul rings may only absorb soul beasts imbued with the bloodline of the phoenix, and they must possess fire attributes to purify your martial spirit. Second, a change in your cultivation method is imperative. The pure origin technique is merely a balanced and harmonious practice, while the soul power it cultivates is rich and serene. It does little to mitigate the within you. It is essential to alter your cultivation method, and fortuitously, I possess a technique that is well suited for your practice. Would you like to learn it? Ma Hongjun nodded fervently. Flinder had long informed him that the pure origin technique he was currently cultivating was indeed conceived by this very individual, and trusting his guidance was undoubtedly wise. Gu Yi smiled at him, yet remarked that acquiring my techniques is no simple matter. Even if you are the dean's disciple, I shall not impart them easily. Upon hearing Gu Yi's words, Ma Hongjun was taken aback, recalling the transactions in the village. He lowered his head and said, I have no money. Could we perhaps wait until I become a soul master and receive the soul master subsidy before discussing the tuition? Gu-yi could not help but chuckle. What a proud individual he was. How could he squander his efforts over mere monetary gain? I am something beyond the value of money, your courage, resolve, and the determination to grow stronger. Ma Hongjun, somewhat perplexed, then heard Gu-yi's voice once more. Are you prepared? The first trial begins. As Gu-yi spoke, he forcefully pushed him off the cliff. A piercing scream echoed from below. Having completed this act, Gu-yi turned to a certain spot behind him and grinned. Dean, are you not coming out? No sooner had the words left his lips than a figure emerged from behind a tree. How did you discover my presence, you rascal? Flander believed he had concealed himself adequately, yet it seemed increasingly enigmatic how Gu-yi, a mere soul master of the second ring, had discerned his location. It was simply a matter of observation. Gu-yi offered a faint smile. What are your intentions? Flanders gazed at the rope in Gu-yi's hands, then at the precipice. Did you not hear? To learn my techniques, one must endure a trial. If you lack the courage to confront death, you shall never master this skill. Be cautious. Do not put my hard-won disciple in jeopardy, Flanders warned with concern. Rest assured, there will be no mishap. Besides, the dean is here to oversee. Gu-yimin was indifferent. Chapter 13. The Brothel. Upon hearing this, Flander couldn't help but laugh. If he were to let Ma Hongjun perish from falling off a cliff here, he would no longer deserve to be called the four-eyed cat eagle, nor would he be worthy of the title of wing of flight. Gu-yi and Flander were engrossed in their conversation above, oblivious to the little chubby figure dangling precariously from the cliff. Ascend and demonstrate your worthiness to learn my techniques. Counter my test with your courage. Gu-yi approached the edge of the cliff, gazing at Ma Hongjun, who stood several meters away. By the way, do not entertain the thought of summoning your martial soul. A word of caution, this rope is not fireproof. Gu-yi offered a heartfelt reminder. Seemingly indifferent to the life and death of Ma Hongjun, yet his gaze remained fixed upon him. Gu-yi, I shall no longer practice your techniques. Quickly pull me up. Ma Hongjun implored, clutching the rope and pressing his body against the frigid rock face, fear evident in his voice. He was merely a 6-year-old child. Have you ever witnessed a child of that age suspended over a precipice with only a thumb-sized rope as their lifeline? In truth, Ma Hongjun was unaware of when Gu-yi had secured the rope around him. It's too late. If you cannot ascend, you shall perish upon the cliff. Rarely does anyone venture here, and even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid. With that, he tethered the rope to a sturdy tree and, under the terrified gaze of Flinder, took a step forward, plunging into free fall. You madman, Flinder exclaimed, summoning his martial spirit and racing towards the cliff. At that moment, he found Gu-yi utterly inscrutable. How could this be? As he crossed the cliff's edge, his eyes widened in disbelief, beholding Gu-yi standing calmly on the precipice as if walking on level ground. What peculiar soul technique was this? Dean, come save me. Gu-yi intends to kill me. Ma Hongjun completely disregarded Gu-yi's presence on the cliff, pleading for Flinder's assistance. Hang on, Hongjun. To become a formidable soul master, one must take this step. I believe in you. Flinder's voice resonated with unwavering encouragement. If there was anyone he trusted most within the Shrek Academy, it was Flinder, who had aided him in awakening his martial spirit and introduced him to an entirely new realm. With closed eyes and self-affirmation, Ma Hongjun took a deep breath, gradually overcoming his apprehension as he began to scale the cliff. In truth, with the enhancement of his beast martial spirit and 9th-level soul power, ascending a cliff was a trivial task, provided he could conquer his inner fears. Yet, would Gu-yi allow him such ease? Step by step, Gu-yi approached Ma Hongjun, ultimately crouching beside him. You possess quite the courage. A bright future awaits you. Gu-yi let out a sigh of admiration, only to hear the voice of Ma Hongjun, who intended to startle the young master. However, it was not so easy to accomplish. He should simply prepare the cultivation method obediently. In that moment, Ma Hongjun was filled with bravado, and indeed, after overcoming his fear, his courage swelled. Is that so? I wish you the best of luck. Gu-yi smiled with a hint of malice, and with a mere snap of his fingers, he severed the rope before the terrified eyes of Ma Hongjun. Gu-yi, I curse your forefathers. Ma Hongjun pressed himself against the cliff, too frightened to make a move. Although he had previously climbed without relying on the rope, it had represented a glimmer of hope for survival. What Gu-yi severed was not merely a rope, but rather his last vestige of hope. In that moment, Ma Hongjun was utterly paralyzed with fear. As if fate conspired against him, A small stone at his feet tumbled into the abyss with his slightest movement. It was deceptively simple. If he ascended as I did, this challenge would be deemed a success. Gui rose to his feet, his soul seemingly affixed to the precipice. As if even his hair defied the laws of nature, creating a surreal inversion of the world around him. Flander plummeted downwards, and this time, Gui had truly pushed the boundaries. Dean, if you assist him in ascending, he shall not acquire my techniques. Let the devilish flames find their own resolution. You are well aware of my resolve. My words are immutable. Flander's body stiffened, his hands suspended in midair. You insolent brat, should anything befall Ma Hongjun, I shall ensure you experience the sensation of a free fall from great heights. Gui remained silent, quietly observing Ma Hongjun, who was sprawled on the edge of the cliff. Hongjun, ascend and show him what it means to be the king of birds. Ma Hongjun, having realized the absence of the constraints imposed by the rope, felt entirely liberated to summon his martial spirit. A fiery red phoenix apparition manifested behind him, and with a powerful strike against the sheer rock face, a pit was created. An imperfect phoenix remains a phoenix, its talons still sharp. It seemed that summoning his martial spirit had emboldened him, as he ascended, creating a series of pits with each step. Flinder looked on with great satisfaction at Ma Hongjun's relentless ascent. This was the demeanor befitting the disciple he had chosen. Gui let out a sigh of relief, exerting himself as he ascended the cliff in merely 3 strides. Shortly thereafter, a hand, smeared with gravel and blood, appeared at the precipice, followed by the emergence of a stout little figure. I have succeeded, proclaimed Ma Hongjun, straightening his posture, determined not to reveal an ounce of trepidation. Very well. Let us proceed. The second trial awaits. A mere compliment from Gui was sufficient to dismiss all of Ma Hongjun's efforts. Having reached this juncture, Ma Hongjun felt utterly fearless. He was eager to see what further twists Gui might have in store. Flander, too, was curious about Gui's next intentions. However, with each step they took, Flander sensed an increasing unease. He had visited this place before, and not just once. He could not fathom why Gui would venture here. Was it possible? Just as Flander was lost in thought, Gui led Ma Hongjun inside the Yuchun Pavilion. Flander gazed at the plaque above, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately decided to follow them in. This renowned establishment in Soto City was known for its array of stunning women, whose bodies were exceptionally supple. Flander recalled a particularly enchanting beauty named Xiao Chui, whose allure was exceptionally captivating. He hoped he would not encounter her this time, for their previous intimate exchanges would undoubtedly make her recognize him. Were it not for his concern that Gui might stray down a misguided path, Flander would never have followed her into such a place. If his students were to discover this, what would become of his authority as the dean? Gui, however, paid no heed to Flander's subtle thoughts. He summoned the madam and placed a pouch of coins into her palm. Take this and bring me 10 women of varying postures and types. Certainly, young sir. Please hold for a moment. Chui, come here and attend to our guest. Flanders, upon hearing the call of the flamboyantly adorned middle-aged woman, realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, it was a case of fate bringing together sworn foes. A mere glance sufficed for Flanders to recognize her, sophisticated allure and seductive movements that would forever linger in his memory. It was she, Xiao Chui. As she approached, Flanders could no longer contain himself. He rushed to Gui's side, exclaiming, "You rascal, have you lost your mind to come to such a place? Return at once." What would it mean if both he and his mentor became her esteemed guests? Chapter 14. The downfall of Ma Hongjun. How could Gui possibly retreat now? This is the second trial he has set for Ma Hongjun. If he cannot even withstand this challenge, then even his extraordinary courage would be of no avail. Rest assured, teacher, I am not preoccupied with such thoughts at present. I have come solely to test Ma Hongjun. Gui gazed at the enchanting and ethereal woman approaching them, yet felt no spark of interest. These territories, long explored by countless others, held no allure for him. Moreover, it was not yet the time for indulgence. His cultivation was incomplete, and there was no need for his essence to dissipate so prematurely. Unable to sway his disciple, Flander watched as Xiao Chui drew nearer. Ultimately deciding to discreetly withdraw, the affairs of this place must remain concealed. Xiao Chui, swaying her hips as she approached, felt an uncanny familiarity with the vanishing figure, as if she had encountered him before. Living a sheltered life, rarely stepping beyond her doorstep, what acquaintances could she possibly have? Even if there were any, they would have been confined to the intimacy of her chamber. Young master, are you here to play as well? Would you like me to introduce you to the adult world? she purred, stepping before Gui, her demeanor exuding a captivating allure as she reached out to him with a teasing touch. Gui furrowed her brow slightly and sidestepped to avoid her delicate, slender hand. It is not I who wishes to experience the intricacies of the adult world, but rather the chubby little fellow beside me. Find me 10 young ladies. They need not engage in any activities, merely stand beside him, and the payment will be duly provided. Gui pointed towards the side, where Ma Hongjun was furtively observing the young lady. When had Ma Hongjun ever experienced such a sensation? The most he had done was sneak a glance at the neighbor's widow while she bathed, and he had been caught. The young ladies of Yechen Pavilion, with their commendable figures and appearances, were irresistible to someone as innocent as Ma Hongjun. What exactly are you trying to achieve, Gui? Knowing full well the vulnerabilities of my martial spirit, you still brought me here. Upon hearing Gui's words, Ma Hongjun finally diverted his gaze from the young lady, indignantly rebuking Gui for his immorality. This is your second trial, willpower. If you cannot withstand even the most basic of desires, you shall never accomplish great things. Gui cast a sweeping glance around, failing to uncover anything that truly captivated him. Having traversed the era of beauty enhancements and filters, he remained impervious to the allure of such superficial embellishments. But he had forgotten one crucial matter. Gui placed a hand on Ma Hongjun's shoulder, withdrawing the profound in-soul energy that lingered within him. Before Ma Hongjun could utter another word, he felt the heat within his body erupt once more, even more ferociously than the previous day. Previously, Gui had forcefully suppressed the malevolent flames using the profound in-soul energy, yet this also introduced a significant dilemma. The more intense the suppression, the greater the potential explosion of power. Ma Hongjun found himself in such a predicament. It is time to begin your cultivation. As long as you can practice in this place for half an hour, you will have passed the test. Gui took a few steps back, and the extravagantly dressed middle-aged woman, accompanied by a group of charming young ladies, returned, completely fulfilling Gui's request. After reiterating her earlier words, Gui withdrew from the circle of women. The group of women glimmered with excitement, astonished at how effortlessly they could earn a substantial sum of money. Previously, even the most unremarkable customers would compel them to waste an entire bucket of water for bathing, and at times, dissatisfied patrons would resort to both verbal and physical abuse. Tempting a young boy seemed trivial in comparison. Among them, a voluptuous mature woman stepped forward, exuding confidence in her ability to captivate the boy's heart with her allure. However, after merely a few steps, Ma Hongjun found himself overwhelmed. His body flushed with heat, his gaze fixated on the buxom woman like that of a ravenous wolf. He understood that only the physical could alleviate his rising ardor, a realization he had come to since the day of his soul awakening. Instantly, he turned away, sitting cross-legged on the ground to commence meditation and cultivation. For him, this task was even more challenging than scaling a cliff. Once the infernal fire ignited within him, even the sight of a sow would likely provoke no hesitation. The incessant scent of cosmetics and the alluring fragrance of the women wafted into his nostrils, coupled with the raging fire within him, making it nearly impossible to suppress. His thoughts had long since drifted elsewhere. His mind was filled with wild imaginings. Though closing his eyes could stave off impulsive urges, the allure of the unknown ignited an insatiable curiosity. The aura surrounding Ma Hongjun began to waver, his cultivation practice faltering. Within minutes, he found himself unable to continue his training. Guijin gazed silently at the scene, remaining unperturbed. It was not until Ma Hongjun rose with bloodshot eyes, the malevolent fire unconsciously emanating from him, that she gently shook her head, using her formidable in-soul power to suppress the sinister flames. Ultimately, it was a defeat. This money now belongs to you. Gui did not deceive them. Instead, he produced another bag of money for them. Subsequently, he emerged from the establishment with a visibly disheartened Ma Hongjun. As they stepped outside, Flander awaited them. "Director, we can return now." "Not yet," he replied. Gui is not in a hurry to return. Coincidentally, the items he previously crafted have reached their delivery date, and it is not too late to collect them before heading back. Flander glanced at the departing Gui and then inquired what had transpired. How could such a transformation occur in such a brief period? Although he is the dean and holds high hopes for his disciple Ma Hongjun, Gui's standing in his heart is one that can only ascend, never descend. Gui, however, was the one who raised him. When it comes to this, Ma Hongjun feels somewhat aggrieved. "Dean, you cannot blame me for this. Gui is fully aware of the malevolent fire within me. Yet he still insisted that I cultivate in the brothel, encouraging the enticement of a dozen maidens. Would you not consider him mad?" Flender, too, was taken aback by Gu Yi's audacious test of Ma Hongjuan's resolve. Not only Ma Hongjun, but even he himself might not withstand such a trial. For the time being, let us set this matter aside and return to practice. I shall speak with you further as your teacher. Flender understood that Gu Yi was not the type to deliberately create obstacles, nor was he one to hoard his techniques. Why, then, was he so stringent in his treatment of Ma Hongjun? It remains a perplexing mystery. Gu Yi entered a blacksmith's workshop. Good sir, is my order ready? The forge was bustling with activity, and several blacksmiths, despite being bare-chested, were glistening with sweat. Ah, it is young Master Gu. Your items have long been completed. We have merely awaited your arrival. What I, Old Li, forge is undoubtedly of the highest quality. The burly leader spoke with great enthusiasm as he retrieved a leather scroll and placed it upon the table, slowly unfurling it. A series of glimmering short blades appeared before him. As per your specifications, the blades are keen, with edges as thin as paper, resembling willow leaves. A total of 24 pieces. Please take a look. Gu Yi nodded slightly, finding it exceptionally lightweight and comfortable to hold. Thank you, sir. Here is the remaining payment. Gu Yi was quite satisfied as he withdrew the final payment he had prepared long ago. Young master, should you require any further creations in the future, I assure you, you will not be disappointed. As Gu Yi stepped out of the blacksmith's workshop, he heard the lively shouts from within and smiled faintly. Chapter 15. A miscalculation. The following day, while toying with the willow leaf flying daggers, Gu Yi noticed the furious Ma Hongjun approaching. His imposing demeanor was somewhat undermined by his cherubic face and plump physique, which lacked any true intimidation. Ma Hongjun regarded Gu Yi with palpable discontent. The more he pondered the events of the previous day, the more perplexed he became. If he could withstand the encroachment of the malevolent fire, was there truly a need to learn Gu Yi's techniques? If the roles had been reversed, and Gu Yi found himself ensnared by the malevolent flames, it was uncertain whether he would fare any better than Ma Hongjun. Do you have something to discuss? Gu Yi sheathed his flying dagger. Gazing at the figure of Ma Hongjun standing before him, his head bowed. Otherwise, he would have remained unnoticed. I refuse to accept this, Ma Hongjun exclaimed loudly. Oh. Gu Yi chose to ignore him. What did it matter if he was dissatisfied? Gu Yi's attitude thoroughly provoked Ma Hongjun, who retorted, You have yet to comprehend the might of the evil fire. This assessment is inherently unjust. Initially, Ma Hongjun intended to unleash a tirade. But recollecting Gu Yi's extraordinary prowess displayed while standing on the cliff yesterday, he restrained his words. The commotion drew Oscar, who had been diligently cultivating inside the room, to emerge. He witnessed the newcomer shouting vehemently at Gu Yi, causing a slight tightening in his chest. Reflecting on Gu Yi's earlier display of strength through punches and kicks, Oscar felt a twinge of apprehension. Unjust, you say? Do you truly believe it to be unfair? Gu Yi responded with an unperturbed smile, adding, The timing is fortuitous. Thus, I shall afford you another opportunity. Gu Yi uttered a remark that left Ma Hongjun utterly perplexed. However, upon hearing Gu Yi mention granting him another opportunity, he felt a surge of joy. Are you ready? Gu Yi inquired with genuine concern. What preparations are you making? Ma Hongjun, somewhat perplexed, wondered what Gu Yi intended. As there were neither cliffs nor women present. Speak, how do you intend to test me? Ma Hongjun summoned his martial soul, embodying a valiant spirit ready for sacrifice. Gu Yi remained silent, merely gazing upwards at the celestial phenomena, as before, resting a hand upon Ma Hongjun's shoulder. The Na'vi Ma Hongjun mistakenly believed that Gu Yi intended to employ the same trick again, testing him with the malevolent flames. Just as he was about to utter something, he felt a searing energy surge from Gu Yi's hand into his body. This heat was unlike the malevolent flames. It seemed poised to consume everything, causing his blood to evaporate rapidly and his flesh to wither, enveloping his body in a fiery glow. If you can subdue this energy, you shall pass the trial. In that moment, Ma Hongjun could scarcely comprehend Gu Yi's words, his consciousness seemingly ablaze, as though he were engulfed in intense flames. Yet, astonishingly, this was merely a singular energy, released by a formidable soul master. Simultaneously, the malevolent flames within Ma Hongjun appeared to be provoked, their previous suppression by the Yin soul power waning as they fought back with increasing ferocity, ultimately breaking free from their confines and engaging in battle with the searing energy within Ma Hongjun's body. The conflict unfolded within him. Help me, save me. I do not wish to perish, Ma Hongjun pleaded, collapsing to the ground, his hands trembling as they clutched Gu Yi's pant leg. He understood that he could not subdue this energy. It was far too overwhelming. Upon hearing Gu Yi's words, he chose to remain silent, crouching down to channel the energy within him into his own being. At that moment, he let out a muffled groan, disregarding Ma Hongjuan's plight, and settled cross-legged on the ground to assimilate this surge of energy. After a brief period, approximately half a stick of incense later, Gu Yi rose to his feet and cast a glance at Ma Hongjuan, who was writhing in agony from the torment of the malevolent fire. He then placed a hand on Ma Hongjuan, once again suppressing the rampant flames. However, Ma Hongjuan did not rise. He had been so thoroughly tormented that he had lost consciousness, trembling instinctively. It had been a miscalculation. He had been overly anxious, after all. How much resolve could a mere 6-year-old possess? Gu Yi never anticipated that the energy of the sun could provoke the ferocity of the malevolent fire, enabling it to autonomously resist his suppression. Although Ma Hongjuan was not severely injured this time, he would still require a period of recuperation. Approximately 10 days to half a month. Oscar went to the top shelf of the cabinet in my room and retrieved a packet of medicine. Gu Yi called out to Oscar, who was standing by, watching the commotion, while he himself lifted the unconscious Ma Hongjuan from the ground. This predicament was of his own making, and he naturally felt compelled to take responsibility. Oscar was well aware of the contents of the medicine package Gu Yi referred to and felt a twinge of envy. "Go. I have brought the items," Oscar said, handing the medicine package to Gu Yi. He glanced at Ma Hongjuan, who had been stripped bare and placed in the medicine tub. "Go. There is really no need for this medicine package. Giving him my sausage would suffice. If not, we could always have Teacher Xiao concoct some jelly beans, which would surely restore him," Oscar suggested. Gu Yi, with an understanding of his thoughts, placed the medicinal package into the barrel while responding. "He has been injured by 2 surges of searing energy. Although your sausages and Teacher Xiao's jelly beans can aid in his recovery, it will require some time to thoroughly mend the damage to his internal meridians." After speaking, Gu Yi rested his hand upon the barrel, and in a remarkably brief moment, the previously temperate water began to transform into a chilling cold, yet it did not freeze. The expression of agony on Ma Hongjuan's face began to ease as his tightly furrowed brows relaxed, feeling the fire poison within him dissipate. Gu Yi then switched hands to imprint onto the barrel once more. At that moment, the water temperature surged rapidly, and soon wisps of steam began to rise. When the temperature reached an optimal level, Gu Yi withdrew his hand. "Let us proceed. There is still room for improvement in your tiger leopard thunder sound." Gu Yi spoke to Oscar, who was still somewhat envious beside him. "Perhaps it's best to refrain. Ego. I find the current state quite satisfactory." The envy on Oscar's face shifted to a bitter expression, yet he still followed suit. Despite the discomfort, the enhancement of his physical capabilities was indeed remarkable, and there was even a possibility of deriving pleasure from the medicinal bath. Before long, Ma Hongjuan awakened, groggy, as he heard a chorus of pleas for mercy. Be gentle, came a voice that instantly roused him. He surmised he would never forget that sound for the rest of his life. The fact that he still had the strength to speak indicated that he would need to endure a few more strikes. Following this, a series of blows ensued. Ma Hongjuan became aware of his surroundings, feeling his body, which remained intact, not burn away. Aside from some lingering pain, everything seemed normal. He had once thought he was dead, or perhaps that his suffering surpassed death itself. What were these substances? He picked up some herbs from the medicinal barrel, which he did not recognize. A beam of light shone through, eliciting a fearful sound from him once more. "Awake, then rise." Ma Hongjuan dared not delay, fearing Gu Yi might strike him again. After enduring what he had, his trepidation only grew. "Return, you have failed." Gu Yi issued an eviction order. For the matter concerning Ma Hongjuan had already consumed considerable time. Ma Hongjuan, no longer inclined to pursue Gu Yi's techniques, hastily donned his clothes and darted out, moving significantly faster than upon his arrival, as if he had shed a bit of weight, though he remained quite the chubby fellow. Chapter 16. Contract signed. After a period of diligent effort, the contract has been successfully signed. I extend my gratitude to everyone for your continued readership during this time. Let us maintain our momentum. Chapter 17. The golden-haired youth. After Ma Hongjuan's departure, Gu Yi retrieved the willow leaf flying daggers once more. Such a formidable weapon, when concealed in the shadows, could indeed deliver a startling surprise with its sudden strike. Gu Yi gazed contemplatively at the willow leaf dart in his hand, feeling a surge of emotion. The path of martial arts encompasses a myriad of facets, and the art of hidden weapons is but one of them. However, Gu Yi had no desire to tread that treacherous path. Prolonged engagement with insidious techniques inevitably corrupts one's character, rendering one cunning and deceitful. Gu Yi harbored no desire to become such a person, The creation of the willow leaf flying daggers was not intended to establish himself as a master of concealed weapons, nor was it to harm others through stealth. Rather, it was to distill the essence of martial will, regardless of the realm attained by any martial artist. None could evade the prowess of a small leaf-flying dagger. The legend surrounding the small leaf-flying dagger transcended mere myth. It evolved into a belief, a conviction. The dagger itself held little significance, nor did the level of martial prowess. What truly mattered was the individual wielding it. With a dagger in hand, none dared to underestimate its brilliance. Additionally, this endeavor served another purpose, to later assist in the transformation of tank sand. Concealed weapons were but minor tools. One could witness overtly concealed weapons. Ever since that fateful day, Ma Hongjun trembled at the sight of Gu Yi, gripped by an overwhelming fear that persisted for nearly several months. Following Gu Yi's guidance, Ma Hongjun chose his first soul ring, imbued with a trace of the phoenix bloodline from the Crimson Firebird. However, this choice diverged from the original narrative. Due to his cultivation of the pure Yuan technique and the tiger-leopard thunder sound method, he directly surpassed the limits of soul rings as described by the master. Yet, the soul skill remained unchanged. It was still the Phoenix Fire line, albeit at a higher temperature and with a significantly stronger adhesion. It did not exceed much, merely reaching 500 years. Simultaneously, Gu Yi began to refine Ma Hongjun's temperament and research suitable techniques for him. The influence of martial souls is one matter. A resolute spirit can similarly conquer physical tumult. Oscar, too, finally broke through to level 20 at the age of 9. Thanks to the years of training he undertook with Gu Yi, utilizing the tiger-leopard thunder sound. Although he did not achieve the astonishing second ring of a millennium, he was not far off. The soul skills mirrored those of the original story, yet their effects were amplified and more pronounced. Even so, Oscar had surpassed his counterpart in the original narrative, possessing at least double the physical strength of an auxiliary soul master. After a few months of breaking through at the Oscars, Gu Yi successfully attained the realm of soul master. This time, he did not enlist Flinder's assistance to hunt soul beasts. Instead, he ventured alone into the Douluo forest. Having spent such a considerable amount of time in this world, Gu Yi had not strayed far, aside from being dragged by Flinder into the Douluo forest to hunt for spirit rings. The farthest he had traveled was merely to Soto City. As a principal city, life here was relatively comfortable. No one knew what experiences Gu Yi had encountered during this outing, but upon his return, he exuded an aura of killing intent that could not be masked by his inherent scholarly demeanor, particularly Flinder and Zhao Wujie, both of whom had endured countless life and death battles in their youth, keenly sensed the bloodlust emanating from Gu Yi, not that of a soul beast, but that of a human. From that moment onwards, Gu Yi devoted himself more fervently to his training. Time passed, and when Gu Yi reached the age of 12, he had grown into a tall, golden-haired youth. What was even more astonishing was that his eyes were unlike those of ordinary individuals. He possessed heterochromia, with his left eye a captivating bluish-green and his right eye a fiery orange-red. Dressed in black trousers and a white tailcoat, he appeared strikingly youthful. Yet he embraced a beautiful woman, occasionally bending down to inhale her fragrant hair and even kissing her cheek. While such actions might be deemed personal matters, the crux of the matter was that this golden-haired youth was engaging in these antics at the entrance of the academy, where he had come to register. "Old man, I am here to enroll." The golden-haired youth tossed a bag of gold soul coins into the registration box with a carefree demeanor. Li Yusong furrowed his brow slightly, but then seemed to recall something, relaxing his expression and pinching the youth's arm. "You are of suitable age. Summon your martial spirit for me to see." However, the golden-haired youth did not immediately reveal his martial spirit. Instead, he leaned down to the woman in his arms and said, "Watch closely. What follows will be quite impressive." "Yes, Dai Xiao, let them see the white tiger this time." As the beautiful woman stepped away from the youth, a hint of infatuation flickered in her eyes. Despite his youth, this young master possessed admirable qualities, most notably his financial prowess. The golden-haired youth summoned his martial spirit, and a phantom of a white tiger materialized behind him. His muscles suddenly swelled, and his golden hair transformed into a striking mix of black and white, predominantly white, while his four eyes turned into a deep, enchanting blue. 2 yellow soul rings floated around him, clearly indicating that he had reached the level of a great soul master. Instantly, he morphed from a frivolous young man into a muscular figure, exuding the commanding presence of the king of beasts. How about that? Impressive, right? The golden-haired youth turned to the woman, and the aura of dominance derived from his martial spirit shifted into an air of flamboyance. Absolutely stunning. Look at those muscles. Dai Xiao is indeed extraordinary. The beautiful woman was genuinely taken aback by the immense transformation of the young man after he summoned his martial soul. She instinctively drew closer, feeling the strength of his powerful physique. Had the circumstances been different, one might have feared a fierce confrontation. The golden-haired youth relished this sensation, experiencing a sense of liberation he had never known before, free from any pressure and the judgment of others. Hurry inside. This is merely the first assessment, he urged. Li Yusong could no longer bear to watch. At his age, having to endure such trials was infuriating. The pressure of the martial soul was becoming palpable. The golden-haired youth, with his arm around the beautiful woman, intended to proceed further inside. However, she could not enter. It was against the rules. Li Yusong intervened, blocking the young man's path. Knowing full well that if the dean discovered he had brought a woman of questionable repute into the academy, he would surely face dire consequences. Moreover, he was concerned about this reckless lad, utterly bewildered by his training methods. In a few years, they old-timers would likely be outpaced. The golden-haired youth paused, his expression shifting. Yet he refrained from arguing. He released the woman, saying, "You should wait for me at the hotel. I will find you after I finish." Upon witnessing my white tiger martial soul, isn't it only proper to reciprocate? He whispered with a devilish charm. Upon entering, the golden-haired youth smoothly reached the 4th stage. At merely 12 years of age, he had attained level 28, marking him as a prodigious talent. As he approached the 4th stage, he beheld a middle-aged man dozing in a chair. The surroundings were vast and conducive to combat. "Oh, it seems there is still someone capable of reaching this point this year," Zhao Wujie remarked upon awakening and noticing the golden-haired youth standing a short distance away, somewhat surprised. It had been years since the academy had recruited new students. "Your task is to endure for half a stick of incense without being defeated by me. If you succeed, you shall become a student of our academy." The golden-haired youth, brimming with confidence, shouted, "Dai Mu Bai, martial soul, white tiger, level 28 battle spirit master, at your service." Before Zhao Wujie could complete his introduction, a cultured voice interrupted. "Teacher Zhao, allow me to take this one." Dai Mu Bai looked up to see a young man in white approaching the middle-aged man, exuding a calm demeanor reminiscent of a scholar from the imperial court. "You? Why would a mere assessment attract Gu Yi's interest, especially after acquiring the 3rd soul ring, which has transformed him entirely?" Zhao Wujie pondered. "Indeed. I too wish to witness the caliber of the extraordinary being who has arrived at this juncture." Gu Yi cast a tranquil glance at Dai Mu Bai. Yet this single gaze elicited a chill of apprehension along the back of the once self-satisfied Dai Mu Bai. What manner of gaze was this? As if an infinite vortex resided within those depths, poised to consume one's very soul, compelling him to instinctively take a step back. "If that is the case, then you may proceed," Zhao Wujie conceded, unwilling to contest with him, for the evaluation of these fledgling youths held little amusement. The ordeal concluded before his body had even begun to warm, rendering it a trial in its own right. Gu Yi, a student of Shrek. The conditions remain unchanged. Should you withstand for the duration of half a stick of incense without faltering, you shall be deemed successful. Gu Yi slowly made his way into the arena, likely for the last time battling under the guise of a student. Dai Mu Bai was incensed. Indeed, he had barely managed to escape in a disheveled state, yet he was undeniably a prodigious talent, had it not been for their age difference. The outcome might have been quite different. The trial posed by the Soul Saint moments ago was no trivial matter. One could even describe it as formidable. However, Gu Yi appeared to be of a similar age to himself. Defeating him in a mere incense stick's duration, he was unafraid of the repercussions. With the white tiger guardian barrier, Dai Mu Bai let out a roar, and his first soul ring shimmered momentarily. A protective layer of white light enveloped him, emboldened by the defense of his primary soul skill, allowing him to charge directly at Gu Yi for a fierce confrontation. Gu Yi gazed at the straightforward Dai Mu Bai, feeling a twinge of disappointment. The combat methods of soul masters in this world were exceedingly simplistic, even bordering on rigidity. A surge of soul power erupted, striking the protective barrier surrounding Dai Mu Bai. With a cold smirk, Dai Mu Bai did not even bother to unleash his martial soul, believing that a mere soul power projectile could triumph over him. Shrek was no more than this. It was, in essence, a school for fools. Dai Mu Bai disregarded the soul power projectile entirely, not only refusing to evade it but instead meeting it head-on. With the white tiger's protective barrier, defending against a soul power projectile was merely child's play. How foolish. Zhao Wujie observed this scene and could not help but utter a curse. One must never underestimate any opponent under any circumstances, for doing so could lead to catastrophic consequences. Zhao Wujia would not admit that he had once made the same mistake. The might of this soul force projectile is far from trivial, especially after comprehending the will of martial arts. It is truly a nemesis to those with weak defenses. Not only is its speed remarkable, but its power is also astonishing. He can already envision the scene of Dai Mubai unleashing his fervor. However, one thing perplexes Zhao Wujia. What offense had this individual named Dai Mubai committed to warrant such a severe response? The ensuing events diverged somewhat from Zhao Wujia's imagination. The attack was executed with restraint, merely shattering the protective barrier and repelling Dai Mubai, resulting in a minor wound that drew a trickle of blood, without even fracturing a bone. How could this be possible? Dai Mubai pressed his hand against his left side, where a bloodied puncture, the size of a thumb, continued to bleed profusely. This wound was inflicted by the very soul power projectile he had dismissed. A self-created soul skill, Dai Mubai was resolute. Without summoning his martial spirit, he had nonetheless shattered the barrier and injured himself with a single strike. This institution indeed harbored remarkable talents. Dai Mubai had only heard of such prowess through hearsay, and coupled with his genuine need to enroll in a prestigious Soul Master Academy, he had chosen this obscure and dilapidated school to elude pursuit and maintain anonymity. If your capabilities are merely at this level, it would be prudent to depart at once. Gui let out a scornful laugh. Is this merely a minor injury? Dai Mubai gazed intently at Gui, now fully aware that he could not afford to let his guard down. If he were to fall victim to that same move again, it would spell trouble. Gui discerned Dai Mubai's intentions and thus spoke. Seeing you in such a feeble state, I shall indulge you in a bout of close combat. Come forth. Gui waved provocatively towards Dai Mubai. If Dai Mubai could endure this, one might question his masculinity. Since you have chosen to bind your own hands and feet, allow me to demonstrate my prowess. In the presence of his martial soul, Dai Mubai exuded an extraordinary confidence. On the continent of Douluo, the White Tiger martial soul is considered one of the pinnacle martial souls, particularly within the realm of battle soul masters. There are no rivals at this level. Even if Gui possesses formidable abilities, the inability to utilize her powerful long-range attacks means she could not possibly defeat him within the span of a mere incense stick's burning time. Dai Mubai's confidence swelled further. Confidence is synonymous with peak performance. The oblivious cannot perceive the brilliance of the starry sky. In the path of martial arts, close combat holds the true essence, for within 3 feet, I reign supreme and invincible. Gui observed Dai Mubai rushing towards him, unfazed by the urgency to defeat him, and deftly evaded his attacks with an intricate footwork. Born into royalty, Dai Mubai had honed his combat skills since childhood, striving to surpass his elder brother. Alas, he was confronted with an insurmountable opponent. Not even the hem of Gui's sleeve was grazed by his efforts. No matter how many times he witnessed it, it remained astonishing, akin to a work of art. Zhao Wuji, watching Gui's effortless evasions, remarked in admiration. Even if Gui were to disseminate this technique, only Oscar might grasp its essence. A brute like Dai Mubai, who relied solely on brute strength to vanquish foes, would never comprehend it. Realizing he was being toyed with, Dai Mubai understood that if Gui had truly wished to defeat him, he could have done so long ago. Countless times, he found himself outmaneuvered. Aware that he had but one final opportunity, a chance to turn the tide, he gazed intently and continued to assault Gui as before. Gui appeared to have grown weary of the game, launching a direct punch toward Dai Mubai. Now is the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Dai Mubai unleashed his second soul skill, the White Tiger Blaze Wave. Dull. Gui, as if possessed of prophetic foresight, approached Dai Mubai with astonishing swiftness, delivering a sudden kick to his waist. The interruption of his soul skill resulted in a backlash of soul power, compounded by the forceful strike from behind, sending Dai Mubai hurtling several meters away, where he coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. The quality of the situation was dreadfully poor, yet, if students were not recruited soon, Shrek would face ruin, leaving him behind. Gui gazed at Dai Mubai on the ground, lost in contemplation. Zhao Wuji was genuinely taken aback. He had not anticipated that Gui would change his mind at the last moment. By the way, Teacher Zhao, I will be leaving for a while to hunt for the 4th soul ring. As for imparting the Academy's techniques to him, please refrain for the time being. I have my own plans. Zhao Wuji watched Gui as he prepared to depart, a desire to assert his authority bubbling within him. After all, he was the teacher, and Gui was merely a student. Chapter 19. Effort can also lead to excellence. Wait, What did Gui just say? Hunting for the fourth soul ring. Zhao Wuji's eyes widened in astonishment. Gui was still so young, yet he had already reached level 40. As for the possibility of this being a mere fabrication, Zhao Wuji had never doubted Gui's honesty in such matters. A proud individual would scorn the act of deception. Daimu Bai, sprawled on the ground, stared blankly at Gui as he gradually receded into the distance. He had never contemplated that this youth, seemingly of his own age, possessed the capability to hunt for the fourth soul ring. Even his brother, who had instilled such fear in him that he fled the palace, could not reach such a level of genius. Oscar, come here quickly, business awaits. Zhao Wuji's voice boomed, resonating like that of a bear, amplified by his soul power, ensuring that Oscar could hear him from anywhere within the academy. Business? Where's the business? Oscar had indeed chosen the path of selling sausages, but his clientele comprised those who were injured or in need of recuperation. After all, he too needed to cultivate, and the substantial task of sausage making greatly drained his soul power. Well, whether this deal comes to fruition is entirely up to you. Zhao Wuji gestured toward the prostrate Daimu Bai before reclining back in his chair to resume his slumber. The weather was splendid, perfect for a nap. This brother here, he must have been beaten by teacher Zhao. Your injuries are rather severe, but fret not. After consuming my sausage, you will recover swiftly. As he spoke, he recited a soul incantation, summoning a remarkably lifelike sausage into Oscar's hands, its size virtually indistinguishable from those sold outside. Initially, Daimu Bai had intended to support Oscar's business, but his interest waned, replaced by a sense of distaste. Not only was the incantation somewhat repulsive, but the size of the sausage struck an unsettling familiarity. These two factors made it difficult for him to accept. Take it away, take it away. Who would want to eat your sausage? Keep it for yourself. Daimu Bai pushed aside Oscar's hand, still clinging to the notion of royalty, exuding an air of superiority over others. He presented himself as if he were the sole ruler of the world. Oscar, who had initially worn a cheerful smile, now concealed his expression. During this period, he had garnered considerable praise for assisting those injured in the soul arena. Those individuals were indifferent to such trivial matters. They had endured far more repugnant experiences to survive in this world. If you don't want it, then I shall partake myself, he thought. Oscar had a stable source of income and was hardly concerned about such insignificant offerings. Were it not for the fact that they would soon be classmates, he would not have approached Daimu Bai with such familiarity. Departing without a backward glance, Oscar left Daimu Bai, already shaken, in deeper existential doubt. Along the way, bolstered by his handsome appearance, he occasionally displayed a generous demeanor, and with his identity as a soul master, he navigated life with remarkable ease. Everyone regarded him with kindness and warmth. Gui chose neither to ride in a carriage nor to mount a horse. Instead, he measured the earth with each deliberate step, making his way toward the vast starry forest. A distance of 500 kilometers is not particularly daunting for a soul master. Yet Gui still took 5 days to traverse it. Along the way, his white attire became inexplicably stained with specks of red, and his aura was markedly more formidable than it had been at the academy. Gazing upon the immense forest, Gui inhaled a breath of fresh air. The pent-up anger and murky emotions accumulated over the past few days were replaced by this invigorating atmosphere. The world dominated by the aristocracy weighed heavily on his heart, especially upon encountering those nobles who treated others as mere objects, igniting a profound fury within him, to the point where he felt an overwhelming urge to slay them. It was utterly nauseating. Gui stepped into the starry forest. This time, if he were to acquire the abilities outlined in his plans, he would possess the means to truly safeguard himself in this world. Meanwhile, a group was also making its way toward the starry forest. Teacher Qin Ming, what is the starry forest truly like? One member of the group inquired, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he addressed the rather unremarkable-looking young man in his 30s who led the way. The young man appeared quite ordinary, save for his eyes, bright and profound, akin to a glimmer of light in the night. This singular feature rendered him a standout even amidst a crowd, easily noticeable. The starry forest is indeed a veritable treasure trove, yet also a place of genuine peril. Qin Ming recalled the experiences he had endured while obtaining his 6th spirit ring, memories still vivid in his mind. Securing a 10,000-year spirit ring is no trivial endeavor. Had it not been for the company of like-minded companions and the assistance of a senior, he would have faced grave danger. The tremors of the soul are not to be underestimated. I truly wish to reach the starry forest swiftly. It is said to be teeming with countless soul beasts. Listening to Shermo's words, Qin slightly shook his head, recognizing the youth's naivety, as they had yet to encounter the realities of such a journey. The starry forest has never been a place of amusement. While these individuals possess remarkable talents, their temperaments remain somewhat lacking. After all, they are all of noble birth. Notably, two among them boast the most formidable backgrounds in the world, Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan, both supported by the presence of titled Douluo. The promising Yu Tianheng is currently pursuing Du Guyan. It can only be said that the youth of today are entangled in overly complex ambitions, failing to dedicate themselves earnestly to their cultivation at such a tender age. Qin shook his head gently, choosing to refrain from concerning himself with the matters of his students. They were on the brink of entering the starry forest, and he needed to muster his focus. For even though this time they were merely seeking a millennium spirit ring and would not venture deep into the forest, vigilance was essential. Gui raced forward, swiftly covering dozens of kilometers. This time, his goal was not a millennium soul ring, but rather one that had existed for 10,000 years. However, he lacked the fortuitous luck of Tang San, who had access to the eightfold ice grass, the fiery apricot blossom, and the ice and fire duality that tempered the body, not to mention the external soul bones that contributed to Tang San's miraculous achievement of a 10,000-year soul ring. Yet, Gu Yi possessed something that Tang San could never attain. The tiger leopard thunder sound forged his physique, and the meridian martial soul safeguarded his body. His self-created internal skill absorbed soul power, while his martial will, combined with the pain from absorbing solar and lunar energies, had rendered his mind impervious to external disturbances. This time, he was determined to succeed. It had been 6 years since the awakening of his martial soul, and his ascent in levels had surpassed all expectations, progressing from a congenital 6th-level soul power to the cusp of breaking through to a 40th-level soul master. His meridian martial soul had played a pivotal role in this achievement. With the continuous enhancement of his meridians and the thorough connection of the 8 extraordinary meridians, along with the ongoing refinement of his internal skills, the speed of his soul power cultivation increased exponentially. This culminated in the current state of Gui, whose strength was now beyond his own comprehension at the very least. He could easily surpass a 40th-level soul master. Chapter 20, Battle. This time, he had come with a purpose, and he quickly located the soul beast he sought. Although the age of the beast was somewhat lacking, having found what he desired, he could afford to wait a little longer. For this day, Gu Yi had made countless preparations. He had researched the whereabouts of the devouring sky toad and meticulously investigated the soul skills and transformations acquired by those who had absorbed it over the years. This endeavor was not only time-consuming but also costly. The Shrek Academy did not possess such comprehensive data. Only the Spirit Hall could provide such extensive information. As he was not a member of the Spirit Hall, accessing this information required either cultivating a romantic relationship with a highly ranked woman within the hall, akin to Xiaojiang, or spending money. The adage that money can make the world go round was vividly illustrated in this realm. Oh, devouring sky toad. Please do not let me down. Gu Yi finds himself once again engaged in a gamble. Should he falter, he would be unable to cultivate this unique technique designed specifically for him, the Zhou Tian Lu Hijing. Throughout his years of practice, Gu Yi has increasingly perceived the human body as a microcosm of the universe. This sensation has intensified, particularly after he has managed to open half of his extraordinary meridians. The name Zhou Tian Lu Ha is not merely arbitrary, it signifies that all things within the universe are encompassed within it, and everything within the 6 realms falls under his dominion. This encapsulates the essence of the Zhou Tian Lu Ha Jing and represents the lofty ambition he aspires to achieve, to equate the human body with the cosmos, wielding all the forces of the world to attain omniscience and omnipotence. At that pinnacle, even the likes of the sea god or the Azura god would pale in comparison, provided he can indeed reach that level. For now, however, he remains troubled by the chaotic energies swirling within his body. Had it not been for the absorption of the soul ring from the soul-gathering turtle, which significantly enhanced his meridian's resistance to foreign energies, he would have long since perished from the overwhelming influx of power that could rupture his meridians. The swallowing sky toad represents the 4th soul ring he has meticulously crafted for himself. As the name implies, it is capable of devouring even the heavens, making the digestion of energy a considerably simpler task. To this end, he has previously conducted experiments using the soul ring from the soul-gathering turtle. As for whether he could vanquish a 10,000-year soul beast, Gu Yi harbors no doubts. After years of martial training, if he cannot defeat even a 10,000-year soul beast, he would indeed consider himself woefully inadequate. Gu Yi was searching for the traces of the eternal devouring toad in the vicinity. The Stardow forest of the present is not the same as the Stardow forest of several millennia hence. There are still numerous 10,000-year soul beasts. After a day's pursuit, Gui finally discovered the evidence of a 10,000-year devouring toad in a marsh. Through years of studying martial souls, Gui had become remarkably adept at estimating the age of soul beasts, determining that this particular toad was under 13,000 years old. This was evident from the crimson stripe and two pale pink lines adorning its back. The age of the devouring toad is discerned through the markings on its back. A pale pink line denotes 1,000 years, while a crimson stripe signifies 10,000 years. Although it was not a newly emerged 10,000-year creature, Gui felt confident in his ability to absorb this devouring toad. The moment to hunt had arrived. Gui was eager to test the extent of his own abilities. Without concealing his presence, he manifested himself directly, stepping into the mire yet remaining steadfast. His body unyielding to the depths. A resounding croak, elongated and powerful, emanated from the mouth of the devouring toad. Gui, however, was well prepared, having preemptively blocked his ears with spiritual energy. Before arriving, he had thoroughly studied the devouring toad, possessing an intimate knowledge of its attack patterns, living habits, and even its preferences in matters of gender. Gui sprinted through the quagmire as if traversing solid ground, wielding an iron sword in hand. This sword was neither an ornamental piece nor distinguished in any remarkable manner. In fact, it was quite ordinary, yet it served as a true instrument of death. In ancient times, there existed a saying that a gentleman should be paired with a sword. In modernity, Gui nurtured his blade with the intent to kill. This was no prized weapon, nor was it crafted by a renowned artisan. It was merely a sword that Gui had casually taken from a blacksmith's forge without payment, merely repaying a few lives in exchange. From that moment forth, the sword remained at his side. By now, the blade bore a brilliant crimson hue. Whenever the sword was drawn, blood was inevitably spilled. It was indeed a weapon of great malevolence. The third soul ring illuminated, and the aura of death coalesced. The bloodied sword acted as a switch. Upon its unsheathing, the suppressed killing intent within Gui erupted forth, and his gaze turned icy. With a simple downward slash, devoid of any complex swordplay, an action so straightforward that even children on the streets could execute it, the Tongtian toad felt a lethal threat, propelling itself powerfully backward for several dozen meters. Gui, however, remained relentless, his speed surging dramatically, causing the mire beneath him to erupt as a result of his violent actions, much to the detriment of the surrounding trees. The mighty oak lamented, "I never imagined I would experience a mud mask in this lifetime." After evading the attack range, the devouring toad did not pause, unleashing its enormous tongue with astonishing swiftness, reaching Gui in the blink of an eye. In light of this situation, Gui remained unperturbed, casting a glance at the sky. It was now midday. The blazing sun hung high above. A touch of recklessness, indeed. Gui resolutely chose to wield this sword. Sword 2. A surge of fierce solar energy coursed through his body, subsequently transferring into the longsword. Gui felt as though he was wielding a blazing sword, its heat almost unbearable. His body was engulfed in an inferno. Had it not been for the 3 enhancements and years of cultivation, he would have harmed himself before his enemies. The sword, imbued with solar energy combined with Gui's own martial will, rendered him invincible. He cleaved through the tongue of the devourer frog with ease. Maintaining his momentum as he approached the beast, his long sword held firmly in both hands. The immense pain rendered the devourer frog nearly incapacitated, its tongue now rendered useless. Although it had been sprawled on the ground, it sprang to its feet, launching a desperate attack with its diminutive forelimbs against Gui. While the limbs appeared small to the creature, they were colossal in Gui's eyes. Yet, this sudden onslaught proved no challenge for him, as he evaded the strike with astonishing agility. Missing its target, the devourer frog seized the opportunity to retract its tongue, a crucial tool for its hunting. Albeit now severed in two, with some repair, it could still serve its purpose. At this moment, Gui wielded his sword with one hand, while his left hand unleashed a formidable surge of sword energy. This year marked a significant transformation. Having comprehended the essence of martial will, he realized just how limited his previous perspective had been. Without the accompaniment of martial will, his sword energy was nothing more than a mere compression of soul power, lacking the true essence of the six-pulse divine sword. The sky-devouring toad sensed a hint of peril, yet it was too late to react. The razor-sharp sword energy struck directly at the most vulnerable part of the toad's throat. The essence of Gui lies in the moment when it opens its mouth and retracts its tongue, unleashing a formidable sword aura. Even the corporeal form of a 10,000-year soul beast could not withstand this piercing force, which penetrated it directly. Compared to the colossal physique of the devouring heaven toad, this minor wound was scarcely more than a trickle of blood. However, the excruciating pain provoked an uncontrollable fury within the devouring heaven toad. Gu-yi could sense a tremendous energy coalescing within the gaping maw of the devouring frog. This represents the most significant ability of the devouring frog, the insatiable hunger for consumption. Chapter 21. The Woman. As a soul beast, the paramount feature of the devouring frog lies in its boundless capacity to devour. With a mere opening of its colossal mouth, any form of energy or object is drawn into its being, where it is flawlessly digested, eliminating any concerns of overindulgence. However, this formidable technique bears a considerable flaw, an exceptionally lengthy cooldown period. Typically, after its execution, a recovery time of 10 days to half a month is required. This ability often serves as the devouring frog's critical means of survival. What Gu-yi has long awaited is this very moment, for when he unleashes this move, the celestial devouring toad finds itself in a state of rigidity, rendered immobile. The moment for a decisive strike has arrived. A formidable suction force is directed at Gu-yi. As the ancient soul beast executes its endless devouring, exponentially more potent than that of a millennium-old soul beast, the resistance of Gu-yi is exceedingly arduous. And the terrain is nothing short of a quagmire, devoid of any solid foothold. The ability to maintain stability is entirely contingent upon the force of soul energy within. To his astonishment, this soul energy is being gradually disturbed, uncontrollably seeping out of his body. The insatiable dominance of the devouring force is manifesting itself. Gu-yi remained entirely unperturbed. The swallowing sky toad had its hidden cards, but so did he. He had awaited this very moment. A slender willow leaf dagger manifested in his hand, and he devoted himself wholly to this diminutive weapon. Simultaneously, the energy that was being consumed around him was forcibly seized by Gu-yi as he channeled his cultivation technique. He disregarded whether the energy was of the same origin, greedily reclaiming it all. Gu-yi's complexion flushed crimson, nearly overwhelmed by the influx of foreign energy. The willow leaf flying knife in her hand had become an undeniable presence here, emanating a sharp aura. Several kilometers away, two elders simultaneously glanced towards Gu-yi's location. Could the snake spear sense it? Who could possibly release such a piercing energy? Could it be a disciple of Qinshin? However, the snake spear did not believe it could be Qinshin. Even a casual strike from the title Douluo would surpass this. There have been no reports of Qinshin taking on disciples in recent years. If this individual lacked a sect, perhaps the young master could subdue them, potentially becoming a pillar of our spirit hall. That had devoted himself entirely to the spirit hall. The snake spear subsequently eliminated a century-old spirit beast that had drawn near. Realizing this was not the time for contemplation, safeguarding the young master was their current mission. They nodded, observing the woman seated cross-legged on the ground, absorbing her spirit ring. There's no need, Uncle Snake Spear. I have completed the absorption of the spirit ring. The woman stood, 5 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black, hovering around her. Congratulations, young master, on becoming a spirit king, they proclaimed. The two looked at the dignified woman with admiration. Truly, our spirit hall's young master has managed to cultivate to the level of spirit king at such a young age, even in this environment. Indeed, she is an unparalleled genius with innate spirit power of level 20. I am eager to witness someone who can garner the attention of 2 title Douluos. Young master, Shui Qinghe cannot be absent for too long. The time for her patrol is approaching, they reminded, noting that as the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, every word and action was under scrutiny. She could not afford to vanish for an extended period. Rest assured, I am aware of my limits. With a pair of golden wings unfurling from her back, the woman soared into the air, heading towards the direction she had sensed earlier. Here, she could slightly taste the essence of freedom, intoxicatingly delightful. Only in this place could she truly soar. An angel is destined to glide through the skies. In Gu-yi's grasp, the willow leaf flying dagger was imbued with power to its utmost limit, even as his soul energy began to be siphoned away. The dagger remained wholly unaffected. Everything in existence cannot be swayed from its essence. As the dagger was released, it transcended its form, becoming a vessel for Gu-yi's will. In this moment of complete and utter devotion, the brilliance of the flying dagger was so radiant that not even the blazing sun at noon could obscure it. With this strike, time seemed to slow, allowing Gu-yi to witness the dagger pierce the brain of the sky-devouring toad, slicing through flesh and emerging on the other side. The experience was remarkably seamless. The suction abruptly ceased, and Gui collapsed into the mire, utterly drained of strength. The execution of that strike had consumed all his energy, leaving his spirit severely depleted. At this moment, even a mere millennium-old soul beast could easily bring about his demise. Gui, feeling the urgency, glanced at the black soul ring emerging from the body of the devouring sky toad. With a sigh of relief, he began to absorb the energy. The soul ring would only exist for a single hour. During this fleeting period, he had to regain his strength and seek a suitable location to assimilate the soul ring's essence. Gui spent a moment recovering some of his strength, then dragged the enormous body of the devouring toad in search of a concealed cave. Utilizing the toad's form to completely seal the entrance, he ensured his safety before commencing the absorption of the soul ring. As the black soul ring penetrated his being, an overwhelming surge of energy, more ferocious than anything Gui had previously experienced, surged wildly within him. Yet, he managed to handle it with remarkable composure. Earlier, he had discovered that the meridians of the body had a profoundly beneficial effect on the absorption of soul rings. Over the years, he had already connected 6 of the 8 extraordinary meridians, leaving only the Ren and Du meridians unlinked. Simultaneously, Gui sensed a fragmentary consciousness launching an assault on his spirit, filled with resentment and bitterness. Unfortunately, if this remnant spirit had been stronger, it might have posed a threat to him. However, Gui remained steadfast in his resolve, channeling his martial will to conjure a willow leaf flying knife, which promptly caused the remnant spirit to dissipate. If it could kill you once, it could certainly do so again. Half an hour later, Gui's breathing steadied, and the absorption of the soul ring approached its conclusion. It was at this moment that an unexpected event transpired. Gui could sense a peculiar energy enveloping his lumbar region, closely adhering to his spine. In an instant, he became vigilant. This location was in close proximity to his dantian, the very core of his cultivation, which he could not afford to jeopardize. Upon closer examination, Gui realized that this anomaly was, in fact, a fortuitous occurrence. It was a soul bone, specifically an external soul bone. Gui never anticipated that he would possess the fortune of a protagonist and acquire a soul bone. He soon discovered the capabilities of this soul bone, which stored soul power and functioned as a second dantian. Upon its emergence, the soul bone seamlessly connected with his meridians, becoming an integral part of his being. The absorption of this soul ring proceeded with remarkable ease, devoid of any peril. It seemed he had been overly cautious. Nevertheless, the gains from this experience were substantial, significantly enhancing the capacity of his meridians. Gui was confident that even if he were to absorb the energy of the midday sun again, it would not scorch his meridians as it had before. "Come out, you little rascal. I can sense that you have completed the absorption of the soul ring." Gui furrowed his brow. To his surprise, there were indeed others outside, of whom he had been completely unaware. This was certainly not an auspicious beginning. Gui was not one to be timid or easily frightened. As he moved aside the corpse of the devouring toad that obstructed the cave entrance, he beheld 3 figures soaring in the air. Leading the trio was a golden-haired woman, her back adorned with a pair of golden wings that fluttered gracefully, allowing her to hover aloft. Chapter 22. Coercion. The esteemed seniors, might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Although Gui had already surmised the origins of these 3 individuals, a sense of apprehension consumed him. If his suspicions were indeed correct, he would find himself in a most precarious situation. "Young man, do you know who this is?" he asked, feigning an air of mystery. The golden-haired woman, clad in imperial attire, exuded an aura of arrogance. While the junior did not possess precise knowledge of her identity, he could certainly make an educated guess. A plan began to take shape in Gui's mind. Indeed, the spirit hall is quite commendable. Gui's perception of it is certainly more favorable than that of the several great empires. Not only does it provide free assistance to impoverished families in awakening their martial souls, but it also offers subsidies to low-ranking soul masters, ensuring they have a means of livelihood. Even he himself has greatly benefited from the spirit hall's benevolence, a fact that is indisputable, even if the initial motive behind such generosity might have been to win the people's hearts. Nevertheless, it has undeniably aided the genuinely destitute citizens of this world. On this account alone, Gui harbors little wariness towards them. "Oh, do enlighten me," the golden-haired woman descended gracefully, an act that could have been accomplished merely by bowing her head, yet she chose to descend. Her angelic pride forbade her from bowing to anyone. "Then allow me to boldly speculate. The 2 elders beside you have not summoned their martial souls, yet they are able to soar through the air. This leaves only one possibility, titled Douluo Gu Yi cast a glance at the porcupine and the spear, noticing their lack of change, before continuing. Even though it is hard for me to believe, the evidence is undeniable. The blonde woman nodded non-committally, recognizing this is not remarkable. Only a titled Douluo possesses the ability to soar through the air, as it is common knowledge within the realm of soul masters. Gu Yi glanced at the extraordinarily beautiful woman before him, who appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years of age. Her skin, akin to freshly fallen snow. Her straight nose, delicately slender phoenix-like eyes, and remarkably voluptuous figure could enchant any man in the world. Even his unwavering martial spirit momentarily faltered in her presence. If you wish for me to display my prowess, I shall not hold back. Allow me to demonstrate the essence of deduction. For one who comprehends the truth. Reversing the outcome is an effortless endeavor. The fact that two titled Douluos are tasked with her protection signifies her extraordinary identity and status. In this realm, I have only heard of one force capable of such a feat. You must be referring to the Spirit Hall. The golden-haired woman, upon hearing this, could not help but interrupt Gu Yi. Indeed, only the Spirit Hall possesses the capability to mobilize two titled Douluos simultaneously. Thus, it is evident that your identity is anything but ordinary. Gu Yi scrutinized Qianren with great care, unable to discern from her gaze that she would eventually become infatuated with love. The previously motionless figures of the porcupine and the spear stood a tad straighter. Please, continue. Qianren expressed her interest, intrigued by the ability to deduce so much from their mere encounter. This individual was not only a prodigy in cultivation but also possessed a remarkable intellect. A hint of recruitment began to blossom in her heart. Now that we have spoken of them, let us turn our attention to you. Gu Yi deliberately cast a few glances at Qianren, and from his piercing gaze, she felt as though he could see through her. This sensation left her somewhat uneasy, as if a chill had settled around her. The golden wings adorning her back, combined with the sacred aura that enveloped her, suggested a singular type of martial spirit that she had only heard of in whispers. If my conjecture holds true, you must be a direct descendant of the martial soul hall, possibly even the next pontiff. The presence of the serpent spear and the porcupine indeed confirmed Gu Yi's suspicions. The identity of the young master is a closely guarded secret, one that must not be revealed to outsiders. A flicker of murderous intent gleamed in his eyes. As a practitioner of martial arts, Gu Yi, especially after absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring moments ago, has had more than half of his meridians unblocked, significantly enhancing his perceptive abilities. Even though the murderous intent of these two titled Douluos is rather faint, it is still palpable. Rest assured, esteemed seniors, I harbor no ill intentions towards the Spirit Hall. In fact, I find it rather commendable. Gu Yi gazed innocently at the two individuals before him, acutely aware that his current capabilities were insufficient to contend with them. Even the prospect of escape remained uncertain. Upon Gu Yi's remarks, the two began to comprehend that the current Qianren was not the same as Xueqinghe. In fact, it could be said that few in this world were privy to the existence of Qianren, the heir of the Spirit Hall. Even if Gu Yi were to discover this truth, it would bear no consequence on the young master's covert plans. With a display of authority, Qianren addressed Gu Yi, stating, I have come to seek you out solely for the purpose of sparring. Gu Yi truly could not comprehend what was amiss with this woman, who approached him with two titled Douluos for a spar, despite their lack of prior acquaintance. Indeed, women remain a perplexing enigma. In both his past and present lives, he found himself an uninitiated outsider in matters pertaining to them. Merely a spar? Gu Yi inquired cautiously. Yet his mind was preoccupied with the thought of whether he could harness the power of the sun to escape from his dire predicament. Indeed, escape was his sole desire. He had never contemplated the possibility of vanquishing any one of the three adversaries, including Qianren, whose strength, in his perception, did not appear overly formidable. It was simply unattainable, utterly impossible. When the and the snake's spear manifested, his senses erupted with urgent alarms. With these two formidable protectors in place, Qianren was beyond his reach. Observing Gu Yi's heightened vigilance, Qianren smiled, seemingly unaware of his name. Gu Yi, he replied. Gu Yi was not engaged in any clandestine activities regarding his identity. Should he manage to depart successfully today, revealing the truth to Qianren would pose no issue. Conversely, if he failed to leave unscathed, a return to Shrek Academy would be impossible. One must not underestimate the formidable powers that stand atop the world. The situation is undoubtedly more complex than depicted in the original narrative. The exposure of his true name bears little consequence. At present, He possesses but a singular choice. Regardless of the outcome, I shall ensure your departure. Qian Rinxue is indeed a formidable woman, leaving Gu Yi with no opportunity for refusal. Regardless of victory or defeat, there is no benefit for Gu Yi to gain. The two titled Douluos standing behind him serve as the most potent deterrent. Is this serious? The Spirit Hall has always been a bastion of their word. Qian Rinxue's phoenix-like gaze sharpened, feeling that her character had been unjustly undermined, her voice tinged with burgeoning ire. Come forth. Gu Yi remained unperturbed. Although Qian Rinxue was undoubtedly the most gifted individual in this realm, the years she squandered had resulted in a sluggish progression in her cultivation. The undercover plan had proven futile from the very outset. In the world of Douluo Continent, it ultimately comes down to the supremacy of strength. What could a mortal realm possibly wield against the might of divine power? As Qian Rinxue summoned her angelic martial soul, she was instantly enveloped in an aura of sanctity, radiating a purifying light. The 5 spirit rings, yellow, purple, and black, encircled her. Qian Rinxue, martial soul, 6-winged angel. Level 52 weapon soul king, I humbly seek your guidance. With the angelic holy sword raised, she gazed at Gu Yi, her face brimming with the fervor of battle. Chapter 23, Battle with the Angel. Gu Yi did not anticipate that Qian Rinxue would immediately employ her 5th soul skill. Observing the divine power emanating from the sword, Gu Yi instinctively realized that he could not afford to be struck. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly lead to a dire consequence. Gu Yi discerned that she was genuinely inclined to engage in combat, and her demeanor became notably more serious. After absorbing the soul ring moments ago, Gu Yi could feel that her soul power had ascended to level 43. One could only marvel at the efficacy of a 10,000-year soul ring, as the enhancement it provided was indeed substantial. Gu Yi suddenly conceived a remarkable idea. This haughty woman had never faced defeat, so he decided to employ the art of swordsmanship. However, Gu Yi refrained from unsheathing his blood sword, for that particular blade was only drawn in the act of murder. He had no desire to kill Qian Rinxue, nor could he bring himself to do so. With the intention of imparting a lesson to this arrogant woman, Gu Yi broke into a smile as his soul energy surged, and a branch fell into his hand. Come, let me witness the prowess of the heir of the Spirit Hall. Gu Yi gazed helplessly at the soaring Qianren snow in the sky, lamenting his current lack of flying abilities. Gu Yi remained oblivious to the profound humiliation this initiative posed for a woman who had been lauded as a genius since childhood. To confront her with mere branches was a testament to the utter disdain held towards her. Qian Rinxue's phoenix-like gaze sharpened, her wings unfurling behind her as she swiftly approached Gu Yi, the divine sword already poised in her grasp. Her 5th soul skill allowed her to materialize a divine sword, forged from sacred flames, which could amplify the purification ability of her angelic martial soul by an astounding 300%. A single strike would not only significantly dissipate soul power, but would also inflict greater harm than an ordinary weapon. Qian Rinxue was exceedingly pleased with this soul skill, deeming it perfectly suited to her. From a young age, she had diligently practiced swordsmanship. Although she lacked a sword martial soul, her proficiency was nonetheless remarkable. In the realm of swordplay, she fared quite well. Gu Yiling's perception is remarkably exceptional, complemented by her already perfected Lingbo Weibu, creating an ineffable brilliance. Her sword strike is destined to miss its mark. As Gu Yi seized the moment when Qian Rinxue descended, he decisively swung a branch, striking her at the waist. Unlike the wandering soul masters outside, Qian Rinxue had little experience in combat, and even with 2 titled Douluo by her side, she found herself lacking in practical knowledge. In contrast, Gu Yi had endured numerous life-and-death battles, mastering his body to an astonishing degree. The force of his strike momentarily stunned Qian Rinxue. She had not anticipated that. Just after their initial clash, she would find herself at a disadvantage. Had Gu Yi wielded a true sword instead of a mere branch, she might have faced defeat, or worse, death. It was a jest, yet had he brandished a blade, the snake spear would have swiftly intervened to eliminate Gu Yi. Nonetheless, despite her limited combat experience, Qian Rinxue possessed a formidable capacity for learning. After several exchanges, she had only sustained 5 or 6 strikes, a rather commendable feat. It became increasingly apparent to her that engaging in such contests was futile. She was no match for this man. His prowess was far more complex than it appeared. Snake Spear, are we to merely watch the young master be bested by this lad? The expression of the darkened. For had it not been for the young master's command to withstand that blow, Qian Rinxue would have retreated to the heights once more, seeking a semblance of safety. The elusive branch instilled a sense of dread within her, as one misstep could lead to her being struck again. If you cease your attacks, I shall take my leave. Gu Yi called out to the towering Qian Renshua, expressing that the sensation just experienced was indeed quite delightful. It was decided that henceforth, he would also teach Tang San and the others to employ this technique. Gu Yi finally grasped the essence of guidance. Finished? How naive of you to think so. Qian Renshua shouted in a mix of shame and anger. If her agility and swordsmanship were not sufficient to surpass you, then let us see whose martial soul and soul power reigns supreme. With her second soul skill, angelic radiance, she could elevate all attributes by a remarkable 100%, while also enhancing the purifying and dissolving capabilities of her angelic soul power by the same measure. A resplendent brilliance emanated from Qian Renshua as her first soul ring illuminated. In a surge of angelic might, she condensed her soul power into her fist, unleashing an assault that manifested a golden light shield, an embodiment of both offense and defense. Possessing the ability to dissolve opposing soul power to a certain extent, the soul power derived from ordinary martial souls could be significantly diminished with just a mere touch. Such was the overwhelming dominance of the angelic martial soul. Gu Yi observed Qian Renshua's demeanor, which seemed to exude an intent to eliminate him, yet he remained unfazed. When the disparity in levels is negligible, it is akin to an overwhelming advantage in the realm of soul masters, relying solely on a rigid application of soul skills. It is a lamentable waste of such exceptional angelic soul power that lacks adaptability. Gu Yi could not help but shake his head. However, Qian Renshua misinterpreted Gu Yi's gesture as a sign of disdain towards her, causing her radiance to intensify even further. Gu Yisong relinquished the branch in his grasp and performed a gesture familiar to all in a past life. Siju, have you noticed? This lad has yet to employ any soul techniques. Shima observed this peculiar situation, while Siju became acutely aware of the implications. How could it be possible that someone could contend with the young master to such an extent without utilizing soul techniques? Have you discerned what his martial soul is? Shima added, struck by the multitude of surprises this youth presented. Could it be a rare, yet not particularly formidable human martial soul? Siju gazed at the boy, who was employing an unusual stance to neutralize the young master's strength, incredulous that anyone could cultivate a human martial soul to such a degree. The term primary martial soul had only been redefined after millennia, but that did not imply it had never existed before. It was simply that, in contemporary times, no truly formidable soul masters had emerged from the ranks of primary martial souls, nor had there been a second awakening, leading to only a select few being aware of their existence. He is undoubtedly extraordinary. Shima cast a profound glance at Gu Yi, only to find that Gu Yi was also looking back at him. This lad possesses remarkable perceptiveness. Qian Ringshu realized that her ability to dissolve was not having a significant effect. It seemed that Gu Yi's soul power was not inferior to her own. In the heat of battle, a moment's distraction could lead to defeat. The voice of Gu Yi reached her ears, startling Qian Rinshue, who instinctively retreated. Yet, she still felt as if she had been struck. Qian Rinshue comprehended fully that she was certainly no match for the man before her. He had effortlessly neutralized all her attacks with methods she could not fathom. Was that your own soul technique? She inquired, retracting her martial spirit and standing before Gu Yi. Seeing Gu Yi witness Qian Rinshue's concession, he also withdrew his soul power. Just moments ago, while neutralizing Qian Rinshue's soul power, he sensed a significant reduction in his own. The six-winged angel martial soul is indeed formidable. Well then, may I take my leave? Gu Yi said with a smile. Qian Rinshue did not waver. The angel spirit did not permit such a transgression. The young master allowed him to depart, yet the secrets harbored by that lad were undoubtedly numerous. Should he evade our spirit hall, he might find himself in peril. She long gazed at Gu Yi's retreating figure, as if witnessing the emergence of yet another Tang Hao. Who said he could leave? Upon returning, an immediate investigation would ensue. I must be apprised of his circumstances henceforth. Qian Rinshue displayed a smile. Believing she could let him leave so easily, such thoughts were truly naive. Chapter 24. A Farce in the Star Do Forest. As Gu Yi stepped out, he happened upon a group from the Tiando Royal Academy, engaged in the process of absorbing soul rings. The individual absorbing the soul ring was none other than Dugu Yan. Gu Yi made no deliberate attempt to conceal her presence. Thus, she was immediately detected by the vigilant Qin Ming. Who goes there? Step forth. Qin Ming summoned his martial spirit, his demeanor brimming with caution. Years of toil had heightened his alertness to an extraordinary degree. With Qin Ming's exclamation, The others promptly called forth their martial spirits as well. Please, do not be alarmed. I am merely a passerby, harboring no ill intentions. Gui stepped forward, signaling that he harbored no ill intentions and had not summoned his martial spirit. My student is still in the process of absorbing a soul ring. I kindly ask you to keep your distance to avoid any misunderstandings. Qin Ming, however, did not retract his martial spirit in response to Gu Yi's words. The truth of his statement remained elusive to all. This much I comprehend. Gu Yi observed their martial soul configurations and formed a few conjectures, particularly regarding Yu Tianheng, whose body was enveloped in thunder and adorned with dragon scales after manifesting his martial soul. Undoubtedly, he belonged to one of the prestigious blue Tyrannosaurus families. Additionally, there was a veiled maiden, captivatingly holding a begonia flower, which undoubtedly indicated the 9 hearts begonia martial soul. This particular combination led Gui to one singular institution, the Royal Academy of Tiando. Consequently, the blazed Songlong martial soul must belong to Qin Ming, a graduate of Shrek Academy. Gui never anticipated that she would encounter 2 significant individuals in such a brief span of time. Gui cast a glance at the violet-haired girl surrounded by the crowd, absorbing the essence of a venomous serpent spirit beast. She must be Dong Guyan. Gu Yi harbored little curiosity about others, save for the enigmatic Du Guyan. This fascination stemmed not solely from her association with the illustrious Du Gu Bo, a titled Douluo, and her possession of a coveted piece of land. Rather, it was the peculiar poison coursing through her veins that captivated him. As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, Gu Yi found himself intrigued by such intricate ailments. The ability to move with ease despite being afflicted by potent toxins presented an opportunity for profound research, potentially advancing the understanding of the human body to new heights. After casting a fleeting glance at everyone, Gu Yi withdrew his gaze. They were still engaged in the absorption of soul rings, and any misunderstanding could lead to complications beyond verbal clarification. Moreover, he had matters to discuss with Du Guyan. Gu Yi took a few steps back and leaned against a large tree in the distance. Qin Ming furrowed his brow slightly, but chose not to voice his concerns, as Gu Yi displayed no overt hostility. Even from such a distance, Gu Yi could sense that the poison within Du Guyan had intensified. He could even detect a faint, unpleasant odor wafting through the air, a sensitivity only someone with a keen sense of smell could perceive. Each time a soul ring was absorbed, it resulted in an accumulation of toxins. It would not be long before Du Guyan's condition resembled that of Du Gu Bo, perhaps even more dire. After all, Du Gu Bo possessed the formidable blue phosphor snake emperor as his martial soul, while Du Guyan was merely a blue phosphor snake. The disparity between them was significant. Du Guyan had not taken long to absorb the soul ring and soon completed the process. Gui finally approached, confident that as long as no aggressive actions were taken, he would not be met with hostility. Miss, may I have a moment of your time for a private conversation? Du Guyan searched her memory, but could not recall this individual. Meanwhile, members of the Tiando team began to stir restlessly. The allure of Yan Jie was undeniable, even drawing the attention of strangers. Yu Tianheng, who was already pursuing Du Guyan, had begun to regard Gu Yi as a potential rival. I do not know you, nor do I have anything to discuss, Du Guyan declared, resolute in her decision not to engage with Gu Yi privately. Before Gu Yi could utter a word, he was abruptly interrupted by Yu Tianheng, whose tone was somewhat brusque. Kid, Yin Yin has already expressed her desire not to converse with you, so be quick and leave. Qin Ming, however, chose to remain silent, curious to observe how they intended to resolve this matter. Allow me to speak, he interjected. On rainy days, you will experience intermittent sensations of numbness in your ribs, and as your soul power increases, this condition will only intensify. Each night, you will suffer from pain in your crown and soles, accompanied by mild spasms. Should you continue your cultivation in this manner, you shall not live beyond the age of 30. Yu Tianheng could no longer contain his indignation. Born into the prestigious Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, he was a direct descendant, having entered the world with a proverbial golden key. To show such restraint towards a potential rival was already commendable. However, the audacity to curse Yin Yin in this very moment was utterly intolerable. Without further ado, Yu Tianheng unleashed his martial spirit, resolutely determined to make Gu Yi regret his insolence. Gu Yi felt somewhat helpless, not expecting Yu Tianheng to have such a fiery temper. Before Dong Guyan could utter a word, he had already lost his composure. Dong Guyan cast a probing glance at Gu Yi, eager to see how he would resolve the situation and to gauge his capabilities. Gu Yi's gaze sharpened, He was not one to be easily bullied, and an attack demanded a counterstrike. With a swift step forward, he channeled his soul power into his hand, seizing the dragon claw of Yu Tianheng, effortlessly neutralizing the strength within it. With a gentle twist, he subdued him. The situation had shifted in an instant. Qin Ming had not anticipated Gu Yi's rapid response. He had swiftly gained control over Yu Tianheng with no unnecessary movements, leaving even him momentarily stunned. How formidable was this individual? Hold on. May I have a moment to speak? Yu Tianheng struggled incessantly, but Gu Yi's grip was as unyielding as steel, immovable and entirely beyond his level. Release the captain. The few individuals who had been standing behind Yu Tianheng immediately summoned their martial souls, their eyes alert and wary of Gu Yi. Du Guyan was equally taken aback by Gu Yi's strength, having subdued Yu Tianheng in an instant, a blend of caution and hope in her demeanor. Release my student. Qin Ming approached as well, unleashing his martial soul. Teacher Qin Ming, Yu Tianheng called out. Teacher Qin Ming? He just called you Qin Ming, did he not? Gu Yi was troubled by his inability to recognize this senior, and Yu Tianheng's loud voice provided him with unexpected assistance. With Yu Tianheng in Gu Yi's grasp, Qin Ming found himself restrained from taking action. Although he was uncertain why the question was posed, he nonetheless replied, Yes, I am Qin Ming. Did you graduate from Shrek Academy? Gu Yi continued to inquire. How do you know? Qin Ming, somewhat perplexed, responded. It was not that he held Shrek Academy in disdain, but rather that the institution was rather rudimentary. Without guidance, few would even be aware of its existence. I too am a student of Shrek Academy. Dean Flander has mentioned that you are his most exceptional pupil. Gu Yisong released Yu Tianheng and turned to Qin Ming, freed from his restraints. Yu Tianheng still wished to retaliate, only to be swiftly deprived of his strength and sent flying, landing in a most undignified manner. At the moment Gu Yi mentioned Flinder, Qin Ming momentarily relaxed his guard, yet he did not release his martial spirit. You are a student of Shrek Academy? Indeed, I am. At this juncture, Yu Tianheng had risen from the ground, his face covered in dust, the tempestuous energy within him becoming increasingly agitated. His first and second soul rings illuminated, preparing to launch a surprise attack from behind. Qin Ming detected Yu Tianheng's intent and called out, Tianheng, cease. Confused by Qin Ming's intervention, Yu Tianheng nonetheless complied, retracting his soul abilities, though he cast a begrudging glance at Gu Yi. Chapter 25. Laying the groundwork even if you are a student of Shrek Academy. I would appreciate it if you could elaborate on your earlier statement. What do you think, miss? Gu Yi did not immediately offer an explanation. Instead, he posed a question to Du Guyan. Teacher Qin Ming, since he is from the same academy as you, I am inclined to trust him. Du Guyan was curious to hear what else Gu Yi had to say. The others understood that Gu Yi's earlier statement was not a fabrication, otherwise Du Guyan would not have been aware of the situation. Consequently, Du Guyan stepped aside with Gu Yi. How infuriating. How could Yin Yin be so gullible as to believe the words of a stranger? Yu Tianheng angrily struck the trunk of a nearby tree. How did you know all that? Du Guyan inquired. Naturally, I discerned it. As a healer, I recognize that your condition has become quite precarious. It is only natural for a physician to wish to study and explore such a rare case, Gu Yi replied. A healer? Du Guyan was skeptical. In the world of Douluo Continent, only soul masters were regarded as esteemed individuals, while other professions were deemed inferior. The notion that a healer could easily subdue a powerful spirit master, such as the one wielding the blue lightning tyrant dragon, was laughable. And how do you intend to study me, little brother? Du Guyan inquired, gazing at Gu Yi with a beguiling look, her breath fragrant as orchids. A captivating smile graced her lips, yet this serpentine smile was not something everyone could withstand. Gu Yi, at merely 12 years of age, has already reached nearly 1.7 meters in height due to rigorous training, yet still retains a certain youthful innocence. When Du Guyan calls out, it is evident that her younger brother is indeed remarkable. Although Du Guyan cannot be deemed breathtakingly beautiful, she surpasses the enchanting Qian Renxue encountered previously. Her extraordinarily long legs are a testament to her unique martial spirit. With her short, deep violet hair and striking green pupils, she exudes an air of peculiarity that can be perceived as somewhat eerie. Upon closer proximity, one might detect a faint, unpleasant odor. This woman is deeply afflicted by poison, perhaps even tainted from the womb. While the martial spirits of ordinary individuals may enhance and strengthen, there exist certain spirits that, in their pursuit of power, may also bestow adverse effects. This phenomenon is known within the realm of soul masters as a failed mutation or the aftermath of such mutations. Throughout the years, extensive research on meridians and martial spirits has been conducted, and while his knowledge may not surpass that of the esteemed Master Yu Shaojiang, he firmly believes that his understanding of martial spirits and their exploration is on par with anyone, particularly when combined with his insights on meridians. Gui believes that these so-called side effects, if harnessed appropriately, could elevate them to new heights. However, he remains uncertain about how to utilize these side effects. Much like Ma Hongjuan's sinister fire, which amplifies his desires exponentially, its suppression can lead to unbearable torment, even death. Yet, if one can master it, the energy within this wicked fire can be channeled to strengthen the body, attack others, and incite desire. These abilities are all manifestly observable. What should have been an enticing scene instead leaves Gui feeling as though he is succumbing to poison, while others may remain oblivious. His nearly fully connected meridians grant him an extraordinarily acute sense of smell, rendering this experience a torment for him. Stop, do not approach me. Gui took a few steps back, reluctant to approach Du Guyan. Even with his current physique, even if he were indeed afflicted by her poison, it could not harm him. The inability to be harmed, however, did not compel him to willingly experience her venom. It was akin to knowing that a foul odor posed no threat, yet instinctively avoiding it. The principle remains the same. Are you not a physician? Were you not intent on studying me? Why, then, do you now hesitate to draw near? Du Guyan revealed an enigmatic smile, finding the situation somewhat amusing, and took a few steps closer. The scent was overwhelming. It was unbearable. Scent. There is indeed a fragrance emanating from you, but it is not unpleasant. Du Guyan was nearly driven to exasperation, for as a woman, to be told by a man that she had an odor, and that it was too strong, was intolerable. Calm, he clarified. What I meant was not to imply that you are foul-smelling, but rather that the poison carries a distinct and offensive odor. Your condition is quite rare, being so deeply poisoned yet still appearing as an ordinary person. Thus, I am intrigued to study this further. Gui felt an overwhelming aura of malice and recognized her own slip of the tongue. You say I am poisoned. Du Guyan let out a cold laugh. She was an expert in the art of poison and would surely know if she had been afflicted. Indeed, I suspect your affliction has been with you since the womb. If my conjecture holds true, your parents are no longer among the living, am I correct? Although she yearned to retort against Gui, the truth remained that every word spoken by Gui had struck home. Very well, thank you for your warning, I shall take note of it. Du Guyan finally replied with a calm demeanor before turning away. Even if she were indeed poisoned, there was no need for the unfamiliar Gui to assist her in detoxification. Her grandfather was a true master of poisons and would undoubtedly surpass this child in skill. Why should she rely on a stranger for help? Gui discerned the thoughts of Du Guyan but chose to disregard them, simply calling out to her retreating figure. If you cannot find a remedy, you may seek me in Suatua City. Remember, my name is Gui. I am always available to assist you in studying your condition. The color in Du Guyan's cheeks deepened. This insufferable man truly lacked tact. He had a penchant for uttering phrases that could easily lead to misunderstandings. First, he spoke of having an odor, and then he mentioned researching her body. Had she not been privy to the truth, she might have misinterpreted his words. Senior Qin Ming, now that everything has been clarified and you have absorbed the soul ring, I shall take my leave. Qin Ming, recognizing that the matter was resolved, was somewhat more cordial towards Gui. After all, he was his junior. Please remember to extend my regards to the dean and the professors upon your return. Understood. Gui turned his back to them and waved. Only Yu Tianheng remained somewhat indignant, feeling that while everyone else rejoiced, he alone had been humiliated. The seeds had already been sown, and now he awaited the time for harvest. Gui firmly believed that it would not be long before someone arrived. A few days later, he finally returned to the academy. This time, he had successfully transcended into the Soul Sage realm, thus fulfilling one of the requirements for graduating from Shrek Academy. As for the Silver Spirit, he had acquired it long ago. It was not a challenging endeavor for him. Once he became a teacher, he could legitimately educate Tang San. For the path of death should not be taken lightly. The education he had once experienced should also be imparted to these individuals, allowing the fear of being overwhelmed by assignments to permeate into another world. This could be seen as a way of promoting traditional culture. Shrek Academy would ultimately be molded in his image. With his ideals of an egalitarian society, what kind of world would he create? However, the future's development would invariably fall short of one's idealistic visions. Chapter 26, Teacher and Seizing Power Outside Soto City, in the office of the dean at Shrek Academy. What do you mean you want to graduate? Exclaimed Flender, rising abruptly from his chair. He had planned to hand over the management of Shrek Academy to Gui once he could no longer continue. Now, Gui was declaring his intention to graduate. Well, the graduation requirement for Shrek is to achieve the fourth ring of the Soul Sage by the age of 20. Now that I have become a Soul Sage, it is indeed time for me to graduate. Gui gazed at Flander, who was engulfed in disbelief and astonishment, and a playful notion began to take root within her. Indeed, the fledgling had matured and was now destined to soar across the vast skies. The Shrek Academy had ultimately become too small a realm for her. Flander sank wearily into his seat, clearly overwhelmed by the magnitude of this revelation. Despite its simplicity, Shrek was a legitimate educational institution, recognized throughout the entire Douluo continent. Once all the graduation formalities were completed and the seal was affixed, Gui would no longer be a member of Shrek. It was time to bid farewell to Zhao Wujia and the others, who had once been her mentors. Flander, seated in his chair, wearily waved his hand, a gesture steeped in melancholy. Gui carefully stowed away these items, smiling as he spoke. A farewell, but what sort of farewell? Flander felt a twinge of anger. Had Zhao Wujia and the others cared for him all these years only to be denied even a final meeting? Dean Flander, now at the age of 43, possessed soul rings of yellow, purple, and black. He wondered if he might be fortunate enough to become a teacher at Shrek Academy, contributing to its legacy. Gu Yiming understood that he could no longer continue the jest, for otherwise, Flanders might indeed strike him. Ah, you little rascal, what exactly do you mean by this? Flanders was somewhat perplexed, realizing that Gu Yiming seemed to aspire to become a teacher at Shrek Academy. Concocting such a scheme as if he were eager for Flanders to relinquish his position sooner. Director, I have grown up in Shrek, and I believe I can contribute. Moreover, I genuinely feel that your educational methods are flawed. The reason Gui undertakes such seemingly superfluous actions is to ensure that he can justifiably instruct Tang, San, and his peers in the future. The role of a teacher differs significantly from that of a student. Very well, I concur. Henceforth, you shall be the instructor of Shrek. With a smile, Gui soon assumed a serious demeanor. Dean, I have now become a teacher at Shrek Academy. Consequently, I have devised certain plans for future teaching and have developed a distinct understanding of the Academy's regulations. After 12 years in this world, Gui articulated his educational philosophy for the first time. What do you think? Flander held a deep trust in this disciple, for there were precedents to support his faith. Oscar, a support-type soul master, had been molded into a food-type soul master with capabilities on par with that of an ordinary beast soul master under his guidance. Such an accomplishment is not easily achieved. Firstly, I vehemently disagree with the Academy's stipulation that those who dare not stir trouble are inept. Gui directly brandished his sword, demonstrating his discontent and disagreement with the school motto from the very beginning. He believed that those who shy away from conflict are merely mediocre, while those who provoke it are often geniuses or extraordinary beings. Yet, can we truly classify those who instigate trouble without reason as geniuses? What then? Should we call those who instigate chaos at whim? The term to provoke trouble itself defies easy explanation. Is there a problem? If one lacks the courage to confront challenges, what merit do they have as a soul master? They might as well abandon their martial spirit and return to farming. Flanders regarded Gui with indignation. Convinced that there was nothing amiss with the motto he had established, Gui let out a cold scoff. According to the Dean's assertion, did it mean that anyone with audacity could provoke a tidal Douluo at will? Flander felt a tightening in his body. A tidal Douluo was a figure beyond his reach. And should they truly attract the ire of such a being, the consequences would be dire. That was not my intention. Furthermore, how could a tidal Douluo be so easily encountered? Flander, aware of his own shortcomings, found himself at a loss for words and could only begin to feebly justify his stance. Gui continually reassured himself. Encountering a tidal Douluo is merely a matter of the present. In a few years, tidal Douluo will be as ubiquitous as mushrooms after a rain, and one shall meet them at will. Regardless, instigating trouble is never a wise course of action. Wouldn't you agree, Dean? At last, Flander discerned Gui's thoughts. His role was not merely that of a teacher, but rather one aspiring to be a dean. However, the future of this academy was inherently destined for him, if one were to consider the individuals to whom he felt the deepest connection in this world. Aside from the initial forays into the world of soul masters with Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang, Gui stands as the closest companion. He harbored no intentions of marrying or having children in this lifetime. So be it, pursue whatever it is you desire. For the first time, Flander experienced the vexation of having an exceptionally gifted disciple. If you were to be usurped, then let me witness the heights to which you can elevate the academy. Rest assured, while it may not reach great heights, it can at least guarantee that no timid or troublemaking individuals will arise. Gu-yi remained uncertain whether he could usher in a new era for Shrek Academy, yet he was resolute in his determination to prevent the recurrence of future calamities. The haunting memory of witnessing Ma Xiaodao nearly harm two new students in a distant timeline, only to evade punishment and subsequently intimidate them, was utterly intolerable to him. Stepping out of the dean's office, he gazed at the sun ascending in the sky. Tang-san, I await your arrival here, to shield the future from your threats. I must inflict upon you the suffering you deserve. Meanwhile, Tang-san, who was miles away engrossed in Master Yu Xiaojiang's lecture on martial souls, felt an inexplicable chill creep down his spine. Is there anyone there? He instinctively turned to glance behind him. Xiao-san, focus, came Yu Xiaojiang's stern admonition. As Tang-san represented the embodiment of his hopes, it was imperative that he maintain the demeanor of a strict teacher. My apologies, Master, Tang-san replied, demonstrating his respect for his mentor, albeit with a hint of unruliness. You rascal, what brings us here? The sun is splendid today, and I had intended to take a nap, one of his peers remarked. Indeed, Oscar has dashed off to the battle arena again. One wonders if he is truly absorbing the knowledge necessary for an auxiliary spirit master, or if he has concocted yet another original soul skill, another chimed in. Their banter continued, offering Gu-yi little opportunity to interject. Esteemed teachers, I kindly ask for your patience. The matter I am about to address pertains to the future of our academy, so please lend me your ears until I conclude. Zhao Wujia's group fell silent, curious to hear what Gu-yi had to say. Effective immediately, I am no longer a student of Shrek Academy, Gu-yi declared before anyone could pose a question. Thus, I shall assume the role of a teacher, and I look forward to your guidance in the days to come. Gu-yi offered a courteous gesture. Chapter 27. The Approaching Poison Douluo. Zhao Wujie had never held much interest in such matters. Had he truly wished to impart knowledge and nurture the young, he would not have remained at Shrek Academy. Others shared his sentiments. The criteria for enrollment at Shrek were exceedingly stringent, resulting in a mere handful of students over the years. They bore no objections to Gu-yi becoming a teacher. Yet their intrigue regarding her fourth soul skill was far greater. Gu-yi, I have heard that your recent expedition was aimed at acquiring your fourth soul ring. How did it fare? Have you truly succeeded in obtaining a 10,000-year fourth ring? Li Yusong inquired with curiosity, gazing at Gu-yi. 2 years prior, he had been unable to discern the depths of her abilities, and had she not spoken, it was likely that only Zhao Wujie and the dean could have seen through her. Indeed, his conjecture was correct. It was, in fact, a 10,000-year fourth ring. Gu-yi did not conceal his thoughts. The soul rings merely served to facilitate his continued growth in this distorted world. He would remain indifferent even without soul skills. The 4 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, were arranged in proper order. Indeed, you are remarkable. Zhao Wujie excitedly patted Gu-yi's shoulder with vigor. Gu-yi has truly shattered the long-standing traditions of the Soul Master realm. It has been quite some time since we last faced each other. Shall we showcase your prowess? Zhao Wujie extended the invitation. Gu-yi declined. He currently has pressing matters to attend to. The fourth soul skill has provided him with numerous insights, even granting him the potential to wield power beyond his level. Engaging in combat with Zhao Wujie would offer little assistance aside from augmenting his battle experience. The invitation extended to the teachers was not solely for this purpose. It was also to notify them of the many new developments that the Academy will soon unveil, ensuring that there are no misunderstandings. Gu-yi, however, arrived with the intention of transforming Shrek Academy. It is difficult to fathom an institution that lacks even a proper classroom. And as a Soul Master Training Academy, its failure to impart knowledge of martial spirits is lamentable. The most effective methods of education seem to be running and engaging in battles at the soul fighting arena. To him, this appeared to be nothing more than a deceitful academy masquerading under the guise of an educational institution. Having taken the reins of this academy, he felt a profound sense of responsibility to ensure that graduates possessed the capability to stand on their own. This was his aspiration. Moreover, there was another matter. The Academy's motto was to be changed. The previous adage, those who dare not stir trouble are mediocre, was deemed unsuitable for the current Shrek Academy after discussions with Dean Flander. Henceforth, the new motto would be, repay virtue with virtue and grievances with integrity. The resonance of these 8 characters echoed powerfully, leaving a lasting impression. This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a principle that had lingered in his mind for many years. It is often said, repay grievances with virtue. How then does one repay virtue? Such a high standard can only be achieved by those who observe with a detached perspective. Humanity is often sympathetic to the plight of the weak, a sentiment that is instinctive and pervasive. The sage wisely articulated, repay virtue with virtue and grievances with integrity. This was also the guiding principle instilled in him by his grandfather during his upbringing. Though these 8 characters are composed in classical prose, their meaning is straightforward and comprehensible to all present. Astute, Xiao Xian pondered over these words, realizing their universal applicability. I find it hard to believe that Flander, the miser, could have synthesized such a phrase. Zhao Wujia expressed his skepticism. With your bear-like brain, how could you possibly compare to me? Although power had been transferred, Flander remained nearby, eavesdropping. Upon hearing Gui assign this new motto to them, he felt a sense of validation for having nurtured him, but Zhao Wujia's comment ignited his anger. Come, let me see if you can breach my defenses. Filled with confidence, Zhao Wujia had honed his tiger leopard thunder sound technique over the years, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities. Not only was his soul power inferior, but his speed was also lacking, compounded by Flander's sharp claws. This disparity had led to a string of victories for Flander in their sparring sessions, with Zhao Wujia suffering a particularly humiliating defeat once. Come what may. As long as certain individuals do not resort to underhanded tactics midway, Flander was also brimming with frustration, seeking an outlet. How could one refuse to engage when presented with a target? He summoned his martial spirit and soared towards the nearby forest. Do not flee. Zhao Wujia also summoned his martial spirit in pursuit. The others dispersed, each absorbed in their own endeavors. Gu Yi began to meticulously plan the renovations within the confines of the room, diligently wielding a notebook and pen. The establishment of classrooms was imperative. It was of utmost importance and would serve as a significant venue for the future of Shrek Academy. With the classrooms meticulously arranged, it was only a matter of time before the dreaded examinations, universally loathed by countless students, would come into play. However, modifications were essential. After all, it was unrealistic to expect Tang San and his peers to engage in mundane subjects like language, mathematics, and science. He simply lacked the capability for such an endeavor. It was crucial to prioritize the creation of examination papers that aligned with the world of soul masters. With classrooms and examinations set in place, one must not overlook the most vital components. The trifecta of students' most detested elements, classrooms, examinations, and assignments, must all be addressed. Assignments, too, required thoughtful revisions. Indeed, assignments were indispensable. Gu Yi contemplated Tang San, a time traveler who had already developed a remarkably mature worldview, albeit one that is exceedingly bizarre and distorted. The prospect of altering this perspective seemed implausible. It appears that a specialized curriculum must be crafted for Tang San, since he harbors an affinity for engaging in matters related to the path of demise. What would be the outcome if he were to experience it firsthand? The training methodology must also be transformed. Gui would never conceive of such an absurd method as weighted running, even if its original intention was to foster a sense of collective awareness. A few hours later, Gui concluded his notes, having established a rough plan. The next step would involve continuous experimentation. His approach could be broadly categorized into 2 aspects: cultivating the spirit and enlightening understanding. Those he mentors must undoubtedly not be naive brutes lacking worldly wisdom. During mealtime, Gui also noticed several new scars adorning Zhao Wuji's face, resembling scratches from some beast's claws, indicating yet another defeat. Gui had not detected Dai Mubai's whereabouts or his leisurely escapades. It seems that a more forceful approach will be necessary in the future. Over the years, however, Ma Hongjuan's fear of Gu Yi has steadily diminished. Yet, with his assistance in suppressing the evil fire within, he remains a relatively well-behaved little rotund figure. Following this incident, Gu Yi has gained further insight into the malevolent energy residing within Ma Hongjun. Some elements, it seems, exist for a reason. Moreover, it is likely that Dugabo shall be arriving soon. Gu Yi gazed towards the direction of Soto City, hoping that this transaction would proceed smoothly. After all, the counterpart was the formidable poison Douluo, necessitating a cautious approach. Chapter 28. The examination as time flows like a river and years slip by. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. If one were to identify the most significant change in the vicinity of Soto City, it would undoubtedly be the Shrek Academy outside its walls. Over these 3 years, continuous construction has led to the emergence of various facilities. And although student enrollment has yet to flourish, the academy no longer appears as desolate as it once did. However, today, Soto City was anything but tranquil. With the entrance of a man and a woman, the atmosphere became charged with anticipation. At Shrek Academy, it was surprising to witness Dai Mubai engaging in a confrontation with Tang San. Gui murmured to herself, gazing in a certain direction. However, it seemed that Tang San was destined to suffer this time. Shaking his head, he found little interest in such childish skirmishes, preferring instead to return to organizing the examination papers. External martial arts? As Tang San observed Dai Mubai's body radiating with golden light, his strikes felt akin to hitting stone. Even with the enhancement of the Xian Jade hand, he could feel the recoil. Young man, your blue-silver grass is utterly ineffective against me. Now, it is my turn. Dai Mubai grinned, for this soul skill was one he had exchanged considerable credits for, and its efficacy was indeed remarkable. If only I had the dragon beard needle. Specifically designed to counter external martial artists, Tang San thought, as he produced several concealed weapons. While the blue-silver grass proved effective against ordinary foes, it paled in comparison when faced with enemies possessing superior defense and soul power. His reliance still rested on the Xian Tian Bao Lu, which he had surreptitiously learned in his past life. As the concealed weapons were unleashed, Dai Mubai found himself somewhat at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, he pressed forward, bolstered by his indomitable body technique, engaging Tang San in a battle that was evenly matched. Pulling the concealed weapons from his body, Dai Mubai, with a sense of pride, addressed the battered Tang San. I shall await you at Shrek Academy. He then departed with the twins, albeit with a somewhat unsteady and disheveled gait. Indeed, the teacher's words rang true. In this vast world, exceptional talents abound. Tang San had to concede that this individual's raw power surpassed his own. However, in a life-or-death struggle, he was confident that victory would ultimately belong to him. Xiao Wu, I will protect you. Tang San gazed affectionately at Xiao Wu beside him, silently vowing. Are you all right, Senku? Xiao Wu looked at the bruised Tang San with concern, her eyes flashing with anger as she regarded the retreating Dai Mubai. I am fine. We both know our limits and did not resort to lethal force, Tang San reassured her, yet he recalled Dai Mubai's parting words, which indicated that he hailed from Shrek. The teacher had not deceived them. Shrek Academy was indeed a remarkable institution. Tang San had unwavering faith in his teacher. The following day, the situation remained largely unchanged, with the same individuals arriving once more. As for the sausage debacle, it had not occurred, for Oscar was no longer concerned with trifles. Gui gazed at several vibrant young boys and girls, among them Tang San and Xiao Wu, whom he had encountered through Dai Mubai's perspective. Indeed, the realm of animation does not deceive. It is truly remarkable to envision someone so extraordinary at the tender age of 12. However, their current state and emotions appear to be somewhat troubling. Gui regarded the 5 individuals standing before him. Aside from a slight fondness for Zhu Zhuqing, the rest did not inspire his confidence. This included Dai Mubai, who stood alongside them. Over the past 3 years, he had come to realize that his thoughts were occasionally rather naive. Despite efforts to restrain his actions, his intrinsic nature remained unyielding, and his mind could not be confined. Gui can only assure that he will not cause any disturbances within the academy. Congratulations on your arrival here. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Gui, and I currently serve as the Vice Dean of Shrek Academy. I am a Soul King at the esteemed level of 57, and I shall also be the examiner for your final examination. So handsome, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, somewhat infatuated. Over the years, Gui's physique has been maximally refined. His body is free of impurities, and his meridians are unobstructed. His appearance has become increasingly striking, especially with the cultivation and nurturing he has undergone in recent years, which has bestowed upon him an air of elegance, an irresistible allure for young ladies. As for the other 2 girls, they remained unresponsive. One has already captured another's heart, while the other harbors deep-seated resentment, leaving no room in her gaze for anyone else. Silence, he commanded. Next, I will outline the requirements for your assessment. An aura emanated from Gui, instantly sending chills down the spines of those present, rendering them speechless. Unlike in the original narrative, Gui did not call for a collective battle among them. Setting aside the fact that they were all strangers, what synergy could they possibly possess? The pivotal moment arose when Tang San requested another match, and to his surprise, the others unanimously agreed. This was truly the crux of the matter. If Ning Rongrong were merely indulging in play, it could be tolerated, especially since Zhu Zhuqing had specifically come to Shrek Academy in search of Dai Mubai. Furthermore, their cultivation paths were distinctly different, and naturally, the methods of assessment would vary as well. Auxiliary Soul Masters, please raise your hands. Ning Rongrong obediently lifted her right hand, feeling a genuine fear from that earlier aura. Control Soul Masters, raise your hands. Tang Sen complied. Agility Attack Soul Masters, raise your hands. Zhu Zhuqing followed suit. Very well. The distribution of roles appears rather diverse. Gui smiled and said, Now, Daimabai, I entrust this girl named Xiao to you. If you believe she is worthy of joining the academy, she shall be accepted. Gui intended to entrust Xiao Wu to Daimabai, the formidable assault-type soul master. As if struck by a thought, he continued to address Daimabai, saying, If you dare to hold back, I shall be watching you closely. Those eyes seemed to possess an enchanting power. After a mere second of their gaze, Daimabai shuddered and hurriedly replied, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Ma Hongjun ascend. The plump figure standing behind him broke into a grin. Just watch. Igu, the evil fire phoenix, with fiery red wings flapping. He lifted his body into the sky. Ning Rongrong, your task is to assist him with your soul skills 3 times within the span of an incense stick. That sounds simple enough. Ning Rongrong initially thought it was a daunting challenge, only to realize it merely involved using her soul skills. She assumed it was a serious matter and expected a rigorous trial. Is that so? You shall find out soon. Gui shifted his gaze to the remaining Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing. Given the temporary shortage of personnel in the academy, I shall personally evaluate you. Tang San's mind was already elsewhere, anxiously glancing in the direction of Xiao Wu. He was well aware of Dai Mubai's strength. Xiao would undoubtedly be no match for him. Tang San. The voice rang out like a thunderous drum, sending a tremor through Tang San's very soul. This sound did not travel through the ears, but rather resonated in the mind, creating a deafening impact. As a control-type soul master, it seems you are presently quite inadequate. Gui shook his head. Tang San understood that this was not the moment to be concerned about Xiao Wu, yet he could not help but feel worried. Who among you is prepared to go first? Gui inquired. Tang San volunteered, eager to swiftly pass the assessment in order to check on Xiao Wu's condition. Chapter 29. Intent to Kill, Shrek Academy. Gui emanated a formidable soul force, which astonishingly manifested as a circle with a radius of 1 meter. As a control-type soul master, one must not only serve as the linchpin of the team, but also possess exceptional capabilities to restrain adversaries. I shall confine my movements within this circle. Should you succeed in binding my actions, or if I step beyond its perimeter, your victory is assured. If you comprehend, proceed at your discretion, but bear in mind that you have but the duration of a single incense stick. Gui enveloped herself in her own embrace, displaying an air of nonchalance that irked Tang San. Even if you are the Soul King, such arrogance is unwarranted, constraining your own mobility. Though Tang San felt a surge of indignation within, he did not hesitate in action. He had already summoned the blue-silver grass into his grasp. The first soul skill. Entanglement. A multitude of blue-silver grass surged towards Gui, weaving together in a dense formation, impenetrable and unwavering. At the very least, Zhu Zhuqing considered herself unable to evade it, especially given the constricted space. Gui, undeterred, summoned a sphere of flame, enveloping his entire arm in a fiery embrace. The blue-silver grass was instantly reduced to ashes upon contact with the flames, for fire conquers wood. At this moment, Tang San had yet to acquire resistance to fire or ice, rendering him unable to withstand the flames conjured by Gui. He was utterly astonished that this seemingly youthful Weisstein possessed the ability to summon fire, with his blue-silver grass rendered nearly useless. It appeared that binding Gui was no longer a possibility. He would have to force him out of the circle instead. Tang San felt quite confident in this regard, as the hidden weapons of the Tang sect were not to be underestimated. To his surprise, Gui remarked how easily they burned. Then, addressing Tang San, he assured him, Rest assured, I shall not employ flames again. Upon encountering the blue-silver grass, Gui discerned that this particular specimen exhibited characteristics markedly distinct from the ubiquitous blue-silver grass found elsewhere. It had transcended its original classification, toxic and parasitic in nature. Tang San's countenance brightened with excitement. However, he refrained from recklessly employing his soul techniques, instead utilizing the ghost shadow misty steps to advance. Observing Tang San as he approached, his form fluctuated between solidity and ethereality, resembling a specter. The ghost shadow misty steps indeed proved to be an admirable skill in lightness. Gui, however, remained unfazed, awaiting Tang San's assault. The first soul skill, binding. Yet, Tang San had a different intention. A multitude of blue-silver grasses surged forth once more, their barbed hooks appearing rather sinister. Gui, on the other hand, gracefully employed his footwork to evade, appearing as if he were leisurely strolling through a garden, akin to a casual walk in the rain. Dressed in flowing white garments, his striking features were undeniably remarkable. Tang San was taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered such exquisite agility, which even surpassed his own. What could possibly be the reason behind this? Suppressing the confusion that stirred within him, Tang San ultimately triumphed in this round. As the match concluded, he activated his second soul skill, Parasite. A smile graced his face. For this soul skill was the result of his arduous efforts and stood as his most cherished ability, granting him formidable control. Numerous seeds swelled rapidly as Tang San infused them with his soul power, entwining everything in their vicinity. The only entity unaffected was obscured by the swiftly expanding blue-silver grass, rendering the specific situation invisible. Yet, witnessing Tang San's confident demeanor instilled a modicum of belief in him. Had he won? A voice filled with doubt emerged from the blue-silver grass, followed by a figure leaping onto the tendrils woven from the grass. How could this be possible? How could he remain unscathed? Given their proximity moments ago, he must have been contaminated by the blue-silver grass seeds. How could he have failed? Little brother, excessive confidence is not a virtue. Let us continue. As Guisen's thoughts shifted, the vines beneath her feet swiftly receded. Tang San and Zhu Shiqing were taken aback. What kind of power is this? Must it ultimately resort to hidden weapons? Tang San cast a glance at the increasingly beleaguered Xiaowu, wishing he could rush to her side at that very moment. Allow me to reveal to you the might of the Tang sect's hidden weapons. The previously dormant purple extreme magic eyes now imbued his gaze with a hue of violet. Be cautious, Teacher Gu. Gui had long been aware that Tang San possessed the cultivation method of the purple extreme magic eyes, yet he did not express much interest. Was he intending to employ hidden weapons? Gu gazed at the hands of Tang San, which hung at his waist, and understood instantly. 10 beams of chilling light erupted from the delicate movements of Tang San's fingers, each one aimed directly at him. Gu observed with utmost clarity that these 10 beams of icy light were aimed directly at vital points, showing not the slightest hint of mercy, rendering any concern for one's life utterly irrelevant. Truly, he was unaware of the gravity of the situation, acting with reckless abandon. Tang San's assault was a lethal strike. Had it been anyone else, these hidden weapons would have been sufficient to take a life. Moreover, upon examining the traces on the concealed weapons, it was evident that they were all laced with poison. With a chilling glare, Gu swiftly employed his agility to deflect each of the hidden weapons. These projectiles embedded themselves into the ground, their icy gleam revealing that they were no mere toys, but rather lethal instruments steeped in poison. Quite intriguing. Were you truly intending to take my life just now? Gu fixed his gaze on Tang San in the distance, and a powerful aura emanated from him. But this time it was solely directed at Tang San. Indeed, it was palpable. Gu relentlessly pressed on Tang San. Teacher, the rules just now did not specify that one could not use anything other than one's martial soul. Surely, I am not in violation. Tang San was far from foolish. He would never concede to such a notion. Indeed, carry on. Gu restrained his imposing aura, seemingly convinced by Tang San's words. Tang San was equally astonished. The hidden weapon he had just launched possessed not only tremendous power, but also remarkable speed. Yet, despite such a swift assault, it could not inflict even the slightest injury upon Gu. How extraordinarily perceptive he must be. Tang San was not one to concede so easily. As the saying goes, a prolonged defense inevitably leads to a lapse. Everyone makes mistakes, and when that happens, it becomes an opportunity for others. Zhu Shiqing, having distanced herself, found that the cordial feelings she once harbored had evaporated entirely. This was merely a test of the academy, yet she resorted to lethal tactics, targeting a future instructor. Such a person, she wished to keep at arm's length. In the ensuing period, Tang San exhausted all his concealed weapons, yet they proved utterly ineffective. Akin to striking a solid wall. After a skirmish with Dai Mubai the previous day, he and Xiaowu refrained from venturing out to recover, thus missing the chance to encounter treasures like the dragon beard needle. Tang San eventually halted, truly at a loss for what to do next. It appears your little tricks have been exhausted. Now, allow me to demonstrate the art of the flying dagger. Gu casually summoned a hidden weapon, a flying dagger. Yet Tang San had yet to earn the privilege of wielding such a blade. In that moment, as he grasped the dagger, Gu became the epicenter of the universe, drawing the gaze of all around him. Oscar stood nearby, his face alight with excitement, pondering what Tang San had done to provoke Gu into using his flying dagger skills. Hovering in midair, Ma Hongjun stared blankly at Gui, the dagger in his hand, blissfully unaware that Ning Rongrong was unleashing a soul technique upon him in that very instant. Chapter 30. The unyielding soul concealed in the shadows. Tang Hao was poised to intervene. Should his son be harmed, there would be no escaping the consequences. Tang San felt a chilling dread, as if he were being pursued by a ferocious beast, realizing there was no avenue for flight. Was this truly his hidden weapon? The dagger shot forth, resembling a white rainbow piercing the sun. It seemed you still possessed some restraint. What manner of being is Tang Hao? Even during the Soul Douluo era, he could momentarily fend off a tidal Douluo with the supreme techniques of the heightened sect. Though now injured, his perception and insight had only sharpened with time. As the hidden weapon was unleashed, he discerned that this strike would not claim a life. Over the years, Tang San had navigated a path too smooth. Encountering some adversity could indeed be beneficial. The road ahead had narrowed. Gu Yi let out a sigh, and then paid no further attention to the somewhat dazed Tang San. She continued speaking to Zhu Zhuqing, stating, My expectations of you are not excessive. As long as you can touch the hem of my garment, I shall consider you successful. Having witnessed Tang San's earlier battle, Zhu Zhuqing no longer dared to underestimate Gu Yi. Nevertheless, she was determined to enter this academy, no matter how challenging it might be. Gu Yi embodied a glimmer of hope for her, a promise of survival. She was ready, poised to embark at any moment. Gu Yi once again stood at the center of the circle, while Ning Rongrong had completed her task. I assure you, I did not hold back in the slightest. She possesses the capability, explained Ma Hongjun, noticing Gu Yi's gaze. Although he no longer feared Gu Yi, the reverence he felt within him remained undiminished. I am aware that Ning Rongrong has passed. However, Xiao Wu's situation is rather precarious. Although she is yet to be defeated, she is close to it. Based on her performance, she should have qualified. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing seized the opportunity during Gu Yi's moment of relaxation. She had realized earlier that Gu Yi's agility and speed were undoubtedly superior to hers, perhaps even vastly so. Only through a surprise attack could she hope to prevail. Her martial spirit had long since been unleashed, her form becoming more defined and contoured. Her speed had effectively doubled. Clearly, she was employing her first soul skill, the netherworld thrust. An astute strategy indeed. With a casual step forward, Gu Yi deftly evaded Zhu Zhuqing's strike, rendering it ineffective. However, there was a slight deficiency in both speed and variability. Gu Yi observed Zhu Zhuqing, who had charged ahead, skillfully wielding her soul skills. While such mastery undoubtedly provided significant assistance, improper execution could also reveal considerable vulnerabilities. Nevertheless, her flexibility was truly remarkable. Gu Yi gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, who turned around at an exceedingly awkward angle without any sign of pain, swiftly closing the distance between them. However, all of this was in vain. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Gu Yi continuously immersed himself in the essence of Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul and her methods of attack. As Zhu Zhuqing is a character he greatly admires, it is only natural that he invests more effort into understanding her. For instance, the attention he dedicates to Ma Hongjun and Oscar far surpasses that which he bestows upon Dai Mubai. The bond forged through their childhood together cannot be treated with indifference. Furthermore, Dai Mubai's approach to matters does not resonate with him. He is no sage, unable to maintain perfect impartiality. He can only strive to amend some past regrets. As time inexorably ticks away, Zhu Zhuqing finds herself at a standstill, achieving nothing. Despite her relentless efforts, she cannot seem to make contact. Within her heart looms an insurmountable mountain named Gu Yi, weighing heavily upon her chest, leaving her breathless, always on the verge of success, yet never quite attaining it. While he is labeled as an agile assault-type soul master, that recent strike bore the hallmark of a formidable attack-type soul master. Conversely, if he is indeed a powerful assault-type soul master, his speed is astonishingly swift. Time has elapsed. Gu Yi halted Zhu Zhuqing, who was eager to continue striving. This endeavor was nothing but a fruitless pursuit. As long as he remained unwavering, Zhu Zhuqing would never even come close to him. The disparity between them was insurmountable, so vast that even if she were to close her eyes, she would still be unable to touch him in the slightest. Moreover, the speed he had just demonstrated was not particularly rapid. It could even be deemed slow. It was merely a manifestation of the profound difference in their agility and perspective. Zhu Zhuqing felt a profound sense of despondency. Was she truly this unsuccessful? Unable to even gain admission to a single academy? What lay ahead for her? Should she return home to await her fate, or wander aimlessly in the outside world? Already strung taut, She now felt even more crushed and devoid of words. With a dazed expression, she walked toward the exit, resembling a stray cat without a home, evoking a sense of pity. Hey, where are you going? Haven't you arranged for accommodation yet? Gu Yi's voice was like a refreshing spring of water pouring into Zhu Zhuqing's heart. She turned around in excitement. Did I pass? Even she herself did not realize that her voice trembled slightly. I never stated that you had failed the assessment. Gu Yi let out a gentle laugh. This was, after all, an assessment. If they were to be treated under such standards, Shrek Academy would never hope to recruit students again. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Gu Yi, feeling as though a ray of light had illuminated her previously dim heart. The assessment had come to a close. Gu Yi gazed at the 4 individuals standing before him and sequentially announced the names of those who had passed the assessment. Ning Rongrong, Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing. You 3 have successfully completed the evaluation and shall henceforth be members of Shrek Academy. Furthermore, Ning Rongrong has accomplished her task, earning an additional 5 credits. Before Tang San could utter a word, Xiaowu exuberantly exclaimed, What about my 3rd brother? Where is he? Isn't it obvious? You 3 have passed. Gu Yi paused, casting a sidelong glance at Tang San, who was looking up at him, and continued, He, of course, did not pass. Why? Tang San inquired calmly, his gaze fixed on Gu Yi. His recent performance, while not the pinnacle, was certainly not the worst. Indeed. Why? Xiaowu interjected, asserting, We have all witnessed 3rd brother's strength. If he cannot pass, then that woman should leave as well. Xiaowu disregarded the matter at hand, pointing out Zhu Zhuqing's less than stellar performance. Do you believe I have been lenient with her, or do you think I am intentionally targeting Tang San? Gu Yi gazed at Xiaowu with an impassive expression. Observing this demeanor, Tang San instinctively took a step closer to Xiaowu. Gu Yi couldn't help but find his little gesture amusing. Indeed, those with dark thoughts perceive others through a similarly shadowed lens. If he truly intended to take action, even Tang Hao would be unable to intervene. Rest assured, I am not one to resort to violence easily. I certainly would not strike out over such a trivial verbal altercation. Please feel free to express any concerns you may have. Gu Yi's disappointment in Tang San was growing increasingly palpable. Is it not the allure of her figure and beauty that captivates you? Xiaowu, ever fearless, boldly articulated her thoughts. Upon hearing these words, Dai Mubai's expression became somewhat awkward, while Ma Hongjun dared not even glance at Zhu Zhuqing. Oscar assessed both Gu Yi and Zhu Zhuqing, recognizing the undeniable harmony of their handsome and beautiful appearances. Zhu Zhuqing, too, cast a somewhat uneasy glance at Gu Yi, pondering whether the situation truly aligned with Xiaowu's assertion that it was indeed her beauty and more favorable physique that drew attention. Gu Yi let out a light laugh. Her beauty and figure were exquisite. However, as your examiner and the vice dean of the academy, such attributes bear no influence on the evaluation of your performance. Your innate talents are undoubtedly sufficient for admission into Shrek Academy, yet one must ponder, why did Tang San fail to pass? Xiaowu interrupted Gu Yi, her urgency surpassing even that of Tang San. Talent is merely one aspect. I do not wish for my students to become agents of darkness. I do not seek students who will uphold the teacher-student relationship after graduation, nor do I desire the wealth of countless gold soul coins, nor the glory that comes from associating with my students. My sole wish is that my teachings do not lead to the untimely demise of the innocent. Chapter 31. Interference. Additional update. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Gu Yi's words resonated powerfully. The recent events had been witnessed by all. Tang San's every strike aimed at vital points. In a battle against a true adversary, such tactics would indeed be commendable, perhaps even applauded. Yet when directed towards one's comrades, especially towards a future mentor, what manner of conduct is this? Should he fail to defend himself, the consequences could be fatal. Realizing this, the crowd instinctively took a step back, suddenly perceiving a hint of cruelty in this person. If you refuse to accept Tang San, then I shall leave with him, Xiaowu declared, not one to easily back down, and she began to issue her threat. Gu Yi truly does not comprehend what leverage she possesses to threaten him. Is it the capital derived from the 10,000-year-old rabbit? Were it not for the elevation of your soul power enhancing your innate talent? Do you truly believe you could succeed in this assessment? Gu Yi has never believed that a soft-boned rabbit could become a formidable attack-type soul master. It is not that he looks down upon the soft-boned rabbit. Rather, rabbits, by their very nature, do not excel in the art of aggressive combat. And even if one were to exist, it would not be a soft-boned rabbit. If one wishes to depart, they may do so alongside him. Gu Yi harbored no intentions of retaining her. Clarify for me, how is it that I have failed the assessment? Xiaowu was taken aback by Gu Yi's words. After all, during her time in Notting City, she had been invincible throughout the academy, with everyone addressing her with utmost respect as Sister Xiaowu. It appears that here, apart from possessing superior soul power, she is utterly lacking in merit. Gu Yi had more to say when a voice resonated in everyone's ears. You little rascal. Consider the assessment passed. At Shrek, we value strength. Since they possess it, they may employ any means necessary during combat. Gu Yi turned to face the approaching Flander, a hint of helplessness in his expression. Noticing that the dean's gaze was fixated on Tang San's waist, he realized that the dean had recognized the soul guide belonging to Yu Xiaojiang, which Tang San had now aptly named the 24 Bridges Under the Moonlight. Dean, this matter should fall under my responsibility. Gu Yi gazed at the dean, feeling a sense of helplessness regarding the relationship between Flander and Yu Xiaojiang. I am still the dean, and this matter is settled as such. You should refrain from indulging in frivolous pursuits. If you truly intend to cast aside these two promising talents, I shall hold you accountable. Flander, however, did not share Gu Yi's sentiments. Although he had felt a surge of passion moments ago, he knew he must assist Tang San. For one reason alone. Understood, Tang San, you have passed. Gu Yi continued addressing Oscar. Take them to the student dormitory and clearly explain the academy's rules and regulations. Yes, Gu, you can count on me, Oscar assured with a firm pat on his chest. Gu Yi chose to disregard the matter and turned to leave. Zhu Zhuqing and the others observed keenly, their disdain for Tang San growing. It was evident to all that the headmaster of Shrek Academy was there to support Tang San. After all, connections are rarely looked upon favorably, regardless of the time or place. Tang San, come with me, said Flandra, who had not received news from his old friend in quite some time. He was determined not to let slip the one who bore tidings of his companion. Is master well? Tang San's eyes flickered. Yet he did not conceal the truth. He is well. The others, under Oscar's guidance, proceeded toward the student dormitory. Is there discord between the vice principal and the headmaster? Ning Rongrong could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. Zhu Zhuqing, walking behind, lifted her gaze slightly. Impossible. Yi Gu and the headmaster share the best relationship in the academy. He could be considered the headmaster's adopted son. No one had anticipated such a connection between Gu Yi and the headmaster. If that were the case, why would the headmaster publicly disregard Gu Yi's authority and choose to retain Tang San? Before Ning Rongrong could finish her thought, Oscar interrupted, Don't ask me. I'm equally perplexed by the intricacies involved. Oscar himself was bewildered. Over the years, Yi Gu had undergone changes that the headmaster had never intervened in. By the way, what are the credits that the vice principal mentioned, and what purpose do they serve? Ning Rongrong suddenly recalled Gu Yi's reference to credits, a concept she had never encountered before. Zhu Zhuqing became serious, instinctively sensing the significance of this matter. As for Xiaowu, though she accompanied them, her thoughts were elsewhere. Concerned about Tang San's well-being. When credits were mentioned, Oscar felt a twinge of envy. It was a system of exchange akin to gold soul coins, established by Yi Gu. In simple terms, if one possessed sufficient credits at Shrek Academy, they could accomplish numerous things, ranging from one-on-one instruction from the headmaster and others to the most crucial function. Oscar paused at this juncture. The others regarded him with narrowed eyes, their expressions turning ominous. Speaking halfway through a thought is perhaps the most infuriating behavior. Perceiving the increasingly perilous glances directed at him, Oscar decided to reveal all, to learn to create one's own soul skills. Isn't the creation of one's soul skills a closely guarded secret? Can one truly learn it here with credits? They were all soul masters, and naturally understood what creating one's soul skills entailed. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong found it hard to believe. Indeed, previously there was no opportunity for you to learn self-created soul skills. This is all due to Yi Gu. There exists another means to acquire self-created soul skills and techniques. Those whom Yi Gu finds favor with can receive teachings, even if their credits are insufficient. However, he and Ma Hongjun did not require such things. As peers who grew up alongside Gu Yi, their cultivation techniques and martial arts were systematically acquired, and they had never experienced the need for credits as others did. Would his haphazard instruction not incite discontent among the other students? Ning Rongrong inquired. Discontent? The mere opportunity to learn a self-created soul skill was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Furthermore, these unique soul skills were exclusively devised by Yi Gu and did not belong to the academy. He could impart them to whomever he wished. Oscar couldn't help but chuckle. If such individuals truly existed, they would hardly be considered human. All right, Divulging too much now would be futile. You will learn everything tomorrow. In any case, entering Shrek Academy will bestow upon you lifelong benefits. Now, we have arrived at the girls' dormitory. Each of you will have your own room. Remember to gather in the classroom at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. After imparting his instructions, Oscar hurriedly departed. Having already lost an untold number of gold soul coins during this delay, Dewey departed, making his way directly into the woods of the back mountain. Come forth. You must be the one behind Tang San, am I not mistaken? Dewey gazed intently at a towering tree, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Indeed, the youth of today are remarkable. Even the slightest hint of their presence can be discerned. A figure, shrouded entirely in black garments, emerged, unabashedly expressing admiration for Gu Yi. Surely, the elder understands that the teachings of the academy are to be kept confidential. Gu Yi maintained an impassive demeanor, his gaze fixed intently upon Tang Hao. I am Tang Hao, and Tang San is my son. Tang Hao offered no further explanation. As a formidable individual, there was no necessity to elucidate matters to the weaker. This confidence stemmed from his status as a title Douluo, the most powerful being on the continent. Regardless of one's identity, the fundamental principles should be understood, should they not? Every academy's training methodologies are shrouded in secrecy, and in the realm of soul masters, the soul skills of each practitioner are closely guarded. Allowing outsiders to observe, or even to spy, is intolerable to any institution. What is your intention? Chapter 32. Threat. The atmosphere in the rear mountain was tinged with tension. Tang Hao was the first to recognize that the reputation of a title Douluo was losing its weight. Had the youth before him been his peer, he would have long since raised his hammer to strike. A battle would have been the logical course, with the victor dictating the terms. This was the custom in the world of soul masters. Strength commands respect. Yet, Gu Yi was merely a teenager. Should he resort to violence, he would be labeled a bully of the younger generation. Let us engage in a duel. I too wish to witness the grandeur of the former heightened Douluo in his current form. Gu Yi stretched his body. For 3 years, 1,095 days, he had been evolving almost every moment. The Zhou Tian Li He Jing underwent continuous innovation and modification. The 8 extraordinary meridians had long since been connected throughout his body, and various intricate channels had also been meticulously refined. A year ago, his martial soul had undergone a transformation, awakening into a silver-level entity. This was not merely a significant advancement in soul skills, even his bloodline experienced a formidable enhancement. The evolution of his meridians had also led to a substantial boost in his mental acuity. It can be said that this breakthrough represented the most profound elevation since his reincarnation into this world. You are not yet worthy to challenge me, young one. Tang Hao couldn't help but lament. It had been a long time since he had traversed the realm of soul masters, and now even a mere soul king dared to issue a challenge. He must diligently mentor Tang San. Otherwise, there would be no need for the existence of Shrek Academy. Tang Hao had previously expressed great dissatisfaction with Gu Yi's assertion that his son possessed a dark psyche. Even he himself felt that employing so-called hidden weapons was not the conduct befitting a man of valor. Yet who could deny that Tang San was his son? I humbly request your guidance. Shrek is not a place where one can act as one pleases. A formidable aura suddenly surged from Gu Yi, reminiscent of a soul master, a great soul king, or even a soul emperor, as if there were no limits to its intensity. Tang Hao's eyes widened, not due to the escalating energy emanating from Gu Yi, which he deemed rather feeble, but because the aura radiating from him was not a product of soul power. It felt more like an overwhelming physical strength, a burst of vitality. An expert was intruding. Flanders sensed the powerful presence emanating from the back mountain and promptly summoned his martial soul. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings gathered around him. Amidst Tang San's astonished gaze, he soared towards the back mountain. All the teachers of the academy mobilized. Zhao Wujia, Xiao Xian, Li Yusong, and others hastened towards the back mountain. Flander, possessing the highest cultivation level and flight capability, was the first to arrive. What is happening, you rascal? Flander inquired, casting a glance at Gu Yi, who was exuding a tremendous aura, before focusing on the figure clad in black. Tang Hao. Who might you be? And why are you in my Shrek Academy? Tang Hao did not anticipate the situation escalating to such a degree, nor did he foresee the numerous individuals approaching. It was imperative to resolve this swiftly. With a thought, a hammer materialized in his hand, and soul rings began to manifest around him. Soon, 9 soul rings encircled Tang Hao, the last of which was a blood-red hue, indicative of a 100,000-year soul ring. Have you encountered the Haotian crown? Flander recognized the heightened hammer. And with the exceedingly rare 100,000-year soul ring, he instantly deduced Tang Hao's identity. It appears your principal is quite discerning. Take good care of my son. Tang Hao had little interest in engaging in a confrontation here, even if he found it to be an effortless endeavor. There was no need for such an altercation, especially considering that Tang Xin required the growth that the academy could provide. Principal, this individual just threatened to destroy the academy. Gu Yi's intention was to escalate the matter, which was indeed his objective. Flinder's gaze sharpened. Shrek was the culmination of his life's work, and no one, not even a titled Douluo, could obliterate it. Your Excellency Heightened. He ventured cautiously, if my student has provoked you, I shall ensure that the poisoned Douluo pays you a visit in due course. Tang Hao realized he had misspoken, yet the words of apology would not escape his lips. Just a mere serpent, he muttered dismissively. Teach Tang Xin well, or else face the consequences. With that, Tang Hao raised his hammer and struck the great tree, his formidable soul power and the weight of the blow reducing it to mere powder. He then departed. What had transpired? Flinder exhaled in relief. Had a confrontation ensued, he would have been left to fight for his life. Fortunately, Tang Hao had no intentions of bloodshed that day. After Gu Yi divulged the events during the assessment, what initially presented itself as a singular concern with Ning Rongrong has now escalated to include another complication in the form of Tang San. The reason Flinder altered Gu Yi's perspective was largely due to Yu Xiaojing. It was unexpected to discover that Tang San was backed by a formidable titled Douluo, one of considerable strength. What on earth is that boy thinking? Tang San's prowess is not insignificant. In fact, it could prove advantageous for the academy. Flinder finds himself increasingly perplexed by Gu Yi, especially over the past 2 years, as her strength seems to grow without bounds. Tang San is indeed the disciple of the master you often speak of. Flinder was somewhat taken aback, pondering how this young man came to know such information. Oh, it was only upon noticing the soul guide at his waist that he realized he was a student of Xiaojing. Before they could exchange more than a few words, Zhao Wujie and the others arrived. Gu Yi, where's the enemy? Zhao Wujie summoned his martial soul, radiating an intimidating presence. There is no enemy. It was merely my practice of soul skills, which has unintentionally escalated. Gu Yi refrained from revealing the truth. Your sudden display of such formidable aura nearly terrified me. I thought a formidable adversary had invaded. Zhao Wujie grumbled before departing, but upon confirming that Gu Yi was unharmed, he left. Xiao Xian and the others exchanged a few words before following suit. How should Tang Xin address this situation? Gu Yi inquired. And Flinder comprehended that Gu Yi remained dissatisfied with Tang San. Even upon encountering the titled Douluo, he still bore the weight of having slain the former pope. The heightened Douluo, such youthful fervor. Yet, Flinder found himself compelled to consider the greater good of the entire academy, as well as Gu Yi's sentiments. Allowing him to be a mere ordinary student could also serve as a gesture of respect for his old friend, the heightened Douluo. Ultimately, it was a matter of insufficient strength. Gu Yi, however, recalled an amusing thought. In just half a month, Douluo would be arriving once again. The circumstances at that time were sure to be quite entertaining. As early as 2.5 years ago, Douluo had made his appearance. And while the process was certainly not pleasant, the outcome proved to be rather favorable. It was precisely for this reason that Shrek Academy gained the protection of a titled Douluo. Gu Yi returned to her room, seated herself upon the bed, and immersed in contemplation, she sensed the significantly enlarged embryo within her. Soon, it would be time for it to emerge into the world. Gu Yi absorbed the fluctuations of his emotions. The embryo within the sea of his spirit grew stronger, and his gaze became increasingly tranquil and detached, as if transcending the mundane realm and transforming into an immortal. Chapter 33. Departure. The following day, the 4 newcomers arrived at the classroom early. Gu Yi did not deliberately create the circumstance of tardiness. Today marks your inaugural class. Subject, cultivation techniques. The classroom is not particularly spacious, accommodating merely 30 seats. However, in comparison to the current 7 attendees, the classroom feels somewhat expansive. As for these 3 senior students, I shall refrain from elaborating. Those interested may remain, while the others are free to pursue their own endeavors. Gu Yi would not render the course excessively tedious, for this world is distinctly different from the previous one. If all systems were to be copied verbatim, it would not only fail to provide assistance, but would also evoke aversion. A balance of rigor and relaxation is not only the path of cultivation but also the essence of effective management. A few seconds after Gu Yi finished speaking, Apart from Tang San and the other three, only Dai Mubai remained, his gaze fixed on Zhu Zhuqing while occasionally glancing at Gui. As your first lesson, we shall delve into the cultivation techniques, Gui announced. Zhu Zhuqing raised her hand to inquire, what is the cultivation technique? Is it meditation? Ning Rongrong chimed in, indeed. I have never heard of any cultivation techniques before. Gui furrowed her brows, contemplating the cultivation technique, which, as the name suggests, is a method to aid in the enhancement of one's soul power, akin to a form of meditation. Humph, Sister Xiaowu mastered soul power cultivation 6 years ago. Do you really think she requires your instruction? Xiaowu retorted, still somewhat disheartened by yesterday's events. Ning Rongrong felt a tinge of disappointment as well. After all, she was currently practicing a meditation technique perfectly suited to the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda and had no need for any additional cultivation methods. Zhu Zhuqing, however, appeared contemplative. She had never been one to act impulsively, otherwise, she would not have survived to this day. The mere fact that she had managed to escape the pursuit of her family from the Star Luo Empire at the tender age of 12 spoke volumes. Oscar's words from yesterday echoed in her mind. This cultivation technique must be quite profound. Tang San was taken aback. Although he was uncertain whether what Gui referred to was indeed an internal skill, he had never encountered any mention of such techniques in this world. Perhaps this academy is more extraordinary than it seems. Gu Yi's expression darkened, and an oppressive aura emanated from him in an instant. If you do not wish to listen, you may leave. This place is not a nursery where everything is tolerated. The pressure from his presence left Xiao Tuzi and Ning Rongrong too intimidated to breathe. Observing this scene, Tang San stepped protectively in front of Xiao Wu, locking eyes with Gui. Such is the profound bond of brother and sister. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong. You each lose 5 credits. Gui, disinclined to elaborate further, decided to impose a penalty instead. Reining in her breath, she added, those who wish to learn may stay, while those who do not are free to leave. She cast a deliberate glance at Ning Rongrong, seemingly eager to discern her decision. When had Ning Rongrong ever endured such indignity? Rising to her feet, she strode toward the exit. Had Gui not yet encroached upon this little demoness' limits, she might have invoked the name of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Xiaowu had also considered departing, but was halted by Tang San's meaningful gaze. He was curious to discover what this so-called cultivation technique entailed. Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, had no intention of leaving. Thus, the lesson continued. Gui cast a fleeting glance at Ning Rongrong, who had just exited the classroom, his eyes shimmering with contemplation. He found himself at a loss as to how to amend Ning Rongrong's haughty demeanor, characterized by an air of superiority. Before him lay an opportune moment. He pivoted and began to outline the meridians of the human body on the blackboard using his soul power. This intricate network consisted of the 12 primary meridians, the 12 secondary meridians, the extraordinary 8 meridians, and the 15 collaterals, among others. Among the attendees, only Dai Mubai, who had some prior knowledge of these concepts, remained composed. While Tang San was utterly perplexed, the details were exceedingly nuanced. Not a single minute branch within the body was overlooked, rendering it a comprehensive diagram of human meridians. Moreover, this was achieved using soul power. To what extent had this man mastered the essence of soul power? How formidable must he be? Tang San could scarcely fathom it. Despite his astonishment and shock, he raised his hand and inquired, "Teacher, how did you acquire this knowledge?" It was the first time he had encountered the notion of meridians in this world. He had forgotten to mention that his martial spirit was, in fact, this very human meridian network. Taking a deep breath, Tang San acknowledged that he had never before heard of such a unique martial spirit. Thus, the class swiftly progressed. Marking the passage of time, Gui did not prolong the session, however, considering that Zhu Zhuqing and Xiaowu were both novices. He directly assisted them in a demonstration of the pure Yuan Gong. Naturally, this version of the pure Yuan Gong was merely a rudimentary one. As for Tang San, he declined the offer. The pure Yuan technique presented by Gui is indeed commendable, yet it pales in comparison to the Xiantian technique. Thus, there is no necessity to alter one's martial arts. Allow me to reiterate, everything you have learned at Shrek, including soul skills, must not be imparted to others without my express permission. Even if you are at the ends of the earth, I shall find you. Indeed, Master. Zhu Zhuqing gazed earnestly at Gui. Having merely practiced once, her soul power had already seen a slight increase, a feat far superior to mere meditation. However, she remained unsatisfied. Despite the acceleration in her training, it was still inadequate, as the challenges she faced were beyond her current capabilities. Master, how many credits would be required for you to assist me in crafting a unique technique? Zhu Zhuqing recalled Oscar's words. If the foundational techniques learned upon enrollment could yield such results, then a custom-tailored technique would surely provide an even greater enhancement. Gu Yi cast her a fleeting glance and simply remarked, "Take the time to thoroughly understand the knowledge of meridians." Zhu Zhuqing felt somewhat baffled. Since Gu Yi had no intention of elaborating, she would have to seek answers from Oscar instead. Dai Mubai approached, intending to say something, but was completely disregarded by Zhu Zhuqing, who left the classroom with an impassive expression. How infuriating, he muttered under his breath as he made his way towards Tang San. His talent was undeniably evident, a true gem waiting to be polished. If he could be recruited into his ranks, he would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable leader. Since the moment Gu Yi encountered Zhu Zhuqing yesterday, an idea has taken root in his mind. The compatibility of their martial souls, temperaments, and even emotions is striking. To think that such a person would not cultivate this particular technique would be a profound waste of potential. The realm of the spirit is indeed shrouded in mystery and unpredictability. Gu Yi whispered softly and then vanished from sight, finding himself in a serene place far removed from the clamor of the world. Absorbing his own emotions at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing approached Oscar to convey her intentions. Oscar took several steps back, scrutinizing Zhu Zhuqing, while his mind was occupied with the possibilities mentioned by Xiao Wu the previous day. "Why do you look at me like that?" Zhu Zhuqing questioned, perplexed by the expression and gaze Oscar displayed in response to her seemingly innocuous inquiry. "It's nothing. You can trust Gu," Oscar replied before turning to leave. Zhu Zhuqing remained bewildered, wondering if he deemed her overly ambitious and thus reluctant to share anything with her. In that instant, a torrent of thoughts surged within the young girl's heart. Chapter 34. Fury days passed, the passage of time marked by the relentless march of the sun. During their week-long stay, Zhu Zhuqing and her companions came to comprehend the significance of academic credits. Each semester presented distinct credit assessments, and failing to meet the requisite credits would preclude graduation. More crucially, these credits could be exchanged for the creation of personal soul skills, an immense opportunity for support-type soul masters. Ning Rongrong now harbored a tinge of regret, particularly after witnessing Oscar's self-created soul skill, Taiji, which enabled the originally support-type Oscar to contend evenly with a formidable attack-type soul master. Her envy deepened. What she failed to realize was that Oscar had not only cultivated a unique martial art, such as the tiger-leopard thunder sound and the sausage technique, but these endeavors had shaped the Oscar she knew today. "Teach me the pure Yuan technique," Ning Rongrong implored, having come to appreciate its formidable prowess during this time. Remarkably, Zhu Zhuqing, whose soul power was only one level higher than hers, had succeeded in breaking through during the week. While Zhu Zhuqing's imminent breakthrough was a contributing factor, the assistance of the pure Yuan technique played a significant role as well. Through her inquiries, Ning Rongrong finally understood the monumental opportunity she had missed. One must take responsibility for their choices. Having relinquished that chance, if she wished to learn the technique, she would need to exchange credits for it. The pure Yuan technique was reasonably priced, requiring merely 30 credits for one session of learning. Gu Yi would not indulge her, as he stated, once a choice is made. One must not harbor regrets. "You have bullied me, and I have inquired. Chun Yuan Gong is indeed the entrance cultivation method of the academy. I possess the qualifications to study it. The opportunity was singular, and it was you who willingly forfeited it." Gu Yi turned to leave, and a flicker of crimson light flashed in his eyes as he did so. However, Ning Rongrong was relentless, exclaiming, "You are merely a soul king. Yet you dare to confront me. Do you have any idea who I am?" She swiftly positioned herself in front of Gu Yi, obstructing his path. "Step aside." Her voice was remarkably low and menacing. She had come to seek an explanation and had no intention of yielding so easily. "Unless you impart your skills to me today, do not expect to depart." Gu Yi raised his head, his crimson pupils casting a fleeting glance at Ning Rongrong. Just moments ago, the unruly Ning Rongrong appeared to be ensnared by an enchantment, rendered motionless. It was only after Gu Yi had distanced himself that tears streamed down Ning Rongrong's face. In those eyes, it seemed as though she beheld the depths of hell itself, as if a single glance would lead to the annihilation of her very soul. Gu Yi once again ascended to the rear mountain, settling in the most expansive area of the hillside. As he reopened his eyes, the crimson hue in his pupils faded away. There could be no further delay. The backfire grew increasingly potent with each occurrence. He closed his eyes once more. his breath transforming into a serene rhythm. After being frightened to tears, Ning Rongrong finally dared not to provoke Gu Yi any further and instead sought out Xiao Wu. Previously, she had attempted to acquire a cultivation method from Zhu Zhuqing, but alas, she had failed. This time, she intended to test her luck with Xiao Wu. Perhaps it was due to the shared bond of sisterhood, for although Xiao Wu remembered Gu Yi's words, she dismissed them and imparted the pure yuan skill to Ning Rongrong. During the cultivation, one must exercise utmost caution. Sangu had remarked that matters concerning meridians required unparalleled prudence. Xiao Wu kindly informed Ning Rongrong of the precautions to heed, completely unaware that she was treading into treacherous waters. In the days that followed, Gu Yi did not make an appearance. The lessons continued to unfold step by step. Half the day was devoted to studying knowledge about martial souls and soul beasts, while the other half was allocated to practicing soul skills and engaging in actual combat drills. Zhao Wujie and others, having cultivated for so many years, had indeed garnered some insights into the mastery of soul power. With each completed course, students earned between 1 to 5 credits, as determined by the instructor of the respective lesson. The rear mountain. Gu Yi concluded his recent training, yet his mood remained rather somber. The influence of the demonic seed within the sea of his consciousness had indeed taken a considerable toll on him, even affecting his daily life. However, upon reflecting, he realized that Zhu Zhuqing and the others had been here for nearly half a month. It would not be unreasonable to conduct an assessment. With this thought, a smile involuntarily graced Gu Yi's face, momentarily tempering the effects of the demonic seed. Descending from the back mountain, he observed Ning Rongrong in the distance, who had evidently mastered the pure essence technique. A surge of frustration ignited within him, as if the demonic seed in his spiritual sea had been set ablaze, assaulting his willpower. Gu Yi pondered for a moment, then relinquished his resistance, allowing the demonic seed to take root within him. After a while, his demeanor underwent a profound transformation. As he beheld Oscar approaching, he exclaimed with palpable fury, "Oscar, gather everyone in the playground and await my arrival." His tone was exceedingly stern, startling even Oscar, who had never witnessed Gu Yi in such a state of rage throughout their years together. Although he was unaware of the circumstances that had transpired, Oscar sensed the gravity of the situation and dared not delay, promptly employing his third soul skill. Much like in the original narrative, it was derived from the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, albeit with an age that exceeded its previous incarnation by a millennium or two, rendering its effects even more formidable. At this moment, Gu Yi sought out Dean Flanders and subsequently requested that you refrain from intervening in my teaching endeavors. Gu Yi's complexion darkened. Yet he restrained his temper in the presence of Flander, the dean who had nurtured him. The influence of the demon seed was already beginning to take hold. What transpired? Flander was perplexed. However, witnessing this situation, he feared the matter was grave. Ning Rongrong had secretly learned a technique. Flander inhaled sharply. In the realm of soul masters, the creation of unique soul skills was a closely guarded secret, should it be discovered that an outsider had pilfered such knowledge. The lightest punishment would be the destruction of their martial soul, with no opportunity for revenge. This was the code of soul masters. Even though Gu Yi had never placed much importance on creating his own soul skill, it did not imply that he would not feel anger. Yet, rules are crafted by humans. Those who establish such regulations often do not include themselves within their confines. These codes are merely set for those beneath them. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School undoubtedly stands as the architect of such rules. Despite being a sect composed solely of support-type soul masters, it boasts more than one title Douluo among its ranks, including the renowned sword Douluo, celebrated as the foremost in swordsmanship. The 7-killing sword he wields is no trivial matter. The title of Sword Heart was forged through countless lives and bloodshed. One must tread carefully. Ning Rongrong's background is not to be trifled with. Flander was unwilling for Gu Yi to lead a life pursued by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Dean, you need not worry about this. I shall not take her life. Gu Yi let out a sinister chuckle. Not killing does not equate to letting go. Do not overstep your bounds. Ning Fingji is aware of her presence here. Relishing the sun's warm embrace, she stretched her limbs. For it was time to shake off the constraints that had bound her for so long. The 7 individuals gathered here were utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. What on earth was Oscar's predicament? I still have purchases left unfinished. Indeed, my carrots lie abandoned on the ground, lamented Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong in unison. Dai Mubai continued his attempts to please Zhu Zhuqing, only to meet with disappointment. Enough of this. What exactly is going on, I cannot ascertain. All I know is that something significant has transpired. I have never witnessed Egu in such a state of fury. Oscar spoke, his heart still trembling with trepidation, as he recalled the fleeting crimson glint in Gu Yi's eyes. Egu is angry? Ma Hongjun, who had previously been indifferent, suddenly adopted a serious demeanor upon hearing this. Chapter 35. Soul Capture. As the minds of the crowd whirled with contemplation, Gu Yi also arrived at the playground. Vice Dean, everyone is present. Oscar respectfully addressed the Vice Dean, rather than calling him Egu. Though they shared a personal friendship, Oscar discerned the gravity of the occasion. Indeed, Gu Yi gazed at the 7 individuals standing before him, an inscrutable expression adorning his features. However, Tang San perceptively noted that Gu Yi's aura and demeanor had undergone a significant transformation compared to before. Such a shift in temperament within a brief span of time is an arduous endeavor. Tang San found himself perplexed by Gu Yi's current state. Regrettably, my esteemed guests, he began, a flicker of crimson light dancing in his eyes, I am intrigued as to what has led you to perceive me as accommodating. Though he did not deliberately exude an aura, the others still felt a palpable sense of trepidation. Even a formidable presence standing idly could render the weak breathless. Oscar understood immediately. Indeed, one among them had transgressed Gu Yi's boundaries. Yet, who could this individual be? Not only Oscar, but also Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and others found themselves reflecting upon their recent actions. The situation remained unchanged, and with Zhu Zhuqing's arrival, he had ventured out even less frequently. Ning Rongrong stepped forward. Gu Yi's gaze was as piercing as a bolt of lightning, fixated upon Ning Rongrong, who stood among the crowd. He then swept his eyes over the others, seeking to discern who had transgressed the sacred boundary by imparting the pure origin technique to her. Ning Rongrong, undeterred by fear, stood boldly, her eyes locked on to Gu Yi, completely oblivious to the fact that she had once been reduced to tears by a mere glance from him. From where had she acquired the pure origin technique? Gu Yi, without any further ado, directly inquired. While the learner may indeed have erred, it is the educator who truly disregards his requests. Ning Rongrong, embodying the camaraderie of sisterhood, would never betray Xiao Wu. This is what I rightfully deserve. As Ning Rongrong deftly navigated the conversation, Gu Yi revealed a mischievous smile, thinking, do you believe that your silence conceals your identity from me? Casting his gaze upon the remaining 6 individuals, he had already arrived at a conclusion in his mind. Should one of them step forward now, perhaps I might show leniency. However, if I have to extract the truth, matters will become far more complicated. Tang San, being a person of mature intellect, quickly grasped the situation, especially with the slightly flustered Xiao Wu beside him. It must have been Xiao Wu who had instructed them. With this thought, Tang San grasped Xiao Wu's hand, preventing her from advancing. He had once declared that whenever anyone sought to harm her, they would first have to tread over his lifeless body. This promise had never left Tang San's memory. In terms of sincerity, Tang San was beyond reproach. You do not think that with the Haotian Douluo backing you, I would hesitate to act against you, do you? Gu Yi chuckled lightly, truly a daring individual. I do not comprehend your words. Ning Rongrong's cultivation technique was imparted by me. I shall take full responsibility for any repercussions. Tang San furrowed his brow. Although he was unfamiliar with the Haotian Douluo, that did not hinder him from accepting this transgression. As a disciple of the master, you ought to be aware of the consequences of illicitly transmitting techniques, do you not? In truth, I have never held you in high regard, not since my enrollment. Had it not been for the dean's insistence, you would not possess the standing to be here. Will you not step forward? Gu Yi did not let the matter rest simply because Tang San stepped forward. Xiao Wu had never wished for her brother to bear the brunt of the punishment. And in her eyes, it was hardly a significant issue. Over the past 6 years, apart from indulging in pleasures and trailing behind Tang San, calling him brother, she had long since forgotten her own grievances, leaving her oblivious to the intricacies of the soul master world. Standing alongside Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, I could see the camaraderie of sisterhood among us, yet collectively, we paled in comparison to Zhu Zhuqing. Quite admirable. It seems that even rabbits can muster considerable courage at times. Gu Yi gazed at Xiao Wu with a profound look and uttered a phrase. Though there was nothing in his tone to cause discomfort, it instilled in Xiao Wu a sense of being thoroughly scrutinized. I recall stating that the techniques must not be imparted privately, correct? Gu Yi approached Xiao Wu, an overwhelming sense of pressure rendering her breathless. Xiao Wu felt as though she were ensconced in shadows, devoid of light. Was it merely 30 credits? We could easily gather that amount among ourselves and cover it for you. Ning Rongrong, not wishing for Xiao Wu to suffer due to her, confidently asserted those words. Cover it for me? Upon hearing these words, Gu Yi's fury intensified, though he refrained from displaying it outwardly, curious to witness what further amusing developments might unfold. Truly, she was the daughter of a prominent sect, her demeanor decidedly grandiose. Ning Rongrong, utterly oblivious to the current circumstances, boldly addressed Oscar, declaring, "Don't you fancy me? Assist me with 30 credits." Oscar, still captivated by Ning Rongrong's beauty, had grown increasingly discerning. A pretty fade may be commonplace, yet a captivating soul is a rare gem. While Ning Rongrong was indeed striking, her personality was one he could not abide. Moreover, this predicament stemmed from Ning Rongrong's own misstep, yet she maintained an air of unblemished superiority. The allure of beauty comes with its limitations. A sincere acknowledgement of her error would not provoke undue severity from the vice dean. Ultimately, Oscar offered a gentle reminder. If you are unwilling, then so be it. Are you not merely an auxiliary soul master? You will forever lag behind our 7-treasure glazed tile sect. I know, Tang San, that you have amassed the most credits recently. If you would graciously grant me 30 credits, you would be considered a friend of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Ning Rongrong's audacity was staggering. Even now, she held herself in high esteem. One does not solicit assistance in such a manner, in her mind. This was not a request, but rather a form of charity. The prestige of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect was indeed monumental. Tang San, frowning, chose to disregard Ning Rongrong and instead turned his gaze towards Gu Yi. Would offering these 30 credits suffice to settle the matter? Ning Rongrong's naivety was one thing, but Tang San's equally innocent outlook was unexpected. It simply could not be done. Gu Yi swiftly appeared before Ning Rongrong, moving with remarkable speed. Even Tang San, noted for his keen perception, failed to discern Gu Yi's trajectory. What do you intend to do? I am the young lady of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Should you dare to harm me, my sect will not let you off easily. Do not think that as a mere soul king, you can escape unscathed. Even the entirety of Shrek Academy would pay the price. Ning Rongrong remarked with a cold sneer. Kill you? No, 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 that would be rather dull. Just look at me. The voice of Gu Yi seemed to possess an enchanting quality, prompting Ning Rongrong to instinctively lift her gaze to meet his eyes. Those eyes appeared to contain the vastness of the starry sky, with an elusive crimson glow concealed behind the infinite expanse. Ning Rongrong's expression grew vacant. From this day forth, you shall relinquish your identity as a soul master and the reputation of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, living instead as a beggar in the city of Soto. After Gu Yi finished speaking, Ning Rongrong's dazed eyes became clear, and she quietly murmured something indistinct. If one were to draw closer, they would discern her repeated lament, I am a beggar, I am a beggar. Ning Rongrong exited Shrek Academy, leaving the village behind. As she made her way towards Soto City. Chapter 36. Terrifying methods atop the building. Flinder observed Ning Rongrong's departure with a tumultuous heart. The Soul Douluo had long surpassed ordinary mortals, and he was acutely aware of the events occurring on the playground. What could he do? She was his ward, and thus, the responsibility lay with him to resolve the situation. Casting a glance at the playground, he noted Ning Rongrong's departure, which alleviated some of his tension. He summoned his martial spirit to follow her. In her current state, Ning Rongrong possessed no means of defense, and should she encounter difficulties, she would be utterly helpless. The extraordinary methods employed by Gu Yi transformed Ning Rongrong into a beggar, altering not just her appearance, but her very essence. Such power is undeniably formidable. Yet it also breeds apprehension. No one desires to become a mere shadow of themselves. Even the previously indifferent Xiao Wu now shrank her shoulders, overwhelmed by the unearthly nature of these tactics. Observing their reactions, Gu Yi remained unfazed. Well, the accomplice has been dealt with. Now, it is your turn. The mastermind behind this. Each word was meticulously designed to test the limits of Xiao Wu's endurance. She was resolute in her desire to avoid a fate of begging. Clutching tightly to Tang San's sleeve, she seemed to find a modicum of solace in this connection. Tang San, undeterred, stepped forward with unwavering resolve. I will not allow you to harm Xiao Wu. His gaze was steadfast, piercing as if igniting the very air around them. And you? What capability do you possess to protect her? With nothing but those trinkets on your person? Or that useless martial soul, blue silver grass? Gu Yi cast a disdainful glance at Tang San. To risk one's life is not a matter to be taken lightly. Risk one's life? Gu Yi let out a soft laugh. Then you might as well embrace death. Gu Yi vanished from his original position, only to reappear before Tang San, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying several dozen meters, crashing violently against the courtyard wall. The force of the impact was so great that Tang San rebounded off the wall, landing on the ground. To stake one's life? What purpose does that serve? If you cannot withstand even a single blow from me, what is the value of such desperation? Tang San, lying several meters away, stirred slightly, astonishingly remaining conscious despite the brutal onslaught. Gradually lifting his head, he struggled to rise to his feet. Though he swayed unsteadily, he managed to stand, albeit in a dire state, with blood streaming from his 7 orifices in a ghastly manner. Do you see? This is all because of you. Tang San once had a bright future ahead of him. Ascending to the rank of a titled Douluo was within the realm of possibility, regardless of circumstances. His future would have been promising. Yet today, because of you, all of this will be irrevocably shattered. Every word spoken by Gu Yi pierced deeply into Xiao Wu's heart. Is it all because of me? If it weren't for my existence, San Gu would not have become the way he is now. As he stated, San Gu would have a bright future. With tears welling in her eyes, Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San, who stood before her, trembling even in his stance. She felt she should never have left the forest. It was all my fault. The cultivation technique was imparted by me to Ning Rongrong. San Gu is not to blame. I shall accept any punishment. Xiao Wu wept and pleaded. The others looked on, unable to bear the sight. And Oscar had never witnessed such a cold and ruthless side of Gu Yi. No, Xiao Wu, I promise to protect you, Tang San declared, a hammer suddenly appearing in his hand. This was his final trump card. Tang San, he is indeed a twin martial soul. Ma Hongjun stared in astonishment at the hammer in Tang San's grasp. Gu Yi gazed at the Haotian hammer in Tang San's grasp, pondering its utility. The Haotian hammer, albeit the foremost offensive martial soul of the continent, is contingent upon the wielder's capability. At present, Tang San has neither imbued the Haotian hammer with soul rings nor honed the unique soul skills of the heightened sect. His soul technique is the erratic wind hammer method. And in his current frail state, he can barely muster the strength to deliver a few strikes, perhaps 1 or 2. To wield the Haotian hammer now is merely to impose an additional burden upon himself. I advise you to remain still and compliant. I shall not take her life, for she is, after all, a student of mine. I will only render her martial soul ineffectual, given her disposition. It is only a matter of time before she incites calamity. Allowing her to lead a life as an ordinary person ahead of time may indeed serve her best interests. Gu Yi gazed at the resolute Tang San and reminded him, I have stated that to harm Xiao Wu, you must first step over my corpse. Tang San reiterated his words with unwavering determination. Then I shall ensure you remain incapacitated. Little rabbit, observe closely. This is the consequence of your capriciousness. Gu Yi approached Tang San step by step, the sound of her shoes striking the ground resonating deeply in everyone's hearts. Is this the true nature of ego? Cold-blooded and brutal. Oscar felt a sense of disorientation, as if he had never truly seen Gu Yi clearly over the years. It is said that both you and Xiao Wu possess innate full soul power. Such talent is indeed regrettably squandered. However, there is no alternative. Rules are rules, and no one can rise above them. She cannot, and neither can you. Are you prepared for the possibility of being rendered powerless? Gu Yi stood a meter away, gazing at Tang San, who could only stand with the aid of the Haotian hammer. In his hand, a formidable soul power had coalesced. And as this power struck Tang San, it rendered him devoid of any possibility of further cultivation, even if he were to survive. Nevertheless, Tang San resolutely swung his final hammer, exhausting all his strength. Yet, this desperate blow was effortlessly held in place by Gu Yi with a single hand, completely immobile. It seems you have made your choice. Thus, do not blame me for what is to come. Gu Yi extended another hand, the intense fluctuation of soul power evoking a discomforting sensation. In Soto City, the once refined Ning Rongrong appeared utterly lost. Clutching a tattered bowl, she had seemingly scavenged from an unknown place. Her attire and hair were disheveled and soiled, devoid of the elegance she once possessed. Flandra, soaring high above, beheld this disheartening sight of Ning Rongrong and felt a pang of compassion. After all, she was the young lady of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Should this news reach her sect, it would spell disaster. The heir of the prestigious 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School reduced to a beggar would undoubtedly incite a tempest. It was likely that even the 2 Douluo, Jian and Gu, would be unable to remain composed. While these thoughts lingered in his mind, he refrained from intervening. By this point, he had begun to comprehend Gu Yi's intentions, which also elucidated his reasons for choosing to depart. Ning Rongrong was not faring well. Gu Yi merely concealed her identity as a soul master, yet left her memories untouched. Moreover, he was incapable of doing so at this moment. Consequently, her character remained unchanged. Although she regarded herself as a beggar, she still held herself with an air of superiority. Initially, there were some kind-hearted souls who, seeing the plight of this young girl, intended to offer her some copper soul coins, but her demeanor repelled their goodwill. Furthermore, some individuals, discerning her exquisite features beneath the layers of filth and disarray, contemplated abducting her to fetch a handsome price. Flander observed silently from above, watching as Ning Rongrong followed the lecherous man step by step, with no intention of intervening. Chapter 37. Illusion. Blood spilled profusely. Tang Sen collapsed, with Xiaowu falling alongside him. Amidst the astonishment of the others, Gui ultimately took action. Very well. Let us bring them all back. Gui addressed a few individuals before departing. It is hoped that after this lesson, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong will undergo some transformation. Ego, are you not angry? Oscar, now somewhat perplexed by the current situation, who just moments ago seemed intent on eliminating Tang San and Xiao Wu, now appeared as if enveloped in a gentle spring breeze. Is this truly the same person? Oscar's bewilderment was not unique. The others shared the same sentiments. Gui cannot possibly be suffering from schizophrenia. Anger? How could one not feel anger? It is merely a minor punishment for a greater transgression. Do you truly wish for me to take their lives? Gui steadily approached Oscar, who seemed ready to reciprocate. No, not quite. There was a hint of curiosity. Oscar, beaming with joy, waved his hands in refusal, understanding that Gui had remained unchanged, just as he was when they first met, serious and diligent. I leave Zhu Zhuqing and Xiaowu in your care, he declared. I will take Tang San back. He has sustained considerable injuries this time. If he does not undergo a medicinal bath, it may be quite challenging for him to recover in a short period. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, watching Gu Yi's retreating figure. This man truly was an enigma. He possessed an elegant demeanor yet also exhibited a decisive ruthlessness. Gu Yi returned to his chamber. Gazing at the demonic seed within the sea of his spirit, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. After 6 years of martial arts training, his indomitable will was far beyond the control of a mere seed of darkness. Everything he had previously enacted was merely a performance. His recent display of sinister charm and ruthless demeanor was wholly a consequence of willingly allowing the demonic seed to corrupt his psyche. It must be said, this seed possessed remarkable potency. Emotions are indeed a formidable force. As early as a year prior, when his martial soul ascended to the silver tier, he became aware of the depths of his spiritual sea. The path of cultivation revolves around the triad of essence, energy, and spirit. Essence refers to physical strength and vitality. Energy pertains to the soul force he is currently cultivating, while spirit signifies the mind and soul. The second awakening of his martial soul allowed him to graze the periphery of his consciousness. Internal cultivation and martial techniques were manageable, yet spirit, an entirely uncharted territory, left Gu Yi at a loss as to how to proceed. In his previous life, the fantastical ideas he entertained proved impractical, the only reference being Tang San's purple extreme demon eyes. However, after half a month of futile attempts, he made no progress. Refining his martial will seemed the most promising method to enhance his spirit, though its advancement was astonishingly slow. By serendipitous chance, Gu Yi discovered that emotions could significantly impact the spirit, leading him to embark on a journey of spiritual exploration, amalgamating notions from his former life. Throughout his research, he found that only negative emotions exerted the greatest influence on the psyche. Anger, hatred, and suffering could evoke profound spiritual fluctuations. Thus, the demonic seed came into being. No matter how optimistic a person may be, perpetual positivity is unattainable, yet Gu Yi managed to harness this demonic seed to achieve just that. Each time he absorbed a day's worth of negative emotions through the seed, he could attain a sage-like state for a brief quarter of an hour. In that realm, both his cultivation and comprehension of martial arts accelerated remarkably, and his spirit grew ever stronger during this period. However, this method harbored significant flaws. While the negative emotions were absorbed by the seed, they did not vanish but rather accumulated within it. The buildup of negativity over 1 or 2 days was negligible. Yet after 10 days or half a month, it became staggering. Consequently, over the past year, Gu Yi's martial will had been engaged in a fierce struggle against the demonic seed, growing increasingly formidable. It remained uncertain whether Zhu Zhuqing could withstand this unique cultivation method. Gu Yisin was also filled with doubts if Zhu Zhuqing could not suppress the murderous intent and hatred within her heart. This already somewhat hasty and ambitious technique would plunge her into an abyss of despair. The following day, Gu Yi arrived punctually at the classroom, for it had been previously agreed upon that a test would take place. Such an arrangement must not be altered. Should this step falter, the ensuing negative emotions could engulf the entire Shrek Academy. Arriving early, indeed, is commendable. Gu Yi first offered a word of praise, casting a glance at Tang San, who was still moving with some difficulty. It was estimated that he would be able to break through the 30th level once his injuries healed. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, noticed that he still seemed somewhat fearful. Considering the time that has passed, it has been nearly half a month since you arrived at Shrek Academy. We have a tradition at Shrek, which I believe the 3 senior students are already aware of. Gu Yi pointedly remarked at Oscar and his companions, who displayed expressions of anguish, a reflection of their unwillingness to revisit distressing memories. Observing their discomfort, Gu Yi felt a profound sense of delight. Indeed, joy often derives from the suffering of others. Meanwhile, Zhu Shiqing and the others appeared utterly bewildered, clearly unaware of the torment that lay ahead. It seems you have all already anticipated it. Indeed, it is none other than the examination. Gu Yi smiled and remarked on the stark contrast to the fearsome demeanor displayed the previous night, almost as if the sun itself had vanished. The petite Wu, still reeling from the previous night's ordeal, had yet to regain her usual vivacity. As for Zhu Shiqing, her inherently reserved yet passionate nature left little room for inquiry. Gu Yi then produced a substantial stack of white paper from the Soul Guide, its thickness measuring a full centimeter, the contents of which remained a mystery. Only 6 individuals were present to partake in the examination. Gu Yi directly utilized his spiritual energy to deliver 6 examination papers before them. As an educator, understanding one's students is a fundamental responsibility. Gu Yi gazed upon the pained expressions of several individuals and continued. This examination paper is the result of my arduous efforts over several months, meticulously compiling information on various rare soul beasts, martial spirits, and the soul skills that these creatures can produce. In essence, this paper is exceedingly comprehensive. Due to the substantial content, the examination will be conducted over the course of a morning, concluding at noon. During this time, whispering, passing notes, or any form of cheating is strictly prohibited. Should any infractions be detected, a deduction of 100 credits will be imposed, along with exclusive disciplinary measures. Gu Yi sat on the chair at the front of the classroom, eyes closed in tranquil contemplation, entirely indifferent to their intentions. As for the 3 first-time exam participants, they were utterly bewildered, particularly Xiao Wu, who, like a rabbit turned sage, seemed to be deciphering a tome of celestial knowledge. Tang San fared slightly better, yet he merely grasped the material to a modest extent. The questions on the paper were exceptionally challenging, and despite having received guidance from Yu Xiaojiang since childhood, he found them quite formidable. However, there was one question where he excelled: the characteristics of blue silvergrass and the soul rings it can produce. Was this not perfectly aligned with his expertise? Tang San could confidently assert that no one in this world understood blue silvergrass better than he did. He promptly penned down inclusivity, non-exclusivity, elaborating extensively with nearly 100 words of theoretical insight, wholly adhering to Yu Xiaojiang's teachings. Chapter 38, Revelation of Relationships Beyond 100 Miles from Shrek Academy. 2 figures stood in confrontation. One was tall and imposing, wielding a massive hammer, surrounded by 9 soul rings, the last of which was a deep crimson. The other was slender, akin to a long spear, with an ethereal green serpent's head manifesting behind him, also adorned with 9 soul rings. Though still somewhat inferior to the hammer-wielding individual, this path leads nowhere. It would be prudent for the poisoned Douluo to retreat. Tang Hao observed the fully black-haired Douluo, devoid of any trace of green, feeling somewhat perplexed. Was it not said that Douluo's hair was entirely green? The disparity was striking. The Haotian Douluo seemed to be meddling excessively. Douluo was not someone to be trifled with, especially considering his considerable advancements in cultivation over the years. He was no longer the mere title Douluo of the past. His strength warranted the title of title Douluo. Should you persist in your obstinacy, do not blame my Haotian hammer for its mercilessness. Tang Hao's aura intensified repeatedly. The title of Haotian Douluo was not a mere boast. As one of the 2 renowned gods of slaughter in recent decades, his prowess was indeed unfathomable. Not to mention, he had mastered the unique skills of the Haotian sect. His strength ranked among the elite on the Douluo continent. Douluo's gaze sharpened. He had to concede that he could never hope to be a match for Tang Hao. He was a person capable of both yielding and persisting, and would not force matters when they were impossible, especially with the potential for further advancement. Douluo was reluctant to concede. Watching Douluo Bo retreat into the distance, Tang Hao let out a sigh of relief. His injuries from the past years had yet to fully heal. Douluo Bo's strength was not as feeble as imagined. It was indeed wise to avoid confrontation. Shrek Academy, as Gu Yi meticulously corrected the submitted examination papers, the first one that caught his eye was that of Tang San. His foundational skills were remarkably solid, and his grasp of the characteristics of soul beasts was impressively comprehensive. Although Yu Xiaojiang's abilities were rather mediocre and his character left much to be desired, he had nonetheless imparted a commendable level of knowledge. However, in Tang San's interpretation of the blue silver grass, he still seemed to fall into a conventional mindset, failing to transcend the common perceptions held by others. Essentially, his analysis adhered closely to Yu Xiaojiang's research on the top 10 competitive spirits in the realm of martial souls. The blue silver grass, regarded as the weakest of soul beasts and often likened to herbivores that graze, is far from being merely trivial. The sheer resilience and formidable life force it exhibits in the face of adversities such as wind and rain is truly remarkable. Moreover, it is worth noting that the blue silver grass has powerful counterparts, such as the blue silver king and the blue silver emperor, whose existence offers significant insights for the cultivation path of the blue silver grass. Gu Yi marked a decisive cross against this. In less than half an hour, he had graded all 6 papers. He had but one remark to offer: utterly chaotic. His voice, filled with indignation, echoed throughout the classroom, causing Xiaowu to involuntarily shudder. Clearly startled, the breaths of the 6 students grew faint. Among them, 3 had passed the assessment: Oscar, Tang San, and Ma Hongjun, each receiving an additional 20 points. They were advised to thoroughly review their papers. Oscar and Ma Hongjun exhaled deeply, relieved that they had not brought shame upon Gu Yi. In contrast, Tang San remained unfazed, having learned much from Yu Xiaojiang, with only a scant portion still eluding his understanding. The other 3, however, were all deducted 20 points, with no leniency granted even though Zhu Shiqing was among them. The weakest performance belonged to Xiaowu, followed closely by Zhu Shiqing. Daimu Bai, having experienced such situations before, possessed a degree of composure. Zhu Shiqing kept her head bowed in silence, finding herself considerably further from acquiring a martial art. Daimu Bai and Xiaowu were not overly concerned. One had already mastered a technique well suited to him and felt no urgency, while the other, having transformed from a soul beast, could enhance her abilities more swiftly through interaction with others, rendering rigorous training unnecessary. Only Zhu Shiqing, having fled from her family, faced an uncertain future, her fiancé being a dissipated scion, leaving her with no one to rely upon but herself. After a thorough session of instruction, Gu Yi finally released the 3 of them. Daimu Bai, unable to remain seated any longer, understood that as a prince of the Star Luo Empire, his future was either to inherit the throne or face perpetual confinement until death. The knowledge required by these ordinary soul masters held little significance for him. What he needed was formidable strength to overcome the fearsome brother who haunted him. Xiaowu's expression was one of despair, as this was a particular torment for her. Just as Zhu Shiqing intended to leave, Gu Yi called out to her. Zhu Shiqing, please stay. Daimu Bai, who had just stepped out of the classroom, paused, his expression momentarily frozen. Xiaowu's earlier words echoed persistently in his mind, despite his reluctance to acknowledge them. Gu Yi is indeed far superior to him, so formidable that even jealousy dares not take root. To be a step ahead invites envy and resentment. To be 2 steps ahead, one is deemed a madman. To be countless steps ahead, unseen in the distance, one is revered as a deity. Gu Yi is undoubtedly the third party in this intricate affair. Over the past 3 years, he has lost all clarity regarding Gu Yi's capabilities. Despite being of the same age, their strengths are worlds apart. Talents abound in this realm, yet those with innovative ideas are exceedingly rare. Even a millennium hence, the Tang sect remains steadfast in its adherence to the Xiantian skill, devoid of any semblance of innovation. They are, in essence, stagnating, and the decay of the Tang sect is largely attributed to this. Although their hidden weapons constitute a significant portion of their arsenal, the crux remains that true powerhouses have yet to emerge. The depth of a sect's heritage is of little consequence if it lacks a formidable figure capable of commanding respect, a being no one would dare provoke. The later establishment of Shrek Academy has indeed achieved this feat, with unparalleled combat prowess. None can afford to ignore them. Daimu Bai, however, chose not to venture further but instead turned to sit beside Zhu Shiqing. This seemingly innocuous action incited a wave of distaste in Zhu Shiqing, prompting her to shift several seats to the right. as if the very air between them had soured. Meanwhile, Xiaowu had long since departed. Daimubai, what purpose do you serve by remaining here? The vice principal inquired. Zhu Zhuqing is my fiancée. If there has been any impropriety, I shall apologize on her behalf. Daimubai asserted, seemingly considering Zhu Zhuqing's feelings. Fiancée? At merely 15, she is already entangled in such frivolities, Zhu Zhuqing retorted, her tone dripping with disdain and scorn. Daimubai appeared to be struck at a sensitive point. Indeed, he had been somewhat indulgent over the years, though not to the extent of being captivated by such distractions, merely occasionally. A flicker of soul power coursed through his palm, yet he refrained from striking out. Perhaps Zhu Zhuqing is the best companion for him to escape his fate, should they successfully execute a martial soul fusion skill. His current cultivation might just lead them to victory. Frustrated, Daimubai departed, contemplating that even if Gui harbored intentions, he would likely exercise caution. Come with me. He beckoned. Gui's expression remained unchanged as he uttered a single word before striding towards the outside. Chapter 39, The Haunting Aura. The Back Mountain of Shrek. Zhu Zhuqing. Martial Soul, Nethercat. Level 28 Soul Master, Innate Soul Power Level 7. Gui spoke to himself, well acquainted with the information. The exam paper you completed today contained a question about the spectral spirit cat. I recall that you described it as a high-level martial soul, characterized by swift speed, agility, and formidable claws, capable of merging with the white tiger martial soul to create a fusion technique. Standing behind Gui, Zhu Zhuqing was perplexed by the meaning of his words. But have you ever pondered why your martial soul, if merely swift and agile, bears the name of spectral? Zhu Zhuqing, lacking knowledge in this regard, shook her head slightly. Her innate talent was not particularly remarkable, and over the years, she had devoted herself to rigorous training. The soul rings she acquired were brought to her by family members for absorption. Her understanding of martial soul knowledge was minimal. It was only upon arriving here that she began to systematically study the subject. It was not out of a passion for martial arts knowledge, but rather a necessity for academic credits and advanced techniques. Strength had long become a mental barrier for her. In truth, I am also unaware, as your Zhu family has adhered to a singular training method for years, with soul techniques showing little variation. You have become entirely reliant on the Dai royal family, having long lost your sense of self. For the first time, Zhu Zhuqing felt a sense of exasperation towards this man. You still dare to inquire of me, as if you were jesting. It is a rare sight to witness any expression other than her usual icy demeanor on Zhu Zhuqing's face. However, having observed your martial spirit, emotions, and disposition, I have crafted a unique cultivation technique tailored specifically for you. Would you be interested in learning it? Gui also wished to observe the changes that this technique would bring to Zhu Zhuqing. I shall study it, as long as it enhances my strength. I am willing to learn. Zhu Zhuqing expressed her resolve without a moment's hesitation. After the events of the previous night, Gui had earned a place in her heart as a person of merit. Seeing her anxious demeanor, he reminded her that this martial art was vastly different from ordinary practices. If the pure Yuan technique embodied a balanced and harmonious approach, then this particular method was akin to a blade that veers off course, pursuing rapid results. Should one lack the requisite mental fortitude, there exists a perilous risk of descending into madness. Do you still wish to learn it? I pose but one question. Will this technique lead me to become a fallen soul master? Gui pondered for a moment. Although there was a significant risk of losing oneself in obsession, the capability to forcibly devour the soul power of others and cultivate life through the method he had previously abridged was non-existent. The worst outcome would merely be a drastic transformation of character. I will learn, Zhu Zhuqing declared with unwavering resolve. Very well, I shall teach you. Sit cross-legged. Zhu Zhuqing nodded and turned away, positioning herself in front of Gui. Reflecting on the technique she had devised, a terrifying aura of dark energy emanated from Gui, enveloping him entirely as if it had arisen from the depths of the underworld. Gui endeavored to infuse his soul power into Zhu Zhuqing's body, allowing it to traverse through her meridians. The sensation was chilling, exuding an unparalleled coldness, even more frigid than the depths of winter. Zhu Zhuqing's delicate visage was marred by anguish, yet she emitted not a single sound. To cultivate this technique, one must channel their soul power in tandem with mind, harboring resentment and holding grievances within their heart to achieve mastery. The words of Gui resonated in Zhu Zhuqing's mind. If one were to speak of resentment, none among the Shrek members could rival her. From a tender age, she had been treated as an adversary by her elder sister. A source of unrelenting animosity, this was her first grievance. In her youth, she was betrothed to royal lineage, only to discover that her fiancé, unable to withstand the pressures, fled, leaving her utterly alone. This constituted her second grievance. She traversed nations, pursued relentlessly, facing life-threatening peril. This marked her third grievance. Upon finally locating that person, she found him already entwined with others, living a life of indulgence. This represented her fourth grievance. Gradually, Gu Yi withdrew the soul power from within Zhu Zhuqing. This technique did not traverse the yang meridians, but rather the yin, embodying the essence of utter yin. The spectral feline, with its inherent association to the realm of shadows, possessed soul attributes tinged with the essence of the netherworld. Thus, cultivating this technique was perfectly suited for her. Gu Yi yearned to witness the progress of Zhu Zhuqing, who had diligently practiced this particular technique, and to ascertain whether she could surpass the other six. Yet, I had underestimated Zhu Zhuqing's fervent determination. She remarkably attained initial mastery in such a brief span of time. The rules of Douluo Continent are exceedingly peculiar, as individuals are categorized into various ranks from the moment of their spirit awakening. Those endowed with superior martial souls and innate soul power experience a rapid ascent in their abilities, even while merely engaging in casual practice. Exemplars of this phenomenon include Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai. Conversely, individuals with inferior martial souls and lower innate soul power, despite dedicating 12 hours a day to their training, progress at a glacial pace. A quintessential representative of this plight is Yu Xiaojiang. Gu Yiji's disdain for Yu Xiaojiang is not without justification. It is not merely due to his appropriation of the vast knowledge of the spirit hall, transforming it into his own exclusive creation over the years. On the night of their wedding, upon discovering that Lu Erlong is his cousin, Yu Xiaojiang, unable to accept this revelation, chose to evade responsibility, leaving Lu Erlong to bear the brunt of all the rumors alone. To allow a woman to endure such slander is, in itself, a disservice to the very essence of manhood. Moreover, there exists another point that irks Gu Yiji the most. He professes that there are no worthless spirits, only worthless soul masters. Yet, he has failed to nurture any prodigies during his tenure at the Nodding Academy, instead existing as a mere idler. If his assertion holds true, that there are no worthless spirits, only worthless soul masters, then how can he not even surpass the 30th level? He speaks of level barriers as if they are an affliction unique to others. In this world, one's martial spirit undeniably determines everything. Gu Yi waited for an hour before Zhu Zhuqing finally awakened, the aura of darkness that had enveloped her dissipating entirely. Thank you. Apart from this phrase, Zhu Zhuqing found herself at a loss for words. She had nothing further to offer Gu Yi. This particular technique was truly well suited to her. The exhilaration she felt was unprecedented, a sensation she had never experienced before. Although her soul power had not increased, her sense of strength felt vastly augmented. Well, let us return. Remember to steadfastly uphold your will, and do not allow the rapid surge of power to cloud your mind. Gu Yi, filled with concern, offered a gentle reminder. The hastily learned techniques are most likely to affect one's state of mind, and for Zhu Zhuqing, who is encountering martial arts for the first time, anxiety is only natural. Why are you helping me so much? As Zhu Zhuqing continued on her path, perhaps due to the influence of the techniques, the doubts in her heart could no longer be suppressed. Why? Gu Yi gazed into the distance, perhaps seeking to mend the fragments of regret. Regret? Just as she felt she had gained a clearer understanding of this man, a single utterance rendered her perception once again nebulous. At that moment, a carriage quietly approached the gates of Shrek Academy. Seated within the carriage, Yu Xiaojiang regarded the academy before him with a sense of perplexity. Is this truly the Shrek Academy of old? Perhaps a certain intuition existed between teachers and students, for at that very instant, Tang San, supported by Xiao Wu, happened to catch sight of Yu Xiaojiang's carriage. Teacher? Tang San's heart surged with excitement as he glimpsed Yu Xiaojiang through the window. Chapter 40. The idealized Yu Xiaojiang. Hours later, Gu Yi finally beheld the visage of the man who had captured the hearts of both women. With a slightly slender build and an unremarkable appearance, he appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. However, in comparison to Gu Yi, this elegance bore the weight of life's trials and tribulations, a sense of despondency stemming from years of unfulfilled aspirations. Time had dulled the man's edges, leaving him with but one hope, that Tang San might rise to become a formidable force on the continent, proving that his teachings were not in vain. Upon seeing Gu Yi, Yu Xiaojiang could not help but express his reproach. What error had Tang San committed to warrant such severe consequences? No one could fathom the depths of his fury upon witnessing Tang San, battered and bruised. His carefully nurtured disciple, cultivated over 6 years, had been so grievously injured, and all within the confines of an academy once cherished by a former friend. It would be an anomaly if Yu Xiaojiang were not incensed. Tang San, who exactly is he? Gui feigned ignorance as he gazed at Tang San. He was not only a teacher, but also a longtime friend of Dean Flander. His purpose for coming this time was to continue imparting his wisdom to me. Although Tang San still harbored grievances regarding yesterday's events, he respectfully addressed Gui. After all, strength dictates everything. Thus, you must be the renowned master in the realm of soul masters. Upon hearing the mention of the master's name, Yu Xiaojiang straightened his posture, evidently finding great value in Gu Yi's words. However, he was also reminded not to forget the lessons that should be learned. As educators, we must refrain from resorting to force to subdue our students, for such actions will only lead to outward compliance without genuine understanding. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's sentiments, Gu Yi instantly grasped his meaning. Tang San, do you believe I erred in my actions yesterday? Gu Yi's words momentarily stunned Tang San. In truth, Gu Yi's actions were not without justification. Had he discovered that someone had illicitly learned the Tang sect's secrets, the consequence would have been dire. Both the thief and the one who imparted the knowledge would face death. To be frank, Gu Yi had shown considerable leniency. Tang San could only counsel his teacher, asserting that Gu Yi's conduct was not at fault. During these 6 years, Yu Xiaojiang had also come to understand the temperament of this disciple, thereby refraining from further disputes. Tang San, did you just mention that the master intends to come here to teach you about soul cultivation? Tang San nodded. Compared to the wealth of knowledge residing in Yu Xiaojiang's mind, he still appeared as a novice, necessitating further study. Does this imply that the master plans to take up a position at Shrek Academy? Gui thoughtfully remarked, as for Flander, I would prefer to meet him first. Yu Xiaojiang had already resolved to assume a teaching position within this academy, especially after being captivated by Tang San's explanations. This notion lingered persistently in his mind. Although the student body was not extensive, each individual was extraordinary. Notably, Oscar and Ma Hongjun, at merely 12 years of age, had astonishingly reached the 30th rank of Soul Master. There was a time when he believed Tang San possessed the most formidable cultivation talent on the Douluo Continent. Nonetheless, he harbored no doubt regarding Tang San's future development. The existence of dual martial souls ensured that Tang San was destined to ascend to the rank of title Douluo in his lifetime. Before that, however, he needed to comprehend the nuances of cultivating dual martial souls. In the entire world, there existed but one individual privy to this secret, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong, a woman who evoked both affection and resentment within him. It was indeed unfortunate that the dean was currently away. If the master intends to meet the dean, you might find fruitful endeavors in Soto City. Gui could sense that the spiritual energy he had infused into Ningrongrong was nearing its limit and would soon return. There was no need for concern. This was an opportune moment for him to gain a deeper understanding of the academy's development, which would undoubtedly aid his future teaching endeavors. Yu Xiaojiang had begun to envision himself joining Shrek Academy, nurturing 7 prodigies, and claiming victory in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament. From that point on, his martial soul philosophy would become legendary. Would everything truly unfold as beautifully as he imagined? Gu Yi harbored no objections regarding this matter. Joining the academy was acceptable. After all, while Yu Xiaojiang's ideals were indeed quite misguided, his understanding of soul beasts was far from superficial. It was fortuitous for Gui, as he had no desire to squander time on such matters. The arrival of Yu Xiaojiang provided a perfect opportunity for him to extricate himself from the situation. As for other concerns, Gui believed that Yu Xiaojiang need not dwell on them. Gui would never entrust the matter of soul weapon training to Yu Xiaojiang. His role is merely to impart the knowledge required by the students. After Gu Yi's departure, Tang San revealed a matter to Yu Xiaojiang. Teacher, there is something I have been remiss in mentioning to you. With great caution, Tang San informed Yu Xiaojiang. The Vice Dean's 2nd soul ring has reached a millennium in age, while the 4th soul ring has attained the remarkable standard of 10,000 years. The emergence of Gu Yi signifies a profound issue with Yu Xiaojiang's theory of soul rings. Tang San comprehends that this is the singular aspiration of his mentor's life, to demonstrate that one can achieve renown through knowledge alone, even without relying on a martial soul. This notion, however, appears utterly implausible. Even if his 2nd soul ring could barely absorb a 1,000-year soul ring, The distinction between a 10,000-year soul ring and a 1,000-year soul ring is insurmountable. To possess a 10,000-year soul ring at the fourth soul ring would necessitate transcending a span of 5 millennia, an accomplishment beyond the reach of any individual. Yu Xiaojiang finds it incredulous that someone could break free from the constraints of 1,000 years at the fourth soul ring and absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. By the way, what is Xiao San's martial soul? It is the meridian, the intricate network of channels within the human body. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang San divulges information about Gui, a human martial soul? How can that be? I have studied the entire realm of Douluo Continent's martial souls, and the awakening probability of a human martial soul is less than 1 in 10,000, not to mention that human martial souls are exceedingly frail. They lack the significant physical enhancement that beast martial souls provide and do not possess the formidable offensive capabilities of weapon martial souls. They can only be classified as inferior martial souls. How could one with such a soul possibly transcend limitations and defy the odds to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring? If your information is accurate, Xiao San, then Gu Yi undoubtedly harbors a significant secret. A glimmer of curiosity shines in Yu Xiaojiang's gaze. Should he uncover this secret, perhaps his martial soul's competitive edge could elevate from 10 to 11. It might even assist him in transcending the constraints of the 30th level. He has sought knowledge for half his life. How deeply he cherishes the study of martial souls. Were it not for the barriers to his cultivation, he too would aspire to traverse the world. Otherwise, he would not idolize Tang Hao. Gui took out a pristine notebook and began to sketch and write, occasionally pausing to contemplate before resuming his work. Meanwhile, after enduring several trials, Ning Rongrong finally regained her consciousness. Particularly upon awakening and gazing at the unattractive woman with impure eyes before her, she let out a piercing scream. The woman was perplexed by Ning Rongrong's reaction, yet felt a twinge of regret, for a once deranged girl had significantly diminished in value. However, she was still a rare gem, a boon for those with particular inclinations. Chapter 41. Fury of the Heart. A figure descended between the two. Leave. Flender bellowed, driving the woman away, then turned to regard the disheveled Ning Rongrong. Once a proud lady of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, she now appeared in such a pitiable state. Dean, I was wrong. Ning Rongrong lifted her head to meet the gaze of the dean, uttering the only mistake of her life. The experiences of the past 2 days could only be described as surreal. Her consciousness remained her own, her memories intact, yet she had neglected her identity. Although 2 days could not encompass the full spectrum of human emotions, they imparted a crucial lesson to this willful young lady. The outside world was starkly different from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Without the aura of her esteemed background, no one would treat her kindly. Even begging would invite disdain. As Ning Rongrong and Flender returned to the academy, an urgent letter arrived in the hands of Ning Fengji. Bold. Ning Fengji's formidable soul power erupted, shattering the nearby table. Just then, Sword Douluo Qinshan entered. What has happened, Fengji? It has been ages since I have seen you this furious. Take a look for yourself, Uncle Jian. Ning Fengji had only wished for Rongrong to experience some hardship to temper her spoiled temperament, not to be reduced to begging, nearly sold off. How could he not be enraged? Seeking death, Qinshan's soul power surged, his presence akin to a drawn sword, as if ready to pierce the heavens. Fengji, leave this matter to me. There is no longer any need for Shrek Academy to exist. With his 7 killing sword beneath his feet, Qinshan's voice resonated in Ning Fengji's ears as he vanished from the hall. After the storm of anger subsided, Ning Fengji picked up the letter from the floor, contemplating its contents. Upon Flender's return with Ning Rongrong, he heard that Yu Xiaojiang had arrived, which brought him great joy. Yu Xiaojiang, aware of Flender's return, sat in the office, both men at a loss for words. How have you fared this past year, Xiaojiang? Flender inquired of his long-lost friend, unsure of what to say. Quite well. Seeing the academy you have established flourish brings me great joy. This is not mere flattery. I genuinely believe that the Shrek Academy has indeed reached an impressive level. Speaking of which, I shall introduce you to someone shortly, and I am confident that you will find ample topics to discuss. Since you have just arrived, there is no need to leave. Staying in that small place and nodding is far less appealing than joining me as a teacher here. Moreover, your student Tang San is here as well. Flander recalled Gu Yi. Both of them share a profound passion for the study of martial souls, which will surely spark engaging conversations between them. Upon hearing Flander's mention of Tang San, a smile inadvertently crept onto Yu Xiaojiang's previously stiff face. Tang San is, after all, his most perfect creation and greatest hope. Little San? Very well, then I shall stay. However, when Tang San hunts for his soul rings in the future, you must lend your assistance. Yu Xiaojiang thought about his own strength. Even aiding Tang San in acquiring his second soul ring had proven to be quite challenging, necessitating the help of the principal of Nodding Academy. He truly found himself at a loss when it came to the third soul ring. Rest assured, this is but a minor matter, Flander reassured, as all he desired was for this old friend to remain. Gui gazed at the pristine book in his hands, finally having inscribed the techniques for refining the magical seeds. Casually placing it on the table, he donned his outer garments and stepped out. It was not long before he encountered Ning Rongrong. The academy was not extensive, and encountering someone was quite commonplace. However, Gui paid her no heed and walked straight past. Yet, Ning Rongrong proactively intercepted him. Is there something you wish to discuss? I sincerely apologize for my previous transgression of clandestinely studying martial arts techniques. After uttering these words, Ning Rongrong turned and fled, clearly feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Gui gazed at her departing figure and smiled faintly. If one were to rank the personalities of the Shrek Seven Devils from the most serious to the least, it would be Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Oscar. Each of them possesses flaws to varying degrees. In comparison to the first four, Ning Rongrong is significantly better, though her upbringing filled with indulgence has rendered her quite unruly. After her transformation, she has indeed exhibited a commendable character. On the following day, everyone gathered on the Academy's playground at Flender's summons. However, the group was far more intrigued by Zhu Zhuqing's transformation than by the event itself. Previously, she could be described as taciturn, her demeanor somewhat aloof. Yet now, standing beside Zhu Zhuqing, they could all sense an aura of chilling coldness. This coldness even instilled a slight sense of crisis in Tang San. Although he was uncertain of the cause, he understood that this change was brought about by Gui. Oscar, with clarity of mind, recognized that such a significant shift in temperament could only result from a revision of one's cultivation methods. A superior technique is sufficient to alter a person's disposition. Dai Mubai was particularly eager to uncover the truth. Zhu Zhuqing merely cast him a disdainful glance, and a wave of animosity erupted, startling Dai Mubai. Before long, Flender approached with a man of average stature. Xiao San, is this your teacher? He seems somewhat disheveled, Ma Hongjun whispered to Tang San. Tang San sighed, lamenting that their teacher had devoted years to the study of martial soul knowledge, compounded by his lack of recognition. Nevertheless, he was undoubtedly a true master, possessing a wealth of knowledge. Ma Hongjun found it unsurprising, given that Yu Xiaojiang had produced such an exceptional soul master as Tang San, which spoke volumes. Especially notable was his unparalleled skill in the art of hidden weapons. Even Dai Mubai found it difficult to withstand. Today, I have called everyone here to announce an important matter. From this day forth, our academy has gained a new instructor. Placing a hand on Yu Xiaojiang's shoulder, he declared, "This is Yu Xiaojiang. Some of you may have heard of his legend. Through his research, he has published the 10 most competitive martial souls, earning him the title of the most formidable in martial soul theory, and he is regarded as the wisest soul master, known simply as the Master, among you." Tang San is his student. Several individuals were stirred in spirit, although they were unfamiliar with the identity of Yu Xiaojiang. Tang San and his companions were well aware of his reputation. He was acknowledged as a master, a title that was indeed well-deserved. However, there were still those who remained unconvinced, notably Oscar and Ma Hongjun. They were unaware of Yu Xiaojiang's capabilities and regarded the title of master with skepticism. In their minds, no one could surpass Gui in the realm of martial soul knowledge. This sentiment was particularly strong in Ma Hongjun. Over the years, with Gui's assistance, his malevolent fire had never erupted, and he had heeded Gui's advice on hunting soul beasts, leading to continuous evolution of his martial soul. Although he had yet to achieve complete control over the malevolent fire, he was now able to wield it to some extent. Remarkably, at the age of 12, he had already attained level 31, and his martial soul enabled him to soar through the skies. In Chapter 42, The Embarrassment of Yu Xiaojiang, it was stated that any inquiries regarding martial souls could be directed towards him. With the guidance of a master, it was believed that their progress would accelerate significantly. After Flander concluded his remarks, Yu Xiaojiang stepped forward. As an institution of moderate standing, although there were only 7 students, each was a paragon of talent among the elite. From this day forth, I shall assume full responsibility for your education. I have gathered an understanding of your circumstances, and I will implement a series of specialized training tailored to your needs. Furthermore, I do not wish to hear any sounds other than those related to training. Your sole obligation is to cooperate. Some dissatisfaction arose among Ma Hongjun and the others, implying that even if they encountered issues during training, they could not voice their concerns but must adhere to Yu Xiaojiang's plans. Director, how could I be unaware of the recruitment of new teachers for the academy? Gui approached from a distance. While Yu Xiaojiang had no objections to him being an ordinary teacher, he could not and would not accept the prospect of taking over the training. Ego, you have arrived. Oscar exclaimed joyfully. He did not believe that a disheartened individual could possibly measure up to Ego. Gui nodded in acknowledgement, then continued to address Flandre, saying, Dean, regardless of your friendship or brotherhood with him, we cannot allow favoritism to compromise our principles. Every instructor entering the academy must undergo a rigorous assessment and certification process. Furthermore, as a master in the theory of martial souls, he should naturally shine in his rightful place. The training program ought to be directed by professionals in the field. Yu Xiaojiang, taken aback, clearly did not anticipate Gu Yi's stance, nor did he expect to face opposition within the academy of his former comrade. Flandre looked at Gu Yi with a hint of helplessness. The transformations the academy had undergone over the years were evident to all, having produced talents like Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Gu Yi, what are you saying? Xiaojiang is a universally recognized master in the realm of soul masters. His understanding of martial souls is unparalleled, both past and present. He is undoubtedly capable of imparting knowledge effectively. As Flandre lauded his esteemed teacher, Tang San proudly lifted his chin. Yu Xiaojiang, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuded an air of extraordinary confidence. In light of this, the master should indeed participate in the evaluation process. Regardless of the location, nepotism is often met with disdain. Achieving a rightful place in the academy through proper certification will be beneficial for the master as well. Gui continued to elaborate on Flandre's words. The others also turned their gazes toward Yu Xiaojiang, eager to witness the prowess of this esteemed master. It suddenly dawned on Flandre that the time had come for teachers to undergo assessments and certifications as well. Zhao Wujie and the others had entered Shrek Academy solely based on their formidable abilities. You little rascal, enlighten me on what you mean by assessment and certification? I have only ever heard that students must pass trials to gain admission to a Soul Master Academy. Is it not the case that teachers merely need to possess strength to be accepted? This was merely a novel thought of mine. Our institution has not welcomed any new instructors for quite some time, hence I had not broached the subject before. Gu Yi cast a glance at Flanders and continued, stating that the essence of an academy hinges upon three fundamental elements: students, teachers, and resources. It is insufficient for an institution to merely possess gifted students and abundant resources. If the educators are subpar, their inadequate teaching capabilities could lead to the misguidance of students. It is not inconceivable that a prodigy could be transformed into a fool. Thus, I ponder the necessity of establishing stringent criteria for the recruitment of teachers, ensuring that only those who have passed rigorous assessments may join our ranks. I plan to categorize the evaluations of teachers into two distinct domains: the humanities and the martial sciences. Gu Yi once again demonstrated his forward-thinking perspective. In the Douluo Continent, strength is revered, yet equally indispensable are those endowed with extensive knowledge. The Academy's recruitment of teachers should not be confined solely to powerful soul masters. Individuals with exceptional talents should also be welcomed. What constitutes the liberal arts? What defines the martial sciences? Flandre found himself intrigued, for these were concepts he had never encountered before. The others, too, gazed at him with rapt attention. The liberal arts refer to those possessing profound knowledge of soul masters, where the strength of the instructors need not be formidable. Their role is to impart wisdom regarding soul masters, encompassing life principles, the nature of soul beasts, and the intricacies of soul skills, among others. Conversely, the martial sciences consist of formidable soul masters whose responsibilities include training students, enhancing practical experience, and hunting for soul rings. As an academy, our focus should not solely reside on the enhancement of strength. It is paramount that we equip them with the capability to face the world beyond mere prowess. This proclamation undoubtedly left all present in awe, resonating more profoundly than Gu Yi's previous assertions regarding the nature of goodness. It seems that from this day forth, the Academy has embraced a new definition. One wonders which examination Master Yu Xiaojiang intends to undertake. Perhaps both? Gu Yi gazed at Yu Xiaojiang with a hint of amusement, while Yu Xiaojiang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, was reminded that his strength had always been a source of pain throughout his life. Following Gu Yi's earlier explanations, everyone assumed that Tang San's teacher would undoubtedly choose the martial arts department. After all, to cultivate someone like Tang San, who possessed extraordinary combat instincts, an array of ingenious hidden weapons, and an enigmatic gait, was beyond the capabilities of a mere liberal arts educator. How could Flinder be unaware that his dear friend's lifelong anguish lay in his inability to transcend level 29 and become a soul master? What distinction was there between liberal arts and martial arts, when all were teachers? From this day forth, Yu Xiaojing officially assumed the role of a teacher at the academy. You should all hurry back to your classes, Flinder admonished, casting a discontented glare at Gu Yi. Displeased that he had put Yu Xiaojing in such an awkward position in front of everyone. The onlookers were not fools. They could clearly see Yu Xiaojing's discomfort. However, they dared not defy the dean's orders and proceeded towards the classroom. Tang San's expression mirrored that of Yu Xiaojing, as he regarded him as a father figure. And witnessing such public humiliation naturally left him unsettled. He sensed Flinder's irritation, having been scolded for Yu Xiaojing's sake for the second time. After years of camaraderie, did it truly pale in comparison to the bonds forged in their youth? A sense of loss welled within him. At that moment, Gu Yi was oblivious to the furious tidal Douluo soaring towards him, unaware that he was the target of that wrath. Under the radiant sunlight, as Gu Yi took a couple of steps, a surge of soul power erupted from within him. He had broken through. He had officially ascended to the rank of a level 58 Soul King. Gu Yi, though aware, remained indifferent, concealing his presence. With all personnel now assembled, it was time for training to commence in earnest. After a day of rigorous activity, Gu Yi chose not to return to his quarters, but instead ascended to the back mountain for meditation. The increasingly formidable demonic seeds also required refinement. Having concluded a day of study, Tang San, accompanied by Yu Xiaojing, arrived at Gu Yi's door. After years of delving into the knowledge of martial souls, Yu Xiaojing yearned for a private audience with Gu Yi to unveil the secrets within and enrich his theoretical understanding. When Tang San knocked lightly at the door, he discovered it ajar, gently pushing it open to find the room empty. "Teacher, the Vice Dean is not here," he announced. "Let's return tomorrow." "Xiao San, you may head back. I have pressing matters to discuss with Gu Yi," Yu Xiaojing replied, gazing at the open door. Tang San, ever obedient to Yu Xiaojing's words, understood there was little reason to linger, especially since Xiao Wu also sought his attention. "Very well, I shall take my leave," Tang San said, untroubled by his teacher's absence. Even after Gu Yi had previously rebuffed Yu Xiaojing. Once Tang San departed, Yu Xiaojing waited a while longer, but Gu Yi still had not returned. Contemplating the open door, Yu Xiaojing mused that entering to wait might not be problematic. Standing for so long had begun to wear on him. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Gu Yi's room was quite simple, furnished with a bed, a writing desk, and a modest wardrobe. As Yu Xiaojing stood in the room, he noticed a notebook resting on the desk, inscribed with the words demonic cultivation. Curiosity piqued, he opened the notebook without hesitation. To him, anything not personally carried was fair game for inspection. However, once he began to read, he was utterly captivated. The contents were extraordinarily arcane. This was not merely a conventional method for cultivating soul power. Rather, it pertained to the cultivation of the divine essence of spirit and soul. Mastery of the mental path, when achieved at its zenith, proved equally potent as soul power. Yu Xiaojing felt as though this technique was tailor-made for him. Having reached the limits of soul power cultivation with no further advancement in sight, he pondered that perhaps mastering this demonic cultivation could grant him formidable strength, potentially allowing him to stand before that woman with confidence and authority. Gu Yi, however, sensed that the magical power left on the table had been tampered with by another. Ultimately, she found herself on this path. Gu Yi closed her eyes, gathering her emotions. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojing began to transcribe the magic cultivation technique. This notebook was not particularly thick, yet it posed a considerable burden for him. Having never practiced this type of spiritual secret art before, he was naturally cautious. As he copied, he kept glancing outside, fearing that Gu Yi might appear at the door at any moment. The motions of raising and lowering his head resembled a student anxiously copying homework. Terrified of being discovered by a teacher, it was quite amusing to behold. Though Yu Xiaojing was not a particularly strong soul master, possessing only a soul power of 29, he was still able to write swiftly. In just a few brief minutes, he completed the transcription of the magic technique. Possessing a powerful secret, Yu Xiaojing had no intention of waiting for Gu Yi. He cautiously exited the room, akin to a thief sneaking back to his own quarters. Eagerly, he commenced his practice. According to the magic technique, practitioners must endure suffering. The greater the hardships faced, the more effective the cultivation. Through their personal tribulations, they forge an indomitable spirit. Speaking of suffering, he had never been short of it. Aside from the 6 relatively smooth years before his martial soul awakening, hardships had accompanied him ever since. As he contemplated his thoughts, Yu Shaojiang envisioned a colossal magic seed taking root within the sea of his consciousness. Feeling this transformation, he became invigorated, recalling all the adversities he had endured in his life. In this state of heightened excitement, Yu Shaojiang failed to recognize the underlying issue. His spiritual power was insufficient to condense a magic seed in such a short span of time, let alone perceive the sea of consciousness. In just one night, he transitioned from an inability to sense spiritual power to successfully condensing a magic seed. On the mountaintop, Gu Yi sensed the magic seed within her sea of consciousness growing stronger, yet the onslaught of negative emotions did not intensify. The magic technique was a cultivation method crafted by Gu Yi, rooted in all forms of suffering and negative emotions. Human beings experience 7 emotions and 6 desires. Each emotional response is a manifestation of spiritual power, particularly those arising from anger, fear, and regret, which yield even more potent spiritual energy. Thus, the magic technique was born. As her spiritual power surged, the persistent influence of these negative, tumultuous emotions remained. No one could withstand the relentless assault of such emotions indefinitely. After completing the practice of the magic technique, Yu Shaojiang felt refreshed and alert, but this sensation did not last long. The accumulated attacks from the magic seed soon arrived. As merely a scholar with a soul power of only 29, his spiritual strength was not formidable. Under the onslaught of negative emotions, he found himself in unbearable pain, his eyes glowing with a crimson hue. Sensing a long-lost clarity in his mind, Gu Yi cast a half-smile towards Shrek Academy below. After a year of tempering, she was uncertain of the extent to which her spiritual power had improved. According to the classification of spiritual power in the 3rd level of the competition, she was at least above the realm of the Sea of Spirit. Gu Yi faintly sensed an ominous presence emanating from the south, yet upon closer examination, he discerned nothing amiss. As the night receded, the white clouds unveiled themselves. After descending the mountain, Gu Yi encountered Yu Shaojiang in the cafeteria. Compared to the previous day, there appeared to be little change, at least not one perceptible to others. Yu Shaojiang also noticed Gu Yi, feeling a twinge of guilt. To take without permission is akin to thievery. Consequently, a wave of panic and anxiety washed over Yu Shaojiang. Emotions that only served to nourish the growth of the demonic seed within. Gu Yi could clearly sense the emotions of Yu Shaojiang. The best was yet to come. Throughout the meal, the demonic essence within Gu Yi's spiritual realm was being nourished, and his mental fortitude gradually ascended. Yet, none of this affected him in the slightest. 100 miles away, Tang Hao once again intercepted the tidal Douluo. His heart brimmed with indignation. Not a single tidal Douluo had graced Nanning City in 6 years. Yet, within a month of arriving in Soto City, 2 tidal Douluos had appeared. Was this akin to dumplings being tossed into boiling water? Tang Hao regarded the elderly yet youthful-looking man before him, his vigilance reaching its zenith. Jian Dao Qinshin was not a foe to be trifled with, unlike the poisoned Douluo. The 7-killing sword in his grasp was formidable. As Qinshin observed the black-clad figure wielding the Haotian hammer, adorned with 100,000-year spirit rings, he deduced his identity. "Please step aside," he commanded. "Sword Douluo, I urge you to take another route. You cannot traverse Soto City." The fury and murderous intent within Qinshin had long been suppressed to its utmost limit. The little princess, cherished since childhood, had been reduced to a beggar. To not shed blood would leave his heart unassuaged. Whoever stands in his way shall perish. It was time to let strength speak for itself. He had long yearned to witness the renowned Haotian Douluo's prowess. The Haotian hammer was heralded as the continent's premier weapon spirit, sharing the same classification of weapon spirit. Qinshin was eager to see the splendor of the Haotian hammer. He too displayed 9 spirit rings. Though lacking a 100,000-year ring, his aura was equally imposing. Tang Hao felt his own ire ignited. He had never shied away from a fight. Chapter 44. Flying daggers and swords at Shrek Academy. The weather was foul. Thick clouds obscured the sun's brilliance. Midway through the meal, Gu Yi abruptly rose, gazing southward with a furrowed brow. "Gu, what is the matter?" Oscar inquired, laying down his chopsticks with concern. Typically, Gu Yi exuded an air of tranquility, impervious to disturbances. Why had his demeanor shifted so dramatically of late? "It's a trivial matter," It's just the right moment for you to witness what true martial arts entails. No sooner had he spoken than a figure soared in on a sword from the horizon. Hovering above Shrek Academy, the figure's presence was still somewhat unstable. Yet the aura radiated a piercing sharpness, akin to a sword unsheathed. Where's Flinder? His tone was laced with murderous intent, especially since he had just engaged in battle, and his energy had yet to settle. The killing intent surged forth. Flinder emerged. May I inquire what brings the sword Douluo to this place? Flinder gazed at the menacing Chun-Xin, his heart tightening. Indeed, the news had reached the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Otherwise, the sword Douluo would not exhibit such fury. Fengji instructed you to care for Rong, yet you dared to send her to beg. Such indignity towards my seven-treasure glazed tile school suggests you believe the seven-killing sword is ineffective. Though Chun-Xion's tone remained unchanged, Flinder could no longer maintain his flight, plummeting directly to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The might of a titled Douluo is truly fearsome, especially one like Chun-Xion, who had already attained level 96. After reaching level 95, the disparity between each level becomes astronomical, rendering the enhancement of power extraordinarily daunting. Flinder felt a greater gulf in strength when facing Chun-Xion than an ordinary person would when confronting a spirit master. Merely the release of a martial spirit and the oppressive aura were sufficient to render him incapable of controlling his body. Your Grace, I beseech your forgiveness. This is merely a training regimen of mine. If you seek retribution, direct it solely at me. Flinder took the blame upon himself. Dean, are you unscathed? Despite his previous disappointment in Flinder, Gui could not help but feel a flicker of anger upon witnessing Flinder's injury due to him. Beneath his seemingly indifferent demeanor, there existed a profound bond between him and Flinder. Over the years, although he rarely expressed it, he certainly had not forgotten. It was precisely for this reason that he chose to remain at Shrek Academy, holding no secrets from Flinder. Had it not been for that day 15 years ago when he was taken away, he might have become the first time traveler to perish in infancy. Chun-Xion, you have found yourself in a predicament. Gui lifted his gaze to the dust-laden sky, then turned to address the few individuals who had approached them, stating, understand this. Soul Masters possess far more than mere soul rings as their offensive capabilities. With that proclamation, to the astonishment of all present, Gui ascended into the air as if defying gravity itself. He relied on nothing, appearing as though a true celestial being had graced their presence. By heavens! Has Ego ascended to divinity? Oscar marveled, utterly taken aback, having never before realized that Gui possessed such extraordinary abilities. To soar without external aid was a feat only achievable by a titled Douluo. Gui's mere status as the Soul King left them all astounded. Even Chun-Xion was taken aback at this moment. The transformation of Ning Rong into a beggar was orchestrated by me. Yet, this fleeting shock swiftly morphed into an overwhelming fury. Gui's nonchalance thoroughly infuriated the elderly man, who held an immense affection for Ning Rong. Today, no one could save you. Chun-Xion, wielding the seven-killing sword, emanated a surging sword intent, with 9 soul rings gracefully encircling him. There was no discernible change in the soul rings surrounding Chun-Xion. A fierce blade of energy surged toward Gui, unstoppable as a tempest. In his eyes, even if this young one possessed certain skills, the disparity in strength compared to a titled Douluo was simply insurmountable. Gui gazed intently at the sword aura, showing no inclination to evade. Instead, he boldly advanced to meet it head-on. Gui struck a peculiar pose in the air. Was the vastness of heaven and earth truly within his grasp? Chun-Xion observed this scene, and as a titled Douluo, he possessed a profound sensitivity to the essence of the world around him. He could distinctly perceive that with each of Gui's movements, the surrounding energies of heaven and earth stirred in response. Remarkably, he managed to seize the sword energy in a manner that was nothing short of terrifying. And with a powerful exertion, he sent the energy back. Chun-Xion extinguished the sword energy effortlessly, gazing at Gui with astonishment. Goodness, this is Tai Chi. The way he employs it is simply extraordinary. Oscar watched the spectacle in disbelief. He had witnessed it clearly. This was undeniably Tai Chi yet. The chasm between him and Gui felt insurmountable. With his current comprehension and cultivation, even capturing Dai Mubai's attack would prove challenging, let alone the legendary strikes of a titled Douluo. Not only Oscar was taken aback, the others also looked on in disbelief at Gui, who had effortlessly withstood Chun-Xion's assault. This was a titled Douluo, a figure standing at the pinnacle of the continent. Chun-Xion found himself intrigued by Gui, for only a titled Douluo could withstand his attack unscathed. What is your name? Although Gu Yi appears remarkably youthful, attaining the rank of title Douluo renders eternal youth a feasible reality. It is not uncommon for a title Douluo to embody a child's visage. Gu Yi, the sword Douluo. I have encountered your sword, yet you have yet to behold my blade. With these words, Gu Yi produced a diminutive dagger from his hand, the very one crafted by the blacksmith he had previously commissioned. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to its presence. Chen Xian, instinctively believing that Gu Yi had ascended to title Douluo through his knife, felt an involuntary sense of caution. This dagger, seemingly indistinguishable from ordinary cutlery, bore no apparent anomalies. Nonetheless, its unremarkable nature instilled in him a palpable sense of foreboding. Suddenly, 5 soul rings encircled him. A soul king? Chen Xian gazed in astonishment at the soul rings surrounding Gu Yi. Without granting him a moment of astonishment, Gu Yi activated his first, third, and fourth soul rings. The essence of the surrounding world surged towards him, as if he became an integral part of the universe. Within him was the universe, and within the universe was him. The power of nature seemed to merge with his own. The intense atmospheric pressure caused the rain, which was not expected for several hours, to descend prematurely. What a fortuitous occurrence. Gu Yi felt the raindrops tracing down her cheeks, landing upon the edge of the blade. Thunder approached. Gu Yi let out a resounding cry, raising the flying dagger in his hand, as if the thunder from the heavens had heeded his summons, descending upon the blade. In this tempestuous weather, the momentum of the flying dagger reached its zenith, with lightning crackling along its blade. With a mere gesture, he commanded the forces of nature, showcasing astonishing prowess. Chen Xian could not help but marvel at the potency of Gu Yi's technique, realizing that he had long been marked as a target. Who was he? Renowned as the mightiest title Douluo, the sword master Chen Xian, he certainly would not cower. The 7-killing sword in his grasp radiated an extraordinary brilliance, with the 7th and 1st spirit rings illuminating in succession. Chen Xian was now utterly serious. The momentum of both combatants swiftly escalated to its peak. Even before their attacks were unleashed, blood trickled from the corners of Gu Yi's mouth and body, with a surge of energy coursing through him. An inexhaustible stream of the world's essence flowed into his being. The flying dagger crackled with thunder, leaving a trail of brilliance in its wake. Chen Xian, too, thrust forth his long sword, and under the overwhelming power of his soul and martial techniques, even the ominous clouds above were rent asunder. In Chapter 45, The Heretic, the tips of the dagger and sword clashed. Although the flying dagger lost its momentum upon being released, the entire realm seemed to uphold its force. Chen Xian felt the astonishing power emanating from the sword's edge, the lightning from the dagger coursing through him, momentarily hindering the flow of his soul power, though not severely. It was still an impediment. The formidable force of the flying dagger propelled Chen Xian 100 meters away. Had it not been for the 7-killing sword being a top-tier martial soul, honed through years of cultivation and assimilation of spirit rings, it would have been utterly obliterated. Though the force of Gu Yi's strike was formidable, it could not penetrate the 7-kills sword. However, the inability to breach did not equate to a lack of damage. The latent power contained within inflicted considerable destruction, even with Chen Xian's formidable soul power at the 96th level. He could not suppress the urge to spurt blood as the energy from the flying blade transferred its might onto him. The essence of heaven and earth is far more pure and domineering than soul power. After unleashing this blade, Gu Yi could feel his strength waning and subsequently plummeted from the sky. His body cracked, resembling a shattered porcelain doll. Given his current form, striving for a power contest at the level of a title Douluo was still exceedingly arduous. The excessive accumulation of heavenly essence was not necessarily a boon. This technique was a culmination of years of effort, capable of rivaling or even slaying a title Douluo. In encounters between masters, often a single strike suffices. Gu Yi found himself grounded, drawing upon the vital energies of heaven and earth to restore his body. Following the second awakening of his martial soul, he achieved a remarkable harmony, allowing the 100 meridians within him to connect seamlessly with the cosmos. The soul power coursing through him was vibrant and unending, enhancing his endurance to unprecedented levels. Had it not been for the brevity of his training, he could have triumphed over Chen Xian without resorting to the forceful gathering of atmospheric energies. Nevertheless, during this period, Gu Yi managed to mend some of his injuries, becoming less fragile than before. As he gazed at Chen Xian, who returned to the fray, he was taken aback. Chen Xian's strength surpassed his expectations. That strike had consolidated the will of martial arts, soul power, and the forces of nature into a single flying blade, augmented by the might of thunder, and it astonishingly returned to him. This indicated that Chen Xian still possessed considerable combat capabilities. Gu Yi stood upon the ground, gazing upward at the celestial figure of Chen Xian, realizing that this method would indeed be necessary. Just as Gu Yi prepared to ascend once more, a melodious voice resonated from behind him. "Grandpa Jian, what are you doing? They are all my teachers and classmates." Ning Rongrong stepped forward, casting a glance at the injured Gu Yi, her voice tinged with reluctance. "Rongrong, do not fret. These individuals dared to send you to Soto City as a beggar. Grandpa Jian shall swiftly exact vengeance for you." Upon seeing Ning Rongrong, Chen Xian's demeanor softened, transforming from the previously formidable swordsman into a doting grandfather, descending gracefully from the heights. However, he too bore the marks of battle, his attire marred and singed by the ferocity of energy and the scorching touch of lightning. "Grandpa Jian, you must not harm them." Ning Rongrong's voice faltered, taken aback by the sight of her grandfather in such a disheveled state, even blood staining the corners of his mouth. "Grandpa Jian, are you injured?" Ning Rongrong had not been present at the academy the previous day. Instead, she had ventured into the slums of Soto City, where she came to the stark realization that the world was not as idyllic as she had once imagined, harboring a darker underbelly. It was precisely for this reason that she hesitated to intervene initially. "Rongrong, dear, I am fine. I merely received a minor wound from a small dagger. A few days of rest will suffice." Chen Xian, having regained some composure after 2 fierce battles, felt the anger within him dissipate significantly. "What did you mean by your earlier words? Are these individuals truly capable of troubling you?" Ning Rongrong, her voice barely above a whisper, admitted, "I made a slight mistake." "What?" Chen Xian could hardly believe that his little sorceress would ever take the initiative to acknowledge a fault. "I secretly learned the Vice Dean's secret techniques." Ning Rongrong's gaze fell to the ground, her toes tracing circles upon the earth. With a heavy sigh, Chen Xian realized the situation had unfolded in an unexpected manner. Chen Xian, admit my mismanagement of today's affairs. I ask for your forgiveness." Flinder, recognizing that the matter was drawing to a close, breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward. "Your Highness, you are too modest. I am unworthy of such sentiments." The apology from a titled Douluo was indeed a rare testament to the esteem held for Shrek Academy. Had it not been for Gu Yi's presence, the day might have turned dire. The onlookers cast their eyes upon Gu Yi, astonished that he had managed to contend with the titled Douluo with such fervor. It was akin to encountering phantoms in the realm of the dead, utterly bewildering. "Should the opportunity arise, I shall engage with you in a full-scale battle." Gu Yi now appears rather wretched, yet true masters do not judge by outward appearances, but by the aura one exudes. It can be sensed that Gu Yi still harbors a latent power within. Casting a glance into the depths of the academy, Chen Xian gently patted Ning Rongrong's head before soaring away on his sword. The threat posed by the 7-treasure glazed tile school has come to an end. Before Gu Yi undertook this endeavor, he had contemplated the inevitable awareness it would bring to the members of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Engaging in this battle has illuminated the true extent of his capabilities. At approximately level 95, if he were to unleash his ultimate trump card, he might stand a chance against Chen Xian, albeit at the cost of sustaining significant injuries himself. Gu Yiming understood that this was due to his insufficient foundation. He had yet to fully unlock the vast potential of the human body, particularly the intricate network of meridians. Over the years, he had consistently refined his innate martial arts technique, and he had achieved modest success. Had it not been for the guidance of the Zhou Lu Ha Sutra, which harmonized the energies of heaven and earth, he would have found it impossible to control such a vast amount of elemental energy, let alone wield the formidable power of thunder. For now, the Zhou Lu Ha Sutra could only remain at its current state. It was time to return to the basics. The martial soul serves as the conduit for the meridians, allowing the flow of vital energy and blood, thus preventing illness and fortifying the body. The Tiger Leopard Thunder Sound technique is a method for body refinement. However, its progress is exceedingly slow and may even hinder the enhancement of one's spiritual power, as it fundamentally relies on one's own soul energy. It is not a direct means to strengthen the physical body. With his growing understanding of the body, he has become even more knowledgeable about the meridians than in his previous life. It is time to embark on the creation of a truly effective body refinement technique. This idea should have been initiated 3 years ago, but at that time, he discovered that enhancing the physical body was far more challenging than increasing spiritual power. It seems that only the soul ring system can exist in this world, while other cultivation systems are deemed heretical. Despite his mastery over the 8 extraordinary meridians, which would render him a martial arts master, if not a terrestrial deity, he remains constrained by the limitations of the soul ring system, which restricts his spiritual power. This is quite absurd. Chapter 46. Yu Xiaojiang's determination after that battle. The gazes of everyone in the academy towards Gui transformed. He was the first to engage in combat with the title Douluo without suffering defeat, and he did so with the strength of a soul king. To them, it was as surreal as hearing that someone without awakened spiritual power could cultivate their martial soul. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. Flanders understood why that day the audacious young man remained so calm in the face of Tang Hao. A person with a plan need not be flustered, leaving himself to worry unnecessarily for a time. Yu Xiaojiang had also contemplated stepping forward. But with the newfound hope of gaining strength, he ultimately hesitated. His lack of power had long since become his inner demon. Suddenly, a significant fluctuation of soul power emerged. The crowd turned to see that the source of this energy was Tang San. Before long, Tang San stood up to explain that he had just broken through to the 30th level of soul power under the pressure from the vice principal and the sword Douluo. Yu Xiaojiang could not help but feel grateful for having such a promising disciple, who had achieved the rank of soul master at the tender age of 12, surpassing his own level as a teacher. In light of this, the audacious young man should take this group to the Stardow Forest. It would be an excellent opportunity for these extraordinary individuals to witness combat and temper their skills, rather than remaining complacently self-assured. Flanders initially intended for Zhao Wuji to lead this group. However, Gu Yi's display of extraordinary prowess this time was simply off the charts, making his presence far more secure for the task at hand. Gu Yi nodded in agreement, as he too sought to ascertain a particular matter. It was impossible to conceal the existence of a 100,000-year soul beast. Its presence was simply too ostentatious. Chun Xen gazed at the disheveled man before him, struggling to reconcile the image of the once mighty heightened Douluo with his current state. Whatever the duration of this charade, it must be upheld for as long as possible. The events that transpired in my past must not befall my son. As he spoke, Tang Hao's aura surged, affecting the surrounding flora, clearly indicative of his tumultuous emotions. Given the gravity of the situation, I must inform Feng Ji. Chun Xian made no promises to Tang Hao. The transformation of a 100,000-year soul beast was an extraordinary opportunity. Even though their 7-treasure glazed tile school lacked individuals capable of absorbing such an ancient soul ring, it was well known that a 100,000-year soul beast would inevitably yield a soul bone. A 10,000-year soul bone was already revered as the treasure of the Blood River. The acquisition of a 100,000-year soul bone would significantly enhance his strength, and with Feng Ji's assistance, he might even dare to confront Qian Daolu. This aspiration had been a lifelong ambition, to triumph over Qian Daolu. The talents of the previous generation were indeed extraordinarily exceptional. Known as invincible in the sky, Qian Daolu. Invincible on land, Tang Chun. Invincible in the ocean, Poseidon. These 3 figures overshadowed an entire generation, leaving no one in the spirit master community capable of challenging them. As he departed, he offered a piece of advice. Gu Yi possessed the combat prowess of a titled Douluo. Perhaps he had already discerned the true form of that rabbit. His soul ring was not yet fully equipped. With these words, Chun Xian took to the skies, leaving Tang Hao in deep contemplation. After a day of rest, Gu Yi embarked on a journey with the Shrek 7 monsters. This time, the master did not accompany them. While others may have been oblivious to the master's intentions, Gu Yi understood them all too well. Having tasted the sweetness of demonic cultivation, he would not forsake the opportunity for strength enhancement. Having experienced the humiliation of weakness, he would seize any chance, like a famished wolf unwilling to relent. Such was the case with Yu Xiaojiang. The negative emotions wrought by suffering had been thoroughly exhausted. There were no remnants left to draw upon. Thus, he was compelled to seek new trials and tribulations. Pain and anger are perhaps the most easily conjured emotions, and they serve as the quickest catalyst for the enhancement of mental fortitude. Secluded in his chamber, Yu Xiaojiang began to impose harsh measures upon himself. Between pain and anger, he discerned that pain was more readily attainable. After all, he was the master, and losing his composure due to anger would be most unbecoming. Yu Xiaojiang summoned his martial soul, the 3-eyed raccoon, and retrieved a white radish from his soul guide. Eat, he commanded. Luo Sanpao displayed an unexpectedly human expression, astonished that he could enjoy the white radish without the necessity of an attack this time. Yu Xiaojing observed Luo Sanpao relishing his meal, a flicker of hesitation crossing his gaze, yet it lasted but a moment before he resolutely steeled himself. To grow stronger, he had endured numerous trials. Was it merely the scent of foulness he had to contend with? Besides, had he not grown accustomed to it over the years? Seeing that Luo Sanpao had nearly finished his meal, a yellow halo emanated from Yu Xiaojing, enveloping Luo Sanpao as he bellowed, unleashing a thunderous flatulence that echoed through the heavens and split the earth. This time, it was not intended as an offensive maneuver against an adversary, but rather to compel Luo Sanpao to release the foul odor. Thus he did not exert the full power of his soul skill. A resonant sound, though not overwhelmingly loud, emanated from Yu Xiaojing's chamber. He stood firm within the room, unmasked, until the yellow haze completely surrounded him. Only then did his stiff expression twitch slightly, and his pupils began to pale. Far away, Gu Yi sensed the rapid growth of the demonic essence. The absence of any disturbances on his end clearly indicated that Yu Xiaojing had engaged in some activity. The negative emotions generated this time were comparable to the cumulative effects of an entire month, truly terrifying, leaving one to wonder what Yu Xiaojing had orchestrated. However, all of this merely served to weave a garment for him, perhaps due to a shift in time. They did not encounter Tsanghui Academy this time and rested for the night. At dawn, Gu Yi spotted Tang San practicing the purple extreme magic eyes atop the beams. A mere glance was sufficient for him to withdraw his gaze. Had this been prior to the creation of the demonic arts, he might have felt some intrigue, but it now appeared rather mundane. The purple extreme magic eyes were indeed a formidable spiritual technique, yet its progress was undeniably slow. Without years of perseverance through the elements, reaching a profound mastery of the purple extreme magic eyes would have been impossible. After sharing breakfast, the group, under Gu Yi's guidance, entered the Douluo Forest. This journey of soul hunting would serve as a form of training for them. I shall award credits based on your performance. Is it true that they are to navigate the Douluo Forest alone? Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who had visited here a few times, expressed their concerns. The soul beasts within were not as sparse or low in age as those in the soul hunting forest. Weisstein, you cannot be serious, Ning Rongrong remarked, her face paling at the mention of the Douluo Forest's terrifying reputation. The Douluo Forest, a treasure trove for soul masters, was equally a graveyard for many. Do I appear to be jesting? Chapter 47. Confrontation in the Starry Forest. The group consisted of merely 7 individuals, and upon their arrival, Gu Yi had vanished without a trace. Even Tang San, the most perceptive among them, could not discern Gu Yi's whereabouts. Concealed in the shadows, Gu Yi observed the preparations of the others. He was not capriciously allowing them to navigate their own trials. Rather, their current configuration was significantly superior to that in the original narrative. Oscar, who would ordinarily have needed to hunt for soul rings, had already attained the 30th level. Furthermore, he had developed a method to produce mushroom sausages capable of soaring through the skies at remarkable speeds. As long as they did not encounter soul beasts that vastly surpassed them, they could evade capture through this newfound aerial ability. Moreover, Ma Hongjun had also mastered the power of flight ahead of time, and his soul skills had grown considerably stronger, enabling him to exert a degree of control over his evil fire. Their combat prowess had undoubtedly seen a significant enhancement. In essence, the current iteration of the Shrek 7 monsters represented a formidable upgrade. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Gu Yi contemplated the path of physical cultivation. In truth, at his present level of cultivation, his physical strength had long transcended that of ordinary individuals, rendering conventional martial arts ineffective for his advancement. Perhaps I have been mistaken from the very beginning? Gu Yi crouched down to observe the blue silver grass on the ground, casually plucking it from the earth. A contemplative expression gracing his face. The physical form is merely flesh. What connection does it have with the body? The cultivation of soul power and the cultivation of physical strength are fundamentally distinct paths. One is primarily energy-based, while the other is rooted in the material. Gu Yi found herself increasingly exhilarated, her features illuminated by a fervent excitement. Indeed, it must be so. The direction had been erroneous from the very beginning. A cascade of inspiration surged through her mind, igniting sparks that would ultimately blossom into sweet fruition. Gu Yi resolved this time not to rely on soul power as the foundation for physical strength. For an entire day, he pondered deeply, his mind teeming with countless inspirations. yet unable to materialize them. It resembled the experience of embarking on writing a novel, where before pen meets paper, one believes there is an inexhaustible well of ideas. But once faced with the blank page, progress becomes arduous. What he needed now was a pivotal point to gain entry. Once that door was breached, the path ahead would surely become more navigable. Oscar, do you think Igu has truly abandoned us? Ma Hongjun inquired as he approached Oscar, having recently forged a closer bond with him among the group. They had all grown up together, while Dai Mubai could only be regarded as a slightly better-than-average friend, as he would often vanish after classes, sometimes leaving them unable to find him. Who can fathom Ege's thoughts? Let us just put forth our best efforts. I wish to learn Egu's soul skills, Oscar responded, convinced that he was not the only one unable to forget that striking move that summoned thunder. That moment was etched in his memory as if carved with a chisel. Ma Hongjun cautiously scanned their surroundings, ensuring no one was monitoring them, before whispering to Oscar, "Do you think Igu has genuinely taken a liking to Zhu Qing?" Oscar was caught off guard by Ma Hongjun's question, his expression shifting dramatically. He nervously glanced around, and, upon confirming their privacy, replied in a hushed but incensed tone, "You foolish glutton. If you want to court disaster, don't drag me into it. Igu might be nearby." Ma Hongjun's plump form quivered at the thought of discussing Ege's private matters. He knew he would be subjected to rigorous training upon their return. Gu Yi, concealed in the shadows, heard their exchange and merely smiled with indifference. Zhu Shiqing did indeed evoke a certain fondness in him. In comparison to others, he had extended her considerable privileges. These gestures were not as a mentor, but rather as an observer, offering a glimmer of light in the dim world of that unfortunate girl. As for whether he harbored any deeper feelings for her, that remained to be seen. Gui could only say that, at least for the time being, there was none. Zhu Shiqing was formidable, yet ultimately still too diminutive in comparison to him. A powerful aura swiftly approached from the depths of the forest. It has indeed arrived. A faint smile graced Gu Yi's face, remaining undetected by those around her as she swiftly navigated through the forest. After traversing several kilometers, she beheld a colossal ape, towering like a mountain, its muscles coiled like dragons, exuding an aura of terror and intimidation. With a height surpassing 7 meters when on all fours, the Titan great ape fixed its gaze upon the human suspended in midair, striking with a punch without a moment's hesitation. Undoubtedly, any human who dared to enter the Stardoe forest was there to hunt soul beasts. This kind of human soul master was met with lethal intent, as it would eliminate each one it encountered. Gui, observing the colossal fist drawing ever closer, deftly evaded its impending strike. One should not expect him to counter the Titan ape's punch with the same finesse as he did against the sword Qi of Chenexine, transforming it through the principles of Tai Chi. When the disparity in power reaches a certain threshold, the technique of using softness to overcome rigidity, such as the principle of 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds, becomes futile. The adage that sheer strength can shatter myriad techniques encapsulates this truth. Although Gui cannot directly withstand the Titan ape's formidable fists, it does not imply that victory is beyond reach. Strength is merely one of the many factors that determine triumph. Moreover, his true intention is not to slay the Titan ape, but rather to prevent it from departing the depths of the starry forest. Does divine providence truly exist? Gui has not attempted to make any changes over the years. This moment presents the finest opportunity. The most crucial element in Tang San's development is the 8 spider lances. It is precisely due to the existence of the 8 spider lances that he has been able to repeatedly turn peril into safety. Its presence allowed Tang San and his companions to arrive a bit later, thus avoiding an encounter with Meng Iran. Will Tang San succeed in obtaining the 8 spider lances this time? Gui evaded skillfully, summoning various elemental forces of nature at will. These strikes landed upon the Titan ape, capable only of inflicting pain and inciting further madness, yielding no other effect. The slippery demeanor of Gui incited the Titan great ape's fury. How dare a mere human stand before him? With a thunderous roar, the colossal sound reverberated throughout the Stardoe forest, prompting the Shrek 7, stationed at the forest's periphery, to rise alertly. Among them, Xiao Wu displayed an inexplicable expression. She could discern that this was the roar of Ming. Who could it be that dared to provoke the king of the forest? Suddenly, a figure flashed through Xiao Wu's mind. Perhaps that individual could contend with Ming. The thought filled her with unease. If it was indeed Gui battling the Titan great ape, then Ming would surely be in peril. Why is this roar so immense? Dai Mubai had never encountered such a colossal sound, feeling a twinge of pain in his eardrums. Tang San, with a serious expression, gazed in the direction of the sound and spoke in alarm. That is the roar of the Titan great ape, the legendary king of the forest. The group, having devoted recent days to studying spirit beasts, understood the significance of Tang San's words. The Titan great ape? Shouldn't it reside deep within the Douluo forest? How could it appear here? They pondered. Yet, the roar's magnitude suggested it was engaged in battle with an entity of tidal Douluo caliber. Oscar, being the most knowledgeable among them apart from Tang San, was well aware of the Titan great ape's nature. We must swiftly locate a suitable spirit beast for Xiao San and depart. If matters become dire, Egu will ensure our safe exit, Oscar added, noting that had this been earlier, he would have proposed an immediate retreat. Chapter 48. The issue of spirit abilities, non-text. Many have expressed their dissatisfaction with the spirit abilities thus far. Reflecting on the past, it does seem somewhat incongruous. Thus, I have consolidated everyone's feedback and made alterations to the spirit abilities. The first spirit ability, derived from the 500-year-old sky blue bamboo, defense augmentation, increases physical resilience by 100 and energy resistance by 150. The second spirit ability, sourced from the 1,000-year spirit beast gathering spirit turtle, soul power restoration, enables instant recovery of 60 soul power upon activation. The third spirit ability, originating from the 5,000-year spirit beast blood tiger, murderous intent condensation, allows the user to concentrate their murderous intent with greater intensity, resulting in increased power. The fourth spirit ability, from the 10,000-year spirit beast devouring sky toad, energy convergence, permits the absorption of vast amounts of natural energy, delivering a formidable strike. The fifth spirit ability, from the 30,000-year spirit beast Nirvana fire phoenix, Nirvana, enables the user to undergo a rebirth akin to a phoenix, fully restoring all states. Cooldown period, 3 months. Chapter 49. The Roar. Seeking monthly votes, Gui deftly evaded a powerful strike from the Titan giant ape. At present, Erming, still unable to articulate words, expressed his pent-up fury through frequent roars. Suddenly, Gui felt an overwhelming weight pressing down on him. The ability to soar through the air was abruptly thwarted by this unexpected gravitational force, forcing him back to the ground, where the surrounding air seemed to solidify. His movements became increasingly cumbersome. This was the realm of gravitational control, a skill far more formidable than Zhao Wuji's soul techniques, which now appeared almost trivial in comparison. Observing the human being restrained by his domain, Erming's excitement surged as he delivered a punch, a strike imbued with tremendous force. One that could easily prove fatal even to a tidal Douluo. Gui, demonstrating decisiveness, activated the first and fourth soul rings. At that moment, he resembled a convergence of energy, finally acquiring sufficient strength to break free from the confines of the gravity control domain, narrowly evading the impending fist. As the blow missed its target, the immense force and soul power obliterated all the trees within a radius of several dozen meters. With such formidable strength, it would indeed be a pity not to pursue a career in lumberjacking. Gu Yiming comprehended that in order to send the Titan ape back, there was but one method: to strike it back. Gu Yi unsheathed the killing sword. Although this blade had not been wielded frequently over the years, each occasion had claimed numerous lives. Moreover, nourished intermittently by the power of his third soul skill, this sword, though crafted from mundane materials, had transcended its ordinary origins. As the third soul skill activated, Gu Yi's expression turned icy, and the killing sword in his grasp emanated an aura of chilling lethality. Gu Yi, despite his limited proficiency with the sword, possessing only the most rudimentary techniques, wields an aura of lethal intent and various energies that elevate his swordsmanship to an advanced level. The mere unsheathing of his blade signifies the commencement of battle. The colossal form of the Titan ape felt an unsettling chill. How could this human transform into such a formidable presence in the blink of an eye? Yet, as the majestic king of the forest, he was no timid creature easily intimidated. The soul power within him surged ever more fiercely. Gu Yi would not grant him an opportunity. Ascending into the lofty heights, the long sword in his grasp coalesced an astonishing sword aura, drawing upon the energies of heaven and earth, converging into a resplendent beam of sword light. Enveloped by his martial will, as his martial intent was continuously honed through the crucible of negative emotions, it had long since evolved to an extraordinary level. In that moment, the essence of the world, soul power, murderous intent, and martial will achieved a profound unity. The surface of his body cracked under the weight of this formidable power. Yet the might of this strike was equally formidable. The Titan Great Ape sensed an immense threat emanating from him, particularly from the sword's murderous aura. Reminiscent of a prior encounter with that woman, as the sword descended, it seemed as though the cosmos was left with naught but the brilliance of the sword light. With a furious roar, the Titan Great Ape unleashed its innate domain at its zenith, causing the sword light to slow in its advance. The brilliance of the sword light was so pronounced that even the Shrek 7 monsters, several kilometers away, beheld it. Could it be that Sword Grandpa was present here? Ning Rorong gazed uncertainly at the distant sword light. After all, she had yet to hear of anyone else achieving the rank of title Douluo through the sword. This could not be the sword Douluo. Despite the formidable nature of this sword light, it was fundamentally different. This brilliance was born of the confluence of various powers, unleashing immense potency. The sword Douluo merely required soul power to reach such heights. Oscar pondered for a moment before explaining. Yet he could not shake the feeling that this aura felt vaguely familiar, almost like ego. Xiao Wu's expression grew increasingly anxious. After such an extended period, Ming had yet to subdue his opponent, who evidently was not inferior to him. She dared not contemplate the possibility of Ming becoming a human soul ring. Tang Xin detected Xiao Wu's concern, mistakenly believing it was for her own safety. Approaching her, he softly reassured, "Xiao Wu, do not worry, I will protect you." Yet, these words, which had once deeply moved Xiao Wu, now failed to ease her anxiety. What if Tang San discovered her transformation into a soul beast? Would he, like any ordinary soul master, desire her soul ring? The value of 100,000-year soul ring and soul bones was evident. Xiao Wu nodded perfunctorily, her heart growing heavier with worry for Ming. After a single strike, a grievous sword wound marred the Titan Great Ape, revealing bone beneath. As blood flowed profusely onto the ground, Gu Yi found herself in a dire predicament, barely able to maintain her stance in midair. Her pristine white garments marred by the stains of blood. The self-destructive nature of her combat style was indeed a source of considerable distress. Gu Yi was reluctant to frequently employ such abilities, for the sensation of injury was far from pleasant. However, given his current low level, the only way to overcome foes of a higher caliber was to harness the power of the heavens and the earth. Otherwise, he would struggle to prevail even against a soul Douluo, let alone a title Douluo. Gu Yi summoned the soul power from his second dantian, feeling his breath return. Yet his injuries remained unhealed. The previous strike had depleted the vast majority of his soul energy. Gu Yi considered himself remarkably fortunate. Had he not acquired this external spirit bone while absorbing the fourth spirit ring, he would have been compelled to employ his fifth spirit skill, which he regarded as a true trump card, one he would not activate unless faced with a life-or-death crisis. With a mere thought, the surrounding trees surrendered their vitality and soul power, forcibly siphoned to restore his bodily injuries. Titan Great Ape, you cannot slay me, nor can I conquer you. Shall we bring this to a close? Though Di Ming could not articulate words, its furious roars conveyed all that was necessary. The damned human inflicted wounds upon it, and expected to conclude matters so easily. Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Ignoring its own injuries, the Titan Great Ape uprooted a towering tree, measuring several meters in height, and hurled it directly at Gu Yi. Gu Yi found himself somewhat troubled, given his current prowess. It would be exceedingly challenging to truly vanquish the Titan Great Ape, and the repercussions would be far too severe. He was unwilling to resort to such means to defeat the Titan Great Ape. Moreover, he had yet to reach the stage where a soul ring was necessary, and he had long since contemplated his sixth soul ring, which was not to be the Titan Great Ape. Gu Yi cast a fleeting glance at the Titan Gorilla before turning to leave. Continuing the battle had become futile. Luring it away was imperative. The Titan Gorilla, with its massive limbs firmly planted on the ground, pursued Gu Yi relentlessly, determined to eliminate this human. Moreover, it had sensed the presence of Sister Xiao Wu. Should this powerful human encounter her, it would spell disaster. The imperative to vanquish him was undeniable. As it ran, the Titan Gorilla uprooted a colossal tree from the earth and hurled it towards Gu Yi. Gu Yi cast a lingering glance back at the Titan Ape, feeling an unwillingness to part ways, as a colossal tree trunk loomed ever larger in his sight. Gu Yi hastily evaded, for the monkey was indeed rather clingy. Just as he intended to strike again with his sword, a resounding roar echoed from the depths of the starry forest, akin to the bellow of a bull. Upon hearing this sound, Gu Yi sensed a distinct shift in the Titan giant ape behind him. In its fury, it hurled another tree trunk before turning and dashing deeper into the forest. Gu Yi deftly evaded the tree trunk, observing the Titan giant ape gradually fading into the distance. Unexpectedly, the sky blue bull python chose this moment to speak, likely apprehensive that its erratic movements might reveal Xiao Wu's true identity. Chapter 50. Everything remains unchanged. Stardew Forest. Gu Yi returned to the vicinity of the Shrek 7 monsters. Was Xiaoxin being too impulsive? Dai Mubai observed as he sat cross-legged on the ground. A human-faced demon spider looming before him. Gu Yi could easily discern that the level of this spirit beast had long surpassed the limits imposed by Yu Xiaojiang regarding spirit rings. Those who have not experienced such phenomena cannot produce credible accounts. From this moment forth, Tang San had indeed transcended the numerical limits set by Yu Xiaojiang. Thereafter, each spirit ring exceeded these boundaries, with the future sixth spirit ring being a 100,000-year spirit ring, albeit one that was obtained through the sacrifice of Xiao Wu. Shortly thereafter, Gu Yi observed that Tang San's back had sprouted 8 spider spears, creating a truly fearsome appearance. To his astonishment, even in this transformed state, Tang San had still acquired the 8 spider spears. Gu Yi instinctively gazed at the sky, pondering whether there lay a mysterious hand orchestrating all that transpired. Moreover, Gu Yi sensed a significant transformation in Xiao Wu's aura, now considerably more powerful, clearly having ascended to the rank of a level 30 spirit sage. This time, without the ordeal of confronting the Titan giant ape, one might wonder what justification Xiao Wu had for departing from the team to condense her spirit rings. As Gu Yi contemplated, he noticed Ma Hongjun recklessly approaching, his body on the brink of colliding with the 8 spider lances. The situation was now clear. Gu Yi no longer concealed his presence, swiftly darting forward to pull Ma Hongjun back from the impending sting of the 8 spider lances. "You fool, are you courting death? Do you not comprehend the danger that lurks before you?" Gu Yixuan chided sharply, then tossed Ma Hongjun aside and instructed Tang San. "Treat these 8 spider spears as an extension of your own body, akin to controlling your own limbs, and retract them." Upon hearing this, Tang San focused his attention behind him, and soon the 8 spider spears were drawn back. Is there anyone who can comprehend this situation? Correct answers will earn an additional 10 credits. Gu Yi also wished to investigate a few individuals. Although the external spirit bones are not widely known, they have been mentioned in his exam papers. It is impossible not to be aware of them if one studies diligently. The group fell into contemplation, yet ultimately, due to the brevity of their study time, they remained uninformed. Oscar glanced at Tang San's back and contemplated a possibility. The external spirit bones, indeed, are they not? Ego. With a snap of his fingers, Gu Yi confirmed that Oscar had indeed answered correctly. Well said, he remarked. You are all aware of the soul bones. To elaborate, the human body can accommodate a total of 6 soul bones. However, there exists a unique type known as the external soul bone. This variant is not counted among the 6, yet its worth is immeasurable as it can evolve alongside the Soul Master's growing strength. Furthermore, there is a distinctive characteristic that sets the external soul bone apart from the others. Gu Yi cast a glance at Tang San as he spoke. Ordinary soul bones, once integrated into the human body, can be extracted and refused regardless of the time elapsed, simply by incising the body. In contrast, the external soul bone can initially be forcibly removed, but once the user has fully merged with it, even in death, the external soul bone cannot be retrieved. After hearing Gu Yi's words, Tang San felt a chill run down his spine. It was evident that he had not yet completely fused the external soul bone within himself. Should anyone discover this, he would undoubtedly be embroiled in a deadly struggle for possession of it. Tang San cautiously glanced at Gu Yi, the only individual present who posed a potential threat to him. If he were to entertain any nefarious thoughts, Tang San would be utterly defenseless. Since Gu Yi began cultivating a certain demonic technique, his ability to perceive various emotions has become extraordinarily keen, allowing him to naturally sense Tang San's wariness. All right, everyone. Please return and compose an account of the events that transpired. I shall assess your submissions accordingly. Remember, should you choose to fabricate your narratives, do not blame me for invoking the school rules. There was little choice. He had just engaged in battle with the Titan giant ape, leaving him utterly drained. After all, at his current level of cultivation, he was incapable of creating duplicates of himself. Vice Dean, did you just witness that astonishing flash of sword light? Xiao Wu inquired. Feigning curiosity, she was now desperately eager to uncover the truth of the situation, for her heart could not find peace otherwise. The expression of concern on Xiao Wu's face revealed a different side of her to Gu Yi. That flash of sword light was unleashed by me. Indeed, it was you. Gu, your swordsmanship is quite remarkable. Earlier, he had sensed a powerful soul beast approaching us, prompting him to engage in battle. Gui offered a brief explanation. So, did Gu ultimately slay that spirit beast? Ma Hongjin interjected. What would typically be an inconsequential remark caused Xiao Wu's complexion to turn pale in an instant. At that moment, Tang San was preoccupied with pondering the matter of the external spirit bone and failed to notice Xiao Wu's expression. However, Gui's subsequent words eased Xiao Wu's worries. No, that spirit beast suddenly departed. Gui discreetly cast a glance at Xiao Wu and said, "All right, if there is nothing else, let us return to the academy." The realization of his earlier suspicions instilled a sense of urgency within him. Upon returning, he must delve into the path of physical cultivation. Throughout the journey, Gui could sense the magical seeds within the sea of spirits swelling at an unprecedented rate, far surpassing his previous experiences. What exactly has Yu Xiaojing been up to? Tang San and Xiao Wu's soul skills remained unchanged, just as depicted in the original narrative, web binding and teleportation. Shrek Academy. What on earth are you doing, Xiaojing? Flinder observed Yu Xiaojing, who appeared considerably disheveled over the past few days, seemingly indifferent to his appearance, untidy and exuding an unpleasant odor, as though he had fallen into a latrine that no amount of washing could cleanse. Flinder, this is a new research endeavor of mine. If successful, it might allow a breakthrough beyond the 30th level. Yu Xiaojing dared not disclose the truth to Flinder, opting instead for a feeble excuse. Given the close mentor-mentee relationship between Flinder and Gui, it would be unthinkable for Flinder not to react if he learned of Yu Xiaojing secretly studying Gui's techniques. Furthermore, how could a distinguished master resort to theft? He reassured himself that it could only be deemed as drawing inspiration. Yu Xiaojing's core competitive advantage in the 10 martial souls was derived from continual borrowing of ideas. Only through the assimilation of diverse strengths could one achieve greatness. His words effectively silenced Flinder, an old friend whose obsession with breaking through the 29th level had long been entrenched. What if this time he truly succeeded? After Flinder departed, Yu Xiaojing fell into contemplation. The effectiveness of the third cannon had diminished to a negligible degree, and his body had even begun to develop a slight resistance. The foul odor no longer tormented him as it once did. He needed to devise alternative methods. Over the past few days, his mental prowess had significantly improved, and his memory had sharpened. Yet, unbeknownst to him, certain emotions had been magnified. For instance, Flinder's recent inquiry would have previously elicited no explanation from him. Chapter 51. The Angered Gurong Investment Bonus. Shrek Academy. After Gui decided to bring them back, he ventured to the back mountain, a place that had transformed into his sanctuary for enlightenment. Whenever a new idea struck him, he would immerse himself in contemplation here. Tang San, in search of his mentor Yu Xiaojing, was oblivious to much of what Gui had mentioned. Even regarding the precious external spirit bones, he felt no desire to conceal the truth from Yu Xiaojing. However, as he approached his mentor's door, an unbearable stench assailed his senses. During his 6 years at Nodding Academy, Yu Xiaojing had engaged in few battles, only employing his soul skills when assisting Tang San in hunting for soul rings. This foul odor bore a striking resemblance to the noxious emissions of Luo Sanpao. Suppressing his physiological disgust, Tang San knocked on Yu Xiaojing's door. As it creaked open, the stench intensified, causing him to involuntarily retreat several steps despite having lived 2 lives. With a mix of shock and barely concealed distaste, Tang San gazed at the figure emerging. This person bore little resemblance to the Yu Xiaojing he knew. His unkempt beard, disheveled hair, and soiled attire stripped away the scholarly aura he once possessed. Xiao San, you've returned. Did you find the soul beast as I requested? Although Yu Xiaojing had not accompanied him, he had meticulously planned Tang San's developmental path. The soul beast he absorbed was the human-faced demon spider, which yielded excellent results. Tang San chose not to dwell on the matter and instead inquired with concern, "Master, what has happened to you?" The sight of Yu Xiaojing in such a state felt alien to him, as he had never encountered this version of his mentor during their 6 years together at Nodding Academy. "Never mind that. Let me see the soul skills you acquired," Yu Xiaojing replied, eager to shift the conversation away from himself. After learning the details, Yu Xiaojing initially berated Tang San vehemently before expressing his astonishment at Tang San's remarkable fortune. Gui stood amidst the mountains and forests, refraining from employing his soul power. However, given his current realm, even introspecting his entire being posed no challenge. In this clearing, Gui executed a series of martial arts movements with deliberate slowness, eschewing any extraordinary powers, striking with the simplicity of an ordinary person, one punch and one kick at a time. Yet, his movements were far more fluid than those of an average individual. Gu Yi could distinctly sense the response of his muscles with each movement. However, in contrast, the strength from other parts of his body remained untapped. After executing a haphazard series of punches, Gu Yi stood still, contemplating his recent performance. Before long, he threw a punch into the air without moving his feet, torso, or head. The only change was in his right fist. Following this strike, Gu Yi furrowed his brow, evidently unsatisfied. Retracting his fist, he attempted another punch, yet the results were still lacking. The entire day passed as Gu Yi immersed himself in the practice of boxing, yielding little in the way of progress. Even during dinner, he remained lost in thought, operating like a machine, one bite of rice, one bite of vegetables. Zhu Zhiqing had initially considered approaching Gu Yi to inquire about certain martial arts techniques, but upon observing his demeanor, she refrained from interrupting. For reasons unknown, Yu Xiaojiang also chose not to join for dinner. Perhaps he was preoccupied with yet another method of self-torment. After finishing her meal, Gu Yi made her way towards the back mountain once more. Zhu Zhiqing hesitated for a moment before deciding to follow her. Since Zhu Zhiqing and her companions had arrived at the academy, Dai Mu Bai had refrained from indulging in frivolous pursuits. Witnessing Zhu Zhiqing's actions filled him with a fury that was almost unbearable. As the fiancée of the Star Luo royal family, how could she dare to be so familiar with another man? Over the years, he had managed to temper his temperament. Yet the dignity and authority of a prince remained intact. His fists, clenched beneath the table, tightened in frustration. Suddenly, he recalled that terrifying sword and blade, causing his once tight grip to slacken helplessly. If Gu Yi truly had feelings for Zhu Zhiqing, what power did he possess to reclaim her? Even with the backing of the Star Luo royal family, he was acutely aware that they would not offend a titled Douluo, a being of formidable strength, merely for the sake of a fiancé with little hope of ascending to the throne. Dai Mu Bai understood the harsh reality of the Star Luo royal family's competitive nature. It was a world where the strong preyed upon the weak, devoid of familial sentiment. Master Jian, is what you say true? Ning Fingji gazed incredulously at Chen Xian, the news striking him with tremendous force. Throughout history, there had been no accounts of anyone capable of contending with the title Douluo while still at the Soul King level. Chen Xian, you old fool, have you become muddled in your sword practice? Gu Rong could hardly believe it. If someone truly possessed the ability to rival a title Douluo at the Soul King stage, the world would be thrown into chaos. If he were to face that strike, a direct confrontation might be perilous. Chen Xian recalled that strike with a shiver. Thankful that his 7-kill sword had undergone a transformation, otherwise, he might have been utterly shattered. Although Gu Rong often engaged in banter with Chen Xian, it was undeniable that Chen Xian's strength surpassed his own. The disparity in soul power placed them in two entirely different realms. However, should a confrontation arise, Chen Xian would find it challenging to subdue him, for Gu Rong's martial spirit not only boasted astonishing defensive capabilities but also possessed a remarkable ability for spatial traversal. Is what you say truly the case, Chen Xian? Gu Rong understood that Chen Xian was not one to jest, yet the situation was indeed hard to fathom. The legendary myth of the strongest title Douluo in history had been shattered. If, as Master Jian suggested, that youth possessed unprecedented fortune, it would undoubtedly alter the course of fate. Though Ning Fingji held only a soul power of level 79, his wisdom rendered him capable of leading the entire 7-treasure glazed tile school. Moreover, with his support, the synergy between Chen Xian and Bon Douluo would be unrivaled in the world. The Spirit Hall had expressed such sentiments. There was no need for concern. Although Rong Rong had suffered greatly this time, she seemed to have integrated more fully into Shrek. It was also Rong Rong who had advocated on behalf of that youth, who indeed displayed considerable talent. Otherwise, the 7-kill sword would not have been so easily sheathed once drawn. Ning Fingji observed a particular point. Rong Rong had taken the initiative to plead for mercy. It seemed that allowing Rong Rong to depart from the sect had indeed been a judicious decision. However, Gu Rong felt somewhat displeased. Fingji, it appears the sword master has become muddled in his sword practice over the years. Were I there, I would never permit Rong Rong to descend into beggary. I would annihilate that wretched Shrek Academy and retrieve that young man for our own purposes. No matter how strong he may be, with your support, there are few in this world who could stand against us. Gu Rong cared little for the broader implications. To dare bully his cherished little darling was to court death. Although the seven-treasure glazed tile school held a prestigious position among the upper three sects, it was impossible for any great power to be devoid of shadows. They had undoubtedly carved their way through countless trials. Even without a formidable reputation, extinguishing an academy without a backing posed no dilemma. Moreover, the current circumstances provided ample justification. It would be all the more effortless to obliterate Shrek Academy. An heir's humiliation is a grave sin indeed. Chapter 52. The Heartbreaking Fool on the Mountainside. Gui gazed at Zhu Qing, who remained at the foot of the mountain, her brow slightly furrowed in curiosity about her intentions. Before long, he witnessed Zhu Qing begin to cultivate her soul power, prompting him to leave her to her endeavors. Gui continued to ponder the techniques for harmonizing the physical power. The existence of soul energy elevated the upper limits of this world, yet the understanding of the body remained in its most primitive state, himself included. Everything was still rather rudimentary. Even though he had devised the tiger-leopard thunder sound technique, which integrated soul energy into the flesh, his mastery over the body still relied heavily upon soul energy. At this moment, he realized that he had yet to fully develop the potential inherent within himself. In truth, there are indeed certain techniques for manipulating power in this world, such as the chaotic cloak-hammer technique of the heightened sect. Yet it remains merely a fundamental form of manipulation, still tethered to the existence of the hammer technique itself. What Gui must now do is concentrate all his strength into a single point and unleash it. This concept somewhat resonates with the legendary realm of traditional martial arts, known as Ming Jing. In comparison to an ordinary individual, Gui finds this task considerably simpler at present. Within the span of a single day, he has already unified a substantial portion of his power, with only a few critical areas remaining elusive. The coordination among his joints remains somewhat rigid, preventing him from effectively consolidating his force in unison, even though his progress surpasses that of the average person by dozens, if not hundreds, of times. Mastering Ming Jing within a single day proves to be a formidable challenge. After spending more than 2 hours on the mountainside, Gui glanced at the sky and decided it was time to return. In all endeavors, one must not be overly impatient. If today proves unfruitful, tomorrow shall suffice. Forcing understanding brings no benefit whatsoever. On his descent, Gui encountered Zhu Qing once more. Upon seeing Gui, Zhu Qing exhibited a semblance of embarrassment. After all, Gui had imparted such invaluable techniques to her, yet now she found herself troubling him again. However, contemplating her bleak future, she resolved that even if it meant being perceived as insatiable, she must proceed. What is it that you seek from me? Gui could sense the trepidation and caution within Zhu Qing's heart, fearing that he might take offense. Although he was attuned to the emotions of others, he had yet to master the art of mind reading and remained unaware of Zhu Qing's true thoughts. Was it merely a matter of issues with his cultivation? Was that why he had waited for several hours at the foot of the mountain? Gui gazed at Zhu Qing in perplexity, as such matters could undoubtedly be addressed by oneself. As a teacher, it is inherently one's duty to elucidate uncertainties. Zhu Qing nodded in agreement. Gui gazed at the fool, assuring that any future inquiries could be directed towards her. This is the duty of a teacher and falls within my responsibilities. Perhaps, after all these years, caution and prudence have been her means of survival. Once Zhu Qing received Gui's consent, she finally felt at ease to voice the perplexities arising from her cultivation. After all, this was her first encounter with such an internal martial arts philosophy, and comprehending it thoroughly in a brief span of time was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Half an hour had elapsed before Gui finally elucidated the doubts presented by Zhu Qing. Observing the changes in her surroundings, Zhu Qing felt a twinge of regret for having consumed so much of Gui's time. After Gui departed, Zhu Qing gazed at his vanishing silhouette, a growing multitude of questions swirling within her mind. Could it be that Gui truly harbored feelings for her, fixating on the direction in which he had disappeared? Zhu Qing fell into deep contemplation, only to abruptly slap herself moments later. What are you thinking, Zhu Qing? How could a genius like the Vice Dean ever take a liking to you? You are merely a young lady from a family without a future, destined to face peril at any moment. Gui possesses a radiant future, undeniably a genius both in strength and knowledge. The two individuals are akin to intersecting lines, and during this fleeting period, she is able to receive Gui's assistance. Once she graduates from this academy, their paths will diverge completely, and those intersecting lines shall never converge again. Nonetheless, a fervent discussion among the girls has ensued. In the dead of night, Zhu Zhuqing has yet to return to the dormitory, which raises concerns. It was not only Dai Mubai who noticed this, others became aware as well. Thanks to Gu Yi's influence, coupled with the spacious dormitory that accommodates each individual in their own room, it allows soul masters to cultivate in tranquility and engage in personal matters without prying eyes. However, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu have convened in Xiao Wu's room, as it is closer to Zhu Zhuqing's quarters, making it easier to hear any commotion. As dawn approached, the two finally awaited Zhu Zhuqing's return. Even though her entrance was subtle, Xiao Wu still caught wind of it. Rongrong, wake up. Zhuqing is back, Xiao Wu exclaimed, rousing the half-asleep Ning Rongrong. Her eyes ablaze with curiosity. They had long observed Gu Yi's unique regard for Zhu Zhuqing, surpassing even that of Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who had grown up alongside her. They found it hard to believe there was no story behind this, especially since Zhu Zhuqing had accompanied Gu Yi tonight and returned only now. They were not naive flowers. Understanding certain matters. In the Douluo Continent, men mature swiftly, and women do as well. Take Zhu Zhuqing as an example. Her figure is not one that a 12-year-old girl could possess. The alluring curves that she exhibits are typically a hallmark of mature women, compounded by her youthful visage that resembles that of a doll. This striking incongruity serves as an irresistible temptation for men. Though Gu Yi often presents a facade of propriety, it is a rare man who is not swayed by desire. At least, none of them have encountered one thus far. Ning Rongrong, with her considerable experience, having been raised among numerous brothers, holds the most authority on this matter. Let us go, gossip squad, assemble, she exclaimed, her speed surpassing even that of a battle soul master, as she darted toward the door ahead of the others. Indeed, human potential knows no bounds. The two seized the moment when Zhu Zhuqing attempted to close the door, forcefully pushing it open and shutting it with a thud. Their eyes fixed menacingly on the bewildered Zhu Zhuqing. What are you up to, Xiao Wu and Rongrong? Zhu Zhuqing asked, perplexed by their late-night intrusion into her quarters. Honestly, where have you been during your disappearance? Ning Rongrong scrutinized Zhu Zhuqing's attire, noting it appeared unruffled. Xiao Wu too stared intently at Zhu Zhuqing, clearly intrigued. What could I possibly be doing? I merely found a place to cultivate, Zhu Zhuqing replied candidly, yet her two friends were wholly unconvinced. Do you really need to follow the Vice Dean for that? They challenged. You're lying. You were clearly with Gu Yi. This deception is far too transparent. Are you involved with him? I always suspected he was no good. Ning Rongrong's fear of Gu Yi had dissipated long before Chen Xian's arrival. For the presence of a titled Douluo brings a sense of security. Gu Yi is a good person. You cannot speak ill of him, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively defended. But her reaction only aroused suspicion in her friends. After a series of rigorous interrogations, the three women found themselves embroiled in a playful scuffle. Chapter 53. The Sovereign Among Blue-Silver Grasses. 3 days after Zhu Zhuqing returned to the dormitory, Gu Yi finally achieved the results he had been striving for. With a resounding clap, he unleashed a punch that, though it struck nothing, resonated with a crisp sound. The force behind this blow was immense. Gu Yi estimated that even a Soul King would suffer greatly from such an impact, and to underestimate it could very well be fatal. While the enhancement of his Mingjin might not be as pronounced, one must not forget that Gu Yi's physical prowess far exceeds that of his peers. The amalgamation of his strength is no trivial matter. The triumph of Mingjin over Anjin is rooted in sheer power. Mastery is not the sole determinant of success. Upon reaching this state, Gu Yi felt an extraordinary ease within his body, swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of this realm. All he sought was an initiation, or perhaps simply a method. Once the level is attained, mastery over myriad techniques becomes naturally accessible, provided one possesses the wisdom to comprehend such methods. Gu Yi has finally come to understand the events that transpired in the Star Doe forest that day. His battle with the Titan giant ape caused numerous soul beasts to flee to the periphery, including the human-faced demon spider that Tang San had absorbed. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu was scattered by the sudden onslaught of soul beasts. According to her account, a confrontation occurred between two soul beasts, resulting in the demise of one, a lightning rabbit. At that moment, she had just achieved a breakthrough to the 30th level, thus absorbing the soul ring of the lightning rabbit, which enabled her to ascend to the rank of soul master. Gu Yi naturally discerned that Xiao Wu was speaking untruths. However, he did not betray any slip of the tongue. According to the records they submitted, the credits were allocated accordingly. Tang San, true to his role as the protagonist of the original work, managed to amass a remarkable 100 credits within less than a month of his arrival at the academy. Gu Yi did not impose any difficulties upon him. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she secured the second highest score of 78. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong fell to the lowest ranks, with scores of 55 and 50, respectively. After several days without seeing Yu Xiaojiang, Gu Yi was surprised to find that, despite having acquired a certain magical prowess, Yu Xiaojiang still intervened in the daily training and instruction. In truth, Gu Yi should have anticipated this outcome. What Yu Xiaojiang valued most in his life were two things: strength and the prestige of being a master. These two aspirations represented his greatest pursuits. The training involved the 7 of them engaging in combat with one another, followed by evaluations of their performances. Although Zhu Zhuqing had been diligently practicing the techniques imparted by Gu Yi, it was still premature for her, as her soul power remained low, and thus, her progress was not significantly improved. No matter how formidable or exceptional a soul master may be, perfection is unattainable. Just as Yu Xiaojiang was about to elaborate, Ma Hongjun raised his hand and interjected, "Master, I have encountered an individual who possesses no flaws in speed, strength, or defense, and can adapt to any environment." Ma Hongjun had never witnessed Gu Yi suffer any substantial losses. The only instance of injury and bloodshed occurred during his battle with Chen Xian, who was a title de law. Everyone present understood whom Ma Hongjun was referencing. Yu Xiaojiang's expression darkened, as this was a blatant contradiction to his assertions. No soul spirit is flawless, and in truth, Gu Yi's soul spirit is not particularly powerful, only slightly superior to Xiao San's blue silver grass. "Master, I must respectfully disagree with your statement," Oscar chimed in. "For the knowledge of soul spirits that I have acquired over the years has not been in vain." Gu Yi imparted a wealth of esoteric knowledge to them, much of which remained unrecorded in the soul master branch of Soto City. Among this was the concept of the true body soul. "Master, the true body soul has never been weak. In fact, it is exceedingly rare and powerful. Especially after a second awakening, it becomes exceptionally formidable." Yu Xiaojiang scoffed, having never encountered or heard such a notion before. "Nonsense. Never in the history of Douluo Continent has there been any mention of a second awakening. This knowledge must have been imparted to you by Gu Yi. It appears he is not as remarkable as he seems. Even if he has grasped some fortunate opportunity to reach his current stature, he resorts to fabricating such preposterous claims to mask his soul's shortcomings." Yu Xiaojiang spoke with righteous indignation, asserting his beliefs as if Gu Yi were merely a coward unwilling to acknowledge the weakness of his soul. However, this assertion provoked the ire of the 3, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. These 3 had witnessed Gu Yi's capabilities firsthand and would never entertain the thought that he would engage in such deceit. As for Dai Mubai, he was still troubled by events from a few days prior. Tang San, on the other hand, remained unwaveringly loyal to his teacher. Is this truly the demeanor of a master? It is genuinely disappointing. Gu Yi approached from a distance, having traversed several dozen meters. And by the time the last word fell, he had already arrived at their side. "Furthermore, I do not recall that within this academy, you are permitted to freely impart your opinions to my students." Gu Yi showed no mercy towards Yu Xiaojiang. As a teacher, one must exercise caution in both speech and action, ensuring that erroneous knowledge and misunderstandings are not imparted to students. This embodies the essence of pedagogical ethics and represents the most fundamental principle. While it is acceptable to harbor doubts about the unknown, one must never hastily dismiss everything based on misguided notions. Yu Xiaojiang's face flushed crimson, his eyes reddened with indignation. "Vice Dean, your prowess is indeed formidable. Yet you must not tarnish the reputation of my mentor. Moreover, I do not believe there is anything amiss with my teacher's perspective. My martial soul is merely blue silver grass, a widely recognized inferior martial soul. Although it does not signify a remarkable achievement, it far surpasses that of my peers." At this moment, Tang Xin served as Yu Xiaojiang's voice, defending his teacher. Were it not for Gu Yi's overwhelming strength, the outcome could have been dire. The remaining 6 prodigies, despite their lack of fondness for Yu Xiaojiang, undoubtedly possess genuine skills, for they have successfully nurtured Tang San, an individual with such an ostensibly inadequate martial soul. Gu Yi, however, appeared somewhat dismissive. "Do you truly believe that your current accomplishments are commendable?" Gu Yi retorted with a question. Tang San fixed his gaze upon Gu Yi, a palpable tension hanging in the air, reminiscent of gunpowder. "Are you aware of the true path of cultivation for the blue silver grass?" Upon realizing that the blue silver emperor still existed in this world, Gu Yi understood that Tang San had veered off course in his cultivation journey. Poison had indeed led him astray. The true path of cultivation for the blue-silver grass. A sense of confusion enveloped the crowd, for in their minds, there had never been a formidable soul master associated with the blue-silver grass, raising questions about any potential path of cultivation. Tang San was truly a groundbreaking pioneer in this regard. Haha, Gui, your words are quite absurd. The blue-silver grass has never produced a powerful soul master. What cultivation path could possibly exist? Yu Xiaojing chuckled. All eyes turned to Gui, despite Yu Xiaojing's stature. They held a greater trust in Gui. While it is true that no powerful blue-silver grass soul master had emerged in this world, it does not imply the absence of formidable blue-silver grass soul beasts. Among them, the most powerful is known as the blue-silver emperor. No one had ever heard of Guyi's words, including Yu Xiaojing, who had long departed from the spirit hall during the hunt for the blue-silver emperor, thus remaining oblivious to those bygone events. Chapter 54. Infuriated to the point of vomiting blood. Shrek Academy. The blue-silver emperor had never appeared on the Douluo continent for over a millennium, making the existence of a soul beast over 100,000 years old implausible. Yu Xiaojing countered directly, asserting that even the records of the spirit hall contain no mention of the blue-silver emperor. If the blue-silver grass could truly evolve to such a level, would it still be deemed a useless martial spirit? Gui, remaining non-committal to Yu Xiaojing's rebuttal, addressed the members of Shrek, saying, "Today, I shall impart a lesson to you. The teachings of our predecessors are not infallible, and the notions of those who follow may not be mere fantasies. One must always retain a sense of clarity." Gui harbored no desire for these individuals to perceive his teachings as merely a path to becoming formidable. Consider the Tang sect a millennium hence. Despite possessing the most extensive treasure trove in existence, it remains oblivious to exploration, venerating the artifacts bequeathed by its ancestors as immutable standards. Although its lineage persists, there is a lack of innovation. As the world progresses, clinging tenaciously to relics of antiquity can only culminate in obsolescence. Each generation must surpass the last for civilization to advance continuously. Whether you believe this is of little consequence to me. I merely wish to convey one thought. Had Tang San not encountered extraordinary fortune, his blue-silver grass martial spirit would have been rendered utterly useless. Guyi's words were not spoken lightly. Had it not been for Tang San's subsequent acquisition of the celestial herb within the ice and fire yin-yang eye, which enabled the blue-silver grass to undergo a transformation, granting it immunity to fire and ice, coupled with the assistance of the blue-silver emperor in successfully awakening the blue-silver monarch, along with the continuous absorption of high-level spirit rings, the blue-silver grass martial soul would have long since been rendered useless. Guyi's words pierced the hearts of Yu Xiaojing and Tang San like a needle. Particularly for Yu Xiaojing, he found it utterly inconceivable to accept Guyi's assertion. Tang San had always been his most esteemed disciple, and under his tutelage, achieving the rank of title Douluo was hardly a daunting task. It was impossible. Tang San had grown immensely stronger than his peers. The prowess of his martial spirit contributed significantly, yet it was likely the myriad of secret techniques he possessed that truly underpinned his formidable strength. These, however, could not have been imparted by Yu Master. Control-type soul masters are inherently the tactical core, necessitating a precise grasp of timing. Were it not for the various secret manuals surreptitiously learned from the Tang sect in his past life, Tang San's strength would likely be diminished by a substantial margin. Particularly, the techniques of Ghost Shadow Perplexing and Purple Extreme Magic Eyes could be deemed divine arts, offering unprecedented assistance to Tang San in his early endeavors. While Tang San contemplated Guyi's statements, he could not help but acknowledge the veracity of Guyi's insights. The significance of the Xiantian treasure record far surpassed that of blue-silver grass. Gui could sense the demonic seed within the sea of spirits rapidly expanding, indicating that the impact of this incident was far greater than he had anticipated. By the way, Master Yu Xiaojing, I implore you to refrain from promoting your theory of soul ring limitations within the academy. While it may seem a commendable concept to the average person, the world is not static, particularly for soul masters. One of the most ludicrous aspects of Yu Xiaojing's theory is his assertion that the lifespan of soul rings obtainable by soul masters at each level should be restricted. He even claims to know that a 10,000-year soul ring generates a soul shock, yet he boldly presents such notions without understanding. Each individual's circumstances are unique, as are their physical constitutions. Just as Yu Xiaojing was about to retort, he caught sight of Guyi's 5 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, far exceeding his proposed limits. This time, Yu Xiaojing seemed profoundly affected, he suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed. Tang Xin paused for a moment, then swiftly rushed to Yu Xiaojiang's side. "Teacher, are you all right?" he asked. Soon, Tang Xin realized that his teacher was suffering from a surge of anger, compounded by a lack of rest, which had led to his fainting. There was no time to address Gu Yi's aggressive demeanor now. He swiftly lifted Yu Xiaojiang and ran. "Did you all remember what was discussed today?" Gu Yi had not anticipated that Yu Xiaojiang would be so fragile, his mental fortitude so lacking, that merely a few words could render him incapacitated. In truth, it was not a deficiency in Yu Xiaojiang's psychological resilience, but rather the consequence of having been exposed to the noxious fumes emitted by Luo Sanpao for an extended period, which had taken a toll on his constitution. In light of this, it was hardly surprising that he would feel disoriented after such remarks. Let us return to our lessons. Gu Yi currently finds himself devoid of time to instruct them. Initially, he intended to showcase his authority over the characters from the original work. Yet his perspective has since undergone a profound transformation. He aspires to disseminate his teachings to the common populace. After embarking on a solitary quest to hunt the third soul ring, he plans to spread his methods throughout the realm. This endeavor not only aims to empower ordinary individuals with strength, but also serves to amass faith for himself. However, he was once far too weak to accomplish such a monumental feat. Even now, should he choose to share his techniques, how many would be inclined to support him? And how many would oppose him? It is likely that the latter would vastly outnumber the former. Why do the royals maintain their lofty status? Why do the three superior sects dominate the secular world? What renders soul masters so esteemed? The answer lies solely in power, which has fostered this monopolistic society. The inheritance of martial souls presents formidable barriers to the rise of commoners. How many ordinary individuals possess formidable soul masters? While Shrek Academy boasts 3 prodigies hailing from humble beginnings, they are but a mere drop in the ocean when viewed from a global perspective. Yui seeks to empower the underprivileged, granting them the strength to resist. It is also a pathway to ascendancy. It appears that I must seek her out. Yui gazed upon the heavenly Dou imperial city, a woman he truly wished to avoid, yet she alone possessed the requisite abilities. However, prior to that, he needed to continue his exploration of the physical path. In the prince's mansion of the heavenly Dou imperial city, Shi Miao inquired, "Is there any news from Gu Yi? Has any letter arrived?" Xue Qinghe, also known as Qian Renxue, entered a hidden chamber, returning to her original form as she posed the question, replying to the young master. He has indeed been making quite a name for himself during this time. He engaged in a duel with Chen Xin of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Although the outcome remains uncertain, it is evident that Chen Xin did not hold Shrek Academy accountable. As for our personnel within the Spirit Hall, we have yet to receive any correspondence from Gu Yi. Upon hearing that Gu Yi could withstand Chen Xin, Qian Renxue could not help but marvel at Gu Yi's growing strength. However, upon learning of the absence of letters, her fist clenched tightly. Shi Miao glanced at Qian Renxue, hesitating for a moment before continuing. "Young master, there is something I am uncertain whether to disclose. Speak freely." According to our informants, Gu Yi seems particularly attentive to a certain woman, even going so far as to offer his assistance in creating her own martial arts. Although Qian Renxue displayed no outward reaction, the table beneath her unexpectedly shattered. "Investigate the matter thoroughly. I must know every detail, regardless of what is said." Understood. In the Spirit Hall, within the Pope's chamber, a breathtakingly beautiful woman sat gracefully. The Pope's gown, fitting her exquisitely from head to toe, accentuated her long legs adorned in purple stockings, further enhancing her regal demeanor. The gown sparkled with over 100 red, blue, and golden gemstones. In the 9 curved purple gold crown atop her head shimmered brilliantly. Her fair skin and nearly flawless visage rendered her utterly distinctive. Below her, a man stood with his head bowed, not daring to gaze upon this seemingly perfect woman. After perusing the letter in her hand, she tossed it to the man standing below. "Deliver this to her." "Yes." Upon receiving the letter, the man quickened his pace and exited. The woman reflected on the contents of the letter, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. "I find myself increasingly eager to see you, Gu Yi." Chapter 55, The Divine Pours Gu Yi. Unaware that the letter he had sent to Qian Renxue had already been perused by another woman, would likely remain indifferent even if he were to discover this fact. Presently, he is diligently forging a path to physical mastery in the secluded mountains. However, a novel insight is on the horizon. Once the foundation of Ming Jin is fully cultivated, enhancing his physical prowess will become significantly simpler than before. A single punch could channel the strength of his entire being, yielding exceptional results in physical training. Yet this is not the outcome Gui aspires to achieve. This is not a pathway to a formidable physique, at least not at this stage. The realm of traditional martial arts encompasses more than just the domain of Mingjin. The subsequent levels are equally formidable and enigmatic. Nevertheless, he does not intend to adhere to a conventional progression. While the realms of martial arts may require methodical and diligent practice in an unknown world, he possesses his own distinctive approach. Gu Ying reflected upon his own martial soul, yet refrained from utilizing his soul power. Each acupoint was distinctly illuminated. And although Gu Ying may not possess profound mastery of national martial arts, his understanding of the human body had already ascended to an extraordinarily advanced realm. While he could not replicate the entirety of martial arts essence within a brief span, he could attain perfect mastery over the acupoints through the meridians. To transcend the void and perceive the divine without decay, this state requires an extraordinary comprehension of martial arts. Gui, however, was determined to force his way into this realm. His martial soul had reached a level where he possessed a semblance of control. Unlike other practitioners who needed to patiently seek out the locations of their acupoints, he was different. The meridians that coursed throughout his body allowed him to perceive every inch of his being with clarity. By directly channeling his energy through these meridians, he propelled the flow of vital essence, targeting the Yongquan acupoint at the soles of his feet. Although his vital essence had yet to manifest in a tangible form, his robust physique still enabled its condensation. Yet, Gu Yi found the refinement of his vital essence to be somewhat arduous, even with his current physical prowess. The pace of this refinement was scarcely swifter than that of a tortoise. Each acupoint in his body served a distinct purpose, with the leg acupoints bestowing the swiftness of a speed deity. As his vital essence arrived, a long-sealed acupoint began to open slowly. However, this process was even slower than the refinement of the vital essence itself, as if the heavens and earth conspired against the very existence of these acupoints. Gui could distinctly perceive the acupoint gradually opening due to the influx of vital energy and blood. Furthermore, as this energy flowed in, he even sensed a slight tingling in his right leg. However, after the entirety of his vital energy and blood had been infused, this acupoint remained only partially opened. Before he could fully immerse himself in this sensation, a wave of weakness surged into his mind. This was alarming. His vital energy had been severely depleted, and he had overexerted himself in his cultivation. Vital energy forms the foundation of one's being. A deficiency in it renders even the mightiest physique akin to that of an ancient dragon, nothing more than a fleeting illusion, akin to flowers in a mirror or the moon reflected in water. In a swift motion, Gui adeptly struck down a wild boar, which, though formidable, was merely an ordinary beast rather than a soul creature. A burst of flame erupted, elegantly engulfing the entire boar, as Gui simultaneously activated her meridians, channeling her vital energy to digest the meal within her. This process transformed the sustenance into vital essence, replenishing her internal reserves. At this moment, Flender had also become aware of the rivalry between Yu Xiaojiang and Gu Yi. Previously, he had naively assumed that the two, both erudite individuals, would have a plethora of topics to discuss. However, he was taken aback to realize that among soul masters, competition was fierce, and the verbal exchanges between scholars were even more intense. Flender found himself at a loss for words amidst this dynamic. Gu Yi's relationship is intricate. To call him an adopted son would not be an exaggeration. He has brought about numerous changes within the academy and has generously shared his unique soul skills. Yu Xiaojiang, on the other hand, is his dearest companion, but more critically, the one he cherishes harbors feelings for Yu Xiaojiang. This situation leaves him somewhat dissatisfied with Yu Xiaojiang. Yet he ultimately chooses silence. Tang San sits beside his teacher's bed, contemplating the words spoken by Gu Yi. Although Gu Yi's assertions remain unverified, his body conveys an undeniable truth. Yu Xiaojiang, being a soul master, has not been unconscious for long. Upon awakening, he sees Tang San seated by his bedside and, recalling Gu Yi's earlier words, fervently grasps Tang San's hand. Xiao San, do you believe in your teacher? I will undoubtedly help you become the most formidable title Douluo. After a lifetime of theoretical study, I assure you there can be no flaw. Tang San has indeed flourished under his guidance. Teacher, I have faith in you. Tang San holds Yu Xiaojiang in the highest regard. How could he ever doubt his mentor? The enhancement of the blue-silver grass to such an extent is already commendable. And Tang San has never heard of a blue-silver emperor. Yu Xiaojiang feels a measure of solace at Tang San's trust. These years of instruction have not been in vain. He cannot fathom losing to a child who has spent his formative years at Shrek. especially with the knowledge bestowed upon him by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the Spirit Hall. For over 10 consecutive days, Gui has remained on the back mountain, delving into the study of acupoints. Through relentless effort, he has managed to open the acupoints in both feet at the same location, achieving a speed akin to lightning. His physical movement now rivals a third of his former pace, and his leg strength has increased by 50%, coupled with the enhancement of his soul power and agility. His original speed has effectively doubled. However, Gui experiences a slight headache. The human body is replete with countless minuscule acupoints. While he can perceive their existence, he lacks the sufficient vital energy to unlock them, akin to possessing a treasure mountain, yet being unable to extract its riches. Gui cast a glance at the sky, feeling that the development of his meridians was unexpectedly arduous. It is imperative to acknowledge that he was no ordinary individual, but rather a formidable soul king, with a physical resilience rivaling that of a typical soul sage endowed with a weapon spirit. This did not imply that he could vanquish a soul sage through sheer physical might, but rather that his bodily constitution was comparable to theirs. Yet, even with such a physique, his progress remained astonishingly slow. Nevertheless, he had successfully pioneered a novel path of cultivation. He possessed ample time and would patiently refine his abilities. To truly reveal himself to the world, he would require a year or two, ample time indeed. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue finally received a letter that had been read. The words to Qian Rinxue were boldly inscribed on the envelope. Upon seeing this distinctly personal script, Qian Rinxue unhesitatingly tore it open. Shortly thereafter, having perused the letter, her brow furrowed, and her demeanor was evidently less radiant than before. However, she did not express anger, for she still held the letter in her grasp. The recently acquired desk narrowly escaped devastation, avoiding the grim fate of being destroyed. She placed the letter back into the envelope and stored it in a small box, which contained 5 or 6 other letters, all bearing similar handwriting. I shall ascertain the truth of your claims regarding this individual. That woman is certainly not to be underestimated. This matter is known only to 3. Chapter 56, A Grand Gesture at Shrek Academy. After the path of physical cultivation was established, Gui found time to attend to the Shrek 7 monsters. After all, certain matters still required their involvement. Having been away from the academy for an unknown duration, Gui returned after 7 days, bearing a rare visage of fatigue. Gui summoned Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing, and others to the playground. Since it is imperative for them to mature, gentle methods are inadequate. The Academy's inaugural wilderness survival exercise is about to commence, presenting a certain level of peril. However, those who successfully navigate this challenge shall be granted the opportunity to learn a unique soul skill tailored specifically for them. Of course, participation is entirely voluntary. The choice remains yours. The words of Gui were undeniably alluring, particularly for Zhu Zhuqing. From dawn till dusk, her mind was consumed by thoughts of how to grow stronger. Apart from the aimless musings that occupied her nights in bed, she hardly found any respite. I shall participate, Zhu Zhuqing declared, raising her hand without a moment's hesitation. The others, too, were eager to follow suit, each lifting their hands in unison. They could scarcely believe that Gui would truly place them in harm's way, for they were merely students after all. Excellent. It is fitting that we have the 7 prodigies of Shrek Academy here. I wish you all a joyful 7 days ahead. Gui smiled faintly. And before the others could fully comprehend the situation, darkness enveloped them. When they regained consciousness, they found themselves in a remarkably unfamiliar environment. Everything around them was alien, and not a single person was in sight. The rest of the group was nowhere to be found. It felt as though he was utterly alone in this vast expanse. Where could this be? Although the 7 individuals were situated in different locations, they all simultaneously pondered this question. Soon, however, their inquiries faded as a familiar voice echoed in their minds. You 7 are in 7 distinct places. Within a radius of 5 meters from your bodies lies a safe zone. There is no food. If you desire sustenance, venture outside to seek it. As for what awaits you outside, you shall discover in due course. Oh, and there is one more thing I neglected to mention. In 7 days, I will emit a signal. The first to arrive will receive a mysterious surprise. Best of luck to you all. The voice of Gui faded from their minds, and only then did they comprehend their current predicament. The sky had unknowingly darkened, rendering visibility nearly impossible. However, the incessant calls of the soul beasts made it abundantly clear that this was not a place of safety. With nothing else to occupy their time, they resorted to cultivation. For in this secure realm, it was unlikely that Gui would deceive them given her prowess. After a period of focused training, the seven suddenly opened their eyes. Their cultivation speed had increased. The time required to advance a level had shortened. Have you noticed? Gu-yi stood high above the heavens, gazing down at 7 distinct locations within the forest, a smile gracing his lips. These were the meticulously crafted training grounds he had devoted considerable time to perfecting. The most distinctive features of the Douluo continent are its martial souls and soul beasts. The stronger the martial soul, the more rapidly one's strength increases, and the higher the potential one can achieve. Moreover, under specific circumstances, martial souls can even accelerate a soul master's cultivation speed. This phenomenon is known as the martial soul mimicry training ground. However, merely envisioning the panic and disarray that the soul beasts, with their bloodthirsty fangs exposed, would experience tomorrow filled Gu-yi with delight. Gu-yi was not idle either, diligently studying the soul techniques embedded within the soul rings. This endeavor served as an excellent method for him to unlock new avenues of thought. Particularly, the fourth soul technique provided a significant enhancement to his strength. Without it, engaging in battle with a title Douluo like Chin Xin would require nothing short of risking his life. This fourth soul technique, capable of harnessing a substantial amount of the world's vital energy, was akin to a boon for martial practitioners. At present, his desire was to transform the fifth soul technique into his own, drawing upon numerous elements that could be emulated. As dawn broke, the true trials were set to commence. Zhu Zhuqing had completed an entire night of cultivation, her demeanor exuding a palpable aura of darkness. Clad in a black leather outfit, she appeared all the more enigmatic. Observing her state from above, Gu-yi furrowed his brow, sensing that something about Zhu Zhuqing was amiss. The region meticulously sought out and arranged by Gu-yi is infused with a substantial amount of malevolent energy. Typically, only soul beasts imbued with dark or sinister attributes venture into this realm, making it an uncommon haven for other creatures. The techniques he imparted to Zhu Zhuqing were initially somewhat unorthodox and rather eager for swift results, which, in the relatively mild aura of Shrek, did not reveal their full potential. However, in this place, where the dark energy is abundant, these techniques have been fully activated. This is particularly true for someone like Zhu Zhuqing, who harbors resentment and a thirst for vengeance. Yet, she has not yet succumbed to chaos. Gu-yi is keen to observe whether she can surmount this formidable challenge. Mental barriers are often more daunting than physical ones. Only by overcoming this hurdle can Zhu Zhuqing hope to achieve greatness. Meanwhile, Tang San, the quintessential protagonist of the original tale, exhibits a slightly slower but nonetheless commendable progression in his training compared to Zhu Zhuqing. This is largely due to the unconventional nature of her techniques. Indeed, the Xiantian skill proves to be extraordinary. It dawns upon everyone that Gu-yi's words, which linger in their minds, carry profound significance. Ning Rongrong, unable to contain her frustration, openly berates the situation, lamenting her status as a support-type soul master and questioning how she is to survive in such an environment. Gu-yi, of course, had already anticipated this. Unlike Oscar, Ning Rongrong did not undergo rigorous training from a young age and has only recently begun her journey, lacking substantial skills. Therefore, while he would not subject her to an insurmountable challenge, he certainly would not render her experience effortless either. Although Gu-yi allowed them to roam freely in the starry forest, he remained ever vigilant, attentive to the slightest disturbances around him. Should any threat to life arise, he would not hesitate to intervene. Training is merely a precursor. He would never gamble with lives. This wilderness survival training was also a means for Gu-yi to evoke their latent potential as much as possible. Coupled with the enhancements from the mimetic training ground, they gained combat experience without neglecting their soul power. Among them, Tang San shone the brightest, benefiting from the advantages of his past life. Along with the Xiantian treasure record and hidden weapons, he thrived effortlessly in this environment. His existence was indeed quite prosperous. Next was Zhu Zhuqing. Although she lacked Tang San's experience and did not possess hidden weapons or various martial arts, she had her own experience in evasion within the jungle and was a speed-type soul master. With the techniques imparted by Gu-yi, her speed was remarkable, granting her an advantage in this setting. In comparison to Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing, the performances of the others were rather unremarkable, merely average. While they engaged in combat, Gu-yi was also engaged in his own internal struggle. Harnessing the vast amounts of elemental energy gathered through his fourth soul skill, he acquired the ability to fly. However, he had never sustained himself in the air for such an extended period, which was crucial for mastering this power. It was imperative to meticulously unravel the complexities to maintain his flight. despite Gu Yi's earnest efforts. He could only persevere for a mere 2 days before descending from the heights. It was evident that he had reached his limits. Chapter 57. Entering the game, everyone was making progress. Over the course of 7 days, the members of the Shrek 7 Devils exhibited a newfound resilience. Their characters imbued with a greater sense of determination, albeit with some injuries sustained along the way. Fortunately, these were merely superficial wounds, posing no significant concerns. Gu Yi timely emitted a signal, radiating like the luminous light of a Buddha, resplendent and magnificent, casting a brilliant glow across the sky. Encircling the Douluo forest, there existed scarcely any 10,000-year soul beasts. Should one dare to engage in such acts deep within the Douluo forest, even the mightiest would find themselves utterly annihilated. Although 10,000-year soul beasts posed little threat to him individually, their sheer numbers could prove overwhelming, regardless of one's strength. Unless one possessed a power capable of inducing a qualitative transformation, the quantity would undoubtedly play a significant role. The Shrek 7, despite their inclination to remain discreet, found it challenging to ignore Gu Yi's display, especially as they had been pondering the method by which he would convey a signal. No one anticipated that the signal Gu Yi referred to would manifest in such a grandiose manner. Indeed, geniuses possess a unique intellect, making even the act of signaling an extravagant affair. Soul masters within the Douluo forest also took note of Gu Yi's audacity. Soaring through the skies, he was none other than the esteemed title Douluo. A beautiful woman gazed upon the figure in the heavens, clad in white as pure as snow, untouched by the slightest impurity, as though a deity had descended upon the mortal realm. Almost everyone shared a singular objective, to be the first to reach Gu Yi's side and seize the mysterious surprise he offered. Yet, there were exceptions, such as Ning Rongrong. Aware of her role as a support soul master, she knew it was impractical to arrive before Tang San and Dai Mubai. In truth, Ning Rongrong misjudged the situation. Gu Yi emphasized fairness in his teachings, making adjustments based on each individual's soul master profession. For instance, Ning Rongrong and Oscar were positioned as the two nearest to him, while Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun were assigned to the farthest locations. The placements of the remaining members were largely similar. Gu Yi does not show favoritism towards any student simply based on personal affection. Even though he may harbor some reservations about Tang San, he would never deliberately make things difficult for him during training. This embodies the essence of a teacher's ethics. However, beyond the realm of instruction, he tends to act according to his own preferences. Bestowing the techniques of Zhu Zhuqing upon her is an act that aligns with his true intentions, as he wishes to prevent this young woman from losing hope in the world. Gu Yi did not allow the brilliance to linger for long. It dissipated from the surface of her body in approximately 30 seconds. In moments when Gu Yi maximizes his perception, it is precisely then that issues are most likely to arise. Any misstep is absolutely unacceptable. The Ghost Shadow Phantom Steps, indeed, is the quintessential secret technique of the Tang sect, allowing Tang San to maintain his speed unimpeded even in such dire circumstances. Given his performance, it would not be an exaggeration to classify him as a soul master. Nonetheless, within his perception, Zhu Zhuqing, despite lacking any specific movement techniques, possesses an exceptionally agile martial soul by nature. Coupled with the inherent gracefulness of her physique, her movements are not at all inferior to Tang San's, and her speed surpasses his. However, Ma Hongjun and Oscar are equally matched, with Oscar being the closest in proximity. Ultimately, Tang San still outshines the rest. Oscar, in his approach, was ensnared by a nearly millennium-old soul beast, causing a delay. Zhu Zhuqing, being the farthest away, barely secured the 4th position, while Ma Hongjun claimed 3rd. In comparison to her peers, Zhu Zhuqing's foundation remains inadequate. Her physique, martial soul, and soul power all fall short. Defeat is an inevitability. Gu Yi then revealed the mysterious surprise he had promised earlier. Tang San, this is a technique I devised a few years ago that can harness the power of nature. Perhaps it can compensate for the deficiencies in your martial soul. Gu Yi could hardly recall the number of techniques he had created. The human body's meridians are numerous, each serving a distinct purpose. In his pursuit of experimenting with the Zhou Tian Lu Hu Jing, he truly transformed into the mightiest, akin to Saitama. Thank you, Vice Dean. Tang San accepted the technique from Gu Yi's hands. Although the Xiantian treasure record was already sufficient for his cultivation, Gu Yi was far from ordinary. Particularly with his martial soul being a meridian, the techniques crafted by such an individual can serve as invaluable references, even if one does not study them in depth. Congratulations to all of you for completing the wilderness survival training. I shall speak no falsehood. I have prepared a unique soul skill for each of you. Gu Yi presented 7 tomes to them. Tang San, Tranquil Heart Technique. Zhu Zhuqing, Ethereal Steps. Oscar, 6 Veins Divine Sword. Ma Hongjun, Fiery Eruption. Dai Mu Bai, Diamond Fist. Xiaowu, 9 Loop Leg. Ning Rongrong, Shadowless Earth. Gu Yi gazed at the 7 astonished individuals before him, a martial art he had meticulously devised after much contemplation. Essentially, it was formulated to address the deficiencies each of them exhibited. Among them, Tang San had been the source of his greatest hesitation. Unlike the other 6, Tang San was not lacking in martial techniques. He possessed an abundance of skills. Mental cultivation, vision training, hand techniques, agility, and grappling were all well within his repertoire. After considerable deliberation, Gu Yi finally recalled a mental discipline he had inadvertently developed. This particular technique bore little fruit in terms of enhancing one's strength or augmenting perception. Its sole purpose was to cultivate tranquility, tempering turbulent emotions and serving to quell the fires of inner turmoil. Perhaps it could cleanse him of his pervasive killing intent, preventing him from resorting to the path of death at the slightest provocation. Whether he chose to practice it remained entirely his own decision. Now that you have all gathered, let us return together. I shall await you at Shrek Academy. Upon uttering these words, Gu Yi took flight, leaving the 7 individuals in a state of bewilderment. What could they possibly do? They could only run. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Gu Yi finally awaited the arrival of the person he had longed for. Old Poison, you have finally arrived. Du Bo expressed a hint of exasperation, for he had indeed left Gu Yi in the lurch regarding their prior arrangement. However, who could have anticipated that Tang Hao would be present here? Over the years, he had prided himself on his significant advancements in strength. No longer the mere gatekeeper of the title Douluo he once was. Yet, in the face of Tang Hao, he felt utterly uncertain. The disparity was far too immense. Here's what you sought. Why request such things when you have no use for the good stuff? Du Bo tossed a leather pouch to Gu Yi, perplexed, and inquired. Those items are not trivial. I lack the ability to handle them at this moment. Let us set them aside for now. Gu Yi opened it and found that it was indeed the item he required. By the way, why did Du Yin not accompany you this time? Gu Yi felt a sense of bewilderment. After all, Du Yin had frequently visited him in the past, yet this time she surprisingly did not accompany Du Bo. It was rather astonishing. Alas, it is indeed due to your rapid enhancement of strength that Yin has been thoroughly motivated by you, spending her days in pursuit of toxins and diligently honing her skills. As of now, she has yet to find any resolution. Du Bo regarded Gu Yi with a peculiar gaze. Old poisoner, let us not speak of this matter. We remain good friends. Gu Yi felt a throbbing headache just thinking about it. Du Bo, aware of the gravity of the situation, refrained from further discussion and suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Have you truly made your decision regarding that matter? Naturally. I have been preparing for this for 5 years. Gu Yi also withdrew her smile. Du Bo gazed upon Gu Yi's increasingly mature visage. From the moment he arrived in Sotoa City, no, from the instant Yin first laid eyes on this young man, he was already entangled in the game. Chapter 58. The pursuit of the unattainable. Du Bo now reminisced about the scene from 4 years ago when he first encountered Gu Yi. Beneath the youthful and tender exterior lay an extraordinarily cold heart. This heart did not yearn for warmth or love, but rather for the searing heat of fresh blood to ignite its fervor. The source of that blood would be the lofty figures who looked down upon others. Du Bo did not linger here for long, as he still needed to return to keep an eye on that obstinate granddaughter of his. It is futile to chase after this perverse individual. Should one inadvertently meet a tragic end, it would result in a dark-haired person mourning another dark-haired person. In less than a day's time, the 7 members of Shrek Academy returned to their institution. Gu Yi was sought out by Zhu Zhuqing for a singular reason. She could not master the graceful steps of the Lingbo Weibu, lacking a foundation in the I Ching. Even the most profound martial arts would prove futile before her. Moreover, Gu Yi had previously mentioned that she could approach him with any inquiries at her convenience. Gu Yi gazed at the faintly discernible dark energy within Zhu Zhuqing's pupils, furrowing his brow as he cautioned, "You must pause." Zhu Zhuqing appeared to be possessed, having absorbed a substantial amount of negative energy in just 7 short days, causing her recently elevated soul power to dwindle significantly. The imbalance of yin and yang suggests that such progress is illusory, although one may achieve considerable advancement in a brief period. There exists a grave risk of succumbing to madness. Zhu Zhuqing, in her current state of mind, was incapable of mastering this technique. If one's spirit becomes ensnared by the practice, it is no longer the practitioner engaging with the technique, but rather the technique compelling the practitioner to train. No, I cannot stop. For the first time, Zhu Xing defied Gu Yi's counsel, shaking her head in dissent. The swift enhancement of her strength during this period far surpassed her previous experiences. For her, this was a genuine opportunity to transcend her fate, even if it meant death. She would not relent. Gu Yiming comprehended that the current Zhu Zhuqing had succumbed to obsession, akin to a drowning individual clinging to a straw, unwilling to relinquish it even unto death. For her, this was not merely a blade of grass, but a beacon of hope. Those who have long dwelled in despair possess an insatiable yearning for light, a longing that transcends the ordinary experience. Perhaps, a life of habitual normalcy is a pursuit for some throughout their existence. This sentiment resonates with Zhu Zhuqing, especially after becoming Dai Mubai's fiancée. She had already transformed into a drowning soul, with her strength serving as her final lifeline. Otherwise, with her innate talent of level 7. The fact that she could ascend to a level 27 soul master before the age of 12 speaks volumes of her relentless efforts that are beyond the comprehension of the average person. However, this revelation led Gu Yiming to ponder a perplexing question. Tang San, endowed with innate full soul power and the esoteric Xiantian skill, should not merely be 2 levels above Zhu Zhuqing at the age of 12. It is noteworthy that initially Zhu Zhuqing was 3 levels below Tang San, and that was a disparity rooted in innate talent. Over the span of 6 years, not only had their gap not widened, but it had steadily diminished, an astonishing phenomenon. Perhaps Tang San's innate talent was not extraordinary in itself. Rather, it was the enhancement provided by the Xiantian skill that elevated him to the status of a prodigy with innate full soul power in the eyes of the world. After all, he had already demonstrated that internal cultivation methods could enable ordinary individuals to become soul masters. Gui gazed at the obstinate Zhu Zhuqing, feeling a mix of headache and heartache. Generally speaking, the most effective method for dealing with such unruly students is to administer a sound thrashing. After all, during his childhood, he had been subjected to severe beatings while memorizing the efficacy of medicinal herbs, and on particularly grave occasions, he was even stripped of his trousers for punishment. That sensation is one he would never forget throughout his life. However, considering the differences between genders, it is entirely inappropriate to resort to such measures with Zhu Zhuqing. Come with me, he said. Gui led Zhu Zhuqing to the plum blossom stands where he had practiced in the past. This particular set of plum blossom stands was established based on the footwork above. If you can traverse this process at the quickest speed and with utter freedom, you would have mastered the basics. This concept was discovered long ago, and Tang San had pondered over it. He walked through it a few times but found nothing noteworthy and thus ceased further exploration. As for the others, they had never encountered such a thing and deemed it of little significance. After all, they were all soul masters. For someone like Dai Mubai, a powerful assault-type soul master, even if he could not traverse it effortlessly, it was not a significant hindrance. Consequently, no one paid it much heed. Now, however, Gui claimed that this was designed to practice the lightness skill, leaving her utterly astonished. Gui now found himself with little time to devote to Zhu Zhuqing. As the moments drew nearer, he could no longer afford to linger. Otherwise, should he lack the strength to confront the challenges ahead, it would signify a true failure. Zhu Zhuqing, gazing at the secret manual in her hands, then at the plum blossom stake, ultimately fixed her gaze upon the departing figure of Gui. It seemed that each time, she was left watching his silhouette fade away. With agility, Zhu Zhuqing ascended the plum blossom stake, utilizing the knowledge inscribed in the manual and the traces left upon the stake to begin her practice. Each student at Shrek had embarked on their own paths, and Gui was no exception. Having chosen the path of physical cultivation, it was only natural that he sought to enhance his abilities. Gu Yiru carefully extracted a collection of herbs and a piece of golden substance from her treasure pouch. The herbs were sourced from the eye of ice and fire, while the golden item was a piece of ambergris. She could not forget the value of ambergris, for it has the potential to enhance one's physical prowess and prolong the absorption period of soul rings. However, the rarity of a millennium's worth of ambergris is profound, especially considering that in this era, the concept of ambergris was yet to be comprehended. Moreover, the ocean was far more perilous than the Stardow forest. Thus, even though she had entrusted Douluo to begin collecting it several years prior, he had only managed to gather a mere dozen pieces, with not a single piece of 10,000-year ambergris to be found. After all, Douluo's formidable prowess lay in the realm of poison. Should he attempt to procure 10,000-year ambergris through toxic means, it would not only be perilous, but even if he succeeded, none would dare consume it. The title of Poison Douluo, is not to be taken lightly. The essence of ambergris is, in fact, a significantly potent aphrodisiac, with some of its effects being permanent. Gu-yi intends to concoct a medicinal bath using whale oil and herbs to invigorate his vitality. However, he prudently reserves a portion of the whale oil and herbs, for it is nearly impossible for Shrek to secure victory in the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master competition without the aid of divine herbs. Thus, they must seek enhancements in other aspects. Only by achieving the championship can they smoothly advance in their subsequent endeavors. Gu-yi gazed upon the celestial city of Tiando, firmly believing that another individual was also striving towards the same objective. Though their paths were shared, their journeys diverged. At that moment, the sky appeared to be inhabited by three silhouettes. One stood independently at a distance, while two others positioned themselves before him, one ahead of the other. The last figure seemed to overshadow the others significantly. Your move has come. Chapter 59, The Limitations of the World in the Papal Palace. Bibi Dong surveyed the three figures below, Xiaoyu, Yan, and Hulaina. These three represented the most exceptional young soul masters of this generation within the Spirit Hall. Both Xiaoyu and Yan had attained the rank of Soul Sovereign at level 48, while Hulaina, albeit slightly inferior, had reached level 47. It was anticipated that by the time of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament, they would all ascend to the realm of Soul Kings. How, one wondered. Would that individual manage to secure victory? Through the correspondence exchanged with that abominable offspring over the years, Gu-yi warranted careful vigilance. However, should he refuse to heed the commands of the Spirit Hall thereafter, he would be destined for demise. For those who dare disrupt her plans, there exists but one inevitable conclusion: death. The sole reason she had yet to eliminate him was that Gu-yi might expedite the fulfillment of her ambitions, compounded by the influence of a certain ancient being. As for the power Gu-yi had exhibited, Bibi Dong deemed it insignificant. What was the sword path of Dust Heart? Beneath the iron heel of the Spirit Hall, even it must bow in submission. As long as her aspirations could be realized, she would stop at nothing. This filthy and malevolent force, this family, ought not to exist in this world. A flicker of wickedness emanated from her, but it was swiftly retracted, remaining undetected even by the three below. From this day forth, you shall cultivate in the Death Canyon. Return only upon breaking through to the realm of Soul King. The three, daunted, responded in unison, we obey. As the Pope, Bibi Dong commanded formidable authority. Her immense strength, coupled with the dignity cultivated over years, rendered her strikingly regal. The most exquisite treasures of the world could only serve to enhance her radiance, never diminishing her beauty in the slightest. I hope you will not disappoint me. Once the trio had withdrawn, Bibi Dong uttered a final remark, and an overwhelming surge of malevolence enveloped her, causing her noble aura to dissipate, revealing the world's darkest evil. Her complexion turned a shade of purple, surrounded by a potent aura of sinister energy. Curse it. With that, Bibi Dong vanished from the Papal Palace. Gu-yi successfully melded whale glue with a plethora of herbs, resulting in a barrel of medicinal bath. The steam continuously rising from the tub invigorated an ordinary person, instilling a sense of vitality and rejuvenation akin to blossoms blooming on an ancient tree. Moreover, Gu-yi, being a vigorous and youthful virgin, found his body reacting instinctively upon inhaling the aroma. Memories, long relegated to the depths of his consciousness, resurfaced vividly. The vivid imagery flooded his mind, igniting a fervent heat throughout his being, stirring an insatiable yearning. Emotions and visions seamlessly intertwined, allowing Gu-yi to channel them into his inner magic, thereby calming his restless heart. As he stepped into the medicinal tub, it was akin to awakening each morning, with his body responding uncontrollably to the potent effects of the concoction. The efficacy was undeniably powerful. Gu-yi wasted no time, utilizing the meridians to channel qi and blood, thereby absorbing the medicinal effects. Subsequently, he continued to unlock the body's acupoints. These minuscule acupoints hold profound significance for the human body, governing all aspects of life, including birth, aging, illness, and death. If one day Gu-yi were to master control over all his acupoints, enduring countless tribulations without perishing, then the deities of this world might be rendered mere shadows of his own capability. After Gu-yi absorbed the medicinal energy from the barrel, he astonishingly failed to unlock the other two acupoints in his legs. It was utterly absurd. His mother opened the door for the ridiculous, and thus, the absurdity returned home. Gu-yi finally came to the realization that the very realm they inhabited was flawed. It forbade any cultivation paths that transcended the soul ring system. Otherwise, the challenges faced would be insurmountable. The existence of soul beasts instilled fear in the celestial deities, perhaps due to the ancient dragon god who had once terrorized the gods eons ago. Their dread of a new dragon god emerging gave rise to this distorted world, a system that necessitated hunting for growth, designed solely to ensure the extinction of soul beasts. Gui emerged from the medicinal barrel, his expression indifferent. The mysteries that had plagued him in recent days finally found their explanation. Even though he had forcefully stepped into this realm, it did not imply that his level was inferior. In other words, his mastery in martial arts could already be deemed as that of a grandmaster. His meridians flowed freely, his organs pristine and unblemished, his body akin to crystal. Coupled with the martial will he had comprehended years prior, all of this elevated him above the ordinary. Although the physical form and the path of inner strength are not of the same origin, all paths in the world ultimately converge. At the very least, his realm was not lacking. All of this stemmed from this very foundation. Gui stepped out of the room, observing that not everyone was diligently practicing the techniques he had imparted. Xiaowu was a prime example, leisurely nibbling on a carrot while idly watching Zhu Qing refine her agility. Gui truly does not comprehend the depth of her enmity for her mother's murderer. Such profound hatred fails to ignite her interest in diligent cultivation. It appears she has resigned herself to the existence of an ordinary girl, with the foundation of 100,000 years of cultivation. If she were to earnestly pursue her training in the human realm, how could her progress not rival that of Tang San? Furthermore, despite being aware that her true identity would be uncovered by the title Douluo, she still acts without consideration for the consequences. Gui's gaze fell upon Zhu Qing, whose black leather attire was marred by a considerable amount of dust. She appeared somewhat disheveled, her hair lacking its usual neatness. Yet, her stride showed no significant improvement. Her demeanor was fraught with impatience, as she recklessly charged forward without a care in the world. There was no room for contemplation regarding her next move. Zhu Qing had left herself no margin for error, opting instead for a full-speed sprint. She harbored no fear of mistakes or falls. In her view, the body of a soul master could withstand such impacts, and moreover, it could enhance her muscle reflexes. Gui stood still, observing as Zhu Qing tumbled from the plum blossom stake, exhibiting no sign of movement. He quietly watched her frown as she rose from the ground, and once more leapt onto the wooden post, still exerting her utmost effort, undeterred by her previous fall. Her impatience only hindered her ability to master her steps. Currently, Zhu Qing was profoundly affected by dark energy, becoming an obsessive individual wholly fixated on achieving success. Yet, with such a mindset, how could one ever hope to attain true success? Gui stood still, observing Zhu Qing stumble repeatedly, each time furrowing her brow and pressing on. Xiaowu had long paused her munching on the carrot, gazing at Zhu Qing with a heart full of sympathy. Even before Gui's arrival, she had offered her counsel, but it had proven futile. Moreover, Zhu Qing had taken on a peculiar demeanor, a fact that even Xiaowu had begun to notice. Gui swiftly moved to Zhu Qing's side and commanded her to halt with a powerful voice. Accompanied by a surge of mental energy that dispelled the shadows lurking in her heart, Zhu Qing momentarily emerged from her obsession. "Follow me," he urged. Gui truly did not anticipate that Zhu Qing's obsession had reached such an extreme. The malevolence had significantly intensified her fixation. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qing followed closely behind Gui. Xiaowu, oblivious to the spiritual energy, felt that just a single word from Gui could compel the normally defiant Zhu Qing to obediently comply. Indeed, there was something amiss between the two. Chapter 60, The Cleverly Self-Deceived Master and Disciple. They decided to immerse themselves within. Gui tossed a pouch of medicinal herbs into the hot water and spoke to Zhu Qing, who stood behind him. The sight of her dirty yet remarkably stubborn demeanor was almost too difficult to bear. Gui finished speaking and stepped outside. Zhu Qing turned back to glance at the tightly shut door, feeling a twinge of shyness. After all, this was a man's chamber. It was indeed a bit too much to ask her to undress in such a space. Nevertheless, Zhu Qing ultimately unzipped her attire and entered. Enveloped by the warm medicinal liquid, she experienced an unprecedented sense of warmth, with the healing properties subtly absorbed into her body, mending her internal injuries. Even the minor hidden wounds from her past training gradually began to heal. Despite her noble lineage, Zhu Qing had previously indulged in medicinal baths, and she was well aware of their efficacy. Yet, the effects of this particular bath were extraordinary. Not only was the potency remarkable, but it also enhanced her soul power, a notion that seemed utterly unfathomable. Yet, this miraculous transformation was manifesting in her reality. Zhu Zhuqing found it hard to fathom how Gui had achieved such feats at the tender age of 15, reaching levels that others could only dream of throughout their lifetimes. Was this the true essence of genius? In comparison, what was she? If not a mere shadow of that brilliance? Lost in such thoughts, a wave of fatigue washed over her, and she unknowingly succumbed to a deep slumber. It wasn't until the dawn broke that Zhu Zhuqing awakened from her stupor. The water in the medicinal tub had long since cooled, but as a soul master. Her body was unlike ordinary folk, and such a temperature was not enough to induce illness. After a night of rest, her spirits had significantly lifted, perhaps aided by the recovery of her physical wounds. In any case, the influence of the ominous energy had notably diminished. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing chose not to don her previous tattered black leather attire, which was now dusty and worn. However, when she emerged, she still wore a black leather outfit. Identical in style, she had never been one to squander time on trivial matters. Instead, she preferred to devote her time to cultivating her soul power and practicing her soul skills. Upon stepping outside, she was greeted by Gu Yi, who stood welcoming the dawn. From her vantage point, Zhu Zhuqing caught a rare glimpse of Gu Yi's smile, a moment of genuine joy sparked by the mere presence of the rising sun. Was it truly the sunrise that brought him such delight? This was not the playful amusement he sometimes displayed during their banter, but a true expression of inner happiness. Awakened, she decided to revel in the beauty of the ascending sun. Gu Yi did not turn her head. She merely felt that under the warm rays of the sun, her body had begun to radiate with fervor. However, Zhu Zhuqing could not comprehend the significance of this. Nevertheless, she still tended to heed Gu Yi's words. Standing beside him, gazing at the sun that had just risen from the horizon, she felt nothing remarkable. Gu Yi seemed to have lost interest in the sunrise, turning his head to glance at Zhu Zhuqing beside him. At this moment, she had made no effort to adorn herself. Her half-dry black hair cascaded casually behind her. Her flawless, slightly damp visage exuded a purity reminiscent of a freshly bloomed lotus, as if the world had found meaning in this instant. Yet, the lifelessness in her eyes marred this beauty, the chilling detachment creating a stark contrast to the exquisite tableau before him. Were this a scene crafted by nature? Gu Yi would undoubtedly find it breathtaking. However, placed upon a person, especially an enchanting young woman, it became unbearable for him. Zhu Zhuqing too sensed a hint of anomaly in Gu Yi, and she turned to look at him. In that moment, sunlight bathed their faces. Perhaps, years later, when they reminisced about this moment, both would feel a pang of nostalgia. Let us gaze upon the sun each day. Gu Yi spoke earnestly, conveying a deep sense of concern. At this moment, anything he said would be deemed incorrect. One should not advise others to be virtuous without having endured their own hardships. Although Gu Yi is aware of some of Zhu Zhuqing's tribulations, she finds it difficult to truly empathize. The very notion of empathy is fundamentally flawed. It is common to hear individuals proclaim their understanding by saying, "I view the issue from your perspective," or "let us show mercy where it is warranted." Yet, while such sentiments may roll off the tongue effortlessly, actualizing them proves to be an arduous task. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing embodies this sentiment. A subtle acknowledgement is, in fact, the greatest assistance she could receive. It is precisely for this reason that Gu Yi pays particular attention to the young girl. Zhu Zhuqing, in her naivety, nods in agreement. Although she does not grasp the significance of observing the sun, it does not hinder her practice, and she may as well give it a try during her leisure moments. Tang San, on the other hand, approached Yu Xiaojing with the two techniques imparted to him by Gu Yi. Given the precedent established by Ning Rongrong, even Tang San, who had clandestinely learned, refrained from directly revealing the techniques to Yu Xiaojing. Instead, he opted to discuss the underlying theories and some effects of the techniques. While Yu Xiaojing was engaged in his own self-torment, he did not neglect the pursuit of knowledge within Shrek Academy. He gathered various insights, including Gu Yi's more comprehensive understanding of martial souls and, crucially, the theory of meridians. He even managed to acquire the pure Yuan technique through Flander. As a close friend, this was a trivial matter. Yu Xiaojing did not perceive any wrongdoing in his actions, considering he was now a teacher at Shrek Academy. Studying the foundational techniques of the academy posed no issue. Were it not for Gu Yi's intense hostility toward him, Yu Xiaojing would have eagerly sought to explore her martial soul. Such a peculiar martial soul was a rarity he had never encountered before. Human martial souls are already scarce, and one like Gu Yi's is exceedingly rare. At this moment, Yu Xiaojing felt an increasing disdain for his own martial soul, which, aside from producing flatulence, seemed utterly useless. After hearing Tang San's description, Yu Xiaojiang developed a keen interest in the two techniques, as they were remarkably novel to him. Upon expressing this interest, Tang San hesitated, responding that Gu Yi had stipulated that the techniques he taught could only be practiced by oneself and not imparted to others. Tang San's refusal caught Yu Xiaojiang by surprise, as he had not anticipated that Tang San, who had always heeded his words, would deny him. The two, being individuals of complex thoughts, shared an unspoken understanding, exchanging knowing smiles that conveyed everything without words. Unfortunately, the sight of Yu Xiaojiang's scruffy, wrinkled visage rendered the moment somewhat comical. While soul masters possess the ability to maintain eternal youth, this is only applicable to those of higher ranks. Yu Xiaojiang, merely in his 50s and yet to break through the 30th level, was nothing more than a mediocre soul master. To achieve the ability of eternal youth, one must be at least of the 70th level or above. Chapter 61. Turn-based game. After a fortnight of anticipation, Gu Yi finally permitted Oscar and his companions to enter the soul battle arena. The primary objective was to provide them with invaluable combat experience, rather than allowing them to engage in repetitive duels with the same opponents. It was equally essential for them to become acquainted with the martial arts they had recently mastered. With the appropriate martial techniques in place, it was imperative that they harmonize these skills with their martial spirits and soul rings for optimal efficacy. Even Ning Rongrong and Oscar found themselves assigned to the arena. Oscar's objective was to triumph over his adversaries, while Ning Rongrong was instructed to evade, prolonging her avoidance for as long as possible, as she currently lacked combat capability. Each participant was given distinct expectations tailored to their abilities. This marked the true beginning of the instruction for the 7 members of Shrek Academy. The first to conclude his battle was Tang San, who evidently had diligently practiced the wood control technique I imparted to him. Gu Yi could distinctly perceive that Tang San's blue-silver grass had become more vibrant than ever before. During this period, Tang San had refrained from absorbing soul rings, remaining within the academy. Naturally, this could only imply one possibility. He had been cultivating the wood cultivation technique. Tang San nodded, acknowledging that he indeed practiced the wood cultivation technique, and the results were remarkably effective. Moreover, he had also cultivated the tranquility technique, yielding effects that aligned with Gu Yi's observations. It seems that even if I were to teach you about cultivating your martial soul, you would not heed my words. Instead, you should focus on resting well. Gu Yiming understood that Tang San would never turn to embrace his theories, and the notion of the blue-silver emperor he spoke of was equally illusory. Naturally, it was impossible to gain Tang San's conviction. Silently, Tang San stepped aside. He held no fondness for Gu Yiming, primarily due to the fact that he had caused his teacher to cough up blood, a grievance that could not be overlooked. Were it not for the disparity in their strengths, and the fact that he was currently studying at Shrek Academy, he would have harbored this resentment more openly. Furthermore, he could still leverage Gu Yiming's resources to enhance his own power, using the enemy's assets to bolster his own strength. Gu Yi chose to wait for the next competitor to finish. Under the match's arrangement, Zhu Zhuqing was the second to take the stage. In the original narrative, her first opponent in the Soul Arena was Tang San, a formidable adversary against whom she suffered a crushing defeat. However, with Gu Yi's enhancements and her training in a more agile and versatile style, she found herself thriving in this environment. Yet, her mastery of the Lingbo Weibu technique remained insufficient, and she had yet to integrate her soul skills with it. Nonetheless, she could easily handle typical Grand Soul Masters. However, what awaited her was only Gu Yi's stern expression. First, go and rest, he advised, for there were still other battles to come. And he chose not to immediately point out Zhu Zhuqing's shortcomings. Gu Yi observed that the individuals in this world exhibited an astonishing rigidity of thought. Even among the so-called geniuses, who seemed devoid of innovative capacity, they merely unleashed their soul techniques, evaded attacks, and then unleashed more techniques. As if engaged in a round-based competition, each fleeting opportunity in battle must not be overlooked. Moreover, soul techniques are capabilities more easily acquired than martial arts. There are no prerequisites or arduous learning required. Once one obtains them, they can be utilized. Yet, they never contemplate adapting these techniques, nor do they consider creating alternative abilities based on them. Perhaps it is the ease of acquiring such powers that has dulled their capacity for critical thought. They resemble piglets living in a sty, receiving 3 meals a day without concern for quality or nourishment, drifting through life with nary a thought. Their sole focus is on growth and bulk. The soul masters of Douluo Continent are precisely this sort of individual, never pondering the underlying principles. even those hailed as masters. The strongest in theoretical knowledge within the soul master community have never contemplated these truths. After observing a series of individuals, Gu Yi's expression remained unyielding. Among them, only Oscar appeared somewhat better, as he, being a support soul master, lacked offensive capabilities and relied solely on the martial arts imparted by Gu Yi, demonstrating a commendable grasp of timing. Tang San's ability to battle beyond his level was hardly remarkable. It was too primitive, as he showed little understanding of combat beyond using soul techniques, akin to a turn-based game. The Shrek's 7 monsters, in their initial encounter with the world, achieved notable results. Aside from Rong, the support soul master who lacked offensive capabilities, the others emerged victorious. Oscar, however, had fortuitously encountered an opponent who had just broken through to the soul sovereign level, and fortuitously, this adversary was a beast spirit master akin to Daimyo Bai, specializing in close combat. Their victory was hard-won. The initial pride displayed by the group faded as they noticed Gu Yi's less than satisfied demeanor, prompting them to retract their smiles. It was time to return. Gu Yi strode directly towards the outside. The others remained utterly oblivious to what was troubling Gu Yi in their eyes. This achievement was already commendable. Upon returning to the academy, what do you envision the battles among soul masters to be like? Without awaiting their response, Gu Yi posed and answered his own question. You unleash a soul skill, and I shall release a soul skill in turn. Let us see whose level is higher and whose soul skill is more formidable, shall we? Zhu Zhuqing and the others exchanged glances, pondering whether this was indeed the proper course of action. The customs of the spirit master realm have been established for centuries in this manner. Yet, one aspect eluded his understanding. Why must one declare their name and martial spirit before the battle commences? Shouldn't these details remain shrouded in secrecy? It feels akin to baring oneself for all to see, with little distinction. If this is deemed a gesture of respect between combatants, then to conceive such a noble custom in this world seems rather perplexing. Returning to the main point, what confounded Gu Yi the most was the utter lack of innovation in soul skills. Zhu Zhuqing, your issue is the most pressing. Gu Yi mercilessly called out Zhu Zhuqing, who had performed the worst today. Come, attack me. Gu Yi could hardly comprehend why they were so obstinate. Perhaps it was related to an environment where individuals could create life as early as their teenage years, or even as children. After all, their bodies had not yet fully matured in various aspects. Zhu Zhuqing wasted no time and immediately initiated her first soul skill, the abyssal stabbing. Gu Yi stood still, an invisible barrier standing before her. The speed is commendable, but where is your adaptability? Gu Yi extended a finger and playfully tapped the snow-white forehead of Zhu Zhuqing. The force was gentle, yet sufficient to elicit a twinge of discomfort. For a soul master, the most vital elements are the martial soul, soul power, and soul rings. However, it is the various soul skills bestowed by the soul rings that truly require our understanding and comprehension, rather than a mindless application. Gu Yi swiftly maneuvered behind Zhu Zhuqing, delivering a powerful strike to her back. The remarkable aspect of agility-type soul masters lies not solely in their speed, but in their exceptional ability to control it at will. After receiving a blow, Zhu Zhuqing staggered a few steps, contemplating Gu Yi's teachings as she once again invoked her first spirit ring. However, the refinement of spirit abilities is not a simple endeavor. Zhu Zhuqing found herself utterly unable to control the speed conferred by her first spirit ring, leading her to dash in an unintended direction. In Chapter 62, Gu Yi meticulously addressed the concerns of the remaining individuals. It seems that the intellect of geniuses often operates on a different axis compared to that of ordinary people. Subsequently, he intended to lead the Shrek Academy to Heaven Do City. Although Shrek Academy is a legitimate institution, it lacks the qualification to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. As its reputation remains obscure, such a grand event is beyond their reach. For his plans to progress, participation in this tournament is imperative. Before him lay 3 options. The first was to have Douluo act as a recommender, allowing them to enter the competition under the auspices of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. The second option mirrored the original narrative, where Lu Erlong's academy would be seized and renamed Shrek Academy. The third choice was to obtain qualifications for Shrek Academy to compete directly. Ultimately, Gu Yi would lean towards the third option. Even if the first option led to a championship title, the notoriety would belong to the Heaven Do Royal Academy, not to him. It was not that he coveted fame. Rather, he yearned to disseminate his teachings across the world. The second option was equally unappealing. Lu Erlong had sacrificed her own academy, renaming it Shrek Academy and relinquishing her position as its head, largely due to her connection with Flander and Yu Xiaojiang. Such a scenario would complicate matters beyond simplicity. Moreover, he believed that securing a competition qualification through his own merits would be quite manageable. After all, it was merely a matter of obtaining a qualification for an advanced Soul Master Academy, a task Flander could accomplish, albeit with some inconvenience. Now, with Flander possessing the strength of a Soul Douluo, even if he did not intervene, it would likely be effortless for him to secure the necessary qualification. Surely, with the prowess of a Soul Douluo, reaching this milestone would be rather straightforward. Furthermore, Gu Yi trusted that Flander would not refuse, especially since there was a woman in Heaven-Do City whom he cherished deeply, an unattainable longing that had been suppressed for over a decade. Indeed, the entire Douluo continent is steeped in tragedy. No individual's fate is favorable. Bibi Dong, initially driven by romantic ideals, found herself tainted by her master in pursuit of love. Ultimately forced to bear a child. Later, she was chosen as the heir by the Rakshasa god, a being wielding sinister powers. It is doubtful that even an ordinary person could master such malevolence, let alone Bibi Dong, a woman who had long since veered towards extremity. Tragedy, it seems, was her destined path. Gui swiftly approached Flander, recognizing that such matters necessitated the intervention of the dean. After all, he was merely a junior vice dean. To Tian-Do City? Indeed, with our current capabilities, we could undoubtedly establish ourselves as a prestigious Soul Master Academy. However, it is imperative for you, the dean, to procure the necessary documentation in Tian-Do City. The establishment of a Soul Master Academy is not a venture that just anyone can undertake. Given the profound significance of Soul Masters to the Heavenly Do Empire, particularly the high-ranking ones, naturally, not every institution can ascend to the status of a high-level Soul Master Academy. What is it that you truly wish to achieve? Flander found himself increasingly perplexed by Gu Yi's intentions. Not only had he forged connections with the poisoned Douluo, but his abilities were also formidable enough to rival those of titled Douluo. Every few months, he engaged in correspondence with various individuals, and occasionally vanished from the academy for days at a time, leaving no trace of his whereabouts during those intervals. Flander refrained from inquiring further. It was clear that his aim was to elevate Shrek Academy into a legend. Gu Yi understood that the aspirations of Flander, both a mentor and a father figure, were to elevate Shrek Academy to the status of a prestigious institution. This is why he had set such stringent requirements. Moreover, Director, do you not wish to meet that individual? Flander felt a deep melancholy. Even if he were to meet them, what purpose would it serve? Ultimately, he believed he had no chance. Among the three, someone would inevitably be left behind. Nevertheless, Gu Yi's words held truth. It was indeed time to reconnect with Long Mei. Although he had not visited Tian-Do City in many years, he remained somewhat informed about her. Now that Xiao Gang had also returned, it was imperative that Long Mei no longer languish in the academy like a sorrowful recluse. With a heavy heart, Flander closed his eyes and made this difficult decision. For the sake of Lu Erlong's well-being, he was willing to sacrifice anything. Director, some matters are within your control. Do not engage in actions that you might regret for a lifetime. Gui truly wishes that Flandra would not present herself in such a manner. Moreover, does Yu Xiaojiang truly possess the qualifications to reclaim Lu Erlong? It is perplexing how a coward who publicly flees from marriage can be so captivating. Gu Yi finds himself utterly perplexed. Could it be that this world is filled with brutes, devoid of any learned individuals? Is that the reason why two women remain infatuated with Yu Xiaojiang? At the very least, he has yet to perceive any remarkable qualities in Yu Xiaojiang. Flanders paused momentarily in his stride towards the outside, exhibiting no particular reaction, before continuing his journey, his demeanor appearing rather forlorn. Will he regret this for a lifetime? How much longer can he afford to harbor such regrets? Flanders is acutely aware of his own talents, even with Gu Yi's techniques as assistants. Achieving the rank of title Douluo remains a distant dream. Gu Yi gazed at the principal who had departed the academy, feeling a mixture of disappointment and frustration. The bonds of brotherhood constrained his thoughts. In this world, misfortunes abound, with 8 or 9 out of 10 matters not aligning with one's desires. Yet, one can only express a fraction of this dissatisfaction. At times, one silently endures and contemplates the pain in solitude. Gu Yi discreetly journeyed to a secluded mountain village several hundred miles from Soto City. Utilizing his remarkable flying abilities, he descended gracefully into a spacious clearing at the heart of the village. His arrival swiftly captured the villagers' attention, and word spread rapidly. One person relayed the news to another, until soon the entire village had gathered in the clearing. Benefactor declared the village's most esteemed elder, stepping forth. His hair was completely white, and his face and hands were adorned with age spots, yet he did not lean on a cane. He immediately intended to kneel before Gui. Elder Lin, your actions would surely shorten my lifespan. Gui hastily stepped forward to support old Lin, preventing him from kneeling down. The old man, in his confusion, exclaimed, "Where are the young ladies? They have yet to come and pay their respects to our benefactor." He turned around and, with a voice full of vigor, called out to the villagers behind him, who were either women or children, "Come forth and acknowledge our benefactor." In unison, the villagers encircled the open space, forming a grand circle, and, as if rehearsed, knelt down before Gui. Gui felt a sense of helplessness, having repeated herself countless times, yet these individuals remained unchanged. Benefactor, these sentiments arise from the depths of our hearts. We, the Lin family village, are unable to repay your kindness. With tears glistening in his eyes, old Lin gazed at Gui, recognizing that this person, akin to a celestial being, had not only rescued them but also endowed them with the strength to protect themselves. Chapter 63. 5 years of change as time as will turned. Everything returned to 5 years prior. A contemptible and treacherous group of aristocrats, adorned in extravagant garments unseen in their lifetime, returned with raucous laughter. They viciously seized every able-bodied young man in the village, mercilessly searching each household for strikingly beautiful women, leaving them in dread of when it might be their turn. A young girl, trembling, dared only to hide in the cellar, casting fearful glances at the entrance where not even a sliver of light could penetrate. Although she could see nothing, it felt as though invisible hands were reaching for her. Breathless, tears streamed down her cheeks, yet she stifled any sound. Even the cockroach she detested most dared to crawl upon her toes, prompting her to remain still. Outside, the intermittent cries for help and raucous laughter echoed, accompanied by the relentless pounding of hooves, providing this 6-year-old girl, who had yet to awaken her soul's power, with no semblance of security. The only memory she clung to was her parents' last words, to remain hidden until the silence returned outside. Thus, the little girl waited and waited. Time passed indeterminately, the screams and pleas outside transformed, and the sound of galloping hooves ceased. Only the echoes of supplication remained. When silence enveloped everything, the girl noticed a glimmer of light above her, an all too familiar brightness. A drop of liquid fell into the cellar. She was unaware of its nature, yet fear gripped her. Shivering, she could not muster a sound. Clad in blood-stained garments and wielding a dripping sword, Gui regarded the trembling girl in the cellar, her heart stirred. She turned and departed from the cellar's entrance. The girl hesitated, glancing at the light, but quickly withdrew, fearful of attracting the stranger's attention. Before long, she sensed that the vast light was obscured, and this shift intensified her trembling. Gui reappeared, now donned in pristine white attire, having set down her bloodied sword and subdued the overwhelming aura of bloodlust. Softening her demeanor, she descended the ladder and, with the gentlest voice she could muster, reassured. "It's all right, it's all right. The bad men have been vanquished by the big brother." Gui's gentle voice appeared to unlock her tender heart. As she gradually lifted her head, her pair of untainted eyes seemed capable of reflecting all the evils of the world, yet they were filled with fear and trepidation. "Come. Let your elder brother take you up." Gui extended his hands but did not take the initiative to embrace her. At this moment, the little girl's heart was fragile. Any superfluous gesture could cast a more profound psychological shadow upon her. She gazed at Gui, hesitatingly reaching out to wrap her arms around the neck of this older brother, as if she had found her pillar of support. She held on tightly, with a firm grip. The older brother, named Gui, inquired, "What is your name?" Gui endeavored to engage with her, urging her to disregard the haunting memories of that time. Lin Qing's tender voice resonated in his ears. As they emerged from the cellar, Gui kindly covered Lin Qing's eyes. At her tender age, she ought not to witness such horrors. Exiting the house that harbored a lifeless body, they stepped into the village, where the sounds of the outside world gradually faded away, prompting the villagers to cautiously venture out. Among them were both the elderly and the young, yet the young adults were conspicuously few, with the majority being women. However, the villagers bore gaunt visages, their faces devoid of any semblance of color. Even commoners should not endure such wretchedness. Along the village path lay dozens of corpses, ranging from elegantly attired noble youths to armored soldiers, and even to commoners clad in coarse linen. Blood pooled abundantly, staining the earth a vivid crimson, an eye-watering scarlet hue. Gu Yi, in her pristine white attire, appeared utterly out of place amidst the grim scene. Yet the little girl she cradled seemed to be the very thread that connected her to this reality. Lin Qing reminisced about the past. It was a day that marked a pivotal shift in her fate, a day steeped in profound sorrow. The visage of the divine descending from the heavens would forever be etched in her memory. Returning to the present, she urged, "Rise, everyone, rise." Slowly, the villagers of Lin family village began to stand. "Qinger, come here, all of you." Gu Yi summoned a group of children to her side, while the others, understanding that Gu Yi had matters to attend to, departed without any concern for their children's well-being. The 7 children encircling Gu Yi inquired about their recent progress in cultivation. Gu Yi gazed upon several individuals, recognizing them as his true disciples. Their bond transcended the mere teacher-student relationship often found in academic institutions. It was a lifelong connection. "Master, I am nearing the 19th level," Lin Qing was the first to declare, his eyes brimming with admiration and aspiration towards Gu Yi. Splendid. Keep up the good work." Gu Yi gently tousled Lin Qing's hair, offering words of encouragement. The other 6 eagerly shared their progress with Gu Yi, chattering animatedly. Among them, Lin Qing stood out as the most accomplished, having remarkably ascended from nothing to reach level 19 in just 5 years. This pace of advancement is indeed extraordinary. In truth, he had never harbored any concerns regarding the cultivation of the 7. These children were survivors of that massacre, and having endured such a calamity, they placed immense value on strength. "Go and enjoy yourselves," Gu Yi said as the 6 bid him farewell and departed, heading off to assist the villagers with their agricultural tasks. Over the years, although Gu Yi has not spent an extensive time in Linjia village, he has never relaxed his educational efforts towards a few individuals. Not only has he recounted certain classics from his past life to them, but he also emphasizes that while strength is significant, it is not the sole criterion for assessing matters. Strength merely serves as a fundamental means. It exists to prevent adversaries from overpowering you with words and resorting to violence. The remaining individual is naturally Lin Qing, whom Gu Yi rescued himself. "Qing, do you have any further matters to discuss?" Gu Yi squatted before Lin Qing, gazing at her with a hint of compassion. That day, he had arrived a tad too late, failing to save her parents. "Master, I yearn to grow stronger." Lin Qing expressed her dissatisfaction with her current pace of cultivation, understanding that to seek vengeance, she must possess greater strength. Gu Yi's reluctance is not born from unwillingness, but rather from the understanding that Lin Qing is currently laying the groundwork for her future endeavors. To hasten her progress excessively would be detrimental to her subsequent cultivation. Having already advanced significantly, surpassing Lin Bao and the others by more than a level, what more could one desire? Moreover, I have previously mentioned that your martial spirit is fundamentally weak. Without enhancement, it will impose considerable limitations in the future. Lin Qing gazed at Gu Yi with a sense of frustration, her large eyes reflecting the same yearning they held 5 years ago. "Very well. When you reach the 20th level in your training, I shall take you to enhance your martial spirit." What Gu Yi finds most unbearable is Lin Qing's gaze, which invariably stirs a tremor within her heart. It is as if, through the passage of time, she can perceive that pitiful and helpless little girl in the cellar. Chapter 64, Revelation. As Gu Yi traversed the village, a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. The most profound transformation he had wrought upon this world was not the acquisition of formidable power, nor the metamorphosis of the Shrek Academy into a respectable institution, nor even the creation of various martial arts. Rather, it was his ability to ensure that those who deserved to live continued to thrive, while those who were meant to perish met their fate. From time to time, the villagers, upon catching sight of him, would instinctively pause in their tracks. Though this place was not his homeland, it evoked a sense of familiarity long forgotten. The golden rice fields and the joy of harvest illuminated the faces of all, affirming to Gu Yi that his endeavors were indeed righteous. It had been an eternity since he had felt this emotion known as hope. Before his departure, Gu Yi ventured to an area abundant with blue-silver grass. Here, the grass thrived remarkably, and when the wind blew, it transformed into a vast azure sea. Seated amidst it was a girl clad in simple linen garments, none other than Lin Qing. After their encounter, she had returned to this spot. A desperate need for strength coursed through her. A delicate essence of the flora was absorbed into her body, specifically into the soul mark located in her right hand, thereby fortifying her martial spirit. Gu Yi made no effort to disturb her. Instead, He stood silently to one side for a while before ascending into the sky. He did not wish to intervene excessively in the affairs unfolding here. Periodically, he would return to observe, to immerse himself in the atmosphere and to check on his 7 disciples. However, the thought of the malevolence concealed within the city of Tian-Do filled him with revulsion. Indeed, one must not indulge excessively, for such gluttony can lead one to commit acts more despicable than those of beasts. Gui had never anticipated that human nature could be so grotesque. Perhaps in the eyes of those nobles, they regarded themselves as human, while the villagers of Linjia and other common folk were mere ants, easily crushed without a second thought, as if their demise would tarnish the purity of their shoes. Before returning to the academy, Gui reined in his somewhat ferocious aura, channeling it into the demonic seed. This individual once again became as calm as a tranquil lake, embodying righteousness. The bloody deeds seemed as if they had never touched his hands. Gui felt somewhat perplexed. During this period, he distinctly sensed that Yu Xiaojiang's nourishment of the demon seeds had noticeably slowed. Although he was unaware of the reasons behind this change, he did not dwell on it too much. Upon returning to the academy, Gui resumed his days of instructing students. With his guidance, there were finally glimpses of transformation. Combat is indeed an art form. Before long, Gui discovered that Flander had returned with someone, a strikingly beautiful woman who appeared to be in her 30s. Clad in a simple azure dress, her stunning allure was not overshadowed. Rather, it was accentuated by her somewhat pallid complexion and the sorrow reflected in her eyes, lending her a kind of withered beauty. She was eager to discover the identity of this woman. Lu Erlong, the harbinger of death in the Golden Iron Triangle, the illegitimate daughter of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, had already attained the formidable level of Soul Saint. Where are Flinder and Xiaojiang? Lu Erlong's urgency was palpable, as if she could not bear the thought of never seeing Yu Xiaojing again. For this moment, she had waited 20 long years and had endured so much. Observing her fervent demeanor, Flinder had buried the last vestiges of hope deep within his heart. He realized that the opportunity had slipped away. Sister, he mused, finding the term rather fitting. Flinder was uncertain whether bringing Lu Erlong here was a wise decision. Perhaps Xiaojiang had yet to come to terms with facing his dear cousin. This uncertainty weighed heavily on Flinder, as he too was at a loss. Bloodlines, after all, are far more profound than martial souls. While martial souls may undergo mutations, bloodlines remain immutable, predetermined from the moment of conception, or rather, from the instant of gestation within the womb. He must be in his room. Flinder indicated a direction, and Lu Erlong could no longer contain the fluttering excitement in her heart, dashing towards it. Flinder shook his head. After all these years, she still possessed that fiery spirit, despite approaching 50. However, compared to 20 years ago, both he and Yu Xiaojiang had aged considerably, while Lu Erlong, aside from her ripe and alluring maturity akin to a succulent peach, showed no signs of aging whatsoever. She remained as captivating as ever. Dean, let us see if your decision was indeed the right one. Gui harbored a deep-seated frustration towards Flander, lamenting the passage of 2 decades during which he had failed to win her heart, instead burying his feelings deep within. Even after discovering the blood ties between Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang, he acted as if he had never harbored any affection for her. Flander nodded in agreement and followed suit, ready to intervene should any complications arise. Upon their arrival, they were met with a poignant scene. Lu Erlong sat despondently at the threshold, tears welling in her eyes as she weakly pressed her hand against the door, as if to bridge the chasm between them. Flander was instantly incensed. No matter the choices made, the years of avoidance had culminated in this moment. To keep her at bay now felt excessively harsh. In a fit of fury, Flander unleashed his soul power, shattering the solitary dwelling without a second thought for its structure. At that moment, his heart was consumed not by concern for the house, but by compassion for Lu Erlong and indignation towards Yu Xiaojiang. As the eldest among the trio, he wished to shield them all from harm. In an instant, dust swirled around them, accompanied by the fluttering of sheets of paper that descended to the ground. Glancing casually, Gui's pupils constricted as she grasped one of the papers, and indeed, it was. Gui cast a fleeting glance at Flander, choosing not to unleash his ire immediately. There would be ample time for reckoning once this matter was resolved. Lu Erlong, however, dashed into the swirling dust. For Yu Xiaojiang was not a formidable soul master like them. As the dust settled, 2 figures stood facing each other. One extended a hand, suspended in midair, while the other took a cautious step back, slightly tilting away to evade Lu Erlong's grasp. Can you not let go yet, Xiaojiang? Flander approached the two, aware that this situation required clarity. After all, it had lingered for 20 long years. Yu Xiaojiang remained silent, uncertain of how to release his burdens. Bound as they were by blood, Flander understood his turmoil, yet since they had finally met, resolution was inevitable. Had it not been for the interference of the Jade Crown, Lu Erlong would not have allowed Yu Xiaojiang to escape back then. Now, Lu Erlong's strength surpassed that of the past, while Yu Xiaojiang had not changed significantly, making escape impossible. Moreover, with Tang San as his disciple, there was even less chance of fleeing. Erlong, did you not mention integrating the Blue Tyrant Academy with Shrek? Allow me to introduce you to the vice president of the academy, Flander said with a smile, gesturing towards Gui. Lu Erlong's gaze finally landed on Gui, having previously been solely focused on finding Xiaojiang, completely overlooking his presence, or perhaps deliberately ignoring it. At that moment, others from the academy arrived, witnessing the four amidst the ruins. Flander, are you all right? Zhao Wujia was the first to inquire, their bond having deepened over the years. What could possibly happen to me? Now that everyone is here, let me introduce you, Flander replied. However, Gui interjected when Flander was about to introduce Lu Erlong. Dean, since your matters have reached a temporary conclusion, it is time to address my own affairs. Gui stepped forward, his expression devoid of warmth. Chapter 65. Unwavering Determination at Shrek Academy. Everyone turned their gaze toward Gui, puzzled as to why he would interrupt Flinder's speech at such a moment. After all, it was well known that Gui held great respect for Flinder and had seldom disagreed with him. What could have prompted him to voice a contradiction now? Flinder, taken aback by the coldness in Gui's gaze, sensed that a serious issue was at hand. Furthermore, as the vice president of the academy, Gui could not afford to undermine Flinder's authority at this juncture. You rascal, if you have something to say, then speak up, Flinder urged. Gui nodded thoughtfully. I believe I have mentioned that one should not casually impart the learned martial arts secrets to others. There are always those who prefer to treat such wisdom as mere background noise, aren't there? A powerful force manifested in Gui's hand, directed towards Tang San. Tang San immediately felt an overwhelming pull, one that even the most formidable techniques of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, or the Xiantian skill at its zenith, could not withstand. Tang San, I trust you comprehend the implications of my words. Extracted from the throng, Tang San caught the paper that Gui tossed to him. Possessing the purple extreme magic eyes, he discerned at a glance that it contained a portion of the contents from the wood control technique. The scattered papers on the ground were likely all related to this. Tang San had initially assumed that his teacher would not practice this particular martial art, given the absence of a compatible martial soul. Furthermore, with the existence of soul-guided devices, one could conduct clandestine research without engaging in actual practice, thus minimizing complications. Flinder's shattering of the building came as a complete surprise to everyone. No one could foresee what the future held, just as now. No one knew how Gui would treat Flinder's close associate, Yu Xiaojiang. This situation was distinct from the last. Ning Rongrong had merely surreptitiously learned the introductory techniques, which were not particularly secretive. However, the calm heart technique and the wood control technique were entirely different matters. Flinder, being astute, quickly assessed the current predicament. His dear friend's nature had reared its head again. Upon encountering knowledge, he felt compelled to investigate. While there had been no issue when he previously imparted the pure element technique, Gui was now bestowing upon Tang San and the others a private martial art. Even as the academy's dean, Flinder lacked the authority to clandestinely learn these techniques without Gui's consent. Young rascal, we shall discuss this matter later. For now, let us first welcome Dean Lu Erlong as she merges the Blue Tyrant Academy with Shrek in this ceremony. Flinder endeavored to postpone the issue, fully aware of its gravity. Yet, as Yu Xiaojiang was his brother, he could not simply disregard him. Previously, Ning Rongrong had faced severe repercussions for merely pilfering the enrollment techniques of Shrek Academy. Now, if he were to surreptitiously learn private techniques, the consequences would surely be far more dire. Under different circumstances, Gui might have entertained Flinder's words, but at this juncture, there was no room for negotiation. Dean, without rules, there can be no order. Gui did not let Yu Xiaojiang off the hook temporarily due to Flinder's words. This matter had already crossed his bottom line. Dean, take a good look at the actions of your dear brother. Gui was enveloped in a surge of vibrant soul power, drawing together all the papers scattered upon the ground. When Flinder took a glance, he was astounded. He swiftly perused the documents in his possession, discovering that their contents were entirely derived from Gui's meridian theory, and yet he attributed all of it to himself. Flander could scarcely believe that Yu Xiaojing would resort to such actions. Was this not akin to theft? Casting a disapproving glance at Yu Xiaojing, who he felt a mix of disappointment and concern for, he ultimately decided to shield him from any repercussions. After all, he was his sworn brother and also the object of affection for ere long, thus Flander could not allow him to face any consequences. "You rascal, for my sake. Let this matter rest," he declared, his tone heavy, while the papers in his hand disintegrated into powder under the weight of his soul power. He had seen enough of the contents. He never anticipated that Flander would go to such lengths, even resorting to the destruction of evidence. "What if I refuse?" Gu Yi's demeanor remained unfriendly. Had it merely been an issue of technique, he might have spared Yu Xiaojing out of respect for Flanders. However, Yu Xiaojing's intention to unveil the theories of meridians in the pure Yuan Gong for the sake of his master's reputation was an affront that unequivocally crossed a line. The system of meridians was not yet ripe for introduction, at least not at this moment. A wholly new path, unencumbered by innate soul power or martial spirits, would be infinitely more enticing to the denizens of this world than the allure of 100,000-year soul rings. In due course, it would inevitably lead to a monopolization of power, perhaps even more severe than before, leaving the common people devoid of opportunities for advancement. Ensconced in a world dominated by the nobility, were it not for his lingering consideration for Flanders, he would have already struck Yu Xiaojing down without hesitation. "At present, I remain the dean of Shrek Academy," Flanders asserted with a tone of gravity. Lu Erlong discerned the underlying tension. It seemed this young man intended to provoke Xiaojing. How audacious, to challenge the man I have chosen, especially during our long-awaited reunion after 2 decades. Such a pivotal occasion should not be sullied by mischief. "Does he think the killing peak is merely a fade?" Lu Erlong directly inquired. "Flanders, your subordinate demonstrates a remarkable lack of discernment. He must be taught a lesson." A fierce desire for battle flickered across her stunning features. Anyone wishing ill upon Xiaojing would find themselves consumed by her fiery wrath. The explosive aura of her soul power shimmered ominously. Over the years, she had taken many lives, particularly during the initial period following Yu Xiaojing's departure, when she had ruthlessly slaughtered entire regions of soul beasts, even executing those whose crimes did not warrant death in her eyes. Lu Erlong had never been a woman of kindness, or rather, her kindness was reserved for but a select few. Gu Yi undoubtedly ignited her fury. However, Flanders secretly lamented the situation, not out of concern for Gu Yi, but rather for Lu Erlong. After the recent battle with Chen Xin, he realized that the child he had taken in had grown to a height that even he needed to look up to. "Erlong, do not act impulsively," Flander interjected. Yu Xiaojing, equally aware of Gu Yi's formidable strength, understood deeply that confronting her was futile. "Erlong, step aside. This is my fault. I was so engrossed in acquiring knowledge for the betterment of the world that I neglected to seek the opinions of others." Yu Xiaojing grasped Lu Erlong's arm, his gaze penetrating as he looked ahead, embodying the righteousness of a sage, asserting that his actions were not for his own benefit, but for all soul masters. Lu Erlong had admired Yu Xiaojing for this very trait. Now, her face was filled with adoration and reverence, verging on infatuation. "Do not worry, Xiaojing. With me and old Flander here, no one can harm you," Lu Erlong declared, her eyes resolute and even hinting at a trace of menace. "In the realm of soul masters, strength reigns supreme. If one was weak, one had to endure. If one was strong, one could act with impunity." Chapter 66. The fusion of martial spirits. No one anticipated that events would unfold so swiftly, catching everyone off guard. Now, apart from Gui, Flander, and Yu Xiaojing, who understood the contents of the paper, the rest were utterly bewildered. Even Tang San, who had glimpsed a page, only knew that it detailed the grass and wood formula, leaving the rest shrouded in mystery. Gui gazed at the menacing Lu Erlong with a smile, truly embodying a sense of dominance. It appeared that her cultivation as a soul sage had instilled in her an unwarranted confidence. However, this woman seemed to be utterly consumed by matters of the heart, her thoughts clouded by love, as she pursued a coward she had evaded for 2 decades. Nevertheless, it seemed she had misjudged her target. Even if Xiaogang had taken something from her, it was for the greater good of all soul masters. For the sake of old Master Fu, perhaps it would be best to let this matter rest. As Lu Erlong spoke, a phantom of a fire dragon emerged behind her, encircled by 7 soul rings that swirled around her, showcasing her formidable strength. After all, this was old Master Fu's territory, and as the vice president, to kill so easily would be rather disrespectful to him. Was this a threat? Gui was indeed curious to discern the extent of Lu Erlong's intentions, as this would ultimately dictate the force with which he would intervene. It was a matter of choice. Lu Erlong regarded Gui with a non-committal expression. Had they been in the wilderness, Gui would have already succumbed to the ground. Is that so? I believe that threatening someone yields the most effective results. Among those present, only Flander could barely comprehend Gui's actions, while the others merely witnessed the moment Gui's words fell, as one individual hung suspended in midair. Gui. Flander had never anticipated the situation would escalate so rapidly, reaching the point of physical confrontation. Observing Lu Erlong, who was being throttled by Gui, he exclaimed urgently. The others gazed in astonishment at the seemingly calm Gui, who was nonetheless gripping another's throat, as if brutality and gentleness had merged into one. Dean, you must understand that this matter cannot be resolved amicably. Gui confronted Flander directly, one hand effortlessly suppressing Lu Erlong, rendering her unable to even channel her soul energy. Apart from her formidable physique, she bore no distinction from an ordinary woman. Release Erlong, Gui commanded. Flander, however, remained silent, instead adopting a vigilant stance as he regarded Gui. Gui felt a tinge of disappointment. Over the years, Flander had been a witness to his growth. While not entirely comprehending his aspirations, he possessed a degree of understanding. Naturally, he recognized the gravity of the situation, yet he still felt compelled to intervene. Guiru, with a dismissive flick akin to casting aside a cloth, carelessly tossed Lu Erlong to the ground, showing no regard for her femininity. Lu Erlong, a woman forged by the trials of life and death, swiftly regained her footing after being thrown down and positioned herself firmly in front of Flander, shielding Yu Xiaojang behind her. Where on earth did you find this monster, Boss Flander? Its speed is utterly astonishing, Lu Erlong remarked, her gaze fixed warily on Guiru. The previous burst of speed had been so overwhelming that it felt as though a gust of wind had swept by, leaving her disoriented and out of control. Gui is undoubtedly stronger than anyone she has ever encountered. Gui, what do you intend to do? Flander inquired, as he was the only one whose words still held some weight in this situation. There remains a bond of affection and nurturing, erasing his memories of Shrek and rendering his martial soul useless. Gui ultimately intended to leave a sliver of hope. After so many years of affection, he was unwilling to sever ties with Flander entirely over a mere Yu Xiaojang. It was inconceivable. Such a notion was utterly dismissed by Lu Erlong. No one understood Xiaojang's yearning for strength better than she did. If his martial soul were to be rendered useless, all hope would be lost. Flander, despite his formidable prowess, was aware that the martial soul fusion technique could only ensure temporary invincibility. Standing behind them, Yu Xiaojang stepped forward, exuding confidence and revealing no fear as he slowly retrieved a medallion from his soul guide, adorned with 6 distinct symbols. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge about the Soul Master realm would recognize its significance. The Papal Order. I am an elder of the Spirit Hall. Should you dare to harm me, you will be opposing the entire Spirit Hall, he declared, brandishing the Papal Order with unwavering composure. He refused to believe that anyone would dare to challenge the authority of the Papal Hall. Witnessing this scene, Gui nearly burst into laughter, utterly perplexed by Xiaojang's audacity in presenting the Papal Order. Not only was he not affiliated with the Spirit Hall, but his strength, rivaling that of a titled Douluo, rendered the medallion's significance trivial. Moreover, this Papal Order had been bestowed upon him by Tang Hao. The absurdity of wielding a medallion from the individual responsible for the demise of the previous pope, who had actually perished due to Bibi Dong's devouring, was not lost on him. The Papal Order? Do you truly possess it? Gui extended his hand, attempting to draw the Pope's order from Yu Xiaojang with his formidable soul power. However, a surge of soul energy intervened, thwarting his attempt. Was it truly impossible to grant him another chance? Flander endeavored to prevent this escalating conflict. Yet the source of that soul energy was none other than Flander himself. It simply could not be. Gui was resolute. Previously, he had overlooked the situation, never anticipating that Yu Xiaojang would take such a step. Thus, he had not been on guard. Now, naturally, he needed to rectify the oversight. The Dean had entrusted the matter to you, and regardless of the decisions you make, I shall not interfere. Let him off this time. This is indeed a considerable concession, signifying that even if Shrek were to become a formidable academy in the future, it would no longer be under his influence. Dean, it appears you have never truly understood me. Gui shook his head in disappointment. The one who should understand him best was, in fact, the least comprehending. If he desired to become a principal, he could effortlessly establish an academy of his own, without the need to squander his time at Shrek Academy. What was his true intention? Was he attracted to its ruin, its lack of resources, or perhaps its utter emptiness? Indeed, even after such a despicable act by Yu Xiaojiang, Flinder would still choose his virtuous disciple over him, the child he had taken in. Regardless of the circumstances, Xiaojiang must not come to harm. Flinder stood resolutely before Yu Xiaojiang. Their ability to execute the martial soul fusion technique signified the depth of their bond, a connection not easily shaken. Since they had yet to reach the final juncture, Flinder was reluctant to tarnish the affection he had shared with Gu Yi over the years. 15 years of companionship had cultivated a profound relationship. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie, standing aside, hesitated. Were Gu Yi to target Flinder, he might intervene. Yet, it was clear that was not the case. The act of clandestinely learning secret techniques was indeed a disgrace within the realm of soul masters. Dean, you must understand. You cannot impede me. Gu Yi remains deeply affected by the nurturing affection of Flinder, and even now, he exercises restraint. As the sun and moon shine brightly, golden transformations occur. Flinder recites a mantra, and a beam of golden light soars into the heavens, simultaneously enveloping his feet. Lu Erlong is also filled with exhilaration, feeling once again the sensations of 2 decades past. Soon, a formidable pressure emanates from Yu Xiaojiang. In Chapter 67, Illumination in Battle, a colossal dragon adorned with golden scales, exuding an astonishing aura, materializes before the Shrek members. No one anticipated that Yu Xiaojiang, whose soul power was even inferior to theirs, would collaborate with the Dean and this woman, Lu Erlong, to summon such a magnificent creature. The aura surrounding the dragon instills a sense of submission within them. At that moment, the trio finds themselves encircled by a vast triangular beam of light, while Luo Sanpao, now fully transformed into a golden dragon, fixates his dragon eyes upon Gu Yi. Yu Xiaojiang has assessed that Flinder has ascended to the level of Soul Douluo, while Lu Erlong, though slightly behind, has attained the rank of Soul Sage. Coupled with the wealth of knowledge he has amassed over the years, and the mental fortitude gained from years of cultivating demonic arts, he finds it increasingly effortless to control the integrated Luo Sanpao. Although Gu Yi's previous battle with Chen Xin was quite remarkable, he had also made an assessment. That single strike represented Gu Yi's utmost limit, possessing the strength to contend with a title de law in a single blow. In this light, the threat posed by Gu Yi is, in fact, not particularly significant. Yu Xiaojiang is confident that he can repel Gu Yi. However, Gu Yi displayed not the slightest hint of fear, even though Flinder had made some progress over the years, elevating from a Soul Sage to an 82-ranked Soul Douluo. Yet, his foundation remained exceedingly weak, particularly with the presence of Yu Xiaojiang, who was a considerable hindrance. With their current martial soul fusion technique, they could merely ensure their survival in the presence of a title de law. As for any further aspirations, they were to be dismissed. Unless, of course, Yu Xiaojiang's cultivation were to experience a similar enhancement. Yet, considering his intellect, without the aid of divine herbs, a rank of 29 would be the pinnacle of his existence. Gu Yi likewise summoned his martial spirit, with 5 soul rings swirling around him. The first and fourth soul abilities illuminated in succession. A substantial amount of the world's vital energy began to converge towards him. Yu Xiaojiang, having witnessed that fierce battle, was acutely aware that Gu Yi possessed the ability to amplify his power to a level comparable to that of a title de law, all reliant on this singular technique. Otherwise, he would merely be an ordinary soul king. With a flicker of thought, Yu Xiaojiang transformed into the golden sacred dragon, while Luo San, fearing no repercussions, unleashed a bolt of golden lightning aimed directly at Gu Yi, who was in the midst of gathering the vital energies of heaven and earth. The might of this attack was formidable, a challenge that even soul masters of the Soul Douluo rank would find difficult to withstand. Gu Yi had already undergone a transformation. During the previous 7 days, he was not merely idling away his time. As his mastery of the 4th soul skill became increasingly refined, the speed at which he could harness the primordial energies of heaven and earth had improved dramatically. In just a few breaths, his body became suffused with these vital energies, entering a perpetual state of renewal with each inhalation, as the essence of the universe flowed into him. Gu Yi directly harnessed the true essence of Tai Chi to seize control of the golden lightning, sensing its nature before extinguishing it with formidable cosmic energy. Such a method once again, Yu Xiaojiang, relying on Luo Sanpao's perspective, witnessed Gu Yi's miraculous technique and still found it somewhat unbelievable. This approach had long surpassed the confines of his mind, which had been shackled for so long. Tang San perceived a resemblance between Gu Yi's technique and the art of controlling cranes and subduing dragons, both employing force to dissolve power. Yet, it was evident that Gu Yi's mastery was now far superior and more potent. Gu Yi stood in opposition to the golden sacred dragon. Yet he appeared remarkably insignificant in the vastness of the sky. Observing Flandre below, eyes tightly shut as he channeled soul power to the golden sacred dragon, Gu Yi conceived a new strategy. Having spent the previous 7 days meticulously unraveling the essence of the world's energy and mastering a few intriguing techniques, he found them perfectly suited for countering Yu Xiaojiang. The only question that remained was which soul beast would be most appropriate for this endeavor. Perhaps he should employ it. Gu Yi gathered a vast amount of the world's primal energy around him, and to the astonishment of all present, this energy coalesced into the form of a white tiger. It bore a striking resemblance to Dai Mubai's martial spirit, with the character for king distinctly visible on its forehead, though the remaining details appeared rather crude. Moreover, this white tiger lacked any semblance of spirit, resembling an inanimate object. Even in its formed state, it was merely a conglomeration of energy. Could it be that Gu possessed a dual martial spirit? Oscar realized that the scene before him could not possibly be a manifestation of a martial spirit. Yet he found it utterly astonishing. Was this technique truly the martial path that Gu had often spoken of? At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang's perceptive abilities had significantly heightened, allowing him to comprehend the situation more clearly than others. This was nothing more than a mere aggregation of energy. Even the attack it might unleash would not be sufficient to breach the Golden Saint Dragon. Gu Yi commanded the majestic white tiger, fully aware of the deficiencies that lay within himself. The aura of divinity, characteristic of the king of beasts, was something he possessed in abundance. His third soul ability was derived from a bloodthirsty tiger, a ferocious sovereign among all creatures. Gu Yi directly simulated the state and aura of the blood tiger with his mental prowess. In an instant, everyone felt a chilling sensation in their limbs, rendered immobile under an overwhelming pressure, with only a few teachers retaining the ability to move freely. Even Tang San, born a killer in his previous life, was similarly affected. The murderous intent and authority emanated from the colossal white tiger in the sky, as if it were the true king of all beasts, exuding a majestic and fearsome presence. Although Dai Mubai struggled to breathe under the weight of the pressure, his gaze burned with fervor. How he wished to embody such commanding ferocity. His martial spirit, though a white tiger, paled in comparison to the white tiger conjured by Gu Yi, as if Gu Yi were the genuine possessor of the white tiger martial spirit. In that case, it would be fair. Gu Yi was employing this ability for the first time, and it seemed to yield commendable results, prompting a satisfied nod. However, at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing sensed an unusual shift. Yu Xiaojiang, witnessing this scene firsthand, found it utterly astonishing. The theoretical knowledge he had amassed over more than 50 years appeared to be collapsing entirely in that instant. He had heard of Gu Yi's matters from Flanders and understood how he had transformed from a frail soul weapon bearer into the formidable figure he is today. Go forth, my pet. Gu Yi seemed to have liberated himself from some form of constraint, exclaiming in a remarkably juvenile manner. At that moment, the tense atmosphere appeared to ease somewhat. In truth, he had long been unaware that he had been suppressing himself, bound and restrained. Many endeavors remained unattempted. Or perhaps he had recognized them yet deliberately chose to disregard them. Over the years, while it seemed that much had changed, in essence, nothing had truly transformed. Shrek, it seemed, may not be the right fit for him. The events of today served as the final straw that broke the camel's back. With this realization, Gu Yi experienced a profound shift in his demeanor. A surge of soul power coursed through him, propelling him to the pinnacle of the Soul King. Just a soul ring away from becoming a soul emperor. Indeed, his temperament still required refinement. Throughout the years, his realm had continually ascended, and his martial will had not lagged. Yet these were not the fundamental elements. The essence should have been his original intent. This, he found lacking within Shrek. Chapter 68. Resignation. The white tiger, exuding murderous intent and immense pressure, clashed with the golden sacred dragon, radiating a divine aura. The spectacle of these colossal beasts battling in the sky appeared to the villagers as a miraculous event. Such a scene is seldom witnessed in a lifetime. After a prolonged struggle, Gu Yi showed no sign of waning, which caused Yu Xiaojiang to feel a sense of urgency. Thunderous roars erupted, akin to booming cannon fire. Golden mist spewed from the tail of the golden sacred dragon, effectively blocking the white tiger's attempt to launch a further assault. Seizing this opportunity, it directed its attack towards Gu Yi himself. Yu Xiaojing understood deeply that continuing the entanglement would lead to his inevitable defeat. He had to strike decisively while he still possessed soul power. As a man well-versed in theoretical knowledge, he recognized this truth. How could Gu Yi be oblivious? The roar of the transformed golden sacred dragon grew increasingly powerful, its entire body enveloped in golden light that coalesced into another golden sacred dragon before him. This was his ultimate trump card, the true form of the sacred dragon. The might of this move was so formidable that it required the expenditure of all three of their soul powers. The golden sacred dragon, upon executing this move, diminished in size, becoming an entity that resembled neither a pig nor a dog, yet retained an endearing quality. The faces of the three were pale, but Yu Xiaojing gazed hopefully at the true form of the sacred dragon charging towards Gu Yi, this strike encapsulating all his hopes. Gu Yi, however, regarded it with utter disdain. Such an assault was at best only on par with that of an ordinary tidal Douluo. Gu Yi noticed that there was still no intention to take action. The smoke released by the golden holy dragon had momentarily trapped the white tiger. At this moment, the white tiger, having freed itself, directly confronted the true form of the holy dragon, letting out a deafening roar before charging towards it with fierce determination. Gu Yi has also elevated and fused his mental strength with the primordial energies of heaven and earth to the utmost limit he can control. However, he has yet to master the seamless integration of these two forces, and he remains uncertain whether he can withstand the true form of the sacred dragon. The dragon and tiger soon collided with each other, presenting a mesmerizing spectacle of a battle between the two. After merely a few breaths, the white tiger faltered first. Yet the diminished form of the sacred dragon continued to advance unwaveringly towards Gu Yi. It still fell short, however. Gu Yi could perceive that the amalgamation of the primal energy of heaven and earth with spiritual force had not reached a harmonious coexistence, which ultimately resulted in his inability to rival the true form of the holy dragon. Flander, his countenance pale, gazed up at Gu Yi, who stood alone against the golden holy dragon, and in anguish, he closed his eyes. His feelings for Gu Yi were profound, albeit overshadowed by those of Yu Xiaojing and Lu Erlong. Gu Yi quickly evaded. Oscar cried out, astonished that this contest had concluded with Gu Yi's defeat. The magnificent and formidable white tiger ultimately could not contend with the more divine golden holy dragon. The myth of invincibility seemed to shatter at that moment. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Gu Yi with concern, for this man had bestowed upon her so much, granting her the courage to persevere. Tang San, however, awaited something with anticipation. Gu Yi, however, did not flee or evade. Instead, he confronted the true form of the sacred dragon head-on. With his right hand firmly clenched, he harnessed the immense power of his soul, the elemental energy of the heavens and earth, and his own mental force, uniting these three energies. This punch was devoid of any intricate technique, merely a straightforward strike, yet its force was unleashed with a natural momentum. The tremendous power caused a vacuum explosion, compressing the air itself. Even before his fist made contact, the displaced air surged towards the sacred dragon. As his fist struck the true form of the sacred dragon, the once solid manifestation dissipated even more rapidly than the previous white tiger, transforming once again into golden flames. Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others exhaled in relief. Indeed, Gu Yi was the mightiest of them all. Gu Yi's hand generated an immense gravitational pull, drawing the golden flame directly into his being. After concealing this power within himself, Gu Yi gracefully descended to the ground. Gu Yi chose not to utter another word, instead gradually advancing towards Yu Xiaojing, clearly intent on not letting him escape. Flander, despite his weakness, stood resolutely in front of Yu Xiaojing alongside Lu Erlong, determined to prevent Gu Yi from passing before he succumbed. Yet, would Gu Yi dare to lay a hand on Flander? Gu Yi cast a fleeting glance at Flander, his body emanating a protective barrier of primordial energy, repelling Flander as he advanced. He did not extend such gentleness towards Lu Erlong. Those who fear conflict are but mediocrities. The consequences of the dean's provocations are evident. Simultaneously, Gu Yi summoned Lu Erlong from a distance. A powerful individual must not be dishonored. Grasping Lu Erlong by the neck, he delivered a fierce blow to her abdomen. The already exhausted Lu Erlong succumbed to the impact and lost consciousness. Erlong, both Yu Xiaojing and Flander exclaimed in unison, their voices laced with concern. Gu Yi, however, remained unfazed. Having taken action against him, one must be prepared to face the consequences. Approaching Yu Xiaojiang, he stirred the soul power in his hands, poised to incapacitate him in the next moment. Tang San, unable to bear the sight, interjected. After all, Yu Xiaojiang was the master to whom he had bowed 3 times. Their bond akin to that of father and son. A few sounds of piercing air emerged from behind, yet Gu Yi paid them no heed. Such rudimentary hidden weapons posed no threat to him. Before the projectiles could reach his body, they were firmly repelled by an external barrier of energy, ultimately falling helplessly to the ground. Gu Yi, undeterred, continued to reach out towards Yu Xiaojiang. Lu Erlong lay on the ground, struggling feebly, her eyes filled with bloodshot veins. She lamented the years she had squandered without earnest cultivation, had she devoted herself diligently. Her innate talent and martial spirit would have easily allowed her to attain the rank of Soul de Law. And the golden holy dragon she could have merged with would have been even more formidable. Stop it, you wretched boy. From this moment forth, there will be no connection between us. Flander closed his eyes, a tear cascading down from his eye socket. Only Gu Yi and Flander understood the weight of those words, signifying the irrevocable severing of their bond of shelter and nurture, as his gratitude towards Gu Yi was eclipsed by the punishment he intended for Yu Xiaojiang. Gu Yi's outstretched hand paused in surprise. It was unexpected for Flander to utter such words. Dean, it is insufficient. Gu Yi's hand no longer hesitated, directly imprinting upon Yu Xiaojiang's head, disrupting the tranquility of his mental sea with sheer force of will. All the techniques he had surreptitiously learned vanished from his memory. Moreover, his body's meridians were sealed, rendering even the pure Yuan skill he had previously practiced inaccessible. From that moment forth, Yu Xiaojiang would be unable to cultivate any martial arts unless Gu Yi personally intervened to lift the shackle, or a stronger individual came to his aid. As the affected party, Yu Xiaojiang had already rolled his eyes in defeat, losing consciousness and collapsing to the ground. Dean, this is the last time I shall address you as such. From this moment onward, I choose to withdraw from Shrek Academy. With this declaration, he took the essence of heaven and earth as ink, his finger as a pen, and the cosmos as paper, composing a letter of resignation. The flowing script. Nearly 100 words, astonishingly suspended in midair. Flinder could only nod in resignation. Ultimately, he had let Gu Yi down, forsaking a talent that should have showcased Shrek to the world. Yet, no matter how significant the academy was, it could not compare to a Lu Erlong or a Yu Xiaojiang. Having concluded this matter, Gu Yi did not forget another individual, turning his attention to Tang San. Speak. Did he steal it, or did you willingly give it to him? Do not lie. You cannot escape my gaze. Chapter 69. Fragmentation. Tang San pondered hesitantly. Gu Yi would certainly not speak recklessly, although it was not he who voluntarily presented it to the teacher. Nevertheless, it is quite similar. Furthermore, as a paragon of respecting teachers and valuing the way of learning, Tang San's words carry weight. What more could be said? Indeed, it is a truth that I provided it. Gu Yi similarly launched a strike, attempting to nullify the power he had cultivated through arduous training. However, Tang Hao, who had been lurking in the shadows, could no longer bear to watch. This was his son with Ayin, and although he seldom intervened in Tang San's affairs, the boy was still of his bloodline. To dare to harm his son was tantamount to courting death. A colossal hammer hurtled towards Gu Yi. Should he persist in his assault on Tang San, Gu Yi would undoubtedly face the wrath of the heightened hammer. The force of this strike surpassed even that of the sacred dragon's true form, and Gu Yi, aware of the impending danger, swiftly retreated. The heightened hammer crashed down onto the ground, its immense power creating a deep crater in the earth. Gu Yi's gaze was fixed upon the swiftly approaching Tang Hao. My son, Tang Hao, is not someone you can easily provoke. Beneath the dark robe, Tang Hao exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance, seemingly indifferent to all around him. At last, he has emerged. Gu Yi was naturally able to sense Tang Hao's presence lingering outside the academy. Tang San gazed in astonishment at the sudden appearance of his father. Father? The same scruffy beard, the same physique, yet exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance he had never witnessed before. Simultaneously, he could feel the immense power of the heightened hammer by his father's side, which starkly contrasted with his own heightened hammer, merely a facade of its true potential. This was the grandeur of the world's foremost martial soul in terms of offensive prowess. Given his current state, it would be wise to focus on recuperation. Gu Yi keenly perceived that Tang Hao was now gravely injured compared to their previous encounter. It seemed that his battle with Chen Xin had exacerbated his old ailments. Capturing this younger generation was certainly not an insurmountable task. Tang Hao remained arrogant, and justifiably so. He was not only the youngest title Douluo in existence, but also possessed the strength to contend with several title Douluo at rank 89. After ascending to title Douluo, he had even inflicted severe injuries on Qin Xuanji, thereby granting Bibi Dong her opportunity. Such prowess warranted a degree of arrogance. However, arrogance must be tempered with discernment. How could he contend with me in his current state? Perhaps I am not a match for the peak Tang Hao, but the current Tang Hao may find it equally challenging to subdue me, even if he wields the divine skill, the great Sumeru hammer. I too possess a trump card that could lead to mutual destruction. Nevertheless, Gui was genuinely intrigued by this divine skill, as it effectively transformed the power of the spirit rings into his own strength. By condensing the power of the spirit rings into a singular force, one's capabilities could be exponentially amplified, rendering the existence of soul skills irrelevant in that moment. With one strike, all would perish, truly breaking through all laws with sheer might. However, given Tang Hao's current condition, employing such a technique might lead to his own demise before he could vanquish his foe. Those who understand their own circumstances know their limitations. Tang Hao recognized that Gui spoke the truth. At present, utilizing his power at rank 95 would not incur significant damage, but should he unleash a greater force, he might not withstand the repercussions. What do you intend to do? Tang Hao acquiesced. Preserving strength was of utmost importance. Not only did he have Tang San to protect, but also the 10,000-year spirit beast, Xiao Wu, requiring vigilant care. Those capable of recognizing a 10,000-year spirit beast were, at the very least, Soul Douluo, with the majority being title Douluo. Without strength, one could accomplish nothing. Gui gazed at Tang Hao, clearly reluctant to confront him head-on at this moment. A cornered rabbit may bite, but Tang Hao was no mere rabbit. He was a fierce tiger, a creature of unparalleled ferocity. Gui suddenly recalled the promise made to Lin Qing and conveyed his thoughts to Tang Hao through soul power. Tang Hao's eyes widened in astonishment, completely bewildered as to how Gui had acquired this knowledge. If he disagreed, he might as well confront him directly. Gui remained utterly indifferent to Tang Hao's demeanor. For her, this was merely an additional stipulation. In contrast, Tang Hao's gaze was shrouded in darkness. For the existence of the Blue-Silver King was the pivotal element in his quest to awaken his son's Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline. Gui's inquiry regarding this matter evidently indicates a hidden agenda towards the Blue-Silver King. However, withholding information would inevitably lead to confrontation. Through Gui's recent battles, Tang Hao could sense that there remained untapped power within him. He had never exhibited signs of panic. Such composure is not something one could maintain if they had revealed their full strength. Tang Hao, too, was reluctant to confront a formidable and enigmatic adversary at this moment. He felt a twinge of regret for not having devoted the past decade to nurturing his body and restoring his prowess. A once great prodigy, now coerced by a youth not yet 16. The aura surrounding Gui surged, as if it were a reminder of something significant. Well, Tang Hao divulged the location of the Blue-Silver Emperor to Gui. After all, without this particular Blue-Silver Emperor, there remained another. It was prudent to navigate through the present predicament before contemplating further matters. Having acquired what she desired, Gui upheld her promise and vowed not to harm Tang San again. The disparity between her and him was insurmountable, even with a heart full of vengeance. She could not catch up to him. Gui cast a glance back at the Shrek Academy, which he had painstakingly built over the years, and a smile of relief graced his lips. This was not the culmination of his journey, but rather a fresh beginning. From the outset, he had erred. Some things, no matter how much one attempts to change them, remain immutable. With a carefree turn, he resolutely stepped outside. From this day forth, he would truly integrate into this world. To persist in altering this realm based on his past life would ultimately yield naught but futility. As he watched Gui depart, Oscar seemed to reach a decision. He turned and bowed deeply to Flander before resolutely following suit. For him, Gui was undoubtedly the harbinger of his rebirth. Next came Ma Hongjun. Flander had awakened his martial soul and brought him to Shrek Academy, for which he was immensely grateful. Yet, Gui had also been instrumental, not only arranging his cultivation techniques, but continuously aiding him in mastering his sinister fire. Moreover, following recent events, it was evident that when it came to Yu Xiaojiang, Flander would forsake even Gui, with whom he shared over a decade of camaraderie. Then there was Ning Rongrong. Her arrival here was initially for amusement, an escape from her sect. Now, she had an additional purpose, to learn from Gui how to create her own soul skills, thereby enhancing her combat prowess. A soul master who fails to contribute is not a worthy support. Zhu Zhuqing had intended to follow Gu Yi the moment he left, but hesitated as she cast a sidelong glance at Dai Mubai. Torn between her loyalties, she watched the figures of Gu Yi and others fade into the distance, gritted her teeth, and swiftly pursued them. She was taking a gamble, wagering that by staying close to Gu Yi, she could truly liberate herself from her family's and the royal family's grasp, achieving genuine freedom. Dai Mubai, observing Zhu Zhuqing's pursuit, wore an expression of fury. This brazen woman had truly overstepped. After a brief moment of hesitation, he too followed, not merely for the sake of Zhu Zhuqing, who could merge her martial soul with his, but also to glean deeper insights from Gu Yi. Thus, only Tang San and Xiao Wu remained of the Shrek 7. A farce had led to the disintegration of Shrek Academy. Chapter 70. An unexpected visit. Flanders surveyed the sparsely populated academy, feeling inexplicably desolate. The appearance of Tang Hao had sent Xiao Wu's fear soaring to its zenith. Her complexion turned paler than that of Flanders and his companions, who were drained of soul power, devoid of any color. What to do? Xiao Wu comprehended that her transformed guise could at most deceive soul masters beneath the rank of title de law, and there remained a possibility of being detected by some formidable Douluos. Even the weakest title de law would effortlessly discern her true identity. Her elder brother's father must be lurking nearby, safeguarding him. It was likely that her true identity had long been unveiled, and she herself was merely a nurtured soul ring and soul bone of 100,000 years. In that moment, Xiao Wu's thoughts raced. Chief among them was whether Tang San was aware of her true identity, a matter of paramount importance to her. At this moment, Tang San was utterly preoccupied, oblivious to Xiao Wu's predicament. The arrival of Tang Hao enlightened him regarding the implications of his earlier words. Who could have foreseen that a despondent middle-aged man, spending his days in Holy Spirit Village consuming alcohol and forging iron, would possess the highest-ranking title among soul masters in the Douluo Continent? This revelation completely shattered his previous image. Tang Hao had no intention of providing explanations. He simply seized his son and cast a final glance at Xiao Wu before vanishing from everyone's sight. Flinder, too, disregarded the restoration of his soul power, focusing instead on assessing Yu Xiaojiang's condition. Zhao Wujin and the others exchanged glances, their gazes inevitably drawn to the unconscious instigator, Yu Xiaojiang. Had it not been for his illicit acquisition of techniques, transgressing the sacred taboos of the Soul Master realm, Flinder would not have had a falling out with Gu Yi. What an extraordinary turn of events. Such a monumental upheaval had transpired within a single day. Gu Yi, however, was raised by them, and their bond was exceptionally strong. It is time for everyone to disperse. Flander gazed weakly at the crowd. Gu Yi and 5 others stood in an open space. Yaij, where are you heading? I shall follow you, Oscar spoke up. The others gazed at Gu Yi with similar expressions. Certainly. The only ones wholeheartedly committed to following Gu Yi were Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Even Zhu Zhuqing harbored her own selfish desires. At this moment, she had yet to earn the privilege of indulgence. Where to? Gu Yi found herself deep in contemplation. Though her departure was a sudden decision, her heart was resolute in its destination. She aspired to establish a new academy and, more than a year hence, to participate in the Grand Continental Soul Master Competition, striving to seize the championship and fulfill her promise. Gu Yi's words astonished everyone. If Gu Yi merely sought to establish an academy, there would be no issue, however. Aspiring to seize the championship is another matter entirely. Unless he personally takes to the field, who could possibly wrest the title from the grasp of the Spirit Hall? Would he dare to pursue such an endeavor? Gu Yi extended an invitation to them, as the talents of the 5 were indeed remarkable. Particularly, Oscar, with his innate full spirit power in the food system, stood out as an unprecedented genius in this realm. He was, in essence, the true embodiment of innate full spirit power at Shrek Academy. After all, the likelihood of Tang San awakening his innate full spirit power was largely attributed to his cultivation of the Xintian skill. Otherwise, it is plausible that his innate abilities might not have been particularly strong. Nonetheless, as long as it is your academy, Brother Yi, I shall join without hesitation. Oscar was the first to express his support, followed closely by Ma Hongjun and the others. Among them, Ning Rongrong appeared the most exhilarated, for she was the only one in this group who had not faced the pressures of life. Having been born into an environment of abundant affection, the prospect of founding an academy was indeed a delightful venture for her. Gu Yi was not merely speaking whimsically about establishing an academy. He did not harbor the illusion that he could achieve such a feat alone. That would be utterly impossible. This endeavor was not akin to forming a mere team that required only a handful of individuals. It was time to journey to Tiando City. Gu Yi understood that his aspirations could not be realized in Soto City. Here, there was no one capable of offering him assistance. Qianrenxue, I have come to see you. Meanwhile, Tang Hao had also divulged certain matters to Tang San, such as the revelation that Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year soul beast, and that his mother was likewise a 100,000-year soul beast. Tang San, however, expressed that regardless of whether Xiao Wu was human or beast, he only recognized her as his sister. Observing his youthful son, Tang Hao felt a reflection of his own past. The thought of transforming Xiao Wu into a soul ring began to fade. Even though his wife was a 100,000-year soul beast, it did not imply that he would let an encounter with a 100,000-year soul beast in human form pass without scrutiny. This was something Tang Hao understood all too well. The evident depth of his son's feelings was unmistakable. Upon returning to the academy alone, even with the knowledge of Xiao Wu's true identity, Tang San bore no outward change. Between the two, it appeared as if nothing had altered, yet, in truth, everything had transformed. After several days, Gu Yi and his companions finally arrived in Heightened City. Indeed, Heightened City lived up to its reputation as the imperial capital of the Heightened Empire, exhibiting unparalleled prosperity. Upon arrival, Gu Yi instructed his companions to rest at an inn while he ventured out alone. Heightened Royal Academy. My name is Gu Yi. I kindly request that you announce my presence as I seek Yilingling. The gatekeeper students, upon seeing Gu Yi adorned in exquisite garments and exuding an ethereal demeanor, instinctively proceeded to relay his message. In their eyes, only nobles possessed such an aura. He was neither imposing nor aloof, but rather engaged in amiable conversation with them. The disciples assigned to guard the gates were evidently not from prominent families or of high nobility, but rather minor aristocrats with modest talents. Otherwise, they would not have found themselves in such a position. Soon, a graceful figure emerged from within the academy, reminiscent of their initial encounter. Clad in black, veiled in black silk, with azure hair cascading down her back, Yilingling appeared transformed from a few years prior. Her ethereal elegance had deepened, and her figure had blossomed into that of a mature woman. The black veil adorning her face lent her an alluring air of mystery. In summary, the current Yilingling was now capable of captivating the attention of men. What brings you here? Yilingling inquired, her gaze fixed on the increasingly mature Gu Yi, her irritation palpable. After all, no one would bear a pleasant demeanor if their closest friend had been taken away. Her willingness to meet Gu Yi was a testament to her self-restraint. I wish to find Douluo Yen. Gu Yi genuinely had no idea where Douluo Yen might be at present. Tiando City was vast, making the search for a single individual quite a challenge. The most expedient method would be to locate Yilingling, Douluo Yen's closest confidant. I do not know. Yilingling's voice turned frosty as she pivoted to leave. The gatekeeper disciples had long departed, and Yilingling was no mere minor aristocrat. Despite the fact that there were only 2 possessors of the 9 hearts begonia within the entire Soul Master realm, their status was akin to that of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. No one could guarantee their safety. The 9 hearts begonia was the most formidable, healing martial soul, unparalleled in its prowess. Were it not for the excessively stringent conditions for inheriting the 9 hearts begonia from the Zen city, coupled with its scarcity, the title of the world's foremost auxiliary martial soul would undoubtedly belong to the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. Gu Yi did not anticipate that Yilingling would hold such a poor impression of him, nor did he engage in any futile arguments. Instead, he took his leave and walked away. It seemed he could only proceed to the Eye of Ice and Fire for now. However, at the last moment, Yilingling hesitated, her cool voice reaching Gu Yi's ears. Yen should be at the auction house now. There is a poisonous herb up for bid today. Yet, her tone shifted slightly when she mentioned the poisonous herb. Gu Yi smiled and turned to shout at Yilingling, who could only see her back. Thank you. Chapter 71. The temptation of Douluo Yen. Following Yilingling's words, Gu Yi also arrived at the Tiando auction house. 4 young and beautiful women stood outside, resembling 4 exquisite blossoms. Gu Yi also approached them, and before they could utter a word, he retrieved a resplendent golden card from his soul guide device. One of the women effortlessly accepted the golden soul coin card and entered the auction hall. It wasn't long before she emerged, her demeanor markedly improved, and she graciously ushered Gu Yi inside. Gu Yi concealed her golden soul coin card and followed them inside. The entire Tiando auction house's VIP sections are categorized into 5 tiers: red, black, purple, yellow, and white. The attendants within the auction house promptly escorted Gu Yi to the yellow zone, which required an entry fee of no less than 100,000 golden soul coins. At this moment, Gu Yi donned a mask, a precautionary measure implemented by the auction house to ensure the safety of its patrons. After all, if one were to win a precious item at auction only to be ambushed upon exiting, who would dare to return for future auctions? While the mask may offer considerable assistance to the average individual, for Gu Yi, it made little difference. Soon, he identified his target for this occasion, Douluo Yin. Like him, Douluo Yin was seated in the yellow zone, adorned with a striking emerald serpent mask, drawing considerable attention. Gu Yi's presence here was not motivated by the desire to partake in any auction, thus he felt little inclination towards it as he sauntered leisurely towards Douluo Yin. However, at that moment, Douluo Yin was oblivious to her surroundings, her gaze fervently fixated on a particular herb displayed on the stage. It was the coveted Wanyang Chan. This herb was the very reason for her visit today. Acquiring it would likely enable her soul power to transcend its current limitations. Douluo Yin. Gu Yi approached and gently tapped her shoulder. However, this simple gesture startled Douluo Yin considerably. "Who are you?" she asked, her gaze fixed warily on the man before her, adorned with a silver-white mask. She could hardly fathom that the visitor was Gu Yi. After all, in her memory, he was still at the Shrek Academy in Suodo City. It seemed impossible for him to appear in Tiando City, let alone in this very place. Over the years, as Gu Yi matured, his physique underwent a remarkable transformation, and even his voice bore subtle differences. The aura he emanated was exceedingly restrained, making it natural for Douluo Yin to fail to recognize him. "It is I, Gu Yi," he revealed. Gu Yi had no intention of teasing Douluo Yin, as the occasion was quite inappropriate. However, Douluo Yin was skeptical and became increasingly vigilant. "Who exactly are you?" At that moment, she could hardly focus on the auction of Wanyang Chun taking place on stage, especially since she was wearing a mask and very few could recognize her. Even Gu Yi had never encountered this particular mask before. This individual was undoubtedly up to no good. When did Douluo Yin become so cautious? Gu Yi, taken aback, removed the mask from her face. Douluo Yin was momentarily stunned. This visage was familiar to her. Just as she was about to take action, the shouts from the stage reminded her of her primary objective. She promptly raised her bid. This item must not fall into the hands of others, particularly those shameless nobles who would exploit it to bring harm to more women. Gu Yi also noticed the herb on the stage, momentarily taken aback. Wanyanchan? He recognized this plant. Previously, he had been puzzled by the change in Yi Lingling's tone. It turned out to be due to this. Although it is referred to as a poison, that designation is somewhat misleading. When used appropriately, Wanyanchan serves as an exceptional aphrodisiac. However, this herb is exceedingly rare, often snatched up by the nobility at the earliest opportunity. For women, it is an incredibly potent stimulant. If refined into a liquid form, its efficacy would only be magnified. Gu Yi never anticipated that Douluo Yin would take such an unconventional approach, even dabbling in such toxic substances. It truly evokes a sense of a sorceress. Gu Yi harbored no regrets in bringing about such a transformation for Douluo Yin, gradually forging his own path. This filled him with a sense of comfort and reflection. Although Douluo Yin was not wealthy, one must not overlook the formidable presence of the poisoned Douluo that stood behind her. Money, for her, was not a particularly difficult commodity to acquire. Ultimately, the Wanyang spring found its way into Douluo Yin's possession. Yet, Gu Yi remained acutely aware of a covetous gaze sweeping over them, particularly fixated on Douluo Yin. Her graceful figure and the vibrant aura of youth she exuded proved to be an immense temptation for the aristocrats who had grown weary of various women. Moreover, with Douluo Yin now in possession of the Wanyang spring, it became a most lethal allure for any woman. The combination of these factors led the noble seated behind them, adorned in purple, to exchange a few words with his subordinates, eagerly departing from the auction house. With the Wanyang spring already auctioned, there was little left to entice him. However, his subordinates were destined to return empty-handed, particularly after Gu Yi demonstrated his prowess and made a swift exit. Douluo Yin, on the other hand, appeared disinterested as she retracted her verdant soul energy. Had Gu Yi not intervened, these individuals would not have survived, nor would the aristocrats behind them escape unscathed. The dignity of a titled Douluo is not to be trifled with. "So, dear brother, what brings you to me?" Douluo Yin inched closer to Gu Yi, her alluring gaze enchanting, her legs, already longer than those of ordinary women, appearing even more elongated. especially when accentuated by her high heels and purple stockings, making her only slightly shorter than Gui. Gui took a few steps back, feeling somewhat distressed, only to realize that behind her lay a wall, leaving her with no retreat. Or perhaps she wished to continue her exploration of her sister. Du Yan's words were laced with temptation, akin to a siren's call. Gui unconsciously cast a glance at Du Yan, his fervor intensifying. Particularly during this period of physical training, his vital energy surged uncontrollably. Du Yan, perceiving Gui's condition, drew closer, occasionally exuding warmth and gazing at him with an alluring intensity. Let us be rational. This time I have serious matters to discuss with you. Gui severed the threads of his troubles, distancing himself from the solitary Yan, and turned his back to her. Taking a deep breath, what a mesmerizing enchantress she is, nearly unsettling his resolve. Gui lowered her gaze to the ground, circulating her energy several times before achieving complete tranquility. Both individuals were soul masters, and given the proximity, Gui's heavy breaths were audible. Her crimson lips formed a beautiful arc. Indeed, she possessed a certain allure. Now, speak your purpose for seeking me, she inquired. As Du Yan discarded her previous enticing demeanor. I have departed from Shrek Academy. Gui's words left Du Yan utterly astonished. A few years prior, she and her grandfather had urged him to leave the academy for Tiando City. Back then, Gui was resolute, refusing to entertain the idea. Why then? Had he suddenly decided to depart from Shrek? The second piece of news truly took Du Yan by surprise. I plan to establish an academy. Will you join me? Chapter 72, The Secret Chamber of the Mind. Du Yan cast him a glance, unhesitatingly responding, yes. One word sufficed to convey everything. Gui gazed at her with a smile. The two walked side by side along the street, their striking beauty making them a particularly fitting pair. Du Yan reveled in this way of life. Allow me to introduce you to my future classmates. Gui led Du Yan to the inn where Zhu Qing and the others resided. The group had not ventured out, weary from their long journey. As Gui and Du Yan entered their line of sight, everyone was taken aback. This was particularly true for Oscar and Ma Hongjun, who had never witnessed Gui grow close to any woman over the years, save for a somewhat amicable rapport with Zhu Qing. It appeared that he had harbored a secret affection all along. Now, Du Yan, at the tender age of 20, embodied the pinnacle of femininity, being a soul master. Her physique was more mature than that of the average woman, accentuated by her long, slender legs. For these young men, the allure was undeniable. You truly are remarkable. Ego, Oscar praised, giving a thumbs up to Gui. Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong felt somewhat self-conscious, especially Ning Rongrong. After all, Zhu Qing's figure surpassed that of the current Du Yan, who had yet to fully blossom. As for Ning Rongrong, even to say she was just beginning to reveal her potential would be an understatement. Du Yan took in the gazes directed towards her, ultimately focusing on Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong. One could not deny their extraordinary beauty, particularly the girl clad in black leather whose figure was almost unfairly captivating. Even a woman who had given birth might struggle to compare. Allow me to introduce myself, she said. Gui lightly tapped Du Yan's arm and spoke. This gesture was once again subject to excessive interpretation, confirming that their relationship was indeed complex. Greetings, I am Du Yan, possessing the martial soul of the emerald-scaled venomous serpent, and I am a level 45 battle spirit master. The crowd gasped in astonishment. It appeared that Gui's ambition to claim the championship was not mere bravado. With over a year remaining until the commencement of the competition, should Du Yan ascend a few more levels, it is highly probable that she could approach the rank of Soul King before the event begins. Du Yan was the first to engage with two other girls, as conversations among females tend to be more abundant, leaving Gui and others without the privilege of eavesdropping on their secrets. Finding Du Yan was merely the initial step. He had yet to gather the 7 participants required for the competition. The Academy's presence was still elusive, and there was an abundance of tasks to undertake. Henceforth, the assistance of Du Gubo would be indispensable. As a seasoned figure in this realm, Du Gubo was surprisingly more acquainted with the intricacies of Tiantou City than Gui himself. Upon retrieving a verdant serpent scale from his soul guide, Gui decided not to linger. The essence of his own scales would inevitably draw Du Gubo to him. Meanwhile, Xueqing He of the Prince's Mansion, who was also Qianren Xue, received the news of Gui's arrival in Tiando City. However, upon reviewing the information, she could not maintain her composure. Given that he had come, it would not be so simple for him to depart. Qianren Shui cast her gaze towards a well-concealed secret chamber behind her, which was quite suitable for habitation. Yet, considering the presence of not just Gu Yi but also several individuals from Shrek Academy, including the daughter of her mentor, it was an opportune moment to seek counsel from her teacher. A visit to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school was indeed warranted. Meanwhile, the concealed serpent spear and the porcupine exchanged glances, pondering their course of action. Gu Yi was unaware of the depth of Qian Rinshue's feelings for him, to the extent that she contemplated confining him to a secret chamber. Had he been aware, he might have remarked, "Indeed, you bear the mark of your father." Before Douluo Bo returned to Tiando City, he sensed the familiar aura of his snake scales and was somewhat astonished as he soared towards its source. He had given away 2 pieces of his snake scales, one resting in Gu Yi's hand and the other in Douluo Yan's. Although both belonged to him, there were subtle differences in their auras. Douluo Bo found himself enveloped in the same perplexity that had once troubled his granddaughter. "It truly is you." Douluo Bo gazed at Gu Yi, who stood upon the balcony, and with astonishment, he flew to his side. "Assist me in finalizing the procedures for the Advanced Academy. I wish to participate in the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. Only you possess the capability to aid me in this endeavor." Gu Yi spoke directly and without any preamble. Couldn't he, Flander, accomplish such a task as well? Douluo Bo felt a tinge of doubt. After all, Flander, though weaker than him, was still a Soul Master of the Soul Douluo level. Attending an Advanced Soul Master Academy should pose no significant challenge. In Gu Yitong's pupils flickered a hint of anguish. After 15 years of heartfelt connection, severing such ties is no simple task. This time, however, I intend to establish a new academy. Douluo Bo, ever astute, discerned the concealed message within Gu Yi's words. Gu Yi and Flander have had a falling out. No worries. Leave it to me. I will still maintain some dignity in this matter. With a grand gesture, Douluo Bo took the entire affair into his own hands. It was hardly a challenging task. The number of titled douyuos that could be mobilized by the 2 great empires was limited, and naturally, they would not allow someone without a faction to lean towards the other side. "What is the name of the academy?" Douluo Bo inquired. Gu Yi fell into a deep contemplation, having truly overlooked this matter. A name? Gazing at the white clouds against the azure sky, a name entered his mind. One that would not fade away thereafter. Tianwen Academy. Douluo Bo remarked. "The name of the academy holds little importance, merely a designation. Grant me 3 days' time." Gu Yi gazed in the direction where Douluo Bo had departed. He had ultimately taken that crucial step. With matters here resolved, it was time for him to embark on the quest for the 6th spirit ring. This would be the final spirit ring before he attained the true form of his martial soul, and thus, it required utmost caution. He had already selected his target, the dark demon evil god tiger residing in the forest. Although this spirit beast did not possess the age of 100,000 years, its power was not in the slightest inferior to such ancient creatures, and perhaps even surpassed them. Not only did it embody various attributes, but it also possessed a remarkable treasure. Acquiring the spirit ring from the dark demon evil god tiger would undoubtedly lead to a significant enhancement of his strength. Douluo Bo, renowned as a titled Douluo, proved his worth by swiftly completing all necessary formalities within 3 days and even secured a recently abandoned Intermediate Spirit Master Academy as a temporary base. During this time, Douluo Yan had forged a deep friendship with the 5 companions, assuming the role of the eldest sister with great flair. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji, Bon Douluo, and Xue Qinghe were making their way toward them. Qian Rinshue had long anticipated a reunion with Gu Yi. Even though over the years she had endeavored to increase her training time, she still had not reached the level of a soul sage. Her strength was only comparable to an ordinary high-ranking soul sage, nowhere near Gu Yi's extraordinary prowess, which allowed him to battle titled douyuos despite being a soul king. Unbeknownst to everyone, the power Gu Yi wielded in combat was not solely derived from soul power. It was largely drawn from the essence of heaven and earth, the very forces of nature. This was the foundation of his formidable strength. Chapter 73. Ambush. Ning Fengji and his companions arrived at the entrance of Tianwen Academy. In comparison to other advanced Spirit Master Academies, it could be described as merely rudimentary. Yet, it was remarkably clean, appearing tattered yet not chaotic. "Teacher, shall we enter?" Xue Qinghe said, standing beside Ning Fengji. Though she felt a sense of urgency within, her exterior betrayed none of those emotions. It was this ability to remain composed in the face of adversity that had allowed her to remain undetected for so many years. The soul bones could only conceal her form and masquerade as a martial soul. Everything else depended solely on her own skill. If there were a woman in this world marked by tragedy, it would undoubtedly be Bibi Dong. The second would be Qian Renxue, born into a world of errors. Thrust into a foreign land as an undercover agent in her teenage years, masquerading as a highly regarded prince. Inside the academy, Gu Yi suddenly addressed Ning Rongrong, who was still tidying up, saying, "Your father has arrived. Please go and bring them in." Ning Rongrong immediately released her grip on the broom. Feeling a twinge of nostalgia for Ning Fengji, whom she had not seen for some time. Despite the rapid maturation of individuals in this world, she remained, at her core, a mere 12-year-old girl. The others briefly acknowledged her sentiment before resuming their diligent task of maintaining the academy's cleanliness. After all, it was essential to keep the premises habitable. However, Dai Mubai displayed a hint of reluctance. In his view, such chores should not fall upon them, as it would be far more efficient to delegate the work to a servant who would accomplish it swiftly and effectively. Gu Yi, however, observed the circumstances of several individuals, etching their situations into his memory. The others bore no grievances. After all, Oscar and Ma Hongjun were not of noble birth, and such matters were merely part of their upbringing. Zhu Zhuqing, being a believer in Gu Yi's words, naturally had no objections. Ning Rongrong moved swiftly, arriving at the academy's entrance to find the three. "Grandpa Bone," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, throwing herself into the embrace of Gu Rong, while Ning Fengji's complex gaze lingered. Embarrassed, he withdrew his hand, having overestimated his standing in his daughter's heart. Sighing, Xue Qinghe, standing nearby, couldn't he help but chuckle. Only Rongrong could elicit such a reaction from the teacher. Fortunately, Ning Rongrong eventually bestowed upon him a warm hug, prompting Ning Fengji to affectionately pat his obedient daughter's head. "You've grown taller. By the way, Rongrong, how did you know we were coming?" Ning Fengji inquired, easily discerning that Rongrong was not out for leisure, but had indeed been awaiting their arrival, as evidenced by her lack of surprise upon seeing them. "I'm not quite sure. It was just that Teacher Gu Yi asked me to come and fetch you, so I did," she replied. Ning Fengji was taken aback, realizing the extent of Gu Yi's perceptive abilities. Xue Qinghe too fell into contemplation, reflecting on how long it had been since they had last met. Yet, the previously amiable Gu Rong's demeanor shifted abruptly, as he had not forgotten the prior events. He swiftly employed his spatial traversal ability, vanishing before their eyes. "Trouble. We must hurry inside," Ning Fengji urged, his previously calm expression now tinged with urgency. He hadn't anticipated Gu Rong still harbored concerns about that incident. After thoroughly analyzing the intelligence conveyed by the scouts, he was assured that Rongrong had suffered no tangible harm and had been under the clandestine protection of a formidable guardian. Enduring some trials was, after all, his initial intention. Without experiencing the vicissitudes of life, when could Ning Rongrong truly mature and one day bear the immense burden of the 7 treasure glazed tile school? Strength is an everlasting passport, yet it requires a certain level of discernment. Upon entering the academy, Gu Rong encountered 5 individuals, though he was unaware of Gu Yi's identity. Nonetheless, this did not hinder his quest for the one with the strongest soul power. He swiftly moved beside Gu Yi and launched a kick towards him. Gu Yiling felt an ominous warning, yet the speed of the impending strike was overwhelmingly swift. Moreover, he was not currently harnessing his soul skills to gather the elemental energies of heaven and earth. By the time he reacted, he could only brace himself with his arms. The tremendous force sent Gu Yiling hurtling backward, crashing into a building and stirring up a cloud of dust. For a long while, silence enveloped the ruins. Everything transpired too rapidly. Du Guyan could no longer restrain herself and summoned her martial spirit, her soul rings illuminating with brilliance. A swirling mass of emerald poison mist enveloped Gu Rong. "Poison? Even the most seasoned of poisoners do not intimidate me. Little girl, you are far from my equal." With a mere surge of soul power, Gu Rong dispersed the toxic fog surrounding him. Such an extraordinary velocity. Gu Rong intercepted a shadowy figure that had lunged at him from behind, effortlessly casting it aside. Simultaneously, Oscar's attack arrived, a wave of intangible sword energy hurtling towards him, accompanied by an intense flame that erupted before his eyes. Though the flames blazed fiercely and the sword energy was swift, they were still far too feeble for someone of his caliber, a titled Douluo. He did not even feel the need to summon his martial spirit. In a flash, he appeared behind Ma Hongjun and struck him down, then swiftly moved to Oscar's side, delivering the same fate to him. Yet, he seemed devoid of any murderous intent, merely imparting a lesson that would leave them recuperating for half a month without lasting harm. In an instant, all were defeated. A titled Douluo cannot be insulted. Gu Rong felt somewhat bored. Was Gu Yiling truly as formidable as rumored? Was this truly the extent of his power? He began to question whether Chen Xian had indeed dulled his skills through excessive sword practice. Suddenly, Gu Rong sensed a powerful surge of energy emanating from the ruins, a force that was continuously escalating, seemingly boundless. In the next moment, Gu Rong vanished from sight. He had to interrupt this burgeoning power before it surpassed him. With his spatial abilities, speed alone would not suffice. This is bad. We must hurry. The others, witnessing the ever-intensifying aura, immediately sensed that something was amiss. Yet, Shui Qinghe appeared somewhat eager, having only received information about Gu Yiling's prowess through reports. Now, she finally had the opportunity to witness it firsthand. Qian Rinxue could not fathom how Gu Yiling's strength could escalate so rapidly. It was utterly inconceivable. Qian Rinxue, a genius with innate soul power at level 20, found herself unable to match Gu Yiling's pace in cultivation. Absurd. Ridiculously absurd. Meanwhile, on the other side of the academy, Gu Rong had summoned his martial spirit and soared from the ruins, though he remained unscathed. His expression, however, was grave. At last, he comprehended the truth of Chen Xian's earlier words. Gu Yi's strength is by no means inferior to that of the titled Douluo. Indeed, it is remarkably impressive. Gu Yi gazed at the individual sprawled upon the ground, his fury reaching a pinnacle. In an instant, he vanished, and the next moment, his attack descended upon them. How swift! Gu Rong, a soul master adept in both defense and agile offense, found his own speed rather lacking without the utilization of spatial abilities. Nevertheless, he was eager to gauge the extent of Gu Yi's prowess. Thus, he chose not to evade but to confront the assault head-on. His martial spirit, the Bone Dragon, was renowned for its unparalleled defensive capabilities. To breach his defenses, Gu Yi had a considerable distance yet to traverse. With a resounding thud, their fists collided with a dull impact. Remarkably, Gu Rong merely staggered back slightly. The bone that had been struck remained unscathed. The strength of his defense was clearly evident. Gu Yi, undeterred, struck fiercely, each blow heavier than the last. Chapter 74. The Eruption of Hidden Strength. The aftershocks of the battle caused the surrounding buildings to tremble perilously, teetering on the brink of collapse. At that moment, Ning Fengji and his companions finally arrived. "Stop it, Bone Uncle," urged Gu Rong, who, despite his desire to continue the fight, heeded Ning Fengji's words, using his spatial abilities to evade Gu Yi's ferocious punches. Casting a glance at the slight fissures appearing in his bones, Gu Rong acknowledged that this young man indeed possessed some remarkable skills. However, Gu Yi did not cease his actions merely because Gu Rong had halted. What kind of place did he think this was? In this world, who would expect to strike someone and simply walk away without consequence? Gu Yi once again sought out Gu Rong, determined to confront him regardless of the outcome. This time, however, the encounter was far from straightforward. All of his strength coalesced into a singular point, harmonizing with the essence of the heavens and earth, along with his soul power. As he unleashed a devastating punch, crack, the sound of shattering bones resonated clearly for all present. Ning Fengji displayed an expression of disbelief. Had Bone Uncle's defenses been breached? How could this be possible? Gu Rong himself was equally astonished, as the bones he took pride in had been shattered. Yet, he remained unfazed. For Gu Yi to entirely dismantle his defenses was still a distant prospect. This minor damage to his soul power would swiftly mend itself. Gu Rong chose not to endure the assault any longer. The last thing he wanted was to give Chen Xian, the swordsman, a reason to ridicule him for being bested by a younger opponent. Gu Rong, known as the world's foremost defender, also bore the moniker of the most enigmatic and formidable titled Douluo, possessing formidable spatial abilities. As Gu Yi's punch missed its target, his extraordinary perceptive skills allowed him to swiftly realign his body, redirecting his attack towards the very spot where Gu Rong had appeared. What on earth? Gu Rong's face betrayed disbelief as he reacted with lightning speed, raising his bones to block the impending strike. How did Gu Yi come to know his exact position? Gu Rong once again slipped into the space, emerging from Gu Yi's right side. Awaiting him was none other than Gu Yi's iron fist. What ensued was nothing short of dramatic. Each time Gu Rong materialized, Gu Yi preemptively intercepted him, akin to a game of whack-a-mole. One punch followed another. Yet Gu Yi experienced an entirely new epiphany. Gu Rong, though, was not without attempts at retaliation. However, Gu Yi was no easy target. Whether evading with agile footwork or countering with strikes of his own, Gu Rong found himself at an impasse. The crux of the matter lay in his ninth soul skill, whose vast range rendered it ill-suited for this encounter, leaving him feeling constrained. Ning Fengji also recognized that this tactic could not persist. Summoning his martial soul as 7 beams of light illuminated Gu Rong. The previously expended soul power and stamina gradually replenished, while his strength and speed experienced remarkable enhancement. Gu Yi naturally witnessed this scene and could not help but marvel at the formidable auxiliary capabilities of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. The aura emanating from Gu Rong had more than doubled. Gu Yi, I implore you to cease. Ning Fengji understood that the battle could not continue any longer. If a true confrontation were to ensue between titled Douluos, it would result in catastrophic damage to Heaven-Do City. Even if the 7-treasure glazed tile sect were implicated, the repercussions would be considerable, and it was essential to avert such an occurrence. Cease your actions. Why did you not call for a halt when you harmed my student? Gu Yi showed no mercy, delivering a powerful punch. However, after undergoing an epic enhancement, the ancient banyan tree was unfazed. In a clash of strength, I fear you not. The collision of bone and fist sent Gu Yi flying 3 to 4 meters, placing him at a disadvantage. Such enhancement? Gu Yi immediately fixed his gaze upon Ning Fengji. Realizing that in order to secure victory, he must disrupt his support. Gu Rong, possessing far more battle experience than Gu Yi, discerned his intentions with a mere glance. Despite gaining the upper hand, Gu Rong's speed could not rival that of Ning Fengji, who possessed spatial abilities. Just as he was about to strike, the attack was thwarted. In a dazzling display, Gu Rong's soul rings shimmered, and countless bones were swiftly separated. Gu Yi swiftly evaded, for being struck would truly spell disaster. However, a soul skill wielded by a titled Douluo is not so easily avoided. These bones seemed to possess the ability to track him. Or perhaps it was Gu Rong exerting control over them. Here, take it back. Gu Yi came to a halt, laboriously consolidating the scattered bones into a cohesive mass, which he then propelled back. However, this exertion exacted a toll, manifesting as a mouthful of blood. Moments ago, he had forcibly redirected the trajectory of the attack, a feat that demanded considerable strength. Even with the protective essence of his first soul skill safeguarding his meridians, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed. His meridians and internal organs had sustained some injury. Gu Rong had never witnessed such a capability before. Now, even he found himself unable to command the assembled bones. Gu Yi did not hesitate. He didn't even wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth as he swiftly closed the distance between himself and the others. Although Gu Rong had never witnessed such a capability before, he remained unfazed. With the assistance of Fengji, even Chen Xian would not pose a challenge to him. His defensive strength was formidable. He struck once more, landing another blow on the skeletal dragon, yet it yielded no effect whatsoever. However, the force of the backlash left Gu Yi momentarily stunned, suddenly illuminating the elusive key to unleashing the hidden power he had previously sought in vain. The essence lay in harnessing force without immediate release, allowing it to penetrate beyond the surface and reach the very core. Gu Yining concentrated all her strength into her fist, while Gu Rong prepared to counter with the bone dragon. However, this time was different when she unleashed her punch. The force unexpectedly transmitted through the bone dragon and into Gu Rong's body. This was dire. With his vast combat experience, Gu Rong instinctively employed his soul power to resist the incoming force the moment it penetrated his being. In this world, where soul power exists, the efficacy of dark energy techniques was considerably diminished, yet they still held some merit. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Gu Rong's mouth, indicating that he had not fully mitigated the impact. The ability to control energy through dark techniques proved effective against a resilient opponent. Regrettably, only the physical force could be conveyed. Soul power and the energy of the heavens and earth remained inaccessible. Nevertheless, the minor injury was swiftly mended with Ning Fengji's assistance. Let us cease hostilities. We, the 7-treasure glazed tile school, shall take responsibility for all losses incurred today, Ning Fengji declared, unwilling to continue the confrontation. Gu Yi cast a glance at Ning Fengji, but it was insufficient. Ning Fengji seemed to have anticipated this outcome long ago, proposing an additional compensation of 100,000 gold soul coins per person. Gu Yi cast a subtle glance at Xue Qinghe and nodded in agreement. Continuing the battle would not yield favorable outcomes. Although Gu Rong's combat prowess may not surpass Chen Xian's, his defensive capabilities far exceeded those of Chen Xian. Even with his newfound mastery of the dark force, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to secure victory without resorting to his fifth soul skill. Ning Fengji also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if the conflict persisted, he would have no choice but to summon Chinexan. The two titled Douluos swiftly subdued Gu Yi, yet they would refrain from doing so unless absolutely necessary. Soon, under Ning Fengji's healing, everyone regained consciousness. And upon seeing Gu Rong nearby, they instinctively assumed defensive stances. Ning Rongrong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, glanced at them, as this unfortunate encounter was partly her doing. Chapter 75, Qianrengshu. You wouldn't want to expose your identity, would you? Tianwen Academy, is this true, Iko? Is this truly the case? Oscar and Ma Hongjun could hardly believe their ears. The current ease of earning gold soul coins was astonishing. Sustaining minor injuries could yield a reward of 100,000 gold soul coins. The seven treasure glaze tile sect was indeed extravagantly wealthy. No wonder Ning Rongrong had previously exhibited such arrogance and capriciousness. Had they lived in a sect as opulent as hers, they would not have fared much better, perhaps even worse. This was the last time. Things must not be taken to extremes, should they truly touch the limits. He would not hesitate to sacrifice all his cultivation to ensure the eradication of the two pillars of the seven treasure glaze tile sect. The unadulterated aura of menace emanating from Gu Yi left no room for doubt regarding his sincerity. Yet, did he possess such formidable power? What audacity! Xueqing has stood to the side, secretly admiring Gu Yi's boldness. In this world, who would dare to speak such words in front of Ning Fengji? It seemed even the esteemed emperor of the snowy night would hesitate. On the surface, Ning Fengji exhibited no change, as if he had not just been threatened. Rest assured, Dean Gu, this matter shall not recur. Please take good care of Rongrong, he concluded, unexpectedly bowing to Gu Yi. This gesture astonished Gu Rong and left Qianrenshue equally taken aback. Even Gu Yi was rendered speechless. Was this the majesty of a sovereign? Gu Yi realized that he had underestimated Ning Fengji. Nevertheless, it is understandable that he could persuade two formidable titled Douluos to willingly remain within the sect. His charisma is indeed beyond question. Regardless of who it may be, he treats everyone with equal respect. Gu Yi does not deliberately target any individual. Much like Tang San before him, even harboring disdain or aversion in his heart, he refrains from singling anyone out during his teachings. This principle holds true for all. Without exception, he does not differentiate based on personal preferences. Ning Fengji, gazing into Gu Yi's eyes, a man who has encountered countless individuals, is capable of discerning much even from a mere glance. This assertion is not mere rhetoric. With that, he took his leave, and naturally, Xueqing followed suit. It seems that today's endeavor will require even greater effort. Gu Yi gazed at the now even more dilapidated academy and addressed the crowd. Remember, during this period, you must refrain from using your soul power. It is essential to temper your hearts. The increase in strength does not equate to the growth of the spirit. To become a slave to power is to harm both oneself and others. Moreover, without a sufficiently resilient heart, profound techniques and secret manuals may lead one astray. Gu Yi now feels a twinge of regret over having imparted advanced techniques to Zhu Shiqing so prematurely. Fortunately, her years of experience have endowed her with a resilient mindset, preventing her from being overly swayed by the teachings. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that there has been some degree of influence. Gu Yi had not lingered long at the academy, for after years of separation from an old friend, it was only natural to engage in a heartfelt conversation. However, it remained uncertain whether Qianrenshue would be more astonished to see him or inclined to take his life. Gu Yi was indeed eager to witness this scene. Given his current prowess, infiltrating the prince's residence would be a mere trifle. Presently, Shi Miao and Si Tun accompanied Qianrenshue, allowing him to approach Xueqing's office with virtually no hindrance. Seated in the chair, he languidly perused the reports scattered across the desk. However, after skimming through a few, he found them utterly tedious, filled with baseless lamentations, devoid of any substantial content. Xueqing did not accompany Ning Fengji back to the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School. Instead, after bidding farewell to him, he returned to the prince's residence. Be cautious, young master, there are intruders within. Shi Miao concealed himself nearby, whispering to Qianrenshue. Qianrenshue paused momentarily before resuming his composure. As the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire and its future heir, he had dealt with countless assassins and spies over the years, yet he was taken aback by yet another intrusion today. Upon pushing the door open, he was momentarily stunned, never anticipating that Gu Yi would be the one inside, let alone that he would come to visit him. Director Gu. To enter unannounced is hardly the conduct of a gentleman. With these words, Qian Rinxue remained discreet, taking a step forward to turn and close the door. If you truly are Xue Qinghe, then you are indeed at fault. But are you? Gu Yi sat in the place where Xue Qinghe was supposed to be, a smile adorning her face as she regarded the unperturbed Xue Qinghe. What does Director Gu mean by this? If I were not Xue Qinghe, who else could I possibly be? The hidden figures of the and the had long been prepared, ready to apprehend Gu Yi at any moment. Indeed? Qian Rinxue. Merely 5 words transformed the atmosphere into one rife with tension, as the concealed and revealed themselves. Gentlemen, do you truly intend to resort to violence? Unless you possess the confidence to eliminate me in an instant, you shall find it impossible to protect your young master's identity. Gu Yi remained remarkably composed. To truly grasp another, one must identify their Achilles heel and strike decisively. Undoubtedly, Qian Rinxue's vulnerability lies in the identity of Xue Qinghe. After years of subterfuge, the significance of this identity to her is evident. Step aside. Xue Qinghe commanded the dismissal of 2 individuals. Although she was unaware of how Gu Yi had uncovered this truth, his current demeanor suggested he was not inclined to expose her. Otherwise, her true identity would have been revealed long ago. Return to your original form. This guise does not suit you at all. Gu Yi furrowed her brows as she gazed at the man before her, an unmistakable sense of displeasure washing over her. Qian Rinxue hesitated for a moment, then took a few steps forward, transforming before Gu Yi's eyes into a stunning blonde beauty. Indeed, she appeared far more pleasing to the eye, even more captivating than she had been a few years prior. Gu Yi nodded in satisfaction. It must be said that Qian Rinxue, compared to a few years ago, possesses an even greater allure now. Where exactly have I revealed my flaws? Qian Rinxue, perplexed, did not acknowledge Gu Yi's compliment. Logically, it should be impossible for anyone to see through her disguise. Nothing could escape the keen perception of my eyes. Qian Rinxue found herself at a loss for words. What you said was no different from saying nothing at all. However, she understood that Gu Yi did not wish to elaborate, so she refrained from pressing further. The bond between them was fundamentally sustained through their correspondence. Digging deeper into matters was hardly a wise endeavor. What brings you to me? Do you still recall the events of the past? Gu Yi gazed intently at Qian Rinxue, his demeanor exceedingly earnest. Of course, if you emerge victorious. I shall heed your words in all matters that follow. However, should I prevail? A smile from Gu Yi interrupted her forthcoming words. Rest assured, I shall not regret the decision I have made. Qian Rinxue gazed at the confidently assured Gu Yi, perplexed as to how he intended to wrest the championship throne from the Spirit Hall, renowned for selecting prodigious talents, with a college that could scarcely muster enough participants for the competition, unless he were to take the stage himself, which was an impossibility. I eagerly await your performance. Having conveyed my thoughts, I shall take my leave now. Henceforth, there shall be no need to send correspondence to the Spirit Hall. Gu Yi spoke briefly and departed without a trace of nostalgia. Can you discern my true form, Xu Miao and Si Tun? Qian Rinxue inquired as she reverted to her original appearance. The two shook their heads in unison, unable to penetrate the facade. Had it not been for prior knowledge, they would have been entirely unable to discern her identity. Qian Rinxue cast a contemplative gaze at the spot where Gu Yi had recently occupied, her expression profound. She had indeed underestimated Gu Yi. Chapter 76. The Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. Upon leaving the prince's residence, Gu Yi began to explore the bustling Tiandou city. As the capital of the Tiandou Empire, its opulence and vibrancy far surpassed that of Suatua City. However, today seemed to bring a series of misfortunes. Not long after her departure, she witnessed a noble scion harassing a sweet-looking young woman, his lecherous demeanor utterly devoid of any aristocratic grace, resembling instead a foul insect from a stagnant drain. Gu Yi took a few steps forward, intending to advance, when the situation appeared to be abruptly halted. Zhou Long, are you not going to release him soon? A voice, cool and refined, resonated from a distance. Gu Yi turned her head and beheld a stunning woman approaching from a distance, clad in a light blue palace gown. Her meticulously arranged blue tresses exuded an air of nobility. Undoubtedly, this woman's grace surpassed anyone Gu Yi had ever encountered. Even amidst a throng of countless individuals, Gu Yi was certain she could discern this woman at a glance. Her exceptional demeanor was matched only by her exquisite beauty. The nobleman who had been entangled with the woman trembled upon hearing that familiar voice, awkwardly turning away. Xian Master Zhou Long was utterly taken aback by Tang Yuehua's unexpected appearance today, inwardly cursing his misfortune. It seemed that despite the years, he had failed to impart the essence of noble etiquette to her. Tang Yuehua shook her head in quiet resignation. Some matters were simply beyond the reach of a woman of her humble standing, even though she was renowned far and wide. Having taught countless individuals the true essence of noble etiquette, the prevailing circumstances remained unchanged. Perhaps there were too many nobles in this world, and as long as one met the requisite spiritual power, acquiring a title was easily attainable, thus transforming into a noble lineage. One could not expect a group of individuals who only knew the ways of violence to emulate her. They adhered to the principle of might makes right. In a bid to cultivate refinement and escape their humble origins, they sent their descendants to learn the ways of noble etiquette, yet harbored an intrinsic disdain for the common folk. Zhou Long was certainly among them. As Tang Yuehua approached the woman who had just been harassed, a unique aura began to emanate from her. Elegant and natural, at that moment, all the sorrow of the world seemed to dissipate. And the woman who had once been fearful became tranquil and serene. Even from a distance, Gui could sense this gentle aura and finally understood the identity of the individual before her. Tang Yuehua, possessing a 9th-level spiritual power and a mutated noble ring as her martial soul, was forever unable to transcend the 10th level. She was innately gifted with a domain, the noble domain, capable of soothing all. Gui does not attribute this issue to Tang Yuehua's martial soul, but rather to her own shortcomings. It is exceedingly rare to possess a martial soul that inherently carries its own domain. Gui speculated that Tang Yuehua's incomplete martial soul awakening might be the reason for her current predicament. Should she undergo a second awakening, she would undoubtedly rival any martial soul, much like Yu Shaozhang's Luo San Pao, which evolved into its current form due to insufficient mutation. Otherwise, it would resemble the formidable Golden Saint Dragon martial soul, which is immensely powerful. Nevertheless, these matters hold little significance for him. Merely from this incident, it is evident that the Tiando Empire is rotten to its core. Gui does not perceive any issues with unification. It is only through achieving a grand unity that a more harmonious world can be established. However, the individual tasked with accomplishing this unification must not be the irrational Bibidong. After a fruitless excursion, Gui returned to the academy, bored and distracted. Ning Fengji's speed remained impressive, and a substantial number of construction personnel had already arrived at the site. With merely a little over a year remaining until the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition, Tianwen Academy has yet to secure even the most fundamental participants. The competition requires 7 official team members along with several substitutes. Fortunately, the current roster consists of 6 members, and Gui has already identified a candidate for the remaining position. In the upcoming period, Gui intends to acquire the 6th spirit ring to enhance his strength. The recent attack by Gu Rong has made him acutely aware that if a speed-type title Douluo were to target him, evasion would be exceedingly challenging. After all, his current formidable combat prowess relies on the absorption of the world's vital energy to elevate his power. It is impractical for him to continuously absorb this energy throughout the day for self-enhancement. During the other times, his strength cannot reach the level of a title Douluo. Thus, the acquisition of the 6th spirit ability cannot be delayed any further. Old Poison, I truly require your assistance this time. The dark demon Evil Tiger is no ordinary foe. Its strength surpasses that of a 100,000-year soul beast, excelling in might and resilience. More crucially, the aftermath of this battle will undoubtedly have far-reaching consequences. And even if I manage to conquer the dark demon Evil Tiger, safely absorbing its power will be a formidable challenge. With Douluo's protection, the endeavor would undoubtedly be much safer. Let us proceed. Douluo decisively agreed. The greater Gui's strength, the more benefits he reaps, which in turn extends to Yan Yan. He had long discerned that his granddaughter had been captivated by Gui, claiming she sought to catch up with him. Yet, her every word seemed to revolve around Gui. After Gui entrusted some matters, he departed with Douluo, flying away together. Their destination this time was the Douluo Forest. Under ordinary circumstances, it would require at least 10 days to reach there. But for soul masters endowed with the ability to fly, this distance could be traversed in less than a day. Now, where shall we seek the soul beast you mentioned? In the vast expanse of the Douluo Forest, locating a single soul beast is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Allow me a moment to attune my senses. Gui stood suspended in the air. The effects of the demonic seed within the sea of his spirit were brought to their zenith. The sinister thoughts and a myriad of other energies were perceived. Gu-yi meticulously sifted through a selection of feeble auras, deliberately seeking out the potent malevolence. The dark demon god tiger is far more bloodthirsty and terrifying than the faced demon spider. It is said that the dark demon god tiger was originally a white tiger, transformed into its current form by the malevolent powers of the evil god. Its aura of wickedness surpasses that of all soul beasts, immense and overwhelming. Gu-yi quietly sensed the passage of time through a single incense stick and, at last, discerned an immensely powerful malevolent thought emanating from the southwest, surpassing all other sinister notions. It appeared as though only the essence of wickedness remained, devoid of any trace of impurity. Gu-yi gestured in a direction, and the two of them soared ahead. With their current prowess, even a spirit beast of 100,000 years would pose no challenge. It was precisely this confidence that emboldened them to act so brazenly. After a short flight, Gu-yi and Douluo encountered a colossal black tiger, not merely black, but an ink-like darkness that devoured all light that fell upon it, emanating an astonishing aura and malevolence. As they drew closer, they realized that this dark demon evil god tiger was, in fact, consuming its own kind, confirming its nature as a malevolent spirit beast. However, beginning today, this formidable tiger would become his spirit ring. Old poison, stand guard for me. Gu-yi shouted and charged towards the dark demon evil god tiger. Chapter 77. The Power of Complete Liberation. In his hand, a blood-red long sword had materialized. Over the years, nurtured by a malevolent aura, this sword of slaughter had undergone a profound transformation. Even an ordinary person, upon approaching, would be affected by the murderous intent it exuded. However, this was the finest weapon for Gu-yi, not only amplifying his third soul skill, but also enhancing his lethality. The crimson sword energy erupted from the sword of slaughter. The dark demon evil god tiger, still devouring the soul beast, sensed the impending threat and instinctively abandoned its prey, retreating to the side. The remaining carcasses of the soul beast were sliced apart by the sword energy, reduced to mere fragments, witnessing the destruction of its hard-earned meal. The malevolent aura surrounding the dark demon evil god tiger surged even more fiercely, particularly the king's symbol upon its forehead, which darkened further. A chilling malevolence emanated from the dark demon evil god tiger's body, gradually encasing it in a sinister shroud. Gu-yi involuntarily shuddered when he regained his senses. The dark demon evil god tiger had mysteriously vanished. The wind. Over the course of the past year, his mental prowess had grown significantly, allowing him to swiftly detect the whereabouts of the dark demon evil god tiger. He darted several meters to the left, instinctively swinging the killing sword in his hand. The murderous intent was palpable, and the dark demon evil god tiger was no mindless soul beast. Rather, it possessed a remarkable degree of intelligence, particularly in combat, demonstrating a keen awareness that perhaps surpassed Gu-yi's own. In the forest, the apex predator was not so easily outmatched. From a distance, Douluo also noted the unfolding situation. To be candid, he was unable to match such speed. Even though he had gradually refined the toxicity of his skills over the years, his foundation remained insufficiently robust. Nonetheless, he was not without capability. Particularly, his eighth soul skill served as his most effective means of control. With this thought in mind, Douluo hesitated no longer. He soared to a nearby location, summoned his martial spirit, and activated his eighth soul ring. Time stood still. In that instant, it seemed as though the entire world had succumbed to tranquility. With both Gu-yi and the dark demon evil god tiger momentarily frozen, such formidable power, Douluo exerted himself to maintain the eighth soul skill while also employing his singular 10,000-year head soul bone, the gaze of Medusa. This technique was indeed his true trump card. A beam of white light coalesced and shot towards the dark demon evil god tiger with breathtaking speed. In the blink of an eye, it closed in, but Douluo quickly realized that his soul power was depleting at an alarming rate. The eighth soul skill was being disrupted. The dark demon evil god tiger was no slowpoke. It evaded the white light with ease. The beam struck the ground, petrifying the blue-silver grass it hit. What manner of soul beast was this? Douluo had never anticipated that his soul skill would be so readily countered, and it was evident that this soul beast had not yet reached the 10,000-year threshold. Could it be that Gu-yi intends to attach such a soul beast to his sixth spirit ring? Even after the recent events, the dark demon evil god tiger still does not regard Douluo as its primary target. It can sense an overwhelming power emanating from the man before it, a power that could undoubtedly elevate it to new heights. Douluo exudes an odor so foul that even the tiger is devoid of any appetite. How swift! The dark demon evil god tiger lunges towards him with an unimaginable speed, its malevolent energy corroding everything in its path. Gui was almost taken by surprise before being struck violently. The pain, an unparalleled agony. Gui felt as though more than half of his ribs were fractured, and his internal organs had sustained considerable injuries. Yet, this was not the gravest concern. The insidious malevolent force that had invaded his being posed the most significant threat. It not only ravaged his body, but also rendered the celestial energies around him difficult to harness. The dark demon, evil god tiger would show no mercy to its adversaries. Swiftly advancing towards Gui, who lay propped against a tree. Enduring immense physical agony, Gui evaded his assailant just in time, narrowly escaping the attack of the dark demon, evil god tiger. He had truly underestimated the creature's formidable power. Gui exerted a portion of his strength to resist the encroachment of the malevolent force within him, while simultaneously remaining vigilant against the dark demon tiger. The dark demon tiger appeared to be unhurried, moving with caution. In that moment, Gui found himself in grave peril. Douluo had not anticipated such a rapid turn of events, nor did he expect the formidable prowess of this soul beast to be so formidable. At this juncture, it was time to employ special measures. Gui quietly contemplated. With a single thought, the elemental energy of the surrounding world was drawn into his being. The magnitude and potency of this energy were unprecedented. At that moment, Gui was entirely indifferent to whether his body could withstand it, voraciously consuming it all. Suddenly, a sound erupted. Gui's body suddenly, blood gushed forth, and streams of crimson flowed from his 7 orifices. The sight was exceedingly terrifying. Had he lost his mind? To consume such an immense quantity of energy? Douluo could not fathom why Gui would resort to such self-destruction. No one could possibly harness such a vast reservoir of energy, let alone Gui, who was merely a quasi-soul emperor. Even if his power were to reach the level of a titled Douluo, it would still be impossible. The energy from hundreds of miles around had converged here. The dark demon evil tiger, which had initially prepared to relish its prey, bristled in fear, its fur standing on end, and terror reflected in its eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, it turned and fled. The intensity of this energy was simply overwhelming. Gui, however, remained utterly unconcerned. Calmly, he raised the slaying sword in his hand, the astonishing sword aura infused with a murderous intent coalescing into a formidable bloodsword. Douluo stared in disbelief at the blood sword, which extended for several dozen meters, rendered speechless by the shock. He harbored no doubt that this strike could indeed take his life. Gui has indeed managed to harness this immense energy and wield such formidable power. Douluo begins to comprehend why Gui possesses such confidence. What does it matter if my nearly 100-meter-long sword allows you to flee for 99 meters first? Gui gazed at the fleeing dark demon, evil god tiger, and swung his sword downwards. The surrounding trees were instantly obliterated. Yet the dark demon, evil god tiger once again unleashed the incredible speed it had previously demonstrated, narrowly evading the strike to the right. But this was far from over. With a swift motion of his hand, Gui redirected the sword energy to continue his assault on the dark demon, evil god tiger. This change resulted in the devastation of dozens of trees, transforming the surrounding area into a barren wasteland. No matter how swift the dark demon, evil god tiger may be, it was impossible for it to sustain such speed indefinitely. Gui wielded his sword with remarkable speed. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of the dark demon god as he swiftly pivoted and lunged towards Gui. Simultaneously, the malevolent hook behind him transformed into a sharp spike, and a layer of gray protective shield enveloped his form. In less than the blink of an eye, he bridged the distance of nearly 100 meters. The sword energy of Gui surged forth, shattering the protective shield of the dark demon, evil god tiger with an unparalleled force. Just as he was about to strike, an immense pulling force ensnared him, one that even his current strength could not resist. He was drawn in instantly. Chapter 78. The secret art of devouring heaven. All of his power was suppressed. Even the vast amounts of elemental energy he had absorbed into his body were now undetectable. His physical form, spirit, and soul power were all in decline. As darkness faded away, Gui immediately beheld the dark demon evil god tiger before him, now significantly diminished in size. He also became acutely aware of his own state, which resembled that of his 6-year-old self. His martial soul had yet to awaken, and he possessed no internal energy, nothing at all. His physical prowess was merely somewhat superior to that of an ordinary child. However, it was still insufficient, as he was far inferior to his peer, Tang San. The arena of life and death. Gui felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had shattered the protective barrier of the dark demon evil god tiger before entering. Otherwise, he would have been confronted not with the juvenile version of the dark demon evil god tiger, but with the immensely powerful adult. In such a case, there would be no hope for victory. At present, devoid of soul power and unable to harness the energies of heaven and earth, he could only rely on his modest physical strength and combat skills. Fortunately, the limitations imposed by this skill pertained solely to his abilities, not to his memories. Otherwise, he would truly be devoid of any opportunity. Gui was acutely aware of this fact. The dark demon evil god tiger, even in its youthful phase, was at most a 10-year soul beast. Although it boasted the most prestigious lineage, elevating its prowess beyond that of an ordinary 10-year soul beast, its strength would not exceed it by a significant margin. Perhaps through the mastery of both bright and dark energies, there existed a possibility of triumph. The dark demon evil god tiger lunged forward with a ferocious pounce, its crimson eyes radiating an intense desire to kill. Though Gui currently lacks soul power and cannot execute agile maneuvers to evade, he is still capable of simple strides. He concentrated all his strength into a single point and unleashed it, producing a remarkably crisp sound in the air as he swiftly landed on the back of the dark demon evil god tiger. The creature let out a wretched cry, collapsing to the ground. At the tender age of 6, Gui's physical prowess surpasses that of his peers by a significant margin, yet he remains far from the strength of an adult, let alone a soul beast. Even with that solitary strike, he felt a profound exhaustion wash over him. The dark demon evil god tiger was bewildered, unable to comprehend how this human, devoid of even a trace of soul power, could evade its ferocious leap and inflict such considerable damage. Shaking its head in confusion, the dark demon evil god tiger rose again, showing no signs of hesitation as it resumed its assault on Gui. Even with all its might, its punch proved to be of little consequence. Gui could not help but feel a twinge of surprise. Carefully evading the assault, Gui understood that mere superficial injuries would hardly lead to victory. The true path to triumph lay in striking from within. Gui estimated that he could muster no more than 3 punches with the same strength as before. He must seize every opportunity. Otherwise, he would truly find himself capsized in the gutter. Gui observed the dark demon evil god tiger with a calm demeanor, his right hand poised, ready to strike with unerring precision. As expected of a soul beast, despite possessing the most exceptional hunting instincts, it ultimately operated with the mindset of a beast. The dark demon evil god tiger appeared to harbor some trepidation regarding Gui's previous attack, opting not to charge directly but instead coalescing a sphere of black light. However, its speed was rather sluggish. Nevertheless, Gui sensed an overwhelming threat emanating from it. Should he fail to evade, he would face either death or severe injury. Gui was exceedingly vigilant. In his former state, he would have likely dashed forward to interrupt the dark demon evil god tiger's incantation. However, given his current speed, he feared that he might be struck before he even reached his target. He dared not take the risk. The fully formed dark demon thunderball hurtled towards Gui, its velocity magnitudes greater than before. Gui was suddenly seized by a tingling sensation at the scalp, his poise utterly forsaken as he plunged to the ground like a rolling donkey. The dark magic thunderball erupted not far behind him, its malevolent light radiating in all directions. A tendril of this ominous energy struck Gui's leg before he could retreat to safety. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming numbness engulf his entire leg. As if it had been severed, blood spilled profusely, revealing a grotesque wound the size of a bowl on his thigh. The sight was utterly harrowing. The dark demonic tiger manifested a semblance of human expression, lunging at him once more, determined to eliminate this wretched human. It climbed over his lifeless body. Alongside those 2 accursed monkeys and the bull python, Gui appeared to be overwhelmed by pain, no longer attempting to evade it. Just as the claws of the dark demon tiger were mere inches away from tearing into his neck, he abruptly lifted his head, revealing a resolute expression on his delicate face. This was his boldest move yet. While he had found a way to evade the dark demon thunderball moments ago, what could he do afterward? A mere 6-year-old child, what could he possibly wield against a soul beast? Let it be death. Gui had long since gathered his strength, directing a punch toward the head of the dark demon evil god tiger. This time, his fist emitted no sound, akin to the strength of a 6-year-old child. Yet, It harbored an exceptionally formidable dark energy, inflicting internal damage without harming the exterior. The punch landed squarely on the head of the dark demon, evil god tiger, threatening to devastate its brain upon impact. At that moment, the dark demon, evil god tiger sensed an impending danger, but it was too late to evade. It could only await the outcome of the clash. A bloodthirsty glimmer shone in its eyes. Bang! Caught off guard, it was ultimately the punch that proved swifter. The tiger's attack came to an abrupt halt, its sharp claws pausing merely 5 centimeters from Gui. Had it been a fraction of a second faster, Gui would have met his demise. However, there are no what-ifs in this world. Gui was quicker, and thus, he survived. The exertion from his previous attack caused the wounds on his legs to bleed profusely, yet Gui remained unfazed. He was on the verge of escape, and the sealed powers would soon be restored. This minor injury paled in comparison to the toll of employing secret techniques. Furthermore, he was about to leave this life and death arena, where the repressed strength would be regained, rendering this wound merely a trivial matter requiring mending. Douluo, observing Gui's reappearance, felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, his gaze soon fell upon the lifeless body of the dark demon evil god tiger. He had not anticipated that Gui could indeed vanquish such a formidable soul beast. Yet, his current concern revolved around how Gui would survive in an environment saturated with such immense elemental energy, where no one could endure. In this moment, Gui found himself disinterested in trivial matters. Upon exiting, he swiftly seized a precious bead that sought to plunge into the abyss. This was indeed a remarkable treasure. After securing it within his soul guide device, he began to confront his own predicaments. He had long since transformed into a being of blood. His once white attire now stained crimson. The meridians within him were fracturing inch by inch, and had it not been for the fortification he had undergone over the years, he would have been crushed to dust by the overwhelming natural energy. At this moment, he was unable to utilize his soul power. Gui remained entirely unperturbed. He had long since prepared for such a scenario. It could even be asserted that this formidable devouring secret technique was conceived as a direct result of the fifth soul skill. Without the existence of the fifth soul skill and the external soul bone, the devouring secret technique would not be employed at this moment. Gui communicated the soul power stored within the external and internal soul bones, causing the soul rings to manifest and the fifth soul skill to illuminate. In Chapter 79, the domain skill ignited as flames erupted from his body, instantly consuming the primordial energy within. Simultaneously, Gui sensed the reformation of his martial soul, specifically his meridians. His bodily injuries steadily healed, and even the blood coursing through his veins evaporated. His clothing, hair, and eyebrows were nearly incinerated, yet his body returned to its prior state, perhaps even surpassing it. However, a sudden gust of wind brought a chill to his frame. Gui had long been prepared for this, swiftly donning a garment. However, the glaring baldness was not something that could be rapidly remedied. At this moment, the most critical aspect was not the hair, but rather the soul ring. Gui gazed at the already risen black soul ring, contemplating that the current mission was halfway accomplished. What remained was the absorption. However, Douluo soared towards him. For the power of this soul beast was exceedingly formidable, rivaling that of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. He had discerned that Gui's ability to turn the tide hinged entirely upon that potent soul skill. Otherwise, victory would have been nearly impossible. The endeavor of absorbing such a soul ring was fraught with peril. Rest assured, I am confident. Gui gazed at Douluo with unwavering confidence. Given his current capacity for endurance, he was certainly capable of absorbing this level of power. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand the might of a tidal Douluo. As for the soul shock, there was no need for further discussion. His mental strength was likely even greater than that of Douluo at this moment. Moreover, he sensed that the malevolent force embodied by the dark demon evil tiger could potentially trigger a certain chemical reaction with the demonic seed. He had already felt a hint of this during their recent battle. Be cautious. I shall provide you with protection, he advised. Gui sat before the lifeless body of the dark demon evil god tiger, beginning the process of guiding the soul ring into his being. As the energy surged within him, he let out a muffled groan, clearly taken aback by its overwhelming magnitude. Yet, it did not surpass his limits of endurance. The Zhou Tian Lu Ha Sutra coursed through his body, incessantly transforming this energy into his own soul power. The barrier of level 60 was quietly shattered. Within the sea of consciousness, the malevolent force stealthily eroded his mind. As this evil energy spread across the vast expanse of his mental realm, It seemed to be drawn towards the demonic seed situated at its core. Instead of continuing its corrosive assault on his psyche, the dark energy converged upon the seed. As the demonic seed absorbed the malevolent power, it swiftly expanded, yet this also meant that Gu-E would inevitably be affected. Should the seed grow too formidable, it would influence its host. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Gu-E from absorbing the soul ring. Throughout this process, he encountered no soul tremors emanating from the dark demon evil god tiger, indicating that its essence was concealed within the obsidian orb. The entire endeavor lasted nearly 3 hours, a testament to the colossal energy harbored within the dark demon evil god tiger. Moreover, his physical attributes underwent a remarkable transformation, particularly his strength, which saw significant enhancement. Should he further condense the essence of heaven and earth, his power would undoubtedly ascend to even greater heights, instilling him with greater confidence. However, this time fortune did not favor him, for the dark demon evil god tiger did not yield even a single soul bone. Gu-E did not rise immediately. The corruption of the demonic seed upon him had intensified, with a myriad of emotions assailing his consciousness. Should he falter, he might succumb entirely, transforming into another being. Perhaps he would become a malevolent soul master, potentially descending into extremity akin to BB Dong. If he did not impose restraint soon, the consequences would be unfathomable. As Gu-E busied himself suppressing these malevolent thoughts, a solitary figure in the distant divine realm observed him. It was unexpected to find such an intriguing individual on the Douluo continent. However, the power of evil is not easily mastered. The evil god king smirked, his eyes, which seemed capable of penetrating all veils, gazing through the clouds at Gu-E far away on the Douluo continent. Evil, have you perhaps discovered a remarkable talent? The good god king approached, regarding the evil god with a look he had not seen in ages. This could merely be the initial step. The greater challenges lay ahead. Whether success would be achieved depended solely on fate. The evil god king replied, having grown weary over countless years of the unchanging divine realm, yet bound by duty. He could not depart. If a worthy successor to inherit his divine position truly emerged, it would be nothing short of splendid. You cannot venture forth alone. I must hasten to find a successor as well, the good god king declared, departing in haste, clearly eager to locate heir. Meanwhile, Yu Shaojing, having practiced the demon cultivation technique, was now besieged by potent malevolent thoughts, transforming his demeanor entirely. The scholarly elegance he once possessed had vanished, replaced by an air of malevolence. Nevertheless, he also sensed a qualitative leap in his spiritual power, significantly stronger than before. Gu-E, through sheer willpower, managed to suppress the malevolent thoughts. However, he began to develop a newfound perspective regarding the tasks that lay ahead. After Gu-E absorbed the spirit ring, Douluo approached, curious to discover what formidable powers such a powerful spirit beast would bestow upon him. Gu-E also examined his sixth soul skill. To his astonishment, it was this. Unexpectedly, Gu-E discovered that in the absence of a soul bone, he had instead acquired something far more precious. Moreover, he sensed a remarkable synergy between his third and sixth soul rings, as if they had been enhanced. The sixth soul skill, the domain of evil, has the capacity to incite malevolent thoughts within all beings encompassed by its range, thereby diminishing the strength of foes, while simultaneously imbuing his own attacks with sinister power. Although he did not obtain any new soul skills this time, he had gained an exceedingly rare domain. Only those who possess a domain can truly comprehend that soul skills pale in comparison. The might of a domain is beyond imagination. Old poisonous being, take heed. The sixth soul ring ignited, and a gray aura emanated from his body, extending over several dozen meters. Within this expanse, Douluo was suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of wicked thoughts. Notions that would typically remain confined to his mind now emerged, seemingly drawn forth by this formidable power. Furthermore, he felt his own strength being suppressed. Gu-E did not intend to confront Douluo. Rather, he merely showcased his domain before retracting it. Such a formidable soul technique. Douluo suppressed the sinister thoughts within him, yet he remained haunted by lingering trepidation. This ability was nothing short of a devil's temptation. Gu-E felt a considerable sense of satisfaction with the results achieved, particularly as this domain had only recently been acquired, leaving ample room for further growth. The prospects ahead appear boundless, and Gu-E believes that the third soul skill can be synergistically combined with the sixth, potentially yielding a remarkable chemical reaction. In summary, there has been a significant enhancement in strength, coupled with notable progress in mental fortitude. Chapter 80. Choices and Yuxian on the Journey Back. Douluo refrained from inquiring about the soul skills Gu Yi had utilized earlier. Everyone possesses their trump cards. If he were to wield such an overwhelmingly powerful advantage, it would undoubtedly lead to the annihilation of those he encounters. The greatest secret of a soul master lies within their soul skills. Should one's skills be unveiled to others, even a weaker opponent could triumph over a stronger adversary through superior intelligence. Gu Yi did not take the initiative to provide an explanation. Furthermore, should he wish to employ the devouring heaven secret technique again, he would likely have to wait 3 months. Otherwise, he would face certain death. Nevertheless, Gu Yi firmly believes that as he continually strengthens his martial soul, enhances his physique, and increases his mastery over the primal energies of the universe, there will come a day when he can wield this secret technique without restriction. This indeed represents the path he must pursue at present. Douluo did not accompany Gu Yi back to the academy. Instead, he departed midway, given Gu Yi's presence. He is acutely aware of the extraordinary value of the medicinal herbs flourishing within the Eye of Ice and Fire. Were it not for Gu Yi, he would have wished to remain there at every moment. Upon returning to the academy, Gu Yi observed its sparse population and resolved to embark on a vigorous recruitment of students and teachers in 3 months. This endeavor serves a dual purpose: to strengthen the academy and to propagate the martial arts. The decision to implement this plan after 3 months is also influenced by the cooldown period of his 5th soul skill, as well as the time required to absorb the orbs left by the dark demon evil tiger within the soul guiding device. By that time, his combat prowess may well see significant enhancement. Moreover, his current level has reached 64 due to the absorption of the dark demon evil tiger's soul ring, bringing him nearly halfway to the soul emperor rank. Gu Yi could only express that, indeed, this top-tier soul beast is capable of bestowing such a significant enhancement upon itself. With the possession of the evil domain, his perspective on future training regimens has transformed. Previously, he contemplated honing their character through mundane, trivial matters in daily life, enabling them to endure the potent influences of formidable techniques. However, now he can directly invoke the sinister inclinations within their hearts through the evil domain. Regardless of who it may be, even the most virtuous person, deep within their psyche lies an unacknowledged malevolence. It is precisely these 7 emotions and 6 desires that define humanity, distinguishing it from mere beasts. Nonetheless, his mastery of the evil domain remains far from complete, and his understanding of it is still limited. He cannot recklessly apply this method on Zhu Zhuqing and the others, for fear of inadvertently creating a demon. After all, individuals like Dai Mubai, whose minds are clouded with frivolous thoughts, are particularly susceptible to malevolent inclinations, risking a complete fall into depravity. Ma Hongjun is similarly vulnerable, especially as he has yet to fully control his evil fire. Should his dark inclinations be stirred, it is difficult to guarantee that Ma Hongjun would not lose his sanity. Thus, he must attain comprehensive mastery over the evil domain before employing it on them. What concerns him the most at present is Zhu Zhuqing. In merely a few months, she has nearly reached level 29. This rate of growth can only be described as astonishing, yet the swifter her soul power ascends, the greater the impact on her psyche. The most apparent manifestation of this is her increasingly cold demeanor, almost exuding a chilling aura. She scarcely exchanges words with Ning Rongrong, who is also a girl. However, he has chosen not to intervene, as matters have yet to spiral beyond control. In the forthcoming month, Gu Yi dedicates his mornings to instructing several individuals in martial arts and combat techniques, while afternoons are reserved for theoretical knowledge and various worldly insights. Evenings are devoted to contemplating the evil domain and researching the evil god pearl, a relic left behind by the dark demon evil god tiger after its demise. As days pass, his command over the evil domain grows increasingly adept, and he has even developed several intriguing skills. Moreover, the research into the evil god pearl has yielded new avenues of thought. Perhaps it could serve as a vessel, a conduit for harboring sinister inclinations. The dark demon evil god tiger was originally just a white tiger, transformed into its current form due to the overwhelming power of the evil god, which it could not withstand. Gu Yi now aims to infuse the demonic seeds from the sea of consciousness into the evil god pearl. By doing so, he may be able to harness the malevolent thoughts of the world within the pearl. From that moment forth, the sinister thoughts of all beings could serve as nourishment for his growth. His spiritual power might reach an unprecedented level, unparalleled by any before or after him, provided he can maintain control. Should he proceed in this manner, He would not merely endure the malevolence he himself generates, but rather encompass the dark thoughts of all humanity. The myriad of unspeakable events in the world would unfold vividly within his mind. In truth, Gu Yi had comprehended the application of the evil god Pearl a fortnight ago, yet he hesitated, lacking confidence in this regard. Now, possessing the pinnacle of strength on the Douluo continent, if he continues to advance methodically, ascending to divinity would not pose a significant challenge, granting him the gift of eternal life. There would be no need for such drastic measures. Gu Yi continually reassured herself not to act foolishly as she stepped out of her room. She closed her eyes contentedly, savoring the warmth of the rising sun. It was indeed the most delightful moment. Coincidentally, Gu Yi also spotted Zhu Qing emerging from the girls' dormitory, who, in stark contrast, was gazing intently at the sun. Her upward glance at the sky possessed an inexplicable charm. Zhu Qing, sensing a gaze upon her, instinctively turned to look back. Their eyes met. Gu Yi nodded in acknowledgement and then departed. While he appreciated the moment, his heart was heavy with unspoken thoughts. However, Zhu Qing chose to follow Gu Yi outside and return to their chamber. With time still on their side and the day designated for rest, they could indulge in further cultivation. As they strolled through the streets of Tiando, the vibrant city was already bustling with life in the early morning. Wandering aimlessly, Gu Yi felt a sense of uncertainty. Yet, as he meandered, he found himself standing before the entrance of the Moon Pavilion. Seemingly guided by fate, he stepped inside. Perhaps the noble domain of Tang Yuehua could offer him some profound insights. The doorman did not hinder Gu Yi's entry, for his attire was unblemished and his demeanor exuded an air of refinement, surpassing even that of the nobility. Upon entering, Gu Yi was greeted by a waft of delicate fragrance, as if the weight on his heart had been lifted. Indeed, there was something extraordinary about this place. Gu Yi did not directly approach Tang Yuehua, for he was merely an obscure junior and unfamiliar with her. He intended to observe this place of etiquette learning, curious about its unique qualities. Thus, he positioned himself in a corner, quietly watching the ebb and flow of passers-by while listening to their conversations. At last, he found himself in a relatively normal environment. Although there were still some crude utterances, it was considerably better than what he had encountered in the circles of nobility elsewhere. The others in the Wuxian also took notice of Gu Yi, yet they paid him little mind, assuming him to be yet another suitor of Madame Yuehua. After all, over the years, suitors had been plentiful. Madame Yuehua's beauty was unparalleled, and her grace was beyond compare, truly unmatched by any other. Chapter 81. Lodging and performance at Wuxian. Gu Yi stood motionless below for more than half an hour, displaying remarkable patience. The silver palace attire seemed as though it was crafted solely for her, exuding an aura of perfection. It is no wonder that she is the only individual on Douluo Continent to possess a domain with a soul power of level 9. Gu Yi's lips twitched slightly, yet no sound escaped them. Tang Yuehua, brimming with excitement, turned to gaze at Gu Yi, who stood in the corner. Despite the overwhelming shock, the noble aura surrounding Tang Yuehua remained largely unchanged. However, the thrill in her expression was unmistakable. Might this esteemed gentleman accompany me upstairs for a conversation? Tang Yuehua inquired softly, approaching Gu Yi with graceful steps. Gu Yi's presence was entirely permissible. After all, it was her intention to meet him. Upon hearing Gu Yi's agreement, Tang Yuehua turned to the individuals behind her and commanded, "Do not allow anyone to disturb me." The assembly was astounded. None could have anticipated that the illustrious Lady Yuehua would personally receive an individual who seemingly appeared from nowhere. The men present, consumed by jealousy, glared intensely, for it was unlikely that any man in the entirety of Tiando City would decline the opportunity to spend time alone with Lady Yuehua. Even if it were merely to observe her from a distance, it would be an experience of exquisite delight. Mature women can be categorized into two types: those who exude allure and those who embody grace. In simpler terms, the former incites desire, while the latter inspires affection. Tang Yuehua epitomizes the latter. With every smile and frown, she radiates an enchanting charm, her elegance ingrained in her very essence. Tang Yuehua directly escorted Gu Yi to the top floor, her private sanctuary, a place serene enough to ensure their conversation remained undisturbed. Here, they could venture into intimate discussions without concern. After all, Tang Hao was still being pursued by the Spirit Hall, and caution was paramount in all matters. Tang Yuehua guided Gu Yi to a table off to the side. Where could Tang Hao possibly be? The reason she had brought Gu Yi to the uppermost level was his revelation of knowing Tang Hao's whereabouts, a statement that had ignited her excitement. After more than 20 years apart, having been closest to her two brothers in their youth, despite the passage of time and the distance that now separated them. The bond among the three siblings had only deepened. Gu Yi now held the esteemed position of president of the Tianwen Academy. But it was evident that Tang Yuehua was not inclined to discuss such matters. Gu Yi did not intend to keep her in suspense. He spoke directly. Our last encounter took place in Soto City. Soto City? Why would Tang Yuehua's elder brother go there? I forgot to mention, Tang Hao has a son, and he possesses considerable strength. Tang Yuehua fell into deep contemplation, while Gu Yi patiently awaited her response. After taking a sip of the tea on the table, which was rather pleasant, she inquired, "What is your purpose in seeking me out?" Tang Yuehua was skeptical that anyone would come to her with such news without an ulterior motive. "Let me be straightforward," he replied. "I hope you can employ your noble domain for me. There are certain matters that require your assistance." Gu Yi sought to clarify his current thoughts through Tang Yuehua. Was it truly that simple? Tang Yuehua had anticipated that Gu Yi might be rather demanding, yet she was surprised that he merely requested her to utilize her noble domain. For her, it was but a trivial matter. "Very well, shall we proceed now?" After agreeing, Tang Yuehua inquired further. Gu Yi nodded. A wave of energy, entirely distinct from that of the realm of darkness, emerged at the pinnacle. It was graceful and serene, as if capable of bringing tranquility to all things. Gu Yi resisted, allowing the waves of influence to wash over him, as if the weariness deep within his soul had been drawn out. His already vacant mind gradually succumbed to drowsiness under this gentle force, ultimately leading him to rest his head upon the table and drift into slumber. Tang Yuehua, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback. Was this person truly intending to solve some problem? Could it be that he merely wished to sleep? Tang Yuehua was perplexed. Observing Gu Yi, who lay asleep on the table, she found herself pondering the situation. It was hardly appropriate to let him remain in such an undignified position. Yet, within the entirety of Wuxian, she was the sole individual with a place for rest. Contemplating Gu Yi and recalling the message he had just conveyed to her, she ultimately felt a twinge of compassion, unwilling to let him sleep in such a manner. She approached gently, lifting Gu Yi with care, and cradled him in her arms. Despite her seemingly delicate exterior, her possessed soul power endowed her with considerable strength. Lifting a man posed no challenge. Fortunately, her abode comprised more than just a single room. Upon opening a door, a cozy bed came into view. With tenderness, she laid Gu Yi down upon the bed. Casting a sidelong glance at the peacefully slumbering figure of Gu Yi, she mused that in her lifetime, she had never attended to a man in such a manner. In the depths of his dreams, Gu Yi appeared to be immersed in a vision, beginning to speak in his sleep. Tang Yuehua had barely rested for a mere 2 minutes when she noticed Gu Yi thrashing about on the bed. Malevolent energy and a sense of murderous intent gradually emanating from him. She truly felt a sense of fatigue. With no other recourse, she retrieved a harp from another room and, channeling her domain's power, began to play. Tang Yuehua felt as though she had descended several notches in her own standing within a single day. The melody resonated far and wide, reaching the ears of others within Wuxian, the enchanting strains seeming to cleanse their very souls. Indeed, it was only the music of Madame Yuehua that offered such exquisite enjoyment. One nobleman clad in white could not help but exclaim his admiration, noting that no student had ever surpassed Tang Yuehua in both musical prowess and beauty. As she observed Gu Yi regaining his calm, the malevolent energy and murderous intent were quelled. It was not until the following morning that Gu Yi slowly awakened. Feeling utterly comfortable, he realized it had been ages since he had enjoyed such a restful slumber. As fragrant scents wafted into his being, Gu Yi surveyed his unfamiliar surroundings. Bewildered by the situation, "You're awake," he heard a voice say. "You certainly know how to sleep, a whole day and night. If there is nothing pressing, you might as well leave quickly." Tang Yuehua never anticipated that this man would sleep for an entire day and night. What else more? His restless slumber was marked by erratic movements, unleashing an aura of menace and malevolence that was utterly uncontrollable. This left her utterly exhausted. Were it anyone with a less forgiving temperament, they would have roused Gu Yi long ago. Yet, it was she, with her kind-hearted nature, who could tolerate Gu Yi's behavior. Furthermore, she harbored a hope that he might provide her with more information about Tang Hao and his son. Lacking strength, her esteemed status in Tiando City held little weight beyond its borders. Once outside, survival would be a formidable challenge. Disturbance ensued. Gu Yi also noticed the change in the sky, surprised to find that he had slept for an entire day and night. It seemed he was truly exhausted. Gui refrained from further disturbing Tang Yuehua and departed from the upper level. As he descended step by step, he was met with a multitude of astonished gazes. Lady Yuehua had never lingered with any man for such an extended period, to the point of being quite extraordinary. Under the scrutinizing eyes filled with hostility, Gui exited the Moon Pavilion. Chapter 82. On Tang Yuehua's assistance with the fusion of the evil god pearl in the following days. Gui visited Tang Yuehua every few days. For reasons unknown, she did not refuse him, consistently allowing him access to the top floor. Here, Gui finally found a semblance of tranquility, and his heart gradually grew more serene. Although he had previously managed to suppress the malevolent force, it still bore traces of divinity. No matter how well he contained it, some side effects were inevitable. His emotions were bound to be influenced to some extent. Much like Tang San, who had just departed from the city of slaughter, he found himself unable to control his own murderous aura. Though he had not reached such an extreme, he was not to be underestimated. Gui, however, believed that Tang Yuehua, who possessed the domain of nobility, was the most suitable candidate for cultivation. She could easily attain the realm of unity between heaven and man. Such an innate advantage is unparalleled, even by the mightiest of martial souls. Furthermore, Gui suspected that Tang Yuehua's martial soul might be akin to that of Yu Shaojiang, still not fully mutated. It is quite possible that it is a super martial soul, even more formidable than the heightened hammer. Few possess a martial soul endowed with a domain from birth. On this day, Gui once again visited Yuexian. I must say, you truly treat this place as a mere resting spot, Tang Yuehua remarked, her beautiful brows knitting together as she glared at Gui, who had entered uninvited. How dare I? Gui casually took a sip of the tea on the table. Tang Yuehua shot Gui an exasperated glance. Over the past fortnight, their interactions had been relatively amicable. By the way, I recall your spiritual power is at level 9. Is that correct? What does that mean? Tang Yuehua asked, somewhat puzzled. She had been unable to break through to level 10, a matter that, while not widely known, was certainly not a secret either. Why did Gui choose to speak about this matter? Was it merely to humiliate her? Through their recent interactions, it has become evident that Gui possesses remarkable strength, achieving the level of a soul emperor at the tender age of not yet 16. Even her exceptionally gifted second brother could not have attained such formidable power at her age. A prodigy, indeed, an extraordinary genius. However, Tang Yuehua finds herself perplexed by one aspect. Why does Gui appear so leisurely every day, exhibiting none of the diligence typically associated with a genius? When Tang Hao was her age, he was tirelessly cultivating the Haotian 9 absolutes. Does she not wish to experience the life of a soul master? Gui fixed his gaze upon Tang Yuehua's strikingly contrasting eyes, speaking with a tone of utmost seriousness and gravity. How Tang Yuehua yearned to become a soul master. Yet, the constraints of her rank loomed before her like an insurmountable chasm, rendering any progress nearly impossible. Despite her unwavering dedication to cultivation over the years, it proved futile. A mutated martial soul, ultimately, could not be cultivated. Even the esteemed master, renowned in the soul master community over a decade ago, found himself powerless against the limitations of his own martial soul. Fortunately, she had come to terms with her circumstances over the years, finding less significance in her lack of cultivation. What exactly do you wish to convey? Tang Yuehua pondered, contemplating a riddle to pose to Gui. I can assist you in breaking through. Gui fixed his gaze upon Tang Yuehua's eyes, contemplating her cultivation level. He had already assessed her abilities, and perhaps the repercussions brought about by the evil god Pearl would require her intervention to rectify. However, it was evident that Tang Yuehua was still too weak at present. Even assisting him in alleviating the consequences of absorbing the malevolent power had taken an inordinate amount of time. Once the evil god Pearl was integrated, the influx of sinister thoughts would be incessant. At that juncture, her current noble domain would be utterly insufficient to help him suppress it. This led him to consider ways to enhance Tang Yuehua's strength. The reason he had not previously proposed this was that he had been at a loss regarding how to assist her. While internal cultivation could enable those without awakened soul power to practice, it could not help practitioners breach the inherent barriers of their potential. Just as the 7 treasure glazed tile, a martial soul, could only advance to the 79th level and could not accommodate an 8th soul ring. Breaking that limitation was exceedingly difficult, even with internal cultivation. Yet, Tang Yuehua's martial soul was not akin to the 7 treasure glazed tile. Although both faced insurmountable level restrictions, there existed a fundamental difference. Thus, Gu Yi intended to utilize his own internal cultivation to help Tang Yuehua open the 8 extraordinary meridians, forcibly stimulating her soul power enhancement. As long as she could surpass the 10th level, there would be a possibility for further advancement. This potential was precisely what he sought. However, prior to embarking on this endeavor, he had a matter of great significance to attend to. Such jesting is far from amusing. I recognize your genius, yet it should not come at the expense of humiliating others. Tang Yuehua felt a surge of anger. Despite having long since pushed the matter to the recesses of her mind, this world remained one governed by soul masters, where strength reigned supreme. Though she appeared quite popular and respected in her daily life, she understood that should any trouble arise, that respect would dissipate into nothingness. Power was everything. She was not one to indulge in frivolous banter, and this jest was certainly lacking in humor. Having known you for some time, have you ever witnessed me engage in jest? Gu Yi retorted. Listening to Gu Yi's unwavering tone, Tang Yuehua still found it hard to believe. Throughout the millennia, how many examples existed of individuals unable to transcend due to the limitations of their martial souls? Gu Yi is merely a youth in his teens, lacking any formidable means. If you could truly assist me in transcending my current level, I would be at your service whenever you choose to visit. Tang Yuehua's remarkable success in the aristocratic haven of Tiando City attests to her astuteness and intelligence. Moreover, the occasional glimmer of murderous intent and malevolence emanating from Gu Yi only deepens her understanding of his character. Gu Yi required her noble domain to suppress these murderous intents and malevolent thoughts. Remember your words. You must not refuse me whenever I seek you. Tang Yuehua nodded, finding this task rather simple. However, it would not be long before she realized how naive her thoughts had been at that moment. It was not merely a matter of relinquishing time. She had unwittingly offered herself entirely. Very well. Gu Yi led Tang Yuehua to his usual resting place, inviting her to sit cross-legged upon the bed, while he assumed a similar position behind her. With focused attention, he began to attune himself to her presence. Gu Yi placed his palms upon Tang Yuehua's back, allowing his soul power to flow through the meridians into her body. In comparison to his own meridians, hers were as disparate as the heavens and the earth, utterly incomparable. Even the operation of the soul power became a cautious endeavor, as he feared that exerting too great a force might inadvertently rupture her frail meridians. In terms of understanding meridians, no one in this world could rival him. However, aiding someone in unblocking the 8 extraordinary meridians was no trifling matter. It could even deplete one's own cultivation, akin to a master imparting their skills. Yet, Gu Yi remained unconcerned, for elevating his own cultivation was not a daunting task at present. Tang Yuehua could distinctly feel a wave of tranquility and balanced soul power emanating from behind her, in stark contrast to the violent and murderous energy she had anticipated. Nevertheless, the malice and sinister thoughts emanating from Gu Yi were undeniably real. To her, this little rascal was indeed just that, a mere child. Chapter 83. Soaked in recent days. Gu Yi had gained considerable insight into Tang Yuehua's soul power. Although he could not replicate it perfectly, achieving 80 to 90% accuracy was well within his capabilities. Otherwise, assisting Tang Yuehua in unblocking the 8 extraordinary meridians would be impossible. The cultivation method currently employed by Gu Yi is not particularly profound, and moreover, Tang Yuehua is not yet capable of mastering overly intricate techniques. The pure Yuan Gong is perfectly suited for her to establish a solid foundation. Tang Yuehua experiences a manner of cultivation that is entirely distinct from meditation. Meditation entails utilizing one's martial soul to absorb the essence of the universe, transforming it into soul power. The efficacy of this practice relies solely on the strength of the martial soul. The more formidable the martial soul, the swifter the cultivation progress. It is precisely due to her failed mutation of the martial soul that she has been unable to ascend to the rank of soul master. Today, however, she has encountered an entirely different cultivation system. Focused and resolute, we must both exert our efforts moving forward. Although Gu Yi intends to assist Tang Yuehua in opening the 8 extraordinary meridians, this process necessitates the guidance of her soul power. Otherwise, it would significantly impact Tang Yuehua's future cultivation. Gu Yi guided Tang Yuehua's spiritual energy into one of the extraordinary meridians, the Yinwei meridian. This particular meridian among the 8 extraordinary ones is relatively easy to open. However, the number of attempts to impact the meridian is limited. Excessive attempts could easily lead to damage. Considering Tang Yuehua's frail meridians and meager cultivation, Gui decided to restrict the attempts to 4. Should 4 attempts prove insufficient, they would have to wait several days before trying again. The first attempt commenced. Gui, with unwavering determination, charged forward alongside Tang Yuehua. In an instant, the impact left Tang Yuehua's complexion ashen. She bit down on her silver teeth, refusing to utter a sound. It was evident that she had encountered her first defeat. Gui was not disheartened. He had never anticipated a successful breakthrough on his first attempt. The second attempt also resulted in failure, yet it could be considered a modest advancement. Tang Yuehua's complexion grew increasingly pale, resembling a blank sheet of paper. Her meridians were alarmingly feeble, barely surpassing those of an average person. Nevertheless, she remained silent. With renewed confidence, Gui approached the third attempt, as he had come perilously close to overcoming the obstacle previously. Although Tang Yuehua did not vocalize her struggle, Gui understood that she was reaching her limits. Should this endeavor fail, they would have to wait for another opportunity. This was one attempt fewer than he had anticipated. Soon, the moment for the third attempt arrived, and Gui took on the role of a supportive force from the shadows. Tang Yuehua displayed remarkable determination, leaving no room for retreat. Perhaps this was her first truly audacious endeavor in years. Remarkably, her fearless spirit propelled her to a breakthrough. A refreshing energy surged from her Inwei meridian into her soul power, and though Tang Yuehua nearly succumbed to the pain, this infusion of cool vitality revitalized her significantly. Simultaneously, Gui infused his own soul power into Tang Yuehua's being. This energy, sharing a common origin, swiftly merged with her own. She had achieved a breakthrough, undoubtedly. Although it was her inaugural venture into a higher realm, an instinct within her assured her of this success. With the reinforcement from the Inwei meridian and Gui's soul power, her soul energy had undoubtedly ascended by more than just one level. Gui sat behind Tang Yuehua, feeling a reduction of approximately half a rank in his soul power, which was not deemed a significant loss. What he truly yearned to ascertain was whether Tang Yuehua's domain could indeed be enhanced. This was of paramount importance. After expending such considerable effort, if the noble domain were to remain stagnant, it would render all endeavors futile. Although the likelihood of this occurring was exceedingly slim, it was not entirely implausible. Gui did not urge her. Tang Yuehua followed the path that Gui had previously outlined for her, seamlessly integrating all of this soul energy into her dantian. After exhaling a breath, she opened her eyes. Was I not truthful with you? Gui smiled at Tang Yuehua, whose hair, dampened by sweat, clung to her face, while her garments adhered closely to her form, accentuating her delicate and alluring figure. Coupled with her pale and somewhat weary countenance, she presented a unique charm. Despite her adept interpersonal skills, even she found herself at a loss for words, uttering nothing more than a simple thank you. In a world where strength reigns supreme, the greatest assistance one can offer is to empower others. Before proceeding, I have a modest suggestion. Gui gazed at the captivating Tang Yuehua and, feeling a surge of inspiration, said, "Let us speak plainly about your attire." Gui uttered merely 2 words, continuing to relish the splendid scenery. The mountains loomed together majestically. Tang Yuehua lowered her gaze and immediately grasped the quilt on the bed, enveloping herself completely within it. She refrained from shouting, yet her flushed earlobes betrayed her inner turmoil. "Why aren't you hastening outside?" Tang Yuehua chided Gui, who remained rooted to the spot, her voice a blend of embarrassment and indignation. It was utterly mortifying. Gui smiled, taken by the allure of Tang Yuehua's figure, which appeared exceedingly enticing, and was pleasantly surprised by the extraordinary garments she wore beneath. As she stepped out, it was only after Gui had closed the door that Tang Yuehua cautiously emerged from beneath the covers. She lowered her gaze upon the peaks visible through her attire, grateful for the additional layer of undergarments. Otherwise, she would have been utterly at a loss in facing Gui. Hastily, she retrieved a casual outfit from her soul guide, all the while casting a wary glance at the doorway, for this was her first experience changing clothes with a man present. Should Gui enter, all her modesty would be laid bare. A quarter of an hour later, Tang Yuehua finally emerged from her chamber, composed as she approached Gui. "Let us proceed. I shall guide you in the pursuit of spirit rings. In the realm of Douluo Continent, regardless of the cultivation techniques one practices or the might of their martial soul, one cannot transcend the shackles of rank. Even the most formidable spirit power cannot contravene this rule, which is beyond the grasp of mere mortals and equally insurmountable. Not even the strength of a tidal Douluo can defy such constraints. Would you mind waiting a few days? I have matters that require my attention." Unlike Gui, who possessed a relaxed sense of time. Tang Yuehua, as the renowned owner of Yuexian in Tiando City, knew that even a brief absence could incite considerable upheaval. Duties must be transitioned, for the aristocrats of Tiando City are not easily dealt with. I can indeed accommodate this, but my time is equally precious. Gui gazed at Tang Yuehua, momentarily captivated by her dazzling eyes, reminiscent of brilliant headlights. Very well, once I provide my instructions, we shall depart. Tang Yuehua was acutely aware of her current reliance on Gui and thus understood the necessity of accommodating his schedule. That is not quite the message I intend to convey. In the spirit of reciprocity, I require your assistance with a certain matter. In recent days, my research into the realm of malevolence had deepened, and I contemplated utilizing this knowledge to fortify the will and character of the students. However, such an endeavor is undeniably fraught with peril. With the support of Tang Yuehua's noble domain, success would be assured. Chapter 84. The Invasion of Malicious Thoughts. The following day, Zhu Zhuqing and her companions beheld Gui entering the academy accompanied by an exquisitely charming woman. Lady Yuehua, Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully, dashing to Tang Yuehua's side, her face alight with smiles. Du Guiyan, who also recognized Tang Yuehua, was perplexed as to why she had come here. The remaining four were awestruck by her beauty, yet remained oblivious to her identity. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, being natives of the Star Luo Empire, had never encountered Tang Yuehua before. Oscar and Ma Hongjun, both from modest backgrounds, were visiting Tiando City for the first time and were equally unaware of Tang Yuehua's significance. Zhu Zhuqing lowered her gaze, unable to see her own toes, and nodded in satisfaction. In this regard, she possessed absolute confidence. However, in other aspects, Tang Yuehua was beyond her comparison. Tang Yuehua had long since reached a level of familiarity. It was time for someone to reap the rewards of her efforts. Attention! We are about to embark on a rather perilous course, and this esteemed individual beside me is the physician I have engaged to safeguard you. Tang Yuehua exhibited no signs of trepidation. Such trivial matters were beneath her concern. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Indeed, you are a remarkable assembly of talented youths. My name is Tang Yuehua, and during this period, I will serve as your psychological safety advisor. Tang Yuehua's eloquence reached its zenith, even in the presence of these young individuals. Psychological safety? Even Oscar, who knew Gui best, found himself puzzled, uncertain of what dangers might lurk in their minds. You have all practiced Pure Yuan Gong, considering it merely another method of cultivating soul power, yet in truth, Pure Yuan Gong is merely the simplest form of cultivation. Zhu Zhuqing is profoundly aware of this matter. Her current cultivation speed can be described as 2 to 3 times that of practicing the Pure Yuan technique. Advanced martial arts necessitate the guidance of the spirit, harmonizing with the martial soul to achieve a state of equilibrium. However, prior to this, you must undergo a specialized training session. Mastering advanced techniques is not merely about the simple operation of soul power. It requires one's own spirit to serve as a beacon for successful cultivation. Those with wavering resolve are easily ensnared as slaves to these techniques. Thus, prepare yourselves. As she spoke, Gui activated the 6th soul ring, unleashing a gray wave that surged outward in all directions. In that moment, Gui shed her previous elegance and amiability, transforming into a figure of malevolence. The assembly trembled in fear. Tang Yuehua finally comprehended the source of Gui's formidable malevolent aura. It was indeed the influence of the 6th soul ring. She could scarcely fathom which soul beast could produce a soul ring imbued with such overwhelming evil power. Without hesitation, Tang Yuehua activated her noble domain. Though its range was limited, sufficient to envelop herself within its confines. As for the others, she chose not to concern herself with them. This had been a prior agreement between her and Gui. She would merely serve as a safeguard, using the noble domain to restore Ning Rongrong and the others when they could no longer withstand the malevolent thoughts. Beyond that, her intervention was unnecessary. In an instant, the 6 individuals present were invaded by dark thoughts, their bodies betraying the insidious influence. Some bore twisted expressions, others flushed with heat, and some wore faces of profound sorrow. Not a single soul remained lucid. Although Gui's evil domain stemmed from a single soul ring, it was forged from the essence of the dark demon, evil god Tiger, a creature whose death was over 50,000 years past, and it harbored a fragment of malevolent divine power. Under such circumstances, should they manage to withstand the onslaught of the dark thoughts, it would indeed be nothing short of miraculous. Gu Yi gazed calmly at the individuals ensnared by malevolent thoughts. This was the first time Tang Yuehua had heard of such a method of cultivation. During her acquaintance with Gu Yi, her understanding had been continually reshaped, challenging conventional wisdom. It must be said that Gu Yi's mastery of this dark realm was indeed formidable. Even Tang Yuehua, who hailed from an aristocratic lineage, could perceive a sense of oppression. The most pitiable among them was Ma Hongjun. His eyes blazed a fiery red, emitting deep, labored breaths, while his lower body was a sight most distressing. The malevolence radiating from him was the strongest among all, with tendrils of sinister flames occasionally flickering around him. Gu Yi gazed at the increasingly enraptured Ma Hongjun. Indeed, it was as he had surmised. The wicked thoughts that stirred within would undoubtedly ignite a corresponding malevolence. Although Ma Hongjun's martial spirit was formidable, its flaws were glaring. It appeared that only Tang Yuehua could intervene. Gu Yi cast a glance at Tang Yuehua, fully aware of the course of action she needed to take. A gentle aura surged into Ma Hongjun's being, and in an instant, the malevolent thoughts and desires within him dissipated like snow melting under the sun, swiftly returning to a state of normalcy. Observing the five who were still struggling, he felt a twinge of sorrow in his gaze. The first failure proved difficult for him to accept. It was a significant blow to his pride. What young person would willingly concede inferiority to others? Silently retreating to a corner, he harbored an urgent desire to fully master the sinister flames, aspiring to become a true fire phoenix, rather than being ridiculed as a mere evil fire chick. Gu Yi observed all of this without extending any comfort. It was a journey that Ma Hongjun had to undertake alone. Kill, I will slay you. Dai Mubai's voice resonated in Gu Yi and Tang Yuehua's ears, filled with a palpable intent to kill and an overwhelming desire, akin to that of a tyrant. Another vanquished soul. This time, there was no need for Gu Yi to exchange glances. With assistance from the aristocratic realm, Dai Mubai regained his composure, reflecting on the scene he had just endured, both yearning for it and haunted by lingering trepidation. Gu Yi was somewhat taken aback. Aside from Ma Hongjun, who succumbed to the allure of dark fire, he had assumed that Ning Rongrong would exhibit the least resolve. To his surprise, it was Dai Mubai who faltered first. An unexpected turn of events. As a cup of tea passed, only Oscar and Dugu Yin remained steadfast, untainted by sinister thoughts. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had both succumbed in quick succession. Zhu Zhuqing's rapid defeat did not come as a shock, as she had already been influenced by the martial arts, or perhaps her character had merely been magnified. Ultimately, it was Oscar who persevered the longest, enduring for a full incense stick before he too could no longer hold out. Such tenacity was indeed remarkable. Gu Yi merely wished to express that he is indeed the first innate genius possessing a full soul power in history. In the original narrative, even without the aid of divine herbs, Oscar's ascension to godhood was inevitable. He lacks neither talent nor willpower. I have meticulously noted the duration of each of your initial efforts, and I hope to witness your progress in the next endeavor. Subsequently, Gu Yi escorted Tang Yuehua back to Yuexian, where he himself lingered for a while, finding great comfort in the noble surroundings of Tang Yuehua. However, to others, the situation appeared differently. Once the spirit of gossip ignites, it becomes uncontrollable. Chapter 85. The Madness of Yu Shaojing Now. A plethora of rumors circulate within the city of Tiando. Tang Yuehua is quite the celebrity there, revered as the epitome of nobility in Yuexian. Her every move is scrutinized. A man frequently entering the private domain of Lady Yuehua is an unprecedented occurrence in these years. More critically, there were whispers of a peculiar relationship between Lady Yuehua and the Snow Knight Emperor. As for Gu Yi's background, it has long been laid bare on the desks of prominent nobles. However, they merely gleaned that Gu Yi is the dean of a prestigious Soul Master Academy. Any further inquiry was met with hesitation, as the shadow of the poisoned Douluo loomed behind him. This esteemed institution was established under the direct oversight of the poisoned Douluo. In Tiando City, no one dares to offend a titled Douluo. Tianwen Academy. At last, I comprehend why for so many years Gu has refrained from seeking female companionship. It appears he finds no allure in the frivolities of common beauty. Although Ma Hongjun has undergone some transformation, he remains unable to shed his penchant for gossip. Nonetheless, Gu's preferences remain steadfast, consistently drawn to women of substantial character. Oscar could not help but interject, acknowledging that they too share this affinity. Zhu Zhuqing faltered momentarily in her departure, but then maintained her composure as she exited. Today's defeat left her feeling somewhat disheartened. She recognized that the training was solely an assessment of willpower, unaffected by talent or cultivation. Yet, she faltered prematurely in a trial that should have tested her endurance to the utmost. Recollections of her descent into malevolent thoughts flooded her mind, intensifying the dark aura surrounding her. Lambo Academy, or rather, it should now be referred to as Shrek Academy. Flender and his companions followed Lu Erlong to Tiando City, successfully claiming the academy that Lu Erlong had tirelessly built over 2 decades as their own. Simultaneously, Flender became aware of the circumstances between Gu Yi and Tang Yuehua, prompting a moment of reflection. Flender, let us once again attempt to achieve a fusion of our martial spirits. As Yu Xiaojing approached, he spoke with a sense of bewilderment. For reasons unknown, the soul connection between him, Flender, and Lu Erlong had vanished recently. Indeed, it had completely dissipated. Their previous compatibility in soul fusion had reached an astonishing 99%, allowing them to sense one another's soul powers. Yet now, it was as if they had never fused at all. Since that fateful day, they had been unable to unleash their soul fusion technique. It is worth noting that the trio had earned the illustrious title of the Golden Iron Triangle solely due to their soul fusion technique. Otherwise, given their prior cultivation levels, achieving any notoriety in the realm of soul masters would have been nearly impossible, especially while carrying an additional burden. Come on, Flander mused, equally perplexed as to why their soul fusion technique had faltered. Even after being apart for over 20 years, they had always been able to summon the golden holy dragon upon their reunion. Yet now, there was an utter lack of sensation. Lu Erlong and Flander, as was customary, channeled their soul power into Luo Sanpao. Under normal circumstances, Luo Sanpao would have manifested the golden holy dragon in response to their soul energy. However, nothing transpired this time. Suddenly, Yu Xiaojing spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the ground, causing Luo Sanpao to dissipate upon his fall. Xiaojing, are you all right? Flander exclaimed, rushing to embrace Yu Xiaojing. Surely, a failure in soul fusion should not have resulted in injury. Yu Xiaojing was not unconscious, merely suffering from internal injuries. The soul and the body are intrinsically linked. If the soul sustains damage, the body inevitably follows suit. Luo Sanpao was merely a failed mutated soul. Had they still been able to fuse their soul powers to evolve it into the golden holy dragon, it would have sufficed. Yet, the inability to perform soul fusion meant that it could not withstand such overwhelming soul power, leading to a backlash. Why? Yu Xiaojing roared toward the heavens. It was only during the moments of soul fusion that one could truly experience the sensation of strength. Now, even though he had forgotten the cultivation of demonic powers, the remnants of his training lingered on. He had reverted to the state of a mere wastrel. Flander, is it you? Are you unwilling to cooperate? As Yu Xiaojing collapsed in the embrace of Flander, he posed a poignant question. The fusion of martial souls necessitates a harmonious collaboration among 3 individuals, despite his fervent desire. It remained impossible for him to achieve it alone. The failure of martial soul fusion could stem from only 2 reasons. First, an insufficient compatibility of the martial souls. Second, a lack of mutual understanding among those engaged in the fusion. The first reason was inconceivable, as they had been fusing their martial souls for many years without any issues regarding compatibility. With the first possibility ruled out, only the second remained. Someone was resisting the fusion. Yu Xiaojing was certain he could not be the one resisting. With Lu Erlong's deep infatuation with him, it was implausible. The only remaining suspect was Flander. Particularly, Flander's desire to delve into the study of techniques had led to Gu Yi's departure, severing their master-student bond. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojing's inquiry, Flander was taken aback for a few seconds, unable to fathom that despite his sacrifices to protect him, including the severance of his ties with Gu Yi and voluntarily relinquishing his pursuit of Lu Erlong, he would be met with doubt and suspicion. His expression instantly turned cold, and the concern that once graced his features vanished. Lu Erlong, noticing the shift in Flander's demeanor, was perplexed by Yu Xiaojing's words. After so many years of friendship, such remarks felt deeply hurtful. Even Lu Erlong found it difficult to comprehend Yu Xiaojing at that moment. Nevertheless, her worry for him remained unwavering. Erlong, there is no need to fret. Yu Xiaojing has merely sustained some internal injuries. A sugar pill will suffice to remedy it. Flander reassured as he assisted Yu Xiaojing to his feet. He then withdrew his hand and turned to leave, offering no response to Yu Xiaojing's inquiry. His silhouette conveyed a sense of desolation, a sorrowful aura enveloping him. The sensation of being distrusted was indeed disheartening. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojing was in a frenzy. convinced that Flander still harbored resentment for his expulsion of his disciple, leading to this resistance of martial soul fusion and the subsequent grave injuries he had endured. Lu Erlong, observing Yu Xiaojiang's near-manic state, attempted to console him. Flander is not that kind of person. Perhaps there are other issues at play. Take your time. There's no rush. Xiaojiang, I believe with your intellect, you will undoubtedly uncover the root of the problem. Her voice was gentle, a stark contrast to the fierce persona that the outside world often attributed to her. Regrettably, Yu Xiaojiang was in no state to heed her words. He had been researching for over 10 days, yet had uncovered not even a single clue. If Flander were present, he would likely remark that 10 days was hardly significant. After all, Gu Yi had dedicated far more time to developing her unique soul technique. Chapter 86. Warnings and Discrepancies in the City of Tiando. An uninvited guest had appeared at the Moon Pavilion today. Cloaked in a black robe, the figure concealed their ample form, evidently wishing to keep their true identity hidden from all. After a long day, Tang Yuehua ascended to the top tier of the pavilion, intending to indulge in a leisurely bath, yet her keen senses detected a subtle change in the arrangement of the chairs within the room. In a city where treachery flourished, only the most cautious survived. Tang Yuehua's continued existence spoke volumes of her prudence. Silently, she made her way down the stairs, regardless of whether anyone was present. She would not dare to take such a risk. Even with her recent ascension to the 10th rank, she felt woefully inadequate, as her newfound strength provided little real advantage, merely easing her daily burdens. Wait, Yuehua. Although Tang Hao was uncertain of where his cover had been compromised, he feared that if Yuehua proceeded, it might lead to unnecessary trouble. Tang Yuehua paused on the staircase. That voice was unmistakable. She spun around abruptly, her heart racing as she beheld the figure emerging from the shadows. How, is that you? Yes, it is I, Tang Hao replied, pulling back the black hood to reveal his face. The lines of age momentarily rendered Tang Yuehua speechless. Was this truly her once vibrant and gifted second brother? Where have you been all these years? Why have you not returned to the sect or come to see me? Tang Yuehua's excitement was palpable, her noble demeanor momentarily forgotten in the face of familial joy. Yuehua, I have come to speak with you about an important matter. With Tang San and Xiao Wu in Tiando City, it was imperative for him to ensure their safety, particularly Xiao Wu's. Unlike the timid Ain, who had never dared to approach the heart of the Tiando Empire before fully transforming, Xiao Wu seemed untroubled by the prospect of encountering a title de law. Tang Yuehua shot him a disapproving glance. So, he only visited when he had business to discuss, neglecting to check on his sister otherwise. What is your relationship with Gu Yi? She inquired. She had expected Tang Hao to ask about the sect, or, at the very least, her well-being alongside their elder brother. But instead, he launched directly into an interrogation regarding her relationship with Gu Yi. Though she was aware of the whispers surrounding her connection with Gu Yi, she understood it to be a bond of mutual understanding and necessity, far from the romantic implications speculated by outsiders. Yet, reflecting on their past encounters, she couldn't help but feel a hint of shyness. That day had indeed brought them uncomfortably close. Before she could respond, Tang Hao continued, regardless of your connection, you must sever ties with him. We are not aligned with his path. Tang Hao admonished Tang Yuehua in a tone that brooked no dissent. Ever since the last confrontation with Gu Yi, where their relationship had irrevocably soured, had it not been for the temporary tranquility afforded by exchanging the position of Blue-Silver King, he would not have been the type to easily swallow his pride. Were it not for his injuries, he would have wielded his hammer without hesitation. How dare Emir Jr. act so presumptuously before him? Tang Yuehua felt no excitement upon seeing her elder brother again. Over the years, she had discreetly sought information about Tang Hao's position, yet to no avail. The abruptness of his command, without any pleasantries exchanged, would irk anyone. I have no ties to him, and you have no right to dictate my associations, she thought, angered by Tang Hao's indifference. The atmosphere grew tense as their long-awaited reunion, after so many years, took an unpleasant turn. Above all, remember my words, Gu Yi is not one of us, Tang Hao declared before departing from the Moon Pavilion. A single tear traced down Tang Yuehua's cheek as she watched him vanish into the night. Her earlier words had been spoken in the heat of the moment. Tang Hao,